2001. Checking your pocketbook. Honey, it's time to eat. Ning Shuelua carried the dishes and carefully set out a love heart on the tabletop. Today is sweet and sour pork, cola chicken wings, stir-fried lotus root slices, and seaweed and winter melon soup. Suyun closed the newspaper and smiled gently. Honey, hard work. Ning Shuelua took off her apron. No hard work, honey, you are the most tired when you earn money every day to support your family. Come on, try a piece of ribs and see how salty it is today. Suyun sat at the table and savored the dishes made by his wife. As long as it's the dishes you make, I love them. Ning Shuelua revealed a satisfied look. It's still hubby who has the sweetest mouth. Suyun chucked a chopstick of lotus root slices. By the way, the paycheck was issued yesterday. It was too late to forget. I'll transfer it to you now. Ning Shuelua beamed. Hubby, you need to keep some money on you too. The 20,000 every month is given to me. What will you do if you need to use the money? Suyun smiled and replied, it's okay, you can swipe your credit card. When the time comes, you'll just help pay it off. And baby, you need to buy materials for your painting. It's more convenient to keep the money with you. Ning Shuelua then agreed. You buy all my materials. I don't even need to do it myself. By the way, hubby, I see that your fishing gear is a bit old. Why don't I give you a new one? Suyun shook his head. It can still be used. There is no need. Ning Shuelua thought for a moment. Then, let's save the money. It's almost the new year. Let's get a loan to buy a car before then? Suyun, okay, say at the end of the year. Driving back, your parents will also be happier. Ning Shuelua gave a cheeky laugh. It's our parents. Suyun, well, our parents. By the way, don't sneak off to look at cars. I have a few friends who are very good at cars, so let them help pick them out when the time comes. Ning Shuelua looked at her husband, her eyes full of adoration. I'll listen to you. Suyun looked at his gentle and watery wife, deeply feeling the sweetness of life now. He was not from this blue star, but had traveled from Earth. At the beginning of the crossing, he awakened the life winner system, relying on the golden finger to rocket speed rise. On the first day, he signed in to obtain $100 million. On the second day, he signed in to obtain the eye of investment. On the third day, he signed in to obtain the celestial sun's chi watching technique. And on the fourth day, he signed in to obtain the superhuman gene potion. In 1 month, his assets reached $50 billion. 3 months, he became a terrorist giant, calling the shots in the stock market. 6 months, he had considerable stakes in all of the top 500 companies in the world, and could manipulate the shareholders meeting at will. 1 year, his assets have spread to every corner of the world, as long as the items produced on the Blue Star are related to him in the industrial chain. Suyun used his broad vision and strong management skills to create hidden martial arts forces. The international mercenary organizations and assassination organizations were defeated by him and on the verge of disbanding. The Skull and Bones Society, the Common Capital Society, the Illuminati, the Knights of Columbus, and the Club of Rome. These ancient or huge organizations were in constant strife under his manipulation, and no longer dared to carry out aggression against the weaker nations. Suyun melted through most of the feats in the system, and his physical quality was like a Superman. He went up to the 9 heavens to catch the moon, and down to the 5 seas to catch turtles. He had explored ancient cities in the deep sea, stepped into volcanoes at nearly 1,000 degrees Celsius, traversed absolutely uninhabited forbidden zones of life, unearthed countless lost monuments and pavilions, and retrieved civilizations on the blue planet that had been severed by disasters. Suyun had also joined the religion, and in a short period of time, he had walked on top of 10,000 people. If he didn't want to show his face, the Pope would have been easily defeated by him and ascended to that position of spokesperson. Suyun had also passed the ancient trial and gained the juridical status of most of the Gull continent kingdoms. If he wished, he could compete with the king for the throne in these constitutional monarchies. His assets could easily defeat the vast majority of small countries, and with a single command, these kingdoms would go bankrupt on multiple levels, including financial and industrial. But after ascending to the peak of the Blue Star, Suyun suddenly felt lonely all around. He had intruded with great vigor, possessing achievements that no one else could reach in hundreds of lifetimes. Looking back at himself, all the fields that humans could touch, he had reached perfection. He decided to withdraw and find a place to live in seclusion. After a very fortuitous encounter, Suyun and Ning Shuelua rubbed shoulders and quickly fell in love and got married. Ning Shuelua was beautiful in appearance. Even in Suyun's wide-eyed world, she was firmly at the top of the list. She had a droll personality with a hint of naturalness, and her eyes were full of adoration for Suyun. Suyun did not reveal his past. In Ning Shuelua's eyes, her husband was just a normal working white-collar worker, receiving a fixed salary of $20,000 a month, and occasionally going fishing with old friends and playing cards. Is a down-to-earth and reliable, not a messy good man. Ning Xuelua graduated from art school and draws illustrations for other people, which is also more than 10,000 yuan a month. The two people's money together. In the city also bought a house. Every month also pay the mortgage. The remaining money is not much, but also can live a full and happy. Ning Xuelua broke her fingers. Hubby, you need to buy another pair of pants. And incidentally buy you another belt. Our heating fee should also be paid. And by the way, there is also the neighborhood sanitation fee and property fee. Suyun chucked a piece of ribs and put it in Ning Xuelua's bowl. Eat it, finicky little. Ning Xuelua angrily crossed her arms. Says who's a granny? Suyun looked at her tenderly. You are my most beautiful mother-in-law. Ning Xuelua shyly bowed her head. He. Suyun lived this year with ease and great satisfaction. Although going out on the subway, eating without a 3-star Michelin chef to accompany him, and shopping without the richest man in the city to lead the way. However, getting along with Ning Xuelua in such an uneventful manner allowed Suyun's mind to be greatly satisfied. Other people tend to rush to the material enjoyment, famous cars and watches, in Suyun's view, but is just a toy that is tired of playing. He engaged in financial warfare with countless predators called elites and stock gods, and with a single word, he could make the assets of the vast majority of listed companies in the world zeroed out. But these currency crises that could make a country tremble were less interesting in Suyun's eyes than his wife breaking her fingers to calculate the property costs. After eating his fill, Suyun touched his stomach. Honey, I asked old Lu to go out fishing. Ning Xuelua blinked her big eyes. Good. Husband, your fishing gear is too old. Let's change it afterward. Suyun smiled. Okay, next time go to the fishing tackle store together. He kissed Ning Xuelua on the cheek and went out with satisfaction. This was the little life he had dreamed of. Simple but happy. 20 minutes after Suyun went out, several OB trucks stopped at the entrance of the neighborhood. A line of people came out in a line, carrying various camera equipment. The host, Xia Binger, was all smiles. Dear viewers, the 5th installment of the Good Man Challenge was decided to be in the deserted city's famous capital homes after a random selection. Now let's set off together and check the private money. 002 My man is not hiding any money. Knock, knock. Ning Xuelua had just put away the dishes and chopsticks and was about to read a novel for a while when she suddenly heard someone knocking on the door. Why is hubby back? She jumped up from the bed and briskly went to open the door. Hubby, you're back. As soon as she opened the door, outside was a long gun and a bunch of cameras aimed at her. Only to see the host with a smile on her face, she said with great poise, Hello this lady, I'm the host of Good Man Challenge, Xia Binger. We are now broadcasting the program live on the entire network, and it just so happens that we picked your house. Would you like to participate in our challenge? She didn't let the cameraman turn on the cameras. She just had someone shoot the exterior scenes outside as material for post-editing. The price of housing in this neighborhood was not low, and the people living inside were either rich or had backgrounds. Shooting hastily, in case they messed with the ones they shouldn't, the entire program team would be in bad shape. When Ning Xuelua heard this and took a look, she instantly became excited. Xia Binger, finally, I've met you in real life. I watch every installment of the show. That old man who hid a bucket of coins in the last installment was found out. It really made me laugh. Ning Xuelua was painting at home, and when she was not inspired, she would catch up with dramas and watch variety shows. And she was also very interested in this outdoor program that had exploded across the internet. This time, she actually saw the host himself and was thrilled. Xia Binger smiled slightly. This young and beautiful sister had seen the program, so it would be good to communicate. She opened her mouth and said, If you participate in our Good Man Challenge, our expert group will search all private money. If it cannot be searched out, there is a 50,000 yuan reward for a good family. If it is searched out, there will also be a consolation prize of $3,000. What do you think? The program team had long done their research, and after selecting the neighborhood, they screened out several candidate families in the neighborhood committee. Among them, Ning Xuelua's family was the first. The man was hardworking and the woman was also generous, a rare combination of a good man and a good woman. Moreover, every time the neighborhood committee organized an activity, this family either contributed money or effort, and received a lot of strong praise from the neighbors. This kind of 5 good families, in case they could really dig up some problems and create contrasts, would surely set the internet on fire and make the ratings reach new heights. Ning Xuelua only hesitated for 2 seconds before nodding. No problem. Hey, you guys are bound to lose. My husband's salary is all under my control. Even the credit cards are paid off by me. You guys will definitely not be able to find out. Xia Binger, however, just smiled. This kind of recording before the oath of faith was found out to tear quarrel fight drama. She can see a lot, but the program is not considered evil. The man hides his private money, but also because of respect for his wife, willing to hand over his salary. Hidden money, just have some small hobbies, smoking, drinking, kryptonite hand games, embarrassed to say. After all, the man really want to cheat. When the scum, pressure does not need to hide money. Xia Binger turned back and waved her hand. The big guys are open. This beautiful wife is willing to let us broadcast the show live. So everyone turn up the beauty face, haha. In fact, Ning Xuelua's face value was first class anywhere, and she didn't need a beauty face at all. But she was still beaming with joy when she heard these words and welcomed the crowd into her home. Xia Binger let the camera focus on Ning Xuelua and said, "This beautiful wife, introduce yourself and your family to everyone." The audience in the live broadcast room watched the outlook for 10 or so minutes. The camera, everything. In front of them was actually a beauty that looked like a heavenly fairy. White skin, delicate and lovely, and immediately exploded. 6666, 666, 6666. Finally opened the broadcast. Wow, the hostess this time is really the pinnacle of face value. Prettier than any star. +1. The showrunners really know how to choose. This time the mistress is too beautiful. Ouch. I'm so sour. It must be a married girl to be on the show. How can such a crystal clear cabbage be taken? What married girl? She's obviously a woman. The pop-ups in front of you open your eyes. Such a young and beautiful girl can be called a woman? It's a young girl. She's so pretty. This home is so big. It's probably a few hundred square feet, right? Ning Xuelua couldn't see the pop-ups. She just spoke to the camera a bit shyly. "Hello everyone. My name is Ning Xuelua. I'm a painter. My husband is an ordinary office worker, and his monthly paycheck will be handed over to me, so there's definitely no hiding of private money." Oh. Xia Binger also pinpointed the right time to enter the picture and pointed at the camera. Did everyone hear that? This wife feels that her husband will not hide money. What does everyone think? The assistant picked up the big screen, and the pop-ups were brushed out. Hey, how can it be? The first few programs, every family searches before they say there is no private money. The result is not once go empty. Mrs. So beautiful. You say there is no bar. Suggest marrying into my family and I'll go on the air once more. Yuck. The rotten swan wants to eat toad's meat. It's impossible. All men hide money. If you don't have any money, you can only be poor. Yes. How can you not have money if you live in a large flat of several hundred square feet? You're just hiding it well. Ning Xuelua also saw the pop-up screen, laughed. Impossible. My husband is very obedient to my words. His fishing rod are worn out. All refuse to change. I buy all his clothes and shoes. I clean up the house. I know at a glance if he's put money away. Xia Binger clapped her hands on the side. All right, that's all for the oath declaration. Here comes our guest inspector. Welcome. As the camera team applauded, several people walked into the house. They greeted the hostess first, and then turned to the camera, introducing themselves one by one. The assistant also saw fit to type the biographies of several people on the air. The audience took a look and sucked in a breath of cool air. This time the guest lineup is really luxurious. This family is bound to lose. The guests are a total of 3 people, each with hard skills. The first is retired criminal investigator Lu Fui, who previously worked in the county sheriff's department for 30 years, with a poisonous eye. The average person watching a police movie will always be misled, thinking that law enforcement officers need to go through a lot of on-site exploration, forensic experiments, and then visit the suspects one by one to crack the case through clues. But in the actual work, these old criminal investigation eyesight is poisonous. A look at the scene, guess the suspect's approximate location, occupation, age, physical appearance, and then through the brain like a database comparison. A moment to think of what groups are probably, and then only need to invite people to the interrogation room, either explicitly or implicitly prompted 2 sentences, to give enough psychological pressure. These people will be bamboo tube poor beans, all confessed, and at the scene of the case, these old detectives only need to take a glance, know what things have significant suspicion, what has a strange smell of pet mats, a daily use, but rusty kitchen knife, a pair of winter sandals placed in the doorway. With just one look, they are able to quickly recognize that something is not right. Spotting the telltale signs of a man can be simple when you bring in an old geezer like this. 003 No cash doesn't mean no private money. The second person is a private detective, Qin Ichuan. When it comes to private detectives, many people would think that they appear at the murder scene to help the law enforcement officer solve the case, like in the Sakura Nation anime. But in reality, outsiders are rarely allowed to enter the murder scene. The detective's main job is to help his employer with commissions, and tracking will investigate some not-so-shiny things. Some wives who feel that their husbands are cheating on them and suffer from a lack of evidence will hire them to investigate. Private detectives are experts in investigating these things, and they don't even need to see a man with a mistress. Only with his access to a shopping mall, a jewelry store, a fast food restaurant, you can quickly confirm the nearby hotels, clubs, and then as long as the targeted investigation, you can quickly find their actual evidence. Chin each one is one of the best detectives. He has been working for many years. Just need to take a look. Can quickly confirm that the family has no accidental conditions. The last guest is Chen Xiaoxiao, the HR and PR manager of a Fortune 500 company. She has been an executive for many years, and from time to time accompanies the general manager as a public relations officer to participate in high-end cocktail parties, auctions, and tastings, and is a connoisseur of appraisals. Chen Xiaoxiao has also been hired by officials as an asset appraiser to analyze the amount of some antiques, expensive jewelry and high-class furniture. In some cases, the amount of gold and cash can be known quickly, but the value of seized items cannot be known. Chen Xiaoxiao would then help the officials by making a detailed categorization and registration. After she finished her introduction, she suddenly saw that on the TV cabinet, there was a group photo. A man and a woman were leaning together, smiling happily, with a kindly old man behind them holding an umbrella for them, like an old butler. Chen Xiaoxiao felt that they were indeed a good match, but she frowned, feeling that this old man looked a bit familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere. Strange, I've seen someone who shouldn't forget. Very familiar. Where on earth did I see him? She thought for a while. She had attended many social functions but did not have the slightest impression of this old man. Chen Xiaoxiao was not in a good position to delay the live broadcast, retrieved her thoughts and walked outside the camera. All the guests were introduced, and it could be said that they were all masters of the profession in every line of work and industry. And with them, this family was afraid that they would have to suffer heavily. The pop-up screen brushed out a piece of 666-6666. It seems that the first few issues of the program is hot. Approved more money, can afford to hire a luxury lineup. Old criminal investigators, executives, detectives, what else can't be hired? Will the next installment directly invite the museum's experts and scholars? Ha 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 ha. I suggest inviting the victims of the previous installments as guests. They definitely know where the money is hidden. The pop-ups were a hoot, and several items on Weibo were quickly brushed to the top. Degree shocked. Husband is not at home. The hostess even let someone enter. Criminals and detectives are in place. What's happening in this mansion? Quickly hide. They are coming. Several hot searches brushed up the list. The beautiful hostess, the luxurious lineup of inspectors, making this program quickly explode, and even vaguely out of the circle. Some males who didn't watch the program would also be lured into clicking in by the enticing titles. Xia Binger saw the corner of the screen. The number of viewers continued to soar, and smiled joyfully. She waved her hand. All right, everyone, don't just stand there. Let's let our guests begin, and together we'll see if this family has any private money. The three investigators led the way, each searching around with a camera. As they walked around, searching, they also made an introduction. There are two kinds of places to hide money. One is the hidden corners we can think of. For example, under the bed, ceiling, bookcases, table legs, and the most desperate one I've seen, hidden in the toilet tank. The other kind are places we see every day, but never care about. For example, underneath the drawer box, at the bottom of the computer case, under the remote control box. One of the more interesting cases here, too, is hidden in the handle of a mop. That wife threw the mop away one day when she saw that it was broken, and the husband was so alarmed when he came back that he ran to the garbage in the middle of the night to rummage for it, which made the security guards laugh. Netizens heard these remarks and burst out laughing. 666-6666. Strong I did not think. We'll only hide in the top of the closet. Zhao Yunwan. Don't think I'm not watching the live broadcast. You give me the money out now. 6666666666666. This old man top sell yourself out. Laughing. If I say I hid the money in the dishwashing basin, will my wife see it? Prince I'm going to the kitchen now. Wife, I was wrong. Don't you take my money. I'll buy you roast goose after work. I'll go. Double kill. This program still has this effect. I don't dare to say it. I really don't dare to say it. The pop-up screen is dead of laughter. Male viewers have been silenced. Do not dare to speak again. And female viewers are grabbing their boyfriends and husbands by the ears, taking the live broadcast and questioning where in the world the private money is hidden. Two more hot searches were topped at once. This woman actually caused the bloodshed of thousands of families. The woman who can make men all over the country shell out money. What does she really look like? Please pay attention. In the midst of the teasing, everyone pulled their eyes back to the content of the live broadcast. The three guests enter the room one by one with consent. Before entering, the camera would do a quick sweep, just to give the viewers an impression and not to expose the host's privacy. Look guys, this one is so big, at least 300 square feet, right? I searched, Arakami City famous homes. There are both 120 square feet and 520 square feet. Looks like this one is the latter, 520 square feet. Mopping the floor will kill you, right? I envy you. Your wife is so beautiful. Your home is so big, and I don't see any trace of children. you're really happy with your family. The three guests searched for about 10 minutes. They searched the bedroom and the study, but they haven't found any money yet. The old detective has been in the bathroom for so long that he's afraid the toilet will be dismantled. Right? No way. You really can't find it? It seems that the man of the house to hide depot, before a few issues also have to look for a long time, but we'll find some traces of. They turned back. Three perspectives are empty-handed. Soon, the three guests return to the living room. Hands are empty, nothing to take. Xia Binger was surprised. Everyone finished investigating? Executive Chen Xiaoxiao spoke first. I looked in the kitchen, the second bedroom and the gym, and didn't find a single penny. Detective Qin Ichuan also opened his mouth. I looked at the study, the studio. Well, his home has a lot of collections. The place is very clean. There is no secret compartment. There is no cash. Detective Lu Fui also opened his mouth. I didn't find any money either. Xia Binger was disappointed for a while. Such a topical family, but did not search for anything? This fiery live broadcast, but it ended hastily? Ning Xuelua also proudly puffed out her chest. Right, told you. My husband wouldn't hide money behind my back. But the four people who had just lost their minds suddenly revealed a wry smile. No cash doesn't mean no private money. 004, this pigment costs 3,000 a tube. A burst of pop-ups erupted in the live broadcast room. Yes, the second phase was the same. No money was searched, but there were a lot of tokens, able to be exchanged at any time in the bank for a constant amount of cash. The tokens were placed under the eyes of his wife every day, and when they were found, both of them were furious. I remember another one invited a Buddha statue. In fact, they had a group that said they burned incense to worship the Buddha, but in fact, they used the statue to make money exchange. Laughing, will Buddha still bless it if he knows? Who cares if Buddha blesses it or not? That husband's parents can't bless it anyway. In the living room, Chen Xiaoxiao was the first to speak. Ms. Ning, there is a box of paints in the studio. Can I bring it over? Ning Xuelua was a bit confused and nodded nervously. Of course. Not long after, Chen Xiaoxiao walked over with a box of pigments, dozens of tubes in an opaque thin tin. Chen Xiaoxiao turned to the camera. Everyone, this is a set of sparse and ordinary-looking pigments. Not only Ning Xuelua, the pop-up screen was also a bit confused. Today is really an eye-opener. How can pigments hide private money? It's not like it's filled with gold, is it? Just now my wife pinched. The inside is not like solid. Don't worry. Look at Executive Chen. Don't worry. Let's see Chen explain. Chen Xiaoxiao confidently turned to Ning Xuelua. Madam, you see, your husband doesn't look like he's hiding any secret money, but he's actually saving a lot of things that can be easily exchanged for money. Ning Xuelua blinked her big eyes, and said only after a long time, but the paints are mine. I'm a painter, and I put them in my husband's studio because the studio was pile high. Chen Xiaoxiao was caught off guard, but soon, the other party added, of course, my husband bought this for me, and it's only half a tube. Chen Xiaoxiao heard her say this and instantly put her heart down. She faced the camera and began to introduce. You may have heard of a stunt that the most expensive pigment for art students is white, because most colors need to be blended out using pearl white. White pigment is the most versatile, essential, and most used pigment. Chen Xiaoxiao had participated in many auctions of various grades, and spoke with all kinds of knowledge, but that's just a segment among art students. Just listen to the fun. And in pigments, there are many rare ores and minerals that are ground and mixed to create special colors. Ms. Ning, do you understand the pigments used in this plate? Ning Xuelua said dumbfounded. Isn't it just dark blue, white and yellow? I still have a lot of them in my studio. Do I need to take them out? Chen Xiaoxiao laughed and said to the camera. It seems that our Ms. Ning doesn't know much about the pigments she uses, which gives this husband an opportunity to take advantage of it. Everyone look. She took out a tube of pigment, on which was only written ultramarine in English. The pop-ups were also unsure. What does this mean? Isn't it just something for painting? What's so special about it? I don't understand. Please explain. Chen Xiaoxiao was confident. This word means ultramarine. Ultramarine color. Ultramarine is the most vibrant blue pigment, a bright blue color with a slight hint of red. It's non-toxic, environmentally friendly, and it doesn't fade easily. The color can be retained for hundreds of years, and it's widely used in Gull Island church paintings, the exclusive color of the Virgin Mary. However, we have to make a distinction. Ultramarine is divided into natural and synthetic. Synthetic, well, very cheap, may only need $10 or $20 a tube. Everyone can use. Chen Xiaoxiao sold a secret, picked up a tube of pigment and turned a circle in front of the camera. This tube of pigment doesn't have a writing on it, but based on its font, you can tell that it's a natural ultramarine produced by Rock Harding. If you don't believe me, you can check on their official website and you can see the anti-counterfeiting font. Natural ultramarine comes from the semi-precious stone lapis lazuli, which is laborious to mine and difficult to transport. Plus it's a multicolored material. The blender needs to pick out the impurities bit by bit to make it work. That's why the price remains high. A tube costs over $3,000. The crowd present sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and even the pop-up screen stopped instantly. There's at least 20 tubes in this group of green ones. Right, 60,000? I thought painting was a low-cost job, but I didn't realize it was this expensive. Wow, my daughter is going to take the art exam soon. Is it too late to call her back? Hurry up and call her back. You can't afford to learn. Chen Xiaoxiao revealed a confident smile. MS. Ning, you must not know about this, the high price of ultramarine pigments, but hard currency. As long as someone wants to sell, someone will take over. So let's settle for $60,000 for the private money we found out. Ning Xuelua was shocked. She broke her fingers. $3,000 for one. I use two. Wouldn't that be $6,000 spent? How much meat would I have to buy? I'm so stupid. I should have known not to paint. Is it not good to keep this money to buy a fishing rod for my husband? The pop-ups were laughing and spraying. Mrs. is so cute. Still thinking about eating meat at this time. Sour. How many times has her husband saved the world to have such a good wife? Give first credit to Executive Chen for being the first to find the private money. It's true that no family can escape the audit. The efficiency is horrible. Meanwhile, the Capital City Academy of Fine Arts. Wang Gaoliang was using his cell phone to live broadcast the process of his painting, glancing at the comments while drinking water, and suddenly eeped in surprise. His paintings were realistic, nothing shocking, and the live broadcast room was always cold and quiet. But today, the pop-up suddenly flashed by like a brush screen, making him a bit puzzled. Mr. Wang, quickly go and see 3,000 yuan a tube of pigment. Have you ever used ultramarine? It costs thousands of dollars a tube. Quick, go to the science. How awesome is this pigment? When Wang Gaoliang saw the ultramarine, he instantly understood. He also bought this kind of pigment. Engaged in art, will always spend money in inexplicable places. Alas, it's probably some new anchor again, taking expensive pigments to claptrap. Wang Gaoliang shook his head, but still based on the clues of the pop-up screen, found the live broadcast room. When he entered, he saw Chen Xiaoxiao talking eloquently, describing her participation in high-end painting exhibitions and recognizing many rare pigments under the guidance of masters. But Wang Gaoliang did not listen to her introduction, but stared at the paint in the screen. He watched it for half a minute before he came back to his senses as if waking up, quickly ran back to his paint box and carefully took out the half-used ultramarine. Wang Gaoliang looked at the screen for a long time. The more he looked, the more he felt wrong. Both are ultramarine, both have the same ultramarine printed on them, but the lid of the pigment in his hand is pure white, while the lid of the other pigment is a delicate blue. Wang Gaoliang's eyes widened. That was not ordinary ultramarine pigment, but the king of pigments, the handmade by Rock Harding's professional blender, deep sky blue. This pigment is worth 10 times the price of gold? Lockharton is an old family industry that has modernized and factory operated, but it still retains its artisanal system, and a very small number of handmade pigments are left in the hands of these masters every year. Just as the handmade mincemeat is not the same as that made by machine, the handmade cannot be as delicate as the machine, and the mincemeat will come out with some large particles, which are more chewy and flavorful to eat. Artisan grinding and blending pigments will also carry a trace of extremely fine or particles, which will look more three-dimensional on a flat oil painting and have a flavor of living people. This makes these pigments highly sought after, and artists all over the world are attracted to them. But the Lockharding artisans had a limited number of them, and only 10,000 of the sky colors were distributed to the world each year. Among them, the ultramarine pigment known as deep sky blue was even rarer, perhaps just a few dozen a year, scattered to the hands of painters all over the world. It couldn't even make a splash, not to mention that there were some collectors among them who took it for decoration. Wang Gaoliang stared wide-eyed. He had only heard about deep sky blue and had seen photos, but he did not expect to see the real thing. Other artists, collectors already cheered, but amongst the shots, there were actually less than 20 of them. Wang Gaoliang sucked in a breath of cool air, rewarded $100, and sent a pop-up. Hello host, I'm the painter Wang Gong. The ultramarine you are seeing is not ordinary ultramarine, but the more advanced deep sky blue, because he was an anchor himself, along with the reward. This pop-up screen was particularly conspicuous. After a few seconds, the netizens in the live broadcast room reacted and commented, "What is deep space blue? Can't search no relevant information. Bluffing, don't talk nonsense." This anchor is the teacher of the Imperial Academy of Fine Arts. There is no need to cheat people. The painter's brother to the popularization of it. The pop-ups reacted one after another, causing Xia Binger on the scene to be a bit stunned. She looked at Chen Xiaoxiao. and the other party was also a bit bewildered, gently shaking her head, stating that she didn't know about the so-called deep space blue either. Deep sky blue was too rare, dozens of them a year, but there were thousands of painters. Not all of them knew about it, not to mention Chen Xiaoxiao was just a layman who had seen the exhibition. Xia Binger reacted quickly and said to the camera, "Anchor, help us connect with this anchor and give everyone a generalization of what the deep sky blue is." Seeing that the other party was a college lecturer, she instinctively felt that the other party's quality would be high and there would be no live broadcast accidents. As expected, after the guide connected, Wang Gaoliang spoke eloquently to the camera. The so-called blue of deep space is the very rare ultramarine pigment that is hand-produced by the world's largest and most expensive pigment company, rock harding. The raw material of ultramarine, lapis lazuli, is difficult to mine, and the labor and transportation costs are extremely high, so only the ore already belongs to the luxury goods, and can be classified as a semi-precious stone. Deep space blue, because of the limited number of each year, at most a few dozen, basically have a price, cannot be traded at all. However, the industry has a set of default principles. If it is to be bought and sold, it is sold at 5 to 7 times the price of gold. Of course, because of the extreme rarity, several times the deep space blue has been traded up to 10 times the price of gold. As soon as his words left his mouth, the entire live broadcast room fell silent. Did I hear you right? 5 to 7 times the price of gold? It's 10 times 7 times no one is buying at all. I calculate. Today the price of gold is $450/gram. That is, want to buy the blue of the deep space, need to spend $4,500 to buy 1 gram? 6666666666666. Misses. Here are 20 sticks, each 50 grams, that is 1 kilogram. 5 million? I'm going. 5 million. What's the point of making art with this kind of money? Doesn't it smell good to buy a house? The live broadcast room was boiling, while the live broadcast site was silent. Chen Xiaoxiao, who was holding a large box of paints in her arms, had her hands trembling a bit, and was not sure whether to put it down or hold it. When she was holding $60,000 of pigments, she still felt normal in her heart. Even if all of them were broken, she was able to compensate for it easily. But thinking that she was holding 5 million in her arms, even as a Fortune 500 executive, holding an Aston Martin in her hands still made her a bit overwhelmed. Only after a long time did Chen Xiaoxiao hold back a sentence. Then, let's mention the amount of private money we found out. The actual amount is 5 million? The crowd on the field was speechless for a while. You find out a few $1,000s, a few tens of thousands of dollars, even $100,000, and you can still say that it's private money. To find out $5 million, you say that this is money that is hidden and secretly to be used? To secretly use a few million. This is either to keep a mistress, or to break the law and commit a crime. But the program still had to continue. Xia Binger quickly cleared her mind of the confusion and forced a smile. Yes, that's right. The amount of the secret money is now 5 million. Ahem. MS. Ning, your husband really has a knack for it. Ning Xuelua was filled with astonishment. Oh my god. I'm taking $500 a gram of paint to paint? Or the most ordinary landscape painting. She used a total of 250 grams of deep sky blue. That was $450,000 for one painting. I'm afraid that a single stroke would cost $7,000 or $8,000. And washing the brush once would cost $10,000. The live broadcast saw Ning Xuelua's adorable appearance and instantly shifted the focus. Mrs. Too cute. Was scared silly. You have a little $5 million of paint in your house. You have to be silly too. I originally thought that the male owner of this house is not worthy of Mrs. When I saw this pigment, I think I am the one who is worthy of the male owner. Want to fart and eat? Stinky. Ha, I also want to hug the male host's thigh. Wouldn't I be a male homosexual too? A live studio man. What a blessing. You guys are so disgusting. Millions of dollars of paint, just use it at will. It's too extravagant. If it were me, locked to the safe is still not assured. At least to wrap a few layers of plastic wrap, and then sprinkle breadcrumbs fried. Next door Wang Gong or greedy cry. Xia Binger exerted her ability as a host, and said to Ning Xuelua, Ms. Ning, I wonder if it's convenient to take out your painting with deep sky blue, so that we can all view the effect of the pigment together? Ning Xuelua was dumbfounded, and nodded her head in a hurry. Okay, it's in the drawing room, I'll go fetch it, you guys wait for a while. When she left, the host, guests and photographers were relieved. Obviously when they entered the door, they still only felt that she was a petite and cute married girl, but after learning that her family painted with millions of dollars of pigments, they immediately felt that the entire air was tense. Everyone's movements were still gentle and their demeanor was respectful, but just in front of such a lovely lady without a frame, everyone felt pressurized and constrained. On the other side, Wang Gaoliang finished his science and gained a lot of attention. He exclaimed that he had opened his eyes while joyfully preparing to continue painting. Knock knock. Wang Gaoliang heard a knock on the door, and when he looked up, he saw an old man with gray hair standing at the door. Teacher, you're looking for me? 006 60-year-old Jewel of the Blue. $1 million to lend me for a few days. The old man nodded. Well, just now I heard a staggering noise outside, as if your live broadcast was on the show? Wang Gaoliang speculated a little and understood. It must have been his own student who was peeking at the Good Man Challenge and realized that he was on camera. It was a great disrespect to disturb the teacher. Old Master approached with his hands behind his back. I heard that you saw the blue of deep space? Where is it? I'll take a look. Wang Gaoliang snickered inwardly. This old master was quite knowledgeable, but when he heard that there was a rare deep space blue, he still couldn't help but come to take a look. Deep space blue was rare for himself, but it was not necessarily rare at Master's place. He was in a high position and must have owned, or even used, this precious pigment. Wang Gaoliang said to Master. It's a program that mistook deep space blue for ordinary ultramarine and almost took it for 3,000 apiece. Old Master nodded stoically. Well, indeed, many people only know the name of ultramarine. Where do they know the twists and turns in the pigment? Wang Gaoliang turned off his own live broadcast and cut back to the Good Man Challenge, showing it to his master. When the old master was young, he worshipped the teacher of the Tieta state, and after a few summers and summers, he returned home, cultivated the first generation of students, filled the vacancy of oil painting for the Dragon Kingdom, and is the nation's leading oil painting master. When the Dragon Kingdom was poor and weak, it needed to make its voice heard abroad. Old Master then represented the motherland and participated in various world art exhibitions and art competitions. He made his voice heard internationally in the form of art, arousing the resonance of artists from other countries to show their solidarity with the Dragon Kingdom, and he made a lot of achievements. The old man had served in the Academy of Fine Arts for half a century, and his peaches and plums were all over the world. Originally retired, but idle, and was rehired back to town. He looked at the pigment tube and the screen and couldn't stop nodding. Not bad. Silver tube blue cap. Indeed the blue of deep space. Good eyesight. Didn't let me lose face. Wang Gaoliang hemmed and hawed. Students will make mistakes in other areas. How can they recognize mistakes in painting? Alas, I really envy this girl, having so many deep space blues. I'll be satisfied if I can get one in my life. The old man stroked his beard and suppressed the envy in his eyes. It's not rare that money can buy it. It's expensive, but it's not heavy. Ha! As the camera switched, the old man suddenly changed his expression. He saw the top of the pigment tube, the azure-colored lid right in the middle, but there was a small piece of radiant azure. Old Master's hand suddenly shivered, trembling as he grabbed the phone and stuck it in front of himself. Wang Gaoliang saw that his master was out of sorts and said with concern, Master, what's wrong with you? Old Master's eyes widened as he was agitated, as if he had seen a ghost. This is not deep sky blue. It has a sky blue color in the middle, and the material of the lid is not plastic, but gemstones. He tilted his head and excitedly patted his thigh. It's not deep space blue. It's made by Lockhartin himself. Jeweled blue. The Lockharting Company was founded in the 1970s, but Lockharting, the founder himself, had been active in the painting world as early as the 1930s and 1940s. He was a highly accomplished pigment artisan and painter, and the purity and saturation of the colors he made were of first-rate quality, with each item being artist-grade material. In 1941, while searching for raw materials in the country of Astana, he acquired a sapphire of pure color. In his later biography, Lockhartin stated that this sapphire had the color of ultramarine, but was 10 times more saturated and fine. It was the perfect raw material, the only one. So he used this sapphire, along with his own skill, to produce a total of 10,000 Jewel of the Blue. That was in the 1940s, more than 60 years ago. In addition to the world-class disputes and wars, it has long been used up and lost. Half a century ago, when I was studying in the Tower Country, I heard about the rarity and greatness of this legendary pigment, and wanted to own it in my dreams many times. The history of the art of Jewel's Blue was like a shooting star passing by. Everyone tasted the gorgeous trails, but almost no one was able to possess it for preservation. The 10,000 jeweled blues have been regarded by all as a legend, and can be categorized as an unobtainable object used by the ancients. The blue of deep space is, on the one hand, a continuation of Lockhartin's craftsmanship and, on the other hand, a memorial to the blue of gems. All deep space blues are modeled after gemstone blues. Lapis lazuli is no more difficult to obtain than the only perfect sapphire in the world. But now, he was surprised to see the pigment of his dreams in an ordinary program broadcast. Wang Gaoliang was a bit hesitant. Teacher, you said the blue of gemstones, and I've heard of the legend. But the 40s were more than 80 years ago. I'm afraid that 10,000 000 of them have long been used out of existence. The old master slapped his disciple on the melon, hated the iron, gritted his teeth. You really lose my face. An age to learn on the pig. Wang Gaoliang slander, learned on the pig. You are not teaching pigs? But he didn't dare to refute, and could only honestly listen to the lesson. The old man pointed to the screen pigment. See, this M is the gem M. So it's the first half of the arch contraction, forming the shape of the E. The whole letter is like lying G. So obvious anti-counterfeiting. You can not see. Wang Gaoliang took a look and it was true. But normal people see the other letters of the anti-counterfeiting, and that's as far as it goes. Who will also pay attention to one of the M in a stroke slightly pulled more, to form another character's intention. The old man pointed to the cell phone screen. You, alas, good disciple, tell the teacher. What does this program do? These pigments, is he willing to sell? Oh no, is he willing to rent? Even if it can be lent to the school for a few days, it would be enough to open a special exhibition for this. His body trembled. Old tears, old man Zhang. If you can leave 1 year later, it would be good. Then we can see the pigments that we desperately want. Alas, why are you so? Wang Gaoliang saw that his teacher was agitated and hurriedly comforted. Teacher, I will communicate with the program team to see if the other party is willing to cut off their love. But you shouldn't be too anxious. Something from more than 60 years ago. What if it's a fake? Seeing that the old master was in a hurry, Wang Gaoliang hurriedly rewarded plus sent pop-ups, and muttered under his breath. The other hostess has gone back to get the painting. So what if you wait for 2 minutes? He did not dare to go against the teacher. Rushed to use a reward to put his own pop-up highlights. Program group hello. Whether you can help communicate with MS. Ning, we Beijing City Academy of Fine Arts. Willing to take. Wang Gaoliang turned back. Teacher, how much is this pigment worth? Old master gasps until he sputters. How much is it worth? Jeweled blue is priceless. How can it be traded? Ask yourself, is it okay to lend us $1 million for a few days, and then return it in full? Wang Gaoliang was staggered, but still honestly sent a pop-up, willing to rent the blue of the sky for a month at a price of $1 million for the exhibition, and then return it in full. Specialized car transportation. To ensure safety. 007 Don't mess with that. There was silence in the booth, and it took a while before the screens were swiped. Say that again? How much? I'm going to my master bedroom and study, and it's only worth 1 paint? The old man in front of you, look carefully, is to rent. Your 2 rooms are only enough to rent a few days. 2 rooms, rent for a month, $1 million? That's renting Kashiwa Palace, isn't it? Why don't I believe it? Just one person's word, and you guys believe it? Brother, don't you see who this is? He's a professor at the Academy of Fine Arts in Beijing. He's a professor at the Academy of Fine Arts in Beijing, and he's not going to lie to you in public. They don't really understand. This stuff is expensive. If it's the real thing, 150 grams, 225,000 a piece, 99,999% of people would never be able to buy or own such a pigment. But this number still exists in everyone's rational perception. Tens of thousands of dollars of bags, more than 100,000 of clothes, hundreds of thousands of jewelry necklaces, or more expensive watches, belts and so on, luxury goods. It's only right that they are expensive. But everyone didn't understand why suddenly Wang Gong changed his tone and suddenly wanted to rent a pigment for a month at $1 million. Crazy, right? This is the thought in everyone's mind. To use 4 times the price. To rent something for a period of only 1 month? Could it be that the Capital Academy of Fine Arts are all cuties? Or was there too much money to grab and spend? On the scene, the hosts and guests also fell into a long silence. They naturally saw the pop-ups as they waited for Ning Xuelua to pick up her things. Chen Xiaoxiao's hands were already trembling slightly when she realized that the pigments in her arms were worth $4-5 million, which could buy a building and a supercar. But she didn't dare to put it down, for fear of accidentally rubbing the skin of these precious things and flattening the subject. One would really have to work for a few years to be able to pay it back. But she saw that pop-up. Hello program team, can you help communicate with MS? Ning, we, the Capital City Academy of Fine Arts, are willing to rent the jeweled blue for a month at a price of $1 million for exhibition, and then return it in full afterwards. Special car transportation, to ensure safety. For a moment, she stopped shivering. It wasn't because of not being scared, but even her brain went down, and even her breathing was forgotten. Chen Xiaoxiao only had one sentence in her head. Where am I? Who am I? What am I holding? In the middle of the day, the host Xiaobinger recovered her professionalism as she gently coughed twice to break the cold silence. Ahem, MS, Chen Xiaoxiao, how do you feel about this pop-up? Is it true or false? The corners of Chen Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched, and she only wanted to curse her mother's skin. It's all like this, and it's still fake? Even if it's fake, it's still $4-5 $5 million, holding a sweet or a supercar but after all, as a company executive, she still quickly combed her mood and revealed a businesslike smile. Ahem, this is beyond my knowledge. But this Wang Gong said a little too much. Right, pigment is 10 times of gold is already rare. How can? But at this time, Wang Gaoliang's pop-up screen jumped out again. If not enough can be added. 1, 2 million, rent for a month. Just one. We open a special exhibition. Can it, please? The teacher is waiting for a reply. The pop-up screen was once again shocked. It's only been a few minutes and it's gone up another 200. 000? Is the money so good? There's no cost at all. Someone else's car is just for the exhibition and back. And you get one. 2 million? It's too strong. It's not costless. What if we lose it? What if the flash makes the pigment deteriorate? What if the humidity is wrong and it deteriorates? Forget it, I can't make it up. I'll just throw it away in my wife's studio. Whatever I do, it's better than this. What if it's just an ordinary pigment that can be found everywhere and they don't care about the money? Hiss. Horrible. Chen Xiaoxiao's expression froze. She still wanted to say a few words to make herself less embarrassed. It was right that she had found out that this thing was worth money, but she had misjudged the price over and over again, reflecting herself in a very sightless manner. In the middle of the morning, Chen Xiaoxiao suddenly noticed a certain word in the pop-up screen. Teacher? Chen Xiaoxiao could understand renting a famous painting at a high price for an exhibition, but to offer $2 million for renting a single pigment, wasn't that too much? It's just paint, not a painting, so why should it cost so much? Is there so much money in art? How dare you spend so much money on just a small thing? Chen Xiaoxiao couldn't understand for a moment whether she was crazy or the world was crazy. She had learned from the pop-up just now that this Wang Gong was a lecturer at the Capital City Academy of Fine Arts, and that he was considered to be an accomplished master outside, but he might not have any status in the colleges and universities where the hills were full of people. But he mentioned a teacher in his mouth. Which one could it be? How could he say such words? With suspicion and disbelief, Chen Xiaoxiao asked, "This Wang Gong anchor, may I ask what your teacher is?" Soon after, Wang Gaoliang sent out a sentence in the pop-up screen. Lin Mianfeng, everyone please come to my live room. Thank you. The pop-up screen was uncertain. Lin Mianfeng, who is it? I'm going. This is Tarzan Beidou. Lin Mianfeng, the first master to introduce oil paintings to the Dragon Kingdom. He's almost 100 years old. This is the first person who deserves the title of art. To put it bluntly, although the old man's works are not many, but he has been teaching and educating people all his life, digging deep into the art. But it's our country's painting world of the town of the mountain stone. 6666, 666, 6666. Go and see. Xia Binger reacted quickly. Hey, guide, help us cut back to Wang Gong live room. We also follow the learning. She was secretly happy in her heart. This time she had picked up a treasure. Being able to get a Titanic figure involved with the program was a super high-level topic no matter where it went. Sure enough, the microblog's hot search went up and down, and a new content quickly reached the top. Let Lin Mianfeng all say yes. In the end, what is it? The artistic titan looked at her home, and his eyes actually glistened. What can make the old man back to youth? This 80-year-old thing surprisingly. But these hot searches only topped for a few minutes before Weibo received a call from the relevant department. Yes, I'm really sorry. We'll withdraw it right away. The person in charge answered the phone while nodding his head and sweating coldly. He hung up the phone and glared at the programmers below. What are you freezing for? You can't smear a national treasure. Withdraw all these shocking bodies. All of them. The programmer was a bit confused. Supervisor, what will be put on the hot search after it's removed? The person in charge pointed to the platform-wide live broadcast of Good Man Challenge. Didn't those topics come from this program? Put the program directly on top and write it as it is. Don't make messy titles. Yes. 008 Bridging the Times. Soon, the viewers of Good Man Challenge all saw the connected Wang Gaoliang live broadcast. Lin Mianfeng stood in front of the camera. He had a snow-white beard and a pale face, but his eyes hid a very intimidating essence. Teaching and educating for a lifetime. His body hides a characteristic overwhelming aura. The audience was confused. As soon as I came in, I felt like I was back in the classroom, and just now subconsciously wanted to take out my face blocker. It's true, as expected of Master Lin. This aura. It's amazing. My wife and I watched the program together. The two people immediately stopped talking. Hands immediately separated, for fear of being said to be early love. Scared less. Is this the teacher's aura? To watch the program on the connection, Wang Gaoliang, who was respectfully serving on the side, said, "Teacher, you can start." Old master nodded and said to the camera, "Gentlemen, I am Lin Mianfeng." He didn't need to add any notes or titles. He didn't need to be labeled as an artist or professor. And he didn't need to use the name of the Capital Academy of Fine Arts to emphasize his name. On the contrary, the Capital Academy of Fine Arts or any art association or committee in the Dragon State, will be honored and proud of the existence of Master Lin. Lin Mianfeng spoke eloquently. I'm sure everyone was just misled by my stupid student into thinking that this is just an ordinary Deep Space Blue. The pop-ups in the scene were confused. It's not Deep Space Blue? Then what the hell is it? It looks like there's a hidden agenda behind it. Lin Mianfeng spoke at length, narrating, it was 70 years ago, when my senior brother Zhang Liangyu and I traveled to the Tita Kingdom together, to study art. On our way to study, we saw a painting, which was Shanset's The Bay of Tek-Es, the pure blue of the picture, with the sea as rich and lustrous as a jewel, captivated us. It was the blue of a jewel, a sheer luster like the center of the universe, perfectly saturated and subtle. Nothing could be more pure and natural. It was simply a God-given pigment, a perfection like no other. We later learned that it was a pure sapphire discovered by Lockharten, in the country of Astana in 1941. This sapphire was so beautiful that if it had been made into jewelry by an artisan, it would have rivaled the later Heart of the Ocean. But Lockharten didn't do that. He made the one and only one gemstone into a pigment, both gemstone blue. A total of 10,000 jewels blue were produced, most of which were owned and collected by the great painters of the day. These include, but are not limited to, Picasso, Champs-Élysées, Klimt, Monet, Duchamp, Matisse, Pollock, Andy Warhol, de Kooning and Mondrian. And this batch of pigments produced 80 years ago may be 1 in 10 by today. It's more than just paint, it's an artifact, a bridge to the great artists of that era. If you have to ask the price, it is priceless. And all the Deep Space Blues that have come after are just imitations and homages to Jewel Blue. The live stream audience was shocked, originally thinking that pigment 3000 a tube was outrageous enough, only to have someone suddenly jump in and say that this stuff is 10 times the price of gold. A tube of 50 grams would cost $225,000 to buy. When everyone thought they had opened their eyes, suddenly another message popped up. This is not just ordinary deep sky blue, but a more high-end gemstone blue. Do you think the raw material is the ore, the lapis lazuli, which is called semi-precious stone? Wrong. It's actually a one-of-a-kind piece, a real gemstone that was unearthed 80 years ago. It's more than a pigment. It's even an artifact. It bears witness to an era and is enough to be collected in a museum for the apprentices to admire and appreciate that past era. Picasso, Chancel, Klimt, Monet, Duchamp, Matisse, Pollock, Andy Warhol, de Kooning and Mondrian. These masters of the last century's world-renowned oil paintings may have used this one pigment as well. Holding this precious tube of jewels blue is like holding the roots of literature and art with these masters of art more than half a century ago. The audience was abuzz. The pigment from 80 years ago. There are so many stories in it. I go. Master Lin said those names. My heart thumped. Aren't these the ancient people in the textbooks? How can they be connected to today? Wow. This is the first time I've been in the same frame with the ancients, taking pictures together. If we say it's an artifact, then it's understandable. Exhibition pigments, exhibition artifacts, heavy checkmark. Lin Mianfeng sighed. It's just a pity that my senior brother, Zhang Liangyu, who had fallen for the jeweled blue at the time when he saw the Bay of Tek-Es, wanted very much to get his hands on one. At that time, the jeweled blue had only been out for a few years and was a fresh item. Although it was expensive, the price was not too bad. It's just a pity that the Dragon Kingdom was weak back then, so it was impossible for us to use the country's money to satisfy our personal preferences. And old brother Zhang Liangyu's wish was put on hold. He tilted his head, and the camera showed the old man with tears in his eyes. Now, the Dragon Kingdom is rich and strong, and the arts are flourishing. We used the methods of the foreigners, and fused the national essence to come out of our own way. Dragon Country, strong. Dragon Kingdom's art world, strong. We now have the landscape oil painter Zhou Xiang. We have the East Asian giant Li Fu. We have the realist Feng Baigang. Long Gua, stand up. Now we can afford even the most expensive paints and paintings. Long Gua, stand up. The pop-up screen was a bit confused. I don't understand much, but it seems like there's a lot of hidden messages in it. Who are all the people old master said? I checked. I go. There are a lot of articles here. Do you guys know about the painting exhibition to save the country? What is it? Send it out quickly. At the end of the last century, when Rice wanted to impose sanctions on us, the Dragon Kingdom didn't have any channels through which it could speak out. So Master Lin Mianfeng organized a grand painting exhibition in the name of art and invited many masters from overseas to participate. They had seen the mountains and humanities of the Dragon Kingdom and knew that we were a great nation that was diligent and down-to-earth, courageous in its exploration, and had a long tradition. These masters helped to make their voices heard, causing opposition to rise from abroad and the sanctions from the meter country to fail to go ahead. It can be said, don't look at the painters who can't carry a gun or build roads, but they have also produced a great contribution in the development of the Dragon Kingdom, and deserve to be honored. There's such a secret story? I am moved to tears. Me too. My wife and I are standing up to honor the old master. It's so hard. I also found out that Zhang Liangyu, whom the old master just mentioned, was also one of that group of painters who saved the country. But, what's going on? Tell me. Don't sell out. 009 shouldn't be so vulgar. There was a lot of excitement in the pop-ups. Tell me, what's going on? If he's as good as Mr. Lin Mianfeng, he must be a master. Yes, but I don't feel like I've heard much about Zhang Liangyu. He's not famous? In a group of people's pursuit. That query to the information of the talent slyly said. But, alas, Mr. Zhang is rather unfortunate. At that time, communication was difficult. He took a boat to run to another continent, and as a result, he contracted the bubonic plague. Although he was cured, his brain was damaged and he was paralyzed in bed, becoming a vegetable, and passed away last year. For a moment, both the live broadcast and the scene fell into a long silence, just casually checking the private money. Did not expect to bring out such a huge story. It actually involved the past of the Dragon Kingdom, and the heartbreaking, yet admirable past of these older generation artists. I don't know who it was, but the first one brushed up the pop-up screen. The nationalist is unrivaled, immortalized forever. As if the audience was awakened, they quickly brushed up a strong dragon country read in the live broadcast room. The nationalist is unrivaled. Immortality. 100 years on the road of wind and rain. The world has been transformed into a new heaven. Through difficulties and dangers, there are often obstacles. The country's soldiers' exhaustion dan no leisure. 1,000 miles of wind and clouds. A moment's leisure. The glacier is still at the ancient strong pass. Every year, the flowers fly to the willow bank. And every year, the Kunlun is a different mountain. I'm sorry that I only learned about this story after Master Zhang left, but Master Zhang has gone well. Thanks to Master Zhang and Master Lin for their contribution to our harmonious society. The good life we have today was created by the hard work of Master Lin. No, all our forefathers. We think the sky is clear, but we are actually living under the shade of the pioneers. Thank you, old masters, and thank you, Dragon Kingdom. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was unprecedentedly warm, even infecting the hosts and guests on the scene. Xia Binger wiped the corners of her eyes. I really didn't expect that what we have in our hands is a cultural relic with historical significance. Lu Fui, the old criminal investigator on the side, also had red eyes. Yes, I remember that era, both inside and outside of long-faced great challenges. Not only the art world, but even science, literature, music, all fields had these people speaking out to keep the situation from worsening. Detective Qin Ichuan agreed. That's right, I'm not as old as Lu. But I've also always listened to my fathers and mothers, telling stories of their hard times. With their dedication, we have our lives now. Chen Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, was a bit confused, holding a building in her own arms. She was still just trembling with fear, but now she was holding historical items in her arms. This would have to be heart-stopping. She didn't organize her words for half a day and thought for a while before speaking. Then, how should this thing be priced? Currently it's old Master Lin Mianfeng's offer of $1.2 million for a month's lease. But how should this be judged in terms of price? This should be considered a cultural relic, right? Unable to be valued? Xia Binger hesitated. No, since it's a private money check, it's no longer possible to estimate a price. Chen smiled. But this is considered a cultural relic, right? How should I judge the price? Xia Binger thought for a moment and spoke. Then let's give this question to Elder Lin Mianfeng and let him help us estimate the price. As she was about to open her mouth, she suddenly saw a turn in the picture in the pop-up screen and couldn't help but slightly cluster her eyebrows. Why do we still need to use foreigners' stuff? We should just give the paints to the old master for free. That's right, the old-timer defended our Dragon Kingdom. What's the point of donating something? Right, turn the stuff in. That's the only way to let old Master Zhang Liangyu go well. Xia Binger's face instantly went cold. She understood very well what this was, a forced donation. They were morally kidnapping, as if other people's money wasn't money. Standing on the moral high ground and pointing fingers at others, and if asked if they would donate along with them, these people would say in unison, why should I give my hard-earned money to others? Those people are so rich, they should be allowed to donate. Those who have the means to do great things, it's enough for us to take care of ourselves. This kind of person doesn't feel that others are poor and suffering and need help. Instead, they purely wished to see rich people suffer, hoping that they lived as badly as they did. Before Xia Binger could say anything, she saw the cameraman gesture towards himself. The choreographer had already seen it and was dealing with it. She sighed with relief. These water armies, malicious pop-ups are very hateful, very easy to pull down people who are not clear, or shaken, and make a mess in the live room. Xia Binger resumed the host's usual smile and turned to the camera. Viewers, we all now know the origin of the jeweled blue, as well as the singable pasts of Prof. Lin Mianfeng. Prof. Zhang Liangyu, and others. For such heroes, we can't help but marvel. The national heroes are unrivaled, forever immortalized. Thanks to their dedication, they have won for us the present happy life. But at the same time, we must also say one thing to all viewers: donations and contributions are a private thing that we can do. We must judge others by ourselves and not be critical of their behavior. Everyone has his or her own social obligations, and as long as one does one's part, it is the greatest donation and dedication to society as a whole. And, by the way, let's also ask Prof. Lin Mianfeng, who is connected to us, to do a valuation for us. Let's see what the value of these pigments from 80 years ago is. The live broadcast room was filled with nods of approval. Not bad. Don't force donations. How do you know if they are doing something or not? I'm going to record all these IDs and see if they donate to the mountain people or not. That's right. Just do what you can do. How can you force others to do something whose money is not earned? Wang Gaoliang's live broadcast room. He just comforted the old tearful Lin Mianfeng. Also, by the way, everyone is concerned about the question asked. Master, Jewel of the Blue. In the end, how much is it worth? If it was just Wang Gaoliang asking, Lin Mianfeng would have hit his head in the face. But now it was on the air. He had been on TV many times and naturally knew what to do and what not to do. Lin Mianfeng thought a little bit and answered. First of all, just now someone mentioned donations, and I'm very pleased that everyone has such a kind heart. But, I, as a professor of the Capital Academy of Fine Arts, must state, even if it's a donation, we're bound to provide the appropriate honor and cash rewards. This is an era that encourages struggle and striving. If one relies on the moral high ground and disregards the struggles and strivings of others, plundering in the name of righteousness, how is this different from robbers? Our Dragon Kingdom preaches that a gentleman loves money and takes what he can get. That's why these words shouldn't appear in the mouths of our Dragon Kingdom subjects, and shouldn't be uttered with such vulgarity. 010 What does a painting worth 500W look like? Lin Mianfeng continued. Furthermore, there are still people who say why we still need to use foreigners' things now. A great man said, strategically defy the enemy and tactically emphasize them. We can cultivate the national pride of belonging to the Dragon Kingdom in our hearts, but we can't be so presumptuous as to put ourselves above everyone else. 100 years ago, the great pioneers also said, learn from the barbarians to control the barbarians. But 100 years later, when the country is rich, how come the spiritual realm is still not as good as before? Others strong, such as art, we have to bring, even if it's $500,000, $1 million, $10 million, we have to get it around. We can imitate, copy, emulate, and learn until we open up a path of our own. This is true culture and self-confidence. We have to tell everyone that we are rich, we are powerful, we have the conditions, we can get things that people didn't dare to imagine before. The live broadcast room burst into applause. That's great, worthy of being a great scholar. His words are deafening. That's right, we have to work hard to learn from the strong aspects of others. This is not pandering to foreigners, nor is the moon full in foreign countries, but to see the reality, to draw closer. Just now I wanted my daughter not to go to art school, but now I'm backtracking. She should study art, to honor her ancestors, and bring glory to the Dragon Kingdom. That's right, as long as we work together, we are all contributing together. At this time, someone said quietly, then, how much is this jeweled blue worth? Everyone's attention was immediately sucked away. That's right, how much is it really worth? Yes, it's so anxious to see. How much is it really worth? Lin Mianfeng, prompted by Wang Gaoliang, also saw the pop-up screen. He stroked his snow-white beard and said, well, jeweled blue. It's not really easy to estimate the price. Half of it was used in the last auction, and the pigment inside has dried up. Converted into Dragon Kingdom currency, it's about $990,000. If it really goes into the auction, it's worth between 3, 5 and 5 million. The pop-up screen immediately brushed out. Hiss, the old man gave 2W for use as an exhibition. 1/3 of the price. It's already very high. Yes, Wang Gong also said 5W. Now it's 5 times more expensive. It's too strong. Discounting is also 5 million. This is how big a sum of money. It's terrible. Right. A pigment 5 million. A sum of fear is more than 100,000. Can buy a car. If I were you, I'd rent it out immediately and make 2 million a month. What business is faster than that? You're thinking too much. If you can afford a $5 million paint job, why would you care about a month's exhibition fee? Where's the wife? She's been gone for so long. Why isn't she back yet? Several people at the scene were in shock. The average price of jewel blue is $5 million, and there is no market for it, and there may not be anyone to sell it if they can afford it. A 5 million. There are 20 of them here, but nearly 100 million. Looking at the wife's previous dumbfounded appearance, the show's crowd present were wondering if she knew the true price of this pigment. Some people couldn't help but speculate inwardly. Could it be that she had picked up the slack and was kept in the dark to be able to use such an expensive artifact pigment at ease? However, where could one pick up a leak worth $100 million? Going to the world's richest man's house to move it? It might not be possible to move it accurately. Xia Binger opened her mouth. Mr. Chen Xiao. Then we'll set the private money for this audit at 100 million. The three guests were all a bit confused. It was still reasonable to check the private money to a few tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. The previous thought that these paints were worth a few million was already surprising enough, but now it was raised to 100 million. How could this be acceptable? 100 million. Private money can have 100 million? Can this be called private money? But the program was live after all. It couldn't stop. The three guests could only nod their heads. That's right. Then let's locate. $100 million of private money we found this time. Xiaobinger revealed a business-like smile. Then we'll come to a conclusion. By the way, how come Ms. Ning went to get the painting and still hasn't come back? We also have to say something to the main family. As soon as her words fell, she saw Ning Xuelua walk over holding a painting. Ning Xuelua said with a slight apology, "Everyone just waited, because this painting is so average. I left it in the corner and rummaged around for a while before I found it." The corners of the mouths of the people present all twitched. A painting painted with $5 million of pigments, and just thrown it in the corner. What's the difference between this and putting a gold bar by the side of a bed leaning out in the sun? It was simply a waste. The crowd poked their heads in, all wanting to see what this painting, painted with $5 million of pigments, really looked like. The pop-ups are all over the screen. It's just as well that Master Lin is here today to help grow his eyes, so he can help guide his wife's painting skills on the way. Yes. It's a rare opportunity. When will I, as an art student, have a great master to help me appreciate my paintings? Appreciation is not a humble word. That's no way to use it. When Lin Xuelua displayed the painting in front of the crowd, everyone stared wide-eyed and stretched their necks, wanting to catch a glimpse of the splendor. She looked at the seriousness of the crowd and was very embarrassed. "I just drew it casually. I didn't think that much. Sorry for the embarrassment." Only to see that it was a picture of a desert seashore. A pure turquoise blue, jewel-like sea on the edge of a wide yellow desert. The colors of the ocean were deep and serene, and it was obviously an emotionless painting, but it could vaguely make one feel the lapping of the waves and the gentle breeze of the sea. With just a glance, one can feel the refreshing coolness and moistness of the sea. This is a simple and uncomplicated painting. Not only the ocean, the blue and white sky also complement each other. The perfect combination of pale white clouds and light blue sky, together with the breeze outlined by the brushstrokes, made it seem as if people were in the scene, able to feel the cozy and frosty wolf. The pop-ups were brushing the screen, and endless envy emerged in the live broadcast room. "Painting is really good. Will not be Mrs. Just now, Mrs. also said that the painting is not good. This is the humility of the cowman. Mrs. is so beautiful and can draw. It's so envious. It's so acidic. That's right. If that's not good enough, then others only deserve to eat." But apart from the boasting, there were also some who made negative comments. To be fair, this painting looks exquisite though. To be fair, although this painting looks exquisite, there are more brushstrokes, overly deliberate to depict the details, empty of form but not spirit. Yes, the ocean and the sky look fine, but the desert really doesn't work. Although it looks similar, it doesn't have the same flavor. Agreed. Isn't there a saying that painting from a photo is the lowest form of painting? I'm not talking about the workmanship. I'm saying that this kind of painting method is actually quite ordinary. If the front is so good, then you go and paint it. I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, ask Master Lin. 011 which stationery store can sell Jewel of the Blue. Lin Nianfeng was also looking at the pop-ups under Wang Galiang's guidance. He smiled. "I saw someone say that the little girl's words are empty of form but not God. That's right and wrong. In the end, what is God and what is form? Each has its own way of saying it, and each school has the focus of each school. Even the masters, even the impressionists and realists, are all records of nature. Does a faithful record of natural scenery need to be mixed with emotion or not? No one can really say. So there's no need to praise or disparage anyone. The only standard of art is to move people, no matter what you want to express, as long as it looks good enough. It's enough." The pop-ups kept praising. "Worthy of being an old master. What he said is thorough. That's right. It's good to focus on the painting itself. There's no need to look at whether there's a mood or not. Right. The scenery is just for enjoyment. It's not necessary to explore the connotation with a landscape painting." The old man speaks highly of his wife. "Envious, Mrs. said she's an illustrator? I'm afraid that her value will skyrocket afterward. This is a woman who is affirmed by the Tai Do." Lin Nianfeng looked at the painting in the screen and heartily praised. That's right, this is the jeweled blue. You guys, look at the color of the sea. Just a simple painting and outlining can make the picture so full. You see this brush? From the deepness at the very beginning to the lightness at the end. Only this finest of pigments, the jeweled blue of 80 years ago, can achieve such an effect, he exclaimed. It's amazing that the pigment, which has survived for almost a century, has not aged at all and still retains this surprising color. Every wave, is as crystal clear as a jewel. It's just too beautiful, too mesmerizing. Lin Nianfeng looked at the painting with a lingering look. Lin Nianfeng's painting skills weren't exactly superb, and he didn't have any particularly famous works. However, he was the first person to bring the foreign oil painting learning system back to Manhwa, and had an unrivaled and lofty position in the academic world. He couldn't help but imagine how good it would be if this delicate and clear pigment was used by himself. If he used this pigment and put up a fight, he would be able to send his paintings into museums with his strength, right? Thinking of this, Lin Nianfeng bowed slightly to the camera. This lady, is she willing to rent a pigment to our capital city Academy of Fine Arts? I'm willing to rent it for a month at a price of $1.5 million, after which I will return it to you in its entirety. The host, Xia Binger, saw that the atmosphere in the live broadcast room had finally become harmonious and healthy, and even Elder Lin had come down to the stage, so it was truly a joyous occasion. She then said to Ning Xuelua, "Ms. Ning, are you willing to rent out the pigments?" As Elder Lin said. Lin Xuelua hadn't seen the pop-up before and was still at a loss, but when she heard it said $1.5 million a piece to rent for a month, she was shocked. So expensive. You guys are kidding. How is this possible? This is my husband from the neighborhood next to the stationery store. Bought back the ordinary pigment. The pop-up screen laughed like crazy. What the heck is still ordinary pigment? The stationery store next to your house can buy $5 million of gemstone blue? Mrs. Cute. She still won't admit she's rich. People live in a 500 square meter flat and use $5 million paints, but they think they're just a well-off family. The contrast is so cute. I want to marry my wife so much. No. I want to become a wife so much. And Lin Nianfeng smiled in the connection. It's okay, this lady, we can still talk slowly. The pigments you have are heirloom treasures. No matter what, the Capital Academy of Fine Arts would like to get a lease. Of course, if you want to sell it, we are willing to accept it at a premium. A premium, that is, more than the appraised price of $5 million a piece to acquire. Lin Nianfeng was confident, feeling that the conditions he had opened were already very generous and sincere. The other party would definitely not reject his lease. Just for a month, $1.5 million easily came to hand. What could be easier? This lady, I see that you are also a painter. If you are willing, we can hold a personal painting exhibition for you in the capital. It's fine to put it in Shobo. It's fine to put it in our Academy of Fine Arts. You can pick any of these places. The pop-up screen was dumbfounded for a moment. Hold an exhibition in the capital? Or in the capital? Or the Academy of Fine Arts? This specification can just organizing can only be said to be at a high level. But this is a personal invitation from Master Lin. That's heavenly. Yes, I'm so envious. To be invited by such a character. I'm afraid I'd have to break a few times laughing even if I peed. Lin Nianfeng felt like he had the initiative of the conversation and his demeanor became self-satisfied. He ordered the person behind him, "Wang Gaoliang, you hurry up and book a flight. Later on, go to this lady's city and discuss the details with her. Of course, it's best to invite her to the capital. We can also talk face to face and ask her to attend the exhibition together." Lin Nianfeng was confident, already seeing the rental of the jeweled blue as the nail in the coffin. Xia Binger was also smiling at this time, feeling proud that she had contributed to a major event in the art world. She also helped to inquire at this time. Then Ms. Ning, do you agree with the old man's suggestion of leasing it to the Capital Academy of Fine Arts? This is a cost-effective business. Ning Xuelua, however, was like a scared bird, waving her hand in a hurry. No, absolutely not. Xia Binger was dumbfounded. Ning Xuelua panicked. This is something my husband bought for me. How can I take it out when he gave it to me? You guys really want it? Just go outside and buy it from a stationery store? Xia Binger was confused. Do you really think that a stationery store outside can sell 500 W of jewel blue? Ning Xuelua then said, you guys must be mistaken. How could my family have something so expensive? My husband's monthly income is only $20,000. It's impossible to buy it. It must be that the packaging is very similar. You guys are looking away. The pop-ups were going crazy with laughter. Madam is also too cute. The packaging can look wrong. But your painting is so transparent and saturated in color. How can you look wrong? If there is no Master Lin, I'm afraid that anchor Wang Gong will also look at it wrong. But Lin Nianfeng is here. How can he be wrong? Laughing and pissing. Monthly income of 2W. Afraid that there is a unit behind, billion. Lin Nianfeng looked at the screen, ready to offer more generous conditions to attract Ning Xuelua. He was about to open his mouth when suddenly his face changed and his gaze froze. What's that? The camera had already cut away from the painting and was instead recording the host and 3 guests on the scene. Because the oil painting was placed aside, carefully leaning against the edge of the sofa, it happened to be showing a corner in the picture. Lin Nianfeng's gaze was suddenly attracted, and the oil painting placed on its side emitted a faint glow under the light of the indoor lights. 012 History itself. Mummy yellow. The pop-ups are also swiping the screen. Yes, ma'am. You're going to say yes soon, aren't you? Master Lin gave so much for the Dragon Kingdom back then. What can you do if you sell him a set of paints? I think this is already sincere, isn't it? 2 misses. Nerdy. Yes, yes, yes. The store was selling 3,000 pieces of ultramarine. So that's not so bad. But now it's $5 million for a jeweled blue. What can imitate this price? Crazy. But while they were merrily discussing it, they suddenly saw Lin Nianfeng yell out from the link, quickly bring me the paint box. For a moment the scene and the audience were confused. Especially Chen Xiaoxiao, who was holding the paint box, was in a state of shock. She wondered if she had just done something wrong. Had she flattened the paint tube or rubbed the skin? It was only while they were rambling that Lin Nianfeng felt as if he had been too hasty. He fixed his mind and spoke again. Ning, is it MS? Ning, could you please let me have a look at your paint box? Even after he reorganized his thoughts, there was still an excitement in his tone that he couldn't hide. Ning Xuelua was unsure of what was going on, as she obediently said, yes, old grandpa, please wait a moment. She took the paint box from Chen Xiaoxiao's hands with a big grin and dumped it on top of the coffee table with a clatter, startling the people present and all the viewers of the live broadcast. Something worth $100 million. You just poured it out with your hands. In case these aluminum tubes rubbed each other's skin, lost their paint, flattened and dented, wouldn't this cause millions of dollars in losses? But Ning Xuelua was oblivious. She peeled the paint away with her hand, allowing Elder Lin at the other end to see it in greater detail. Lin Nianfeng stared at the camera for half a minute and suddenly trembled. He had just told Wang Gaoliang to book a flight and have his disciple take himself to negotiate with Ning Xuelua. Instead, this time it was himself who scrambled to get up, trembling as he turned back and roared at Wang Gaoliang, book a flight. Hurry up and book a flight. Needed now. Call a car. Hurry up and call a car. I want to go to the airport. Wang Gaoliang was confused. Teacher, what's going on? Lin Nianfeng hated the iron and slapped Wang Gaoliang on the top of his head in front of the millions of viewers. You dumbass. Hurry up and book a flight. I'm flying over right now. I want to personally negotiate with this lady. Wang Gaoliang was slapped and confused. He pointed to the cell phone that was broadcasting live. Teacher, you want to buy a plane ticket? Then I have to turn off the live broadcast. Lin Nianfeng immediately said, turn it off. Hurry up and turn it off. Hurry up and buy a plane ticket. I'm going to find MS. Ning right now. The audience was also very puzzled. What exactly happened? What did Master Lin see? Why is he suddenly so excited? It's hard to believe that he found out that his wife is actually his long-lost granddaughter. Wow, this is too bloody. It's not that bad, is it? It should be that the old man has seen something we don't understand. Wang Gaoliang had no choice but to reach out for his cell phone, ready to turn off the live broadcast. But at this moment, Xia Binger had a quick mind and immediately discouraged. Please wait, Elder Lin. You must have discovered something. Before you close the live broadcast, please explain it to us viewers. The pop-ups also immediately brushed. Yeah, we're curious. Elder Lin waved his hand anxiously. No explanation. No explanation. You guys continue recording the program. I have to go over first. Wang Gaoliang made a helpless look and spread his hands, indicating that there was nothing he could do. Xia Binger hurriedly said, Elder Lin, if you're coming to MS, Li all of a sudden like this, she'll definitely be scared. Why don't you tell us what's going on ahead of time, so we can be mentally prepared? Lin Nianfeng hesitated for a while, his expression all but unwilling, obviously very anxious, itching to arrive in front of Ning Xuelua in the next second. However, looking at the constantly refreshing pop-ups, and Xia Binger's words just now, he still agreed. Okay, everyone, please look at the screen. Camera operator, please help focus the camera on that painting of MS. Li. Soon, that picture of the desert seashore was back in the center of the camera. Lin Nianfeng said, everyone must feel that this painting is dry, except for the ocean and the sky, which are deep and beautiful, light and quiet, and the desert, which is the main subject, seems archaic and monotonous, devoid of life. This is also the reason why this painting, as someone said just now, is empty of form but not spirit, reflecting no mood or flavor. The audience nodded their heads. Indeed, this is the case when the old master says so. The desert looks monotonous, with little flavor. He paused and continued. It's not for no reason. I see MS. Lin's painting. There's a certain level and standard. It's impossible for her to make such a low-level mistake. I also looked away just now, and it wasn't until the light changed that I finally realized why this was. She wouldn't make a low-level mistake and make the picture serious and monotonous. So there must be another reason for this. The pop-up screen immediately became interested. What is the thing that even Elder Lin looked away from? Say it quickly. I'm so anxious waiting. It's a real twist. Just now there were people spraying the wife's painting, and then a painting expert comes to dispel the rumors. I've kicked the can down the road. It's not that your wife's paintings aren't good. It's that the connoisseurs aren't high enough. Lin Nianfeng continued. When you look at this desert, do you notice a very obvious sense of graininess? As if there were grains of really fine sand stuck to the picture. And by turning the angle a little bit, you can see that the desert is in different directions, reflecting different light. Just like a real desert, it looks different at different times of the day. Morning, noon, and night will all have different looks and different experiences. But the desert, after all, is unchanging throughout the ages, so the painting would look monotonous and antiquated, even though it is realistic. This is not a problem of the painter, but a problem of the pigment. Both the scene and the audience became surprised. How come it was the pigment again? Lin Nianfeng continued. This pigment is called mummy yellow. As its name suggests, artists in the 16th to 19th centuries dug up mummies from ancient tombs and pyramids, and eventually produced the yellow pigment by grinding and crushing them. Mummy pigments have excellent transparency and are very suitable for depicting shadows. Because of this, the deserts in MS Ning's paintings have a richer picture and behave differently in different lights. The evidence, on the other hand, is that the edges of the desert, with the ocean and the sky, will have a very good excess. This is due to the fact that the pigment is rich in ammonia and fat particles that react subtly with the surrounding pigments. Paintings created using mummy yellow are inherently solemn and sacrosanct in nature. It is the best choice for painting grand and spectacular scenes. And due to the non-renewable nature of mummies, this pigment is also destined to become more and more scarce the more it is used. If left unchecked, it will eventually become all but extinct. 013 Who, exactly, saved the world in a previous life? In fact, mummies were banned from production long ago in the 19th century. On the one hand, alternative secondary pigments were found, and on the other hand, to protect the only remaining mummies, Jules Bleu, produced 80 years ago, represents the artistic achievement of that era, and to compare it with mummy yellow would be inadequate. The history of mummies goes back even further, thousands of years, to the burial culture of the ancient Nilotic people. Its history itself, so to speak, with over 300 years of use from the 16th to 19th centuries, the number of mummies is precarious. Even in museums, it's difficult to get complete remains, let alone the pigments that were made. The preciousness of this pigment is evident. The audience was dumbfounded for a moment, and it was only after a long time that they could hold back a sentence. Using mummies as raw materials. What kind of black technology is this? It's a bit hard to imagine. It's using dead people to make paint? Oh my god, this is too weird. Doesn't Mrs. Pink get scared when she puts down her brush? So how much is this thing worth? Lin Nianfeng glanced at the pop-up. Mummy yellow is an antique among antiques. The price can't be estimated. If you guys insist on asking, one will be worth all the jeweled blues. By the way, this isn't even ordinary mummy yellow. This is the highest specification Pharaoh yellow. Pop-up, Pharaoh yellow? What's with the new term? Lin Nianfeng quickly explained. Jeweled blue. If you mobilize the entire Dragon Kingdom, you might be able to find one or two. But this highest specification Pharaoh's yellow, even if we let the world's archaeologists dig up the ground, we might not be able to find a fourth one. Pharaoh's yellow used a large number of ancient precious spices that are extinct by now and only exist in history books. It's not just me. No one in the world who is involved in art has ever seen this kind of pigment. Only the pharaohs were qualified to use these precious spices, so the colors blended with these mummies are the most solemn and austere, inherently carrying sanctity. The translucent fine particles we see are the noblest colors shaped by the constant fusion and coupling of these spices and oils over thousands of years. After saying that, Lin Nianfeng hurriedly pulled Wang Gaoliang in heading out. Hurry up and book me a plane ticket. I want to go and see it with my own eyes. Wang Gaoliang closed the live broadcast while saying, but teacher, if you go over like this, others may not see you. Lin Nianfeng looked like he hated the iron. This is an antique from thousands of years ago. Not to mention the Dragon Kingdom. The whole world may not be able to find it. Even if I give up this old face and kneel in front of her, begging for a glance. This is history itself. Even if I only take a look, I'll die in peace. Let's go. Quickly book me a plane ticket. The pop-up screen exploded. One of these is worth $100 million? That's 20 times more than the blue jewel. I'm crazy. Don't you have anything cheap at home? Mrs. Won't say she bought it from the stationery store in front of the neighborhood again. How come there's no such thing in front of my neighborhood? You've got the wrong idea. The outer shell of the paint may have been added later, but the inner pigment is thousands of years old. You're painting with the remains of an ancient emperor. It's a beautiful image. It's a bit oozing, but it's also a bit bullish. Chinese medicine also has what is yellow in the human center, white in the human center, and human body stuff can be like medicine. Mrs. is even more bullish, taking the pharaoh of the ancient Nilotic people as a painting. At the scene, the guests and hosts looked at the paint poured on the coffee table, with mixed feelings in their hearts. Photographers and sound engineers kept their equipment far away, fearing that if they accidentally fell onto the pigments and broke one or two of them, they wouldn't be able to lose their entire fortune. Xia Binger reluctantly smiled. Then, we have this private money positioning, jewel of the blue 100 million, this pharaoh yellow, 3 branch, 3 billion, a total of 400 million? The faces of the people present were a little strange. Everyone thought the price had come to a head when it was in the millions, but not after a few minutes turned into tens of millions, and after a few minutes, from tens of millions to 400 million. This is 400 million A lot of public companies listed on the public company's profits for a year are not 100 million, and this 400 million in Ning Xueluo's home, just placed in an inconspicuous paint box, is just the daily work required tools. Chen Xiaoxiao nodded numbly. That's right. Let's set it at 200 million then. Everyone sighed in relief. Well, at least this matter was considered settled. Xia Binger asked Ning Xueluo, Ms. Ning, do you know that the pigment your husband bought is so precious? Ning Xueluo shook her head repeatedly, her eyes full of disbelief. Impossible. You guys must be mistaken. My husband just bought it at the stationery store in front of the neighborhood. There was an invoice when he bought it, but it was only a few dozen dollars. Her tone of voice was frank and honest, not like she was faking. Xia Binger saw how the other party didn't believe it, and asked again. Then, Mrs., do you know that the yellow pigment you used to paint the desert is actually a mummy? Ning Xueluo blushed a little less well. She hesitated for a while, before raising her eyebrows slightly. Carefully. Should not, right? When my husband comes back, I'll ask him again? The pop-ups have laughed until they cramp. Too cute. The wife still doesn't know how rich she is. Master Lin has booked a plane ticket. Can it be fake? I also hope to turn over a few $100 million worth of things at home. Ah no, turn over $500 worth of things. I'll be satisfied. Mrs. is so adorable. How much she believes in her husband to say such things. Her husband is so happy. He must have saved the world in his previous life. You're being funny, right? If you don't save the world in this life, where can you get jeweled blue and pharaoh yellow? By the way, have you guys seen the signature on Mrs. S painting? I always feel a bit familiar, like I've seen it somewhere. The painter's signature is all messed up and stirred up. The doctor writing has a match. It's not strange to feel familiar, right? Xia Binger asked again. Ms. Ning, Master Lin Nianfeng would like to come over and negotiate with you about renting paint. What do you think? Ning Xueluo was a bit flustered. No way. What my husband gave me, no matter who it is, I can't take it away. Xia Binger laughed. Ms. Ning, you don't have to be too anxious. It will take time for the old man to come over. When your husband comes back then, you tell him what happened and see how he reacts to it. Ms. Ning Xueluo was a bit scared, worried that her husband would come back and reprimand her for bringing outsiders in to conduct a random search. However, thinking that since they got married, he had never said anything harsh, she put her heart down and nodded her head obediently. Okay, then I'll talk to my husband later. 014 Ly Spear Wine. $4,000 a bottle. When the audience saw Ning Xueluo behaving like this, they swiped the screen. So cute. So cute. I love such a beautiful wife. Xia Binger watched the live broadcast room buzzing and struck the iron while it was hot, asking the other guests. So, what else did you all find out? Chen Xiaoxiao's heart trembled a little when she heard this. What else do you want to discover? Checking into this pigment isn't enough? Lu Fui, the veteran criminal investigator on the side, raised his hand. I found something. The crowd looked at him curiously. Lu Fui is a little embarrassed, but he is always outside the case. The wind and the sun face pitch black, but also cannot see the blush. He smiled sarcastically. The things I found are not that valuable. Originally, I thought it was just a well-off family, and when I saw that he had hidden some treasures, I thought it must be private money, but now it seems that it's just the usual knickknacks in the house. Not worth mentioning. Xia Binger said. Old Lu, don't sell yourself short. Quickly tell our audience what you found. Lu Fui nodded. Since I've discovered it, I'll talk about it in passing. He led the crowd to the side of the restaurant and rummaged through 2 cardboard boxes from an inconspicuous corner. The cameraman turned the camera and aimed it at the boxes in the corner. There wasn't much description on the boxes, just 2 big words written on the front. Lie Spear. Lu Fui smiled. I know that young people nowadays are not too fond of alcohol and know very little about the brand of the wine. When you see a spear character, The first reaction is Spear Platform. That's why Spear Terrace is actually an enterprise created by the three old liquor factories, Wang Spear, Lai Spear and Hua Spear, combining three into one. In 1951, Longhua merged the three private breweries of Chang'e, Hua Spear, Ronghe, Wang Spear, and Hongqing, Lai Spear, by way of ransom, confiscation, and takeover, and implemented the policy of combining three spears into one. The state-run Spearmint Distillery was established. So, it's not too much to say that Lai Spear is the predecessor of Spearmint. Xia Binger curiously said to Ning Shuelua, "Ms. Ning, did you buy these wines? Or did your husband?" Ning Shuelua cocked her head and thought, "Well, it was my husband who bought it. He pulled it back from the tobacco store." Xia Binger asked, "Do you know the price of these wines?" Ning Shuelua shook her head, "Not sure." Oh. Xia Binger turned her head, looking at Lu Fui. "Old Lu, I don't drink much, so tell us how much it's worth." Lu Fui smiled faintly. "Lai Mao wine on the market isn't expensive. You can buy it at 400 to 800 renminbi. Xia Binger showed some disappointment for a split second, but quickly turned to a smile. "Well, as private money, this price is very reasonable. This price is already considered very cheap compared to Mutai's often 2 or 3,000, and is an affordable wine that most families can afford to consume." Xia Binger smiled at the camera. "There are a total of 2 boxes here. Each box has 18 bottles totaling 36 bottles, based on $800 a bottle. That's 28,000. Make it $30,000. She was a little disappointed at first, but quickly switched moods. At least there were some less expensive things in this house. If she still searched for sky-high priced items, her little heart wouldn't be able to withstand it. Hearing this, Ning Shuelua's expression was a little heartbroken as she looked at a counter. $30,000. It was as much as a month's salary for herself and her husband. Xia Binger noticed her expression. "Ms. Ning, what's wrong?" Ning Shuelua hastily shook her head. "No, nothing." The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were also voicing their opinions. "It's only a few $100s. It's too little, right?" "Right, a few $100s. Isn't it just affordable wine? It's very ordinary, nothing special. I've never seen anyone give a gift of Lai Spear, which is presumably an ordinary bar that is given as a gift and then pulled out from under the table to be drunk officially. I only drink Nubantian. I don't want anything over $5. Don't drink $4. Am I talking about you? I'm concerned about your health. Isn't it good that we're drinking Wulianye? I've seen this video, too. Who wants to drink $4 of liquor if they have money? You've got it all wrong. $400 to $800 of liquor is considered high-end. Even if the wife's family is so rich, there is no need to have a bottle of limited edition bars. The level is not low even if the wife is so rich, but there is no need to have a bottle of limited edition wine. Lu Fui purposely didn't say anything. He waited for the pop-up discussion to go over. Everyone's attention turned to the 500-800 liquor, whether it was considered a good liquor or not before he opened his mouth to speak. Everyone must feel that the price is a bit low, so I, Old Lu, will give you some knowledge. Lai Spear, Hua Spear, Wang Spear. In 1951, after the three families were united, the establishment of Spear Terrace no longer used Lai Spear this trademark, but in 1988, Lai Spear descendants rebranded, applied for and registered the trademark, but in the 0 years, due to some problems, no new Lai Spear wine was produced for 3 years. Other Matai Town merchants took this opportunity and succeeded in their complaint, causing the Spearmint to lose the brand. 2 years later the distillery collected the information and reapplied and registered the Lai Mao trademark, but it wasn't until 7 years ago that it won the case again and regained control of the Lai Mao trademark. So the brand, Lai Mao, has a long history, but the wines on the market are new. Most of the wines are produced within 8 years. The audience thought it was strange. What was he suddenly saying this for? Xia Binger inquired instead. Then, Old Lu, what is the relationship between the brand and these wines? Lu Fui laughed. Oh, as I just said, if it's a new wine produced within 8 years, the price is all within $1,000. Everyone please see, ordinary liquor is 4 bottles or 6 bottles for a case. Even if the quantity is large, it is 12 bottles for a case. But what about here? Lu Fui opened the case and displayed the liquor in its entirety in front of everyone. These liquors were all packaged inside delicate boxes, looking new and completely free of signs of age. Just now, Xia Binger counted them, 18 bottles in a box, a total of 36 bottles of wine. At this time, the box was completely opened, and everyone looked more carefully. Lu Fui said, "Why is this place different from ordinary liquor? 4, 6, 12 bottles for a box? Instead, 18 bottles? Everyone doesn't have to know about liquor to infer it from logic. Over the years, our Dragon Kingdom has prioritized the food safety of the people. Sudan Red, plasticizers, gutter oil." After these tragic experiences, the country has introduced many corresponding policies. As I just said, The vast majority of Liespeer wine on the market was produced within 8 years. It is impossible for the distillery to make this kind of non-compliance with the specifications and still use this kind of unconventional encapsulation quantity. Then there's only one reason for this. These are old wines that were produced when the Speer table last had a trademark. The pop-up screen immediately brushed over a 666666666666666. That's right, it's impossible for the wife's family to buy fake wine. Since it says Liespeer on it, it must have been produced by the distillery. Awesome, worthy of being an old criminal investigator. No more things is more. Growing knowledge. Watching a program can also learn things every day. First learned the blue of the deep space, and then learned the blue of the jewels, but also learned the Faro yellow, and now even the production standard specifications can be learned hand. Too strong. Lu Fui spoke eloquently, so the production date of these wines should be between 1988 and 2003. The price is not just 400-800, more than 20 years old wine. The market price should be in 2,000-4,000 yuan a bottle. 015A4, $000 bottle of wine for massages. Lu Fui's logic is rigorous. Solid deduction. The guests present are convinced. The audience was also very admiring, and swiped out a large number of rewards, worthy of being an old criminal investigator, searching for private money with the meticulousness of handling a case. Too strong. Xia Binger was a bit shocked, but she quickly switched her expression to a smile and turned to the camera. Thank you to our old Lu. Not only did he find out the valuable objects, but he also helped us rule out the... She forced herself to calm down. Let's just go with the highest estimate. $4,000 a bottle. 36 bottles. A total of 144,000 yuan here. It's still our Mr. Lu who has a keen eye for figuring these things out. 140,000 yuan is a relatively large sum for most families. And something like liquor is very easy to liquidate. And it also meets our definition of non-cash-based private money. Xia Binger was not shocked on the surface, but waves rippled inside. It was not easy for her to find some worthless objects in Ning Shuilua's house, but within a few minutes, they were proved to be high-end liquor worth several $1,000s. Thousands of dollars of wine can rarely be served on the dinner table. This is a financial product. Even if it is left for 3 to 5 years, it will only be more expensive to take it out, and will never lose money. The pop-ups also agree very much with this discovery. That's right. 500-800 wine is still too cheap in Mrs. S family. White wine. After all, the degree is high. Drink more difficult to drink. Drink a low frequency. The number is small. Drink cheap meaningless. 4,000 bucks a bottle. Sounds pretty decent. Emma and you guys talk I feel like turning into a tycoon. Even $4,000 of wine feel cheap. Ha ha ha. Isn't it normal to look at $400 million of paint and then look at $4,000 of wine and think it's cheap? Xia Binger looked down at Lin Shuelua. Ms. Ning, does your husband usually drink? Ning Shuelua immediately shook her head. My husband doesn't like to drink. Xia Binger said strangely, if you don't like to drink, it's just a matter of placing a few bottles at home. Why do you have so much white wine inside your home? Ning Shuelua said, occasionally I drink a little. But, Xia Binger hurriedly asked, but what? Ning Shuelua face shyly read, half a long time before the complete words out, it is brought to my husband, scraping and massaging the, la. A question mark floated across the pop-up screen. Scraping massage? Massage with a $4,000 bottle of wine? What kind of well-off family is this? In a family like this, I'd have to eat 2 more steamed buns for breakfast. Brother, have you watched the program in front of you? Me? Oh, I just saw the front page tweet and clicked in. What's wrong with massaging a wife with a few $1,000s of wine when she's using millions of dollars of paint? I instinctively wanted to say, what a luxury, but thinking that it is the wife's family, all of a sudden to become very normal. Not right. People use medicinal wine to massage, which use white wine to massage. Xia Binger also threw this question to Lin Shuelua. Yes, ma'am, people use medicinal wine. At the very least, it's soju. How can anyone directly use white wine to massage? Ning Shuelua was a bit shy, but still answered. That's right, we are using this white wine to make the medicinal wine. She pointed to a corner of the living room. In the corner sheltered from the light there was a small box, and she was able to see that there were also some medicinal herbs inside. They were all ordinary medicinal wine ingredients. Ginseng, sennet, cloves, and licorice. Ning Shuelua, there's still a little bit left from the previous medicinal wine used. I'm going to make a few more bottles in the next couple days. Xia Binger was filled with astonishment and subconsciously said, using $4,000 a bottle of white wine to make medicinal wine? She regretted it just as she finished speaking. She had seen pigments that cost $5 million or $100 million apiece. Taking these thousands of dollars to soak medicinal wine is not as simple as eating and drinking water. It's just that these herbs are too common and look like artificially farmed. freshly picked herbs, combined with a few $1,000s of wine. Completely inadequate. On the other hand, the old criminal investigator Lu Fui was salivating. Medicinal wine is divided into internal and external use. Since Ning Xuelua's family brews medicinal wine for gua sha and massage, it must be used for external rubbing. Using medicinal wine to push oil massage can make the blood flow faster, the body's pores open to discharge toxins. The organism will be more relaxed and comfortable. It is a good choice. It's just that Lu Fui's tongue was tied with envy when he thought about the old wine that had been put away for 20 years and was used for this kind of thing. And this Lai Spear wine. A bottle is only 500 milliliters. Soaking a glass bottle of medicinal wine would take at least 6 bottles. That's 20,000 or $30,000. Lu Fui does not have much pursuit of money, but thinking about the long time, strong flavor of white wine was so spoiled. In the end, it could only be rubbed on the skin and used to invigorate the essence in blood. So he felt a pang of heartache. How wonderful it would be to let him have a taste. Yes, just a taste. What an old wine from 20 years ago. I'm afraid not many of his brothers had ever drunk it. And now spearmint. It's just expensive. In terms of real wine quality, it's not necessarily much better than this Lai Mao. After all, half a century ago, Lai Mao, Wang Mao, and Hua Mao were one family. Everyone's had their own tastes, and finally unified into the spearmint factory. After mixing into the spearmint distillery, Lai Spear was still used as a separate brand, which meant that its taste must have its own superiority. It doesn't taste bad, and the only reason there is a difference in price is because of the distillery's sales strategy. Just like the vendors who sell chips on the market, they don't make inferior chips. Rather, they take intact chips, castrate some of their functions, limit their operating speed, and use them as a second tier. For them, the actual materials used in costs are the same for producing high-specification chips and low-specification chips. Selling them at different prices is just a deal with different consumer groups at the same time. Lu Fui is older than everyone present and is still recording the program. Even if he was greedy, he could only put on a calm demeanor. Oh, Ms. Li, your husband is really classy. He looked to Xia Binger. Let's just settle on the amount this time. Xia Binger nodded as she faced the camera. Thanks to our Mr. Lu's fiery eyes, he found these 36 bottles of Lai Spear wine. The price of each bottle will be set at 4,000 yuan. So the total is 144,000 yuan. So far, we've found a total of in Mrs. S house. She paused in her tone, not knowing for a moment how to speak, but facing the camera, as well as the cameraman's urging. Xia Binger still said, $444 million of private money has been found. The audience in the live broadcast room burst out laughing. This $140,000 is not even a fraction, right? Laughing to death. Using 100 million a paint. Drinking 140,000 two big cases of wine. I feel that the wife's husband did not take these 2 boxes of wine seriously. He stacks them in the corner, takes a bottle when he drinks, takes a bottle when he rubs his back, and maybe even takes a bottle when he cooks. Yeah, 4,000 bottles isn't even enough to cover their teeth. I think they spend more than that on ingredients every day. That's right, rare ingredients are also very expensive. I remember that Sakura Nation fishes a tuna every year, and it can fetch $1 million if it doesn't move. And while the audience was talking, the hosts and guests on the scene felt that this round of auditing was perfect. Items were found that could be liquidated without being too cheap or too expensive. Come to think of it, even if one was really rich, not everything could be very expensive. There will always be items that are relevant to life, easy to get, and popular. 140,000 for 2 large cases of wine wouldn't be too far from the viewers' lives, but it wasn't so far that it would scare everyone's livers. It was too perfect, and at this time, suddenly a large reward topped the top. Hello host, can I ask you ma'am if there is any Lai Spear wine that has been opened? We would like to taste it. Chapter 16:016 Drinking. Fake liquor. Chen Doyo operates a liquor delivery department. This day is sitting at the front desk, high on melon seeds to watch the live broadcast. There weren't many customers, so it was a good time to sneak around and feel the fish. He watched a live reality show called The Good Man Test. Chen Doyo started watching it from the last installment, and the real-life shooting and the original places to hide private money are really hilarious. There was an old man who, for the first time, put his secret money one by one in a tight arrangement and pasted it among the shower curtains. His wife took a bath for 2 years and didn't even notice, until one time the toilet was broken. He took a flashlight into the bathroom. The light shone, and all the red tickets were revealed in the shower curtain. His wife was furious and confiscated all the money. The second time, he hid the money in the blackout fabric of the curtain when the program was being filmed, thinking that it was impermeable to light. How else would you find it? But on the day the program was filmed, the investigator opened the window, and it just so happened that the style was extraordinarily large that day. There was a small opening in the curtain that was not sewn properly, and when the wind blew, the flat blackout cloth was hung all over and swelled up like a balloon. Inside the countless bills in the clatter, the hostess was furious on the spot. One is that the husband actually behind their backs to hide the hidden money, and the second is the program group said 50,000 yuan challenge fee also fizzled out. At the end of the program recording, the cameraman also specially and deliberately recorded a few minutes outside in the stairway. In the beautiful scenery, everyone heard the miserable screams of the husband coming from the room. Chen Duoyu felt a great sense of relief in his heart as he listened to the miserable screams of others. The more he watched others suffer, the more he felt spiritually satisfied. And this time, Chen Duoyu watched the program in amazement and jealousy. How did this mistress have so many expensive paints? $5 million apiece. Even if he offset all the drinks in his store, he couldn't afford the cheapest jeweled blue he had. Not to mention the mummy yellow from thousands of years ago in the back. Chen Doi thought that this had nothing to do with him, but the old detective in the program suddenly moved out 2 boxes of wine from the corner of the living room. Chen Doyo couldn't help but look twice more, but when he saw that the word Lai Spear was written on the top, he became disinterested. Lai Spear, huh? Che, not worth much. Chen Duoyu was somewhat disdainful. Is this what rich people drink? It's nothing great. Just as he thought, Lu Fui also said the same thing, $400 to $800. This wine also has 1 or 2 boxes in his store. Sales, general, take to send people, the shortcomings of the class, drink at home, and a little pain, general wine banquets, or family gatherings in the use of more. But not for a while. Chen Duoyu leaned on the back of the chair body flabbergasted. He heard among the screen, Lu Fui eloquently, nowadays, it is impossible to fill 18 bottles of wine in a case, so these must be the wine produced before 2000. These are old wines that were produced when Spear Stage last owned the trademark. Chen Duoyu was only treating this program as after-dinner entertainment, and hearing him say that, it did have a few points of truth. He himself was a wine seller, and he actually didn't find such an important clue. And when Lu Fui opened the box and displayed those wines in front of everyone, Chen Duoyu's brows slightly wrinkled. The outer packaging of these wines were all very new, with little signs of age. The printing, foil stamping, and design on the packaging all carried the aesthetics and style of these years. This was a bit strange. He could tell that the printing style of the boxes was indeed that used by the Spearmint factory to produce Lai Mao, and it was very close to the Lai Mao wine boxes in the warehouse. The font, color, size, and spacing of the words to see, is really right. These large factories take their image very seriously and do not change for decades. As Lu Fuyu said, the 2 cases were most likely produced 20 years ago. Things produced in the past, after so many years of consumption, over the years, even if you personally to the winery, he may not be able to find these 18 bottles of a box of cardboard shell boxes, but the outer packaging of the wine is obviously the style of these years. With the advancement of technology, the packaging is more and more delicate and sturdy. Chen Duoyu had sold wine for these years, so naturally he could tell at a glance. The cardboard box is real. The small package of wine is also real. So look at this some odd. The wine produced in recent years, placed in the box 20 years ago. Then these wines, in the end is the new wine or old wine? Chen Duoyu can think of 2 explanations. One is, the owner of this house, or the person who sent the wine to this house, used to own Lai Mao wine from 20 years ago, but he had already drunk it all, so he bought new Lai Mao wine and put it in the old box. But there is a contradiction here. That is, after buying new wine, why do you need to repackage it? Isn't this redundant? The new carton. The workmanship is also certainly more delicate and stronger than in the past. The gift grade will not be low. Any way you think about it, it's strange and adds to the problem. Then there is a second explanation. These wines are fake. Chen Duoyu thought of this and let out a giggle. Good guy, using millions of dollars of paint, but drinking fake wine. What kind of weird brain circuit is this? Work things to use expensive. Own use. Can save? This is also too stupid. Chen Duoyu pondered. Where exactly is the reason? Maybe it is the owner of this house to buy wine, or other people do not know how to screen when giving gifts, and took the fake wine and mistook it for the real wine. But would someone from a family that could afford expensive paint send fake wine? This was clearly illogical. Unless, Chen Duoyu suddenly raised his head, his eyes full of shock. She really doesn't know about wine. No one else would send them expensive stuff either. Chen Duoyu was just watching a program to eat melon, and suddenly reasoned out a set of logic. This wife and husband had picked up a big leak in pigments. Since Elder Lin Mianfeng had identified it with his own eyes, there was a 90% chance that the pigment was real, and this Mrs. Ning was still in a daze, always thinking that her husband had bought it at the stationery store. Then it is very interesting, they are very likely to pick up a shocking big leak from some antique collector's hand. An art master, or the descendant of a famous family that had fallen into disrepair. They had by chance purchased a rare artifact pigment that was rarely seen in the whole world. Chen Duoyu was stunned by this speculation, and at the same time felt that the possibility of this idea was very reliable. After all, they couldn't even distinguish between fake wine, so how could they distinguish between real and fake pigments? Chen Duoyu felt that he had pinched a big news. He hurriedly called his reporter wife. Hey, Wang Li, I've got a super big news for you. Wang Li listened to her husband's account and slapped her thighs. Honey, you're fantastic. Chen Duoyu, honey, you go get the news. This time you're going to be famous. I'll spend some money on rewards and top my comments. Then I'll guide public opinion, letting everyone know that this family is a king of pickups and that what they drink is actually fake wine. Wang Li was very happy. Yeah, I'll start a live broadcast right away as well. Humph, I'm going to be famous this time. An ordinary family, picking up $400 million. If this news doesn't explode the circle of friends, I'll write the word Wang upside down. Chen Duoyu, okay, just watch me perform. So he endured his heartache, rewarded $1,000, and topped his comment. Hello host, may I ask ma'am if there is any Liesbeer wine that has been opened? We would like to taste it. Chapter 17017. Don't worry, I have proof. Xia Binger also saw this pop up. She felt that there was some truth to it, and it was normal for viewers to want to see the bottle of wine inside the dismantled package. She turned back to Lu Fui and said, Old Lu, what do you think? Do we need to look at the wine bottle? Lu Fui scratched his head. Although he drank wine, he was not an expert. What he knew about wine was the various boasts at the dinner table. His rating of the 2 cases of Liesbeer as 20-year-old wine was also based on logical deduction, not true knowledge. The Guardian rating is one way to give a ballpark figure. The crew will evaluate it backstage, and if there are no problems, that's it. If there is a discrepancy, the number is changed by communicating live via headset. So Lu Fui didn't have any particular ideas about pricing, but since he was asked, he also felt he could respect the audience. He said to Ning Shuelua, MS, Ning, do you see any unwrapped wine at home? We'd like to take a look if we can. Ning Shuelua ought like a deer. Yes, it's in the kitchen. The audience watched in rapture as another burst of, so cute, and bounties spewed out. Xia Binger took over. Did you drink it during dinner? Ning Shuelua was a bit embarrassed. No, it's what I used to choke the crab. Xia Binger, Lu Fui. Although it can be understood that white wine will be more flavorful to make raw choking crabs, but it really won't hurt to take such an expensive wine? And, this is not pickled fish. Just pour a little wine. Choking a pot of crab. Shall not rota 2 or 3 bottles? This is another 10 or 20,000. The corner of Xia Binger's mouth twitched. The life of the rich, really unfathomable. But she still maintained her good professionalism, smiled and asked, what kind of crab is it? King crab? Coconut crab? Bread crab? Loose leaf crab? Ning Shuelua became even more embarrassed. It's just the pike crabs I bought at the food market, 25 apiece. Xia Binger was speechless for a while. This wine was $4,000 a bottle. The staff present could afford it, but they usually couldn't afford to drink it. You used it to choke the crab. Is that crab good? I would also like to taste what the flavor of the crab choked out of a $4,000 wine is. Does it remove all the fishy flavors and still have a little soy sauce? But Xia Binger didn't dare to say this. She could only still maintain her smile. Oh, MS. Ning does have taste. It's not bad to eat ordinary ingredients once in a while, especially now with the Dragon Kingdom's food basket project. Every household can eat affordable food. The quality is also very good. It's not necessary to get organic greens for every meal. Ning Shuelua cocked her head. No, I go to the food market every day to buy vegetables. Xia Binger was startled. Aren't you specializing in ordering high-end vegetables from major organic gardens and then air-freighted chilled over? Ning Shuelua looked puzzled. What is that? How come I've never heard of it? Xia Binger was speechless. She was odd in her heart. How come this rich family lived such a low-key life? She had also interviewed some rich families. The older generation of entrepreneurs would keep a low-key life, but the young people all liked to pursue those high-profile things, including ingredients. All over the world, including the Dragon Kingdom, there were all kinds of high-end organic vegetable gardens. No pesticides are used, and even the fertilizers are carefully selected. All the work is done without machines, and is ground bit by hand. It can be said that for every 100 yuan of vegetables, 50 yuan of labor costs, 30 yuan of trademarks, 10 yuan of transportation costs. The last 5 yuan is the vegetables themselves. But this still cannot stop the rich for green health pursuit. There are even some people also specialize in private gardens, livestock farms, only to their own family supply. And now it seems, this can afford to use UE billion yuan a pigment family. Life is really simple and low-key. When Xia Binger wanted to say something, Lin Shuelua had already walked into the kitchen to get the wine that had been opened yesterday. Xia Binger, on the other hand, spoke to the camera about some off-topic topics, introducing the situation of this neighborhood, so that the show would not be cold. And just then, a pop-up screen brushed to the top. Actually, this family doesn't have any money. They just picked up a shocking leak. Look at the things in this house. They're all things that ordinary people can afford. They swindled these paints from a collector. That's why they appear to be rich. If you don't believe me, you can go to my live broadcasting room. Truth, Big Cousin Wangley. The audience brushed out a sea of question marks. Goddamn, picking up a leak. You also pick up a leak of 400 million for me. Pick up a $500 of leakage. Has been very impressive. Awesome. Is there any proof for that? It's an eye-opener, isn't it? I think so too. How can a normal person know that his family has no money? Do you really think it's a TV show? Also hundreds of millions of dollars of paint? I think that old man is also TMD invited actors. How they say you still how to believe their own ability to think independently? User old Kansas farmer is banned for 30 days. Xia Binger frowned slightly. How did the wind suddenly change? She exchanged glances with a few of the guests and stood in front of the camera herself to talk about the anecdotes from the previous installments. Lu Fui and the others went outside the camera and took out their cell phones and logged into the live broadcast room of Cousin Truth, only to see a woman with high cheekbones is talking in the live broadcast room. She tried her best to make her expression as serious as possible, but when she saw the number of viewers break through the all-time record in an instant, she still couldn't hide her joy under her eyes. Dabbing heat, cool. Wangley turned to the camera. Don't be fooled. In fact, this family doesn't have any money. They just picked up a super big leak. The audience felt odd. Who are you? On what basis do you say that? Yeah, where's the proof? The wife is so cute. Can an ordinary family marry her? There is no evidence. Pull the black plus report not to send. Wangley is a confident face. I am a reporter in Y City. This is my press card. I am responsible for my words and deeds. I took real evidence before I dared to speak the truth. Everyone, please take a look. This is the recording of the program I kept just now. MS, Chen Xiaoxiao, Gong Wang, and this old man Lin Mianfeng. No matter how they pointed out how expensive these pigments were, no matter how they identified them, MS, Ning never reacted correctly. Wangley repeated the program he had just recorded. In fact, the recording of the program had not yet begun. However, there were some people who would retain the video information directly through the recording. MS. Ning always emphasized that the paints were purchased by her husband at the stationery store at the entrance, and that they were worthless bargains. What does this show? It shows that she never thought her family possessed so much money that they could not possibly afford to consume such expensive paints. She always emphasized that their family income was only $30,000 a month. 30,000 yuan is not to say that they can afford to buy Pharaoh's Yellow, or the ultramarine that MS. Chen Xiaoxiao just started talking about. 3,000 apiece. And they absolutely cannot afford to buy it. Income is disproportionate to expenses. I believe any sane person would not do such a stupid thing. So I made a bold speculation that MS. Lee's family, as he said, does not have a large amount of money. They are just an ordinary family of two. The pop-up screen burst into question marks. You say yes is yes, then I also say you are a liar. Mrs. Family can live in 500 square meters of large flat tens of thousands of dollars a flat. This house is worth 10 million. You tell me that you cannot afford to buy paint? Funny right, Mrs. Is just stupid. I think you are stupid bad. Wangley, however, smiled slightly. I didn't say that their family doesn't have any money. I just said it's not that rich. The two of them plus some welfare, extra money or support from their parents, getting a house and paying off the mortgage. It's a good life, but they weren't able to afford such exorbitant items. They picked up a great deal before they inadvertently got these expensive paints from maybe a collector. After an indisputably famous family, she watched as the pop-up screen began to clamor, yet she didn't panic in the slightest, but instead had a confident look on her face. Don't worry everyone, I still have proof. Chapter 18018 How can you cheat people? Detective Lu Fui and Detective Qin Ichuan. Both of them had some doubts and uneasiness in their eyes. Where did this woman jump out from again? Looking at her eyes full of confidence. I wonder if she is reckless, or does she really have the evidence? Qin Ichuan asked. Old Lu, do you know or don't you know about that wine? Lu Fui wanted to save face, but at this juncture, he didn't dare to talk about himself and make a big deal out of it. He honestly replied, I just heard more on the wine table. To understand, I dare not say. Lu Fui asked rhetorically, you are not a detective? Do not understand wine? Qin Ichuan smiled bitterly, which know so much. Know some foreign wine. No spear Taiwan is enough. Lai spear I heard that sells well, but I have never drunk. But I know a few know tobacco and wine. Usually need to identify property. I will consult them. Lu Fui said, then you hurry to contact them. Is it too late? Qin Ichuan nodded, okay, I'll go and ask to see who's free to help take a look. And in the Truth Big Cousin's live broadcast room, Wang Li flipped out the recorded screen just now, looking very grounded. Everyone see this? This big packing box. It's an old product that was produced for decades, and the small packages inside, the small box for each bottle of wine, are again printed products from recent years. Wang Li opened a web page and pulled it to the center of the screen. Do you see? This is the different classifications of wine that Lai Mao has released over the years. You guys see these printed fonts, foil stamping, and the rows of patterns, the direction of the texture. And look at the wine at MS Ning's home. Isn't it very close? That's why I dare say that there's something wrong with the wine in MS Ning's home. The audience took a look and all became puzzled. It's still true. The wine from Madame's house. These newly produced wines are very close. What do you mean? I don't get it at all. There's something about this first cousin. Can this be hammered too? Wasn't the program chosen at random? How long has it been on the air before someone jumps in the face and outputs it? I've had a good time, and I love to watch the fights. Eat melon, eat melon. Wang Li put his husband's set out. Everyone think with me, whether this lady's own home to buy or someone else's gift of wine. There's no need to use an old cardboard box to wrap newly produced wine. For one thing, because the new stuff is definitely better quality, and the new ones have been tweaked and decorated more than the old ones. It will look even better when you take it out and give it away. There's no need to use a big box from 20 years ago. Taking a step back, maybe it's because you bought a large quantity and you're afraid it won't fit in the big box, but you also have to have a small set of boxes in the big one, or you'll have more trouble whether you collect them, or re-gift them. Secondly, this old case is indeed the authentic Lai spear. There is no need for people to argue. If there are friends who do tobacco and alcohol, I think they can see it at a glance. The carton thing is very easy to counterfeit, but the big factories will have their own anti-counterfeiting. Through the font, stroke, spacing, and color shades, etc. People who are familiar with it can easily be able to distinguish the real from the fake. With the way things are now, a 20-year-old box is probably rarer than a 20-year-old Lameo. As long as you are willing to shout online, someone will surely sell you the old Lai Mao from 20 years ago. But when you say you want a 20-year-old box, it may not be that simple. But what does it mean to have a very rare old packing case, combined with a very easily available new Lai Mao wine? Wang Li's eyes were full of triumph, as if she had solved a great case. She was an obscure reporter, and not respected by her leaders. Opened a live broadcast, when a small network read, "There is no list a big brother is willing to subterfuge." Even her husband did not see himself in the eye, but now he inadvertently uncovered such a big piece of news. This future traffic is not rolling? He is also going to step on the peak of life. As for the first to discover this matter of husband, well, earn money before letting him get 2 days. After earning money, well, ha ha, the old lady's little white boy despite come. Wang Li shot the table, said loudly, because, whether it's this lady's family, or the person who delivered the wine, they don't know about wine. They don't know the true price of these wines. If it's just MS Ning who doesn't know about wine, even if she doesn't, and the person who delivered the wine doesn't know about wine either. What does that mean? It means that MS Ning and her friends aren't from great wealth. They drink ordinary wine, wouldn't even touch the expensive aged Lai spear. I'm just speculating, off the top of my head. What they drank, could it be fake wine? The audience was stunned. Fake wine? How is that possible? But this first cousin, what she said seems to make some sense. Yes, the missus is so nerdy, she doesn't believe her family has money even now. The logic is a bit strange and questionable. I suspect that this genuine carton alone is more expensive than a bottle of newly produced Lysol. Yes, it's strange to put cheap wine in a more expensive carton. Still not expensive? $4,000 a bottle. Wang Li said in the live broadcast at this time. Oh, I see that there are still people who say $4,000. But let's not be mistaken. The so-called $4,000 a bottle of wine is actually the guest of honor himself to judge out. He is partly right. This carton is indeed a product of 20 years ago, but the wine may not be. If it's a Lai spear produced from 1988 to 2005, it's possible that it's worth $2,000 to $4,000. Good quality, or coded consecutive numbers. Special vintage commemorative wine. The price will even be higher. But let's not be mistaken. If the wine is as old as this case, it's normal to be worth a few $1,000s. But as I said earlier, these wines are all new wines produced in recent years. Even the most expensive Lai spear is worth $1,000 at most. That's why I said that this family has a little bit of money, but it's not that rich. As a family that doesn't even know anything about wine, how can they afford to buy millions or hundreds of millions of dollars of paint? They just picked up a shocking leak. The audience was in a trance. I see. Damn. I've been cheated. This woman's family isn't that rich. Actually cheating us in this way. It's really shameless. Yes, this is deceptive behavior. Really intolerable. I want to report him. There was a lot of discussion in the live broadcast room. Many viewers were filled with righteous indignation, as if they had been hurt, very angry. Some of these people were leading a rhythm, maliciously destroying the atmosphere. And there were also some people who had just started to think that Ning Shuilua's family was rich and wealthy. They could turn their eyes and realize that the other party was actually not as good as they thought, and was also just an ordinary person, drinking ordinary wine, or even fake wine. Instantly let this group of blind worship emotions, easy to be manipulated by others, produced a huge psychological gap. There is a kind of idle collapse like indignation. This is the higher the praise, the worse the fall. And after hearing Wang Li's provocation, this group of people's anger was further expanded. Not only did they curse in Wang Li's live room, they also ran to the Good Man Test's live room and shouted accusations. How can you guys cheat? Chapter 19:019 I thought it was a rich man, but it turned out to be a liar who drank fake wine. It's so hateful to cheat on our emotions. How could you do such a thing? If you don't have money, you don't have to pretend to have money. Obviously so pretty, but born with a heart of cheating. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room immediately turned wrong. These intentional or unintentional viewers kept bringing the live broadcast atmosphere to the ditch, but there would still be a small group of people that maintained their sensible thoughts. Funny, Mrs. Man never said she was rich. It's all in your own head. Is not Lou Detective estimate the price? How to dump the pot to the wife of the body. These people are sick in the head, right? Whether or not you have money is none of your business. People live their own lives. You come in to see and scold. Although there were people helping to speak, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was not right now. The vast majority of people are just eating and watching the show and won't get involved. Sensible people weren't too fond of arguing either, and the weak words were drowned in a sea of anger in no time. Lu Fui and Xin Yuchuan looked at each other with two confused faces. What can we do about this? Lu Fui asked. Xin Yuchuan frowned. This person is just picking a fight with a problem. He was referring to Wang Li, coming out to stir up trouble for good reason. Obviously a big fart. Nothing more than a wrong valuation. Change it is. She insisted on going towards fake wine. Virtue not being worthy, not being rich enough, and picking up a few $100 million of leakage. Each of these keywords can cause a wave of traffic. She is purely deliberately looking for trouble. Lu Fui was also helpless. She's clearly rubbing it in. What's that phrase you young people say? Right, rubbing traffic. But there's nothing we can do now. We really can't refute what she said. Xin Yichuan patted the old detective's shoulder. Old Lu, you don't care. The program group arrangement is supposed to be like this. Estimate a price. If there is a discrepancy, they will be in the expert group assessment, and then notify the scene. You didn't do anything wrong. Don't think so much. It's just that someone is deliberately messing things up. Lu Fui nodded. Right. When will that friend of yours be in place? Hurry up and let him help take a look. Xin Yichuan promised. Okay, I'll rush it again. He's doing his thing. It should be over. And in the live broadcast room of the Big Cousin of Truth, Wang Li was still speaking. Do you all remember what this lady said? She said to use wine to massage and scrape, make medicinal wine, and choke crabs. Isn't that very much in line with what I said? They don't understand wine at all. After all, who in their right mind would take thousands of dollars of white wine for such things? MS. Ning's new wine in an old case initiative is just like her husband picking up a big slip and acquiring a precious pigment from an unknown collector. So, their wealth is nothing more than that, no different from everyone else. Wang Li feigned a look of regret. It's just that, people got lucky and got hundreds of millions of dollars. How many classes they jumped up at once? Oh, I'm sorry, it's not very nice to say got it. It should be picking up the pieces. Oh, I'm sure MS. Ning is a kind person and wouldn't force someone to sell something to her through deceitful and forceful buying and other despicable means. She praised Ning Shuelua with her mouth, but her words were full of vitriol. Ning Shuelua must be nailed to the pillar of shame, so that she would not be allowed to turn over a new leaf. Unknown and easily incited viewers, when she spoke like this, suddenly became even more emotional. They cursed with righteous anger while swiping gifts in Wang Li's live room. Too strong. Big cousin. Awesome. Awesome. This anchor I'm powdered. Drawing out the cocoon. This is quality content. Quality anchor. Love, love, love. Wang Li looked at his own live broadcast, the number of viewers rubbing up. Cannot help but be happy. He opened his own broadcast for so long. Even a rich list one big brother did not get together. And now rubbing a wave of heat. The audience of their own live room has doubled dozens of times. Keep disliking. Dislike this deceitful MS. Ning. That's right. Cheating people like this is really chilling. This is a king of picking up a fortune. Picking up a fortune of cultural relics pigments. Just think how great they are. I didn't realize he's also a poor bastard who drinks fake wine. Goddamn poor goods. The poor people on your side can afford to live in a 520 SQ. Foot. Large flat. Suggested to ban the program Good Man Test. It's all about program effects. There are not that many rich people in reality. Are you crazy? Why are you getting on the bandwagon? The first time I've ever seen a movie. I've never seen a movie. Wang Li watched the live audience get more and more violent, and even fought. She watched with a blissful heart, getting happier and happier. For her, these are all traffic. The higher the traffic, the higher her exposure, the higher her income. She didn't have the looks, she didn't have the talent, so she finally caught a chance. Oh, as for that Ms. Ning, she's lucky, she's so vain, hiding fake aged lie spears at home. Isn't this just putting bullets in other people's gun chambers? Wang Li also thought about it. If this Ms. Ning's reputation was stigmatized and baked up her own live broadcast, she couldn't forget her roots. If this Ms. Ning were to open a live broadcast in the future, she herself would make a big deal of swiping a 300-block gift for him. This is the best return for her. Wang Li beautifully conceptualized the future, and at this time on the scene, Ning Xuelua did not know that the public opinion outside had become vicious. She very happily rummaged through a bottle of wine from the kitchen and carried it in her hand as she walked back to the living room. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. Xiao Binger was still talking off-topic to the camera, not letting the scene go cold. But Lu Fui and Qin Ichuan on the side didn't look so good. They exchanged a look, hoping that the quality of the wine brought by Ms. Ning wasn't too bad. They silently prayed, as long as the quality is better, the price can be above $1,000, even if it is a new wine that is reasonable. Internet opinion is like that. You obviously didn't do anything wrong, but just by dashing other people's imaginations, someone will take it out on you. Ning Xuelua walked to the dining table with a cheerful pace. Under everyone's attentive gazes, she placed a wine bottle on top of the table. This is the bottle, left over from yesterday. Xia Binger, Chen Xiaoxiao, and Qin Ichuan looked up with concern, but soon the three of them glanced at each other. They didn't see anything. The three of them hadn't studied much about wine and couldn't read it. As for Lu Fui, who was on the side, just glancing at it filled his eyes with despair. It's over, he muttered. And in the other live broadcast room, Wang Li had gone crazy with joy. She laughed with her belly. Ha 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 ha, did you all see that the lie spears produced from 1988 to 2005 all have white bottles? Only in the lie spear produced after 2015, all kinds of categories were added. Black, green blaze color, green, gold, and red. And this bottle, although the logo has fallen off, if I'm not mistaken, its bottle is green blazed color, correct? In the camera, the bottle of wine that Ning Xuelua had placed on the dining table, the bottle was indeed green blazed in color. The logo and stickers were nowhere to be seen, leaving only a bare bottle. Wang Li was mad with joy. She took a gamble and didn't expect it to be right. Everyone come back to your senses. This is a liar. An ordinary family that picked up a shocking leak. They acquired valuable artifact pigments by chance, but they don't deserve it. This is a family of crooks. A family of crooks who drink fake wine. Virtue is not worthy. Chapter 20:020. This is a Hongxing lie spear from the 50s. In Wang Li's opinion, these things were already very clear. Although at first, she had been misled, and it was possible that the 2 boxes of wine were old wine from 20 years ago. But through the clues, Wang Li could see that the small packages of wine were new. And the bottles of wine that the owner of this house finally took out did prove that these wines were all new wines produced in recent years, because the style of wine bottles produced at each point in time is different. The bottles from 20 years ago did not look like this, and only the new wines produced in the past few years have rich color schemes. The audience in the live broadcast room became even angrier. If they had any guesses before, most of them were wavering, but now that they saw Ning Xuelua take out the wine bottle, in front of the exact evidence, they had to believe even if they didn't. The small package of the bottle, all can be matched one by one, is indeed the new production of wine in these years. Even some hands fast, quickly found the net map. The two are indeed very similar. They gnashed their teeth. This family is cheating their feelings, obviously living the life of an ordinary person, but to create a look of great wealth. Lu Fui also had a helpless look on his face. He had some regrets. If when he first entered the door and the host asked who had found something, he was the first one to carry these wines out, perhaps the situation behind would be different. First saw the large number of paints, and then saw the cheap drinks. If the order of the two were transferred, the audience's mentality would be completely different. Although the two do not have a substantial relationship, but the psychological gap, there must be to make some people have additional ideas. Furthermore, Lu Fui looked at the pop-up screen, his eyes flickering with unconcealed uneasiness. The jealousy of the audience in the live broadcast room is simply to break through the sky. So look, this family is nothing great. It is. Luck is just a good thing. You let me pick up 400 million, I can also blow the sky. I suspect that their house is also a fake to come. Maybe it is cheated to give other people's money, in order to afford to buy a large flat. Yes, I heard that there is a deaf and dumb old grandpa in Magic City who was cheated by his nanny to buy 2 sweets for himself. You see, this MS. Ning is so beautiful. Maybe, alas, it's true that we know people's faces, but we don't know their hearts. Worthy of being the first cousin of the truth. The moment you come, you reveal what they are hiding. Too disgusting. If it wasn't for the first cousin exposing the truth, all of us would have been kept in the dark. Report him, report him. The masses have no reason, only emotions. Once they are led by others, the gunpowder is instantly ignited and detonated. Obviously the life in the program and these people do not produce a connection at all, but they feel like they have also been deceived and duped, as if they have incurred losses. Wang Li, who was the instigator, even said harsh and bitter words, constantly fanning the flames, trying to get more people to participate in the crusade against Ning Xuelua. For a moment the live broadcast of the Good Man test was also nearly overrun. If it wasn't for the scene, there was only one screen to watch the pop-ups, and the assistant very promptly pretended to make repairs, and the screen was temporarily shut down, so as not to let the people on the scene be affected by the overwhelmingly negative pop-ups. Lu Fui had a reproachful face. Big detective, that friend of yours is still coming or not? If we don't show up to take a look, this program of ours today will be reduced to a laughingstock. Qin Ichuan nodded repeatedly. I'll give him another call. This time he won't help me. I can give his rooming record. He hastily covered his mouth, glared at the 2 people next to him, and quickly dialed the phone. How much longer do you have? Hurry up and help me look at things. Hurry up. Jungle Rescue. If I don't come, I'm going to be made into an emoticon. On the other end of the phone, the Magic City Starry Rising auction house. Inside the lounge, Yin Shinjiang wiped the sweat from his forehead and took out his cell phone to open the live broadcast. I think this is what Detective Qin is talking about. Let's see. The Good Man test? Right. This is the right one. He clicked on the live broadcast, and at a glance, he saw the host, who was interviewing a very beautiful young woman. Host, MS. Ning, I see that there are 2 big boxes here. 36 bottles full. You took out another bottle from the kitchen. Isn't it a batch? Ning Xuelua didn't know that outside of her calm home, a huge wave of public opinion had already risen on the internet. She honestly replied, it's the same batch, all brought back by my husband at the same time. There were 3 cases in total. 1 case was unpacked and was used up, and there is still this half bottle left. Xia Binger had no fluctuations. She had been speaking to the camera without cold feet, but she had also learned about the netizens' discussion from her assistant. Lu Fui's estimation was wrong. Here are all new wines. A bottle is at most $1,000. A box of 18 bottles is only $10,000 to $20,000, which is within everyone's acceptance. It's just a pity that public opinion is very negative now. If we didn't mention that case before and said that it was a wine from 20 years ago, I'm sure it wouldn't be so bad now. As for what was said about those artifact pigments being picked up and taken by force from unknown collectors, Xia Binger was the first to disagree. Ning Xuelua was born with a hint of softness, and a pure and flawless personality of kindness. Just by seeing the individual, she was willing to believe in her personal charisma, believing that she was a kind person who would not do bad things. As for picking up leaks, picking up a leak worth $400 million? This was just too much of a coincidence. Xia Binger would rather believe that there was a hidden agenda in it, just that they hadn't realized it. In the previous programs, there were also guests who had estimated wrongly, but the viewers wouldn't care too much about these details. They just wanted to see the comical look of the man's pocket money being discovered. Panicking, his wife holding the slippers, wanting to hit but being recorded and not daring to do it. As for those valuation errors, the director's team will later evaluate them with an expert. Give a sure number, and correct it, either through the subtitles or the headset. It was a normal program contingency. And right now, Xia Binger just wanted to hurry up and end this segment. Then the next guest would find some items that made common sense and hurry to reveal it. Xia Binger said to Ning Xuelua, MS. Ning, besides this bottle, are there any other wines that have been used up or opened? Ning Xuelua shook her head. No more. Oh. Xia Binger was a bit regretful. It's a pity that the label of your bottle of wine fell off. If there was a label, our audience would be able to see more clearly which year's wine it is, since the other party had already taken out the bottle of wine. Let's end this matter there. Xia Binger gave the cameraman a look and prepared to say her closing words. Then this is the end of our second round of auditing. This round is the amount of money located. The camera slowly turned and aimed at the bottle of wine that was placed on the table. The crowd in the room didn't feel anything in particular, only thinking about hurrying to get this scene over with. And at this time, at the Magic City Starry Rue auction house, Yin Shenjiong also saw this scene. He clasped his hands. What's the meaning of the pro-detective showing me this? Isn't it just Lie Spear? Look at this bottle. It should be 18 years of production. Ha, not right. Yin Shenjiong also suddenly widened his eyes. No, This is not the 18-year model. The year of the dog. This green glaze, this texture. Year of the dog imitates this one. Wait, the label falls off but there is no trace of glue. That's right, in that era, the adhesive labeling technology is not mature enough. It will fall off by itself. Yin Shinjiang suddenly stood up. His legs knocked over the stool and made a loud bang, but he couldn't care less about how rude his behavior was. Instead, he stared wide-eyed, his face filled with astonishment and trepidation. He was so excited that his hands were trembling. This is from the 50s. Hunching Lameo, Chapter 21021. I want $3 million a bottle to acquire. When Yin Shinjiang received Qin Ichuan's call, he originally thought it was just a normal favor. The other party couldn't tell the grade of the wine, so he asked himself to help take a look at it. However, he did not expect that when he took out his cell phone and opened the live broadcast platform, the first glance made him feel like he was struck by lightning, and his entire body trembled with excitement. He kept clicking on the phone screen, wanting to zoom in, zoom out. He put his face on the screen, wanting to see the wine more clearly, but after clicking for a while, there was not the slightest reaction, and only then did he wake up a little. This was watching a live broadcast, not some collector's collection photos or 3D modeling. He hurriedly wanted to contact Qin Ichuan, but if he called, he could only exit the live broadcast platform, and if he wanted to watch the live broadcast, he couldn't make a phone call. He was so anxious like an ant on a hot pan that he couldn't care about decency and kicked the door of the lounge open. Hurry up and get me a cell phone. No, get me a computer. Auction house employees are unknown, but the leader sent word. They can only do as they are told. A young lad hurriedly moved a laptop. Yin Shinjiang hurriedly commanded, quickly, open the platform, open this live broadcast. At the same time, he dialed out on a single phone call. Qin Ichuan waited anxiously at the scene. He saw that Xia Binger had already begun to speak condescendingly, preparing to overshadow this matter and hurry into the next segment. The winds in the live broadcast room were not in the right direction. It was originally just an entertaining program, but it was being brought to a crooked rhythm by someone who had the intention to do so. The guide and director were already controlling the comments as much as possible, but there were also too many melon eaters, even if they copied and pasted, so that they couldn't ban them at all, and pull black banning too many people will also cause unnecessary arguments. This is also not good. Qin Ichuan waiting mood anxious. Suddenly the phone rang. Qin Ichuan's face was delighted. My friend called. Let him hurry and take a look. He had just picked up the phone and before he could put it to his ear, he was startled by the huge volume on the other side and quickly moved the phone away from his head. Detective Qin, hurry up and pull the camera closer. I want to see the details. Hurry up, pull the camera closer. Hurry up. Oh my god, do you understand the words? Hurry up. On the other end of the phone, Yin Shinjiang's tone was 100,000 times more urgent. He couldn't even be bothered to use honorifics, almost speaking to Qin Ichuan in a commanding tone. If not for the fact that Qin Ichuan knew him as a person, something must have happened for him to be so disregarding of decency. Qin Ichuan couldn't help but slander. Just now I asked you to help and waited for so long, waiting for you to find something, and then in a hurry to let you make it. But now both sides are in the same camp. He stabilized his mind and asked back, what did you find? Yin Shinjiang's tone is full of urgency. Hurry up and cut the camera. Hurry up and cut the camera. I want to look carefully. Big brother, you do me a favor. Let me take a look, okay? Please. Qin Ichuan was a bit confused, but he did as he was told. He greeted the cameraman, and after Xia Binger finished her paragraph, the camera cut back to the wine bottle on the table. In the Truth Big Cousin live broadcasting room, Wang Li saw the camera switch and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, how dare they film this wine bottle? Still dare to say it's an old wine from 20 years ago. It's obviously a new wine. It's not worth it. A bunch of liars are just a bunch of liars. Laugh me to death. So what if they pick up leaks? Virtue is not worth it. The more she cursed, the more she was happy. Watching these pseudo-rich people have their masks torn off, her heart felt thievingly good. Moreover, an ordinary family had obtained a super antique of several $100 million, and being the first to unearth the news herself, she would definitely be able to rub off on the full amount of traffic and go to the peak of her life as well. It was really too cool. Some of the easily influenced viewers also began to hold her feet up at this time. Sister Lee is right. That's right, it's the poor who are lucky. If you don't rely on your own efforts, and pie falls from the sky. I simply despise this kind of person. I suggest Ms. Ning be banned for collecting artifacts privately, so let's arrest her and lock her up for a few years. Yes, even her husband, they must be accomplices. Maybe it's still a case of buying and selling by force and robbing an old collector. Wow, if we catch criminals online, won't Sister Lee become a hero? Wang Li looked at her own live broadcast room. Appeared a large number of their own people. Really can not help it. The heart flowers, happy and smiling. She proudly said to the camera, let's bring down this vain family today, and if we can also incidentally find out that there is a case behind it, everyone will have a great merit. Turn around and I'll draw a prize. As long as you go to the program's live studio to scold that stinking woman, and do your part for us to cut down the evil, you can all participate. Wang Li looked at the refreshed gifts and couldn't help but be happy. The lottery. How much money can it cost? Today's reward for a while can be worth a few months' salary. Only, there are still some people in the live room. Do not believe her words. It's too much of a fuss. Right, people just loaded a wrong box, but was characterized as a criminal. This Wang Li authority is higher than anyone else, right? Still guiding water users to cyber-violate others. What kind of psychotic behavior is this? Wang Li was furious at seeing all these pop-ups. Ban me, all ban me. She continued to say this, mobilizing the audience to go to the show and keep swiping the screen, saying abusive things. She looked at Ning Xuelua in the screen, young and pretty, bird-like, looking that sweet and lovely. A wave of sourness and intense jealousy erupted from her heart. Originally, Wang Li just wanted money to rub off on the traffic to make money, but now looking at each other so beautiful, intense jealousy was eating away at her sanity. She didn't just want money, she also wanted to beat this smelly woman. Who let her be so pretty? A woman who looks so pretty must be trying to seduce men. It was best to let her seduce her husband away, so that she could sit on all these fans and sell a wave of misery to make more money. No, this would be too cheap for her husband. Wang Li shook her head. Then let this stinky woman seduce her husband and then both die in a car accident. This would be the big happy ending for all. Wang Li thought viciously. She waved her hand and pointed at the screen in a dashing manner. Go, little ones, give me this stinking woman to humanize her and web explode her to death. As her words fell, she should have seen the live broadcast room filled with her pop-ups, but this time, all the pop-ups disappeared without a trace. In its place, a huge supernova explosion appeared in the middle of the screen. Someone rewarded $100,000. Supernova explosion, the highest amount of gift on the live streaming platform, was sold for $100,000 for one. The huge animation effect instantly cleared all the pop-ups. For a moment, both normal messages, words of defense, and vicious accusations all disappeared without a trace. In the center of the screen, only a huge line of information from the rewarder remained. Hello MS. Ning, I'm Ning Shinjong from Starry Roy Auction House in Magic City. I would like to purchase the life spear you have for $3 million a bottle. If there is an opening, half a bottle is counted as one. If there is an empty bottle, it is counted as half a bottle. Please ask if you are willing. Chapter 22:022 Stop. Give me the gloves. The live broadcast room was silent. Because of the special effects of the supernova explosion, all users were unable to send new messages for half a minute. They could only see those 3 lines of words floating dominantly in the middle of the screen. Hello MS. Ning, I'm Ning Shinjong from Starry Roy Auction House in Magic City. I would like to acquire the life spear in your possession for $3 million a bottle. If there is an opening, half a bottle is counted as a bottle. If there is an empty bottle, it is counted as half a bottle. Please ask if you are willing. Within 30 seconds, all the people's minds are suspended in a thought. 3 million a bottle? A whole set of houses in an ordinary city, just to buy a bottle of wine? And she has 36 bottles at home. That's 36 sweets. Was the bottle made of gold? Or was the liquor made of gold? And there was a question in everyone's head, were the people at the auction house so rich? Wang Li didn't need to send out pop-ups, as she looked into the camera in her own live room. A moment of bewilderment. Who is this guy? It's hilarious, isn't it? Cootie. Only then would you spend $3 million on a bottle of wine. Damn it. I didn't even buy a case of Spears Terrace that expensive. Isn't this here to disgust people? Brothers, flush him for me. But the audience in her live broadcast room responded very little. Don't look at the support of so many people before. A large part of it is eating melon blindly folded to get a loan. The rest were either psychologically shady or lezzies who like to comment maliciously. These people love to mess around, but they are not stupid people with an IQ of 0. The live streaming platform's bounty supernova erupted at 100,000 yuan a pop. People throw 100,000 into the water just to disgust you with a wave? To hear a sound? Little cutie. All know it's impossible. Then the question comes. Within just half a minute of the good man test's live broadcast not being able to comment, someone in Wang Li's live broadcast room immediately asked, "Don't you know a lot about wine, Anchor? Is this wine worth $3 million? Yes, yes, yes. Someone is willing to spend $3 million to beg for a bottle. What the hell is the price? I don't know, but my eyes are full of envy. Let's see. 3 million divided by 500 milliliters. That's $6,000 per milliliter. That's 13 times more expensive than gold. Numb. Wang Li was also a bit dumbfounded, but after she saw the pop-ups, she clenched her back teeth. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My family also sells alcohol. Don't I know how much this is worth? Even if it's 1988, the wine produced by Lai Spear's descendants, that's still at most 10,000 out of 10,000. You add gimmicks, or perfect quality, then you can only give 20,000. A huge difference from 3 million. In fact, not only Wang Li thinks so, the scene of Xia Binger is talking about polite words, suddenly saw the assistant holding the screen burst out a cloud of supernova. Then a few lines of large letters appeared, asking for $3 million to acquire a bottle of wine. She was shocked and confused at that time, a very rare tone of voice jammed. Half a day unable to speak. $3 million? Buy a bottle of wine? Still want to acquire all? Let me do the math. 3 million times 36 bottles is another billion. Xia Binger had already been scared by the artifact pigments once before. If she had said that these wines were worth hundreds of millions of dollars at that time, she would have been prepared. But by Lu Fui's misjudgment, her mind had already decided that these wines were all new wines produced in recent years, a few $100,000 a bottle. Suddenly someone jumped out cold and quoted her 3,000 times the price. Even Xia Binger, completely without psychological lay, was shocked speechless. Luckily, someone helped to relieve the situation. Qin Ichuan walked in front of the camera with his cell phone. Manager Ian, what are you up to? He frowned. In front of me to call you. Has been busy not to help Palm Eyes. Now help to watch. And suddenly without going through himself, suddenly rewarded a 10W. The program team also made unprepared. Hand in hand, Qin Ichuan stood in front of the camera, with the flavor that if you don't make it clear, I won't help you pass the message. Yin Chenjiong, who was far away in Magic City, was very anxious and pleaded on the phone. Detective Qin, great detective, my own brother, you hurry up and help me ask if this owner is willing to sell the wine? Qin Ichuan looked puzzled. What do you mean by this? What about the program I'm doing? Don't say such nonsense. Yin Chenjiong was on the verge of tears. Brother, just ask for me, okay? Please, Qin Ichuan said helplessly. Then you have to tell me what's going on. Yin Chenjiong hurriedly said, you saw the bottle of wine on the table, right? Qin Ichuan nodded. Yes, it's the one Ms. Ning just took out. Unfortunately it's new wine. Yin Chenjiong was instantly furious. Bull ***** new wine. That's Hengqing Lai Spear from the 50s. Qin Ichuan was unsure. What Hengqing? Yin Chenjiong typed on the air while speaking over the phone. In 1929, Yang City businessman Zhou Hengbing opened the Hengqiang Liquor House in Spearmint Village and named the liquor he produced Hengqiang Spearmint. In 1941, Yang Gui Liang took over the brewery and renamed it Hengqing Brewery, and Hengqiang Spearmint was renamed Limao. This screen in the screen is exactly from 1941 to 1953. Hengqing Lai Spear. Yin Chenjiong's words were filled with excitement, his eyes glowing and his breathing rapid. 1953. The town of Spearmint acquired Hengqing Distillery, since then the ownership of Lai Spear together to Spearmint State Distillery. That is to say this is 80 years ago. The 1950s left behind. Ancient famous wine. The muscles on Yin Chenjiong's face twitched and jumped as he spoke, which could prove how high his mood was at the moment. With the end of the supernova burst effect, the livestream viewers were again able to make their own comments. What the hell? 80-year-old wine? Crazy. How come there's another little 100-year-old thing? Who is this guy? Is there a basis for him to say that? 80 years ago liquor. Really powerful. Can still drink it? In the live broadcast room of the Big Cousin of Truth, Wang Li also saw and heard what Yin Chenjiong said. She was a bit confused before, but now she revealed a contemptuous smile and said chestily, look everyone, this program team found something wrong and blatantly faked it. She pointed at the camera where Qin Ichuan was communicating with Yin Chenjiong on the phone. Did you guys see that? This Laoshire auction house actually knows the guest script. It's all scripted. We caught on to the trick, and only then did they find helpers to try and ease the crisis. How can it be that easy? Since it's been targeted by my truthful big cousin, don't think it'll be that easy to cover it up. 66,666 was immediately brushed out in her live broadcast room. Support Big Cousin of Truth. Support the counterfeiting. That's right. The pigment just now was also 80 years ago, and now the wine is also 80 years ago. It's too much of a coincidence. I think it's a fake. Yes, they don't even want to make it up seriously now. It's too weird. Wang Li continued. Yes, you guys, the wine bottle is green blaze color, and green blaze color wine bottles are only available in recent years. The old Lai Spears used yellow or white bottles. How could they use a green blaze color? And her query was asked from Qin Ichuan's mouth at this time. Yin Chenjiong, I also checked just now. Lai Spear only uses green blaze colored bottles for wine produced in these years. What explanation should be made for this? Yin Chenjiong said. You point the camera at the bottle and I'll tell you. Qin Ichuan let out an "oh," put his cell phone on speakerphone, and reached out to grab the wine bottle on the table. But before he could grab it, he heard a scream from Yin Shinjong, startling the crowd and all the viewers in front of the screen. Stop it, give me gloves. Chapter 23:023 Doing a Science Popularization. Shin Ichwan was taken aback, his hand hanging in mid-air, neither grabbing it nor not grabbing it. The scene was a bit awkward for a moment. This is a recording program. Where to get gloves? Yin Shinjong's tone trembled. Very nervous. Big brother, you must not touch. This is a bottle from around 1950. It is a cultural relic. It's okay that you left fingerprints, in case the grease on your hands oxidizes the bottle. This is a big loss. Shin Ichwan and the audience all looked at each other in disbelief. So formal? But looking at Ms. Ning also grabbed it casually and walked out of the kitchen. Lu Fui on the side coughed and pulled out a pair of white gloves from his pocket. Ahem. I'll do it. He has an old criminal investigation, occupational disease, in the pocket at any time to carry a pair of gloves. Convenient to have the occasional need. You see, this is not used. Lu Fui heard Yin Shinjong's nervous tone and quickly hit 12 points of seriousness. He reached out and gently gripped the bottle, and didn't dare to pick it up, but only slightly drew it away from the tabletop by a centimeter, slowly turning it in the air so that the bottle was fully recorded by the camera. Yin Shinjong knew he was on the program and calmed down a bit at this point, but even though he had experienced big waves, was used to seeing large auctions, and made mental expectations, he still couldn't stop carrying tension and surprise in his tone. Everyone, please look. This bottle of lice beer from the 50s does use a green glaze color for its body. This color of green glaze, we subdivided into misty color. The misty colored bottle is exactly the packaging and logo of lice beer wine in that era. Yin Shinjong made a brief introduction and suddenly changed his words. People might think that there are many green glaze colors, so it must be difficult to divide them. But in fact, it is not. Misty colored due to different fire. Glaze color is not very consistent. Hunching Distillery has first-rate winemaking technology, but it doesn't have much research on firing glazes. The misty colors they fired were simmered by fire smoke and would carry some dark red color on the green glaze. Everyone please look at the wine bottle on the screen. It is largely dark green, but there will be more or less dark red mixed in the glaze color. This subtle firing glaze imperfection, on the contrary, makes the elements of the bottle more prominent, and the yin and yang make the overall style more advanced. And this, in turn, is the best anti-counterfeiting mark for lice beer wine. As Lu Fui turned the bottle, the audience in front of the screen saw the rich details on the top. As Yin Shinjong said, on the green glaze-colored bottle, there was a slight mix of some dark red. On the dark green body of the bottle, some subtle red lines twist and coil, like a flying dragon soaring above the blue sky. This 80-year-old firing glaze flaws, in turn, make the whole object more three-dimensional and noble. The audience was shocked. What's going on here? Is it really lice beer wine from 80 years ago? Could it be faking? After all, this family is used to faking. It's not impossible to specialize in fake wine. That's right. My first cousin said that this family drinks fake wine, and it seems that this bottle of wine is the same. Do you guys have any brains? People have come out to dispel the rumors. Why are you still thinking it's fake wine? You can deny the rumor if you want to. Why should we believe it? Who is this guy? He's right? And at this time, in the Truth Big Cousin's live broadcast room, Wang Li had already sensed something vaguely wrong. Why did an auction house suddenly jump out? And what kind of goods is he? Looking at the natural look of his statement, the details and history unfolded without seeming to be made up. Could it be that what he said is true? A trace of uneasiness welled up in Wang Li's heart, but now that it had come to this, it was absolutely impossible for her to allow the traffic that had come to her hand to fly away. Wang Li hurriedly grabbed her mic. Everyone, don't believe this liar. This is clearly a joint effort by the program team to put on a show. How can there be such a coincidence? Saying 80 years is 80 years. I also said that this is 1,000 years old wine. It's full of poison and worms. Once you drink it, you'll die. She finished saying this, but saw those netizens in the live broadcast room who had originally supported him start to ask questions over and over again. Big cousin, he said there was a smothering dark red color. How can this be explained? Yeah, I just went to Taobao to check. The new wine is a green glaze color, but the bottle at Ms. Ning's house is a bit darker. That's right, I only paid attention to the bottle just now, and now I realize that the cap is also a little different. Wang Li panicked. How do these people say change their faces? Are they not their own die-hard fans? How do they follow the trends so much? They believe whatever others say. She had forgotten that she had also utilized the information gap to make these people brainlessly believe in herself. Wang Li's eyes turned bony. Her mouth hardened and said, "What's so strange? Different batches will definitely be different. There was a malfunction in the factory equipment. Fixed it and replaced it with a new process. Is there a problem? Besides, my family sells wine. Who knows more about wine than me? If you say it's new wine, it's new wine. This person is relying on a mouth that doesn't even show his face. I suspect it's just some photographer with a cell phone, spamming the place. The audience felt that there was some truth. It seems to be the truth. I'm still willing to believe in the truth, big cousin. We must apprehend this deceitful criminal family. That's right, it's all in the mouth. Anyone can say it. These people who messed up reported to each other and said self-hypnotizing words to each other. But right after these people's pop-ups, a comment leisurely followed. People have rewarded $100,000 to prove their point. For a moment, all fell silent, with no way to refute it. Spent $100,000 just for this? Really think that money is picked up from the ground? But Wang Li could not be silent. She was the anchor after all. If she admitted defeat, what should the traffic do? Wang Li flew through her thoughts and suddenly thought of an entry point. If everyone is free, you can go search and see. There is no such thing as a 50s-old scoundrel spear. Of all the lie spears you can search for, none of them have the exact same appearance as this bottle in the program. The viewers also went to check it out, and soon they replied, indeed, it can't be found. The closest in appearance is the 18-year-old wine. It's the color that has a slight difference. Is it really what Big Cousin said? Each batch is different? Yes. The old wine from 20 years ago used white and yellow bottles, although it is also a glaze. Right, but it is always zero different. Wang Li was even more complacent. See, the program group is intentionally spending $100,000 to disrupt the audience. When the program is on fire, a random advertisement. This money will not come back. Her tone was certain. This is the new wine. If I say it wrong, my last name is written backwards. And at this time on the program site, Xia Binger also thought of this problem. After all, no one knew any 50s lie spear, and even if they looked at the bottle, they couldn't make a correct judgment. It was like letting a student with poor grades correct a test paper without a standard answer. After half a day of grading, he wouldn't be able to tell whether the questions were right or wrong. Xia Binger said to Qin Ichuan, Detective Qin, why don't you let your friend make a connection? Isn't he also interested in this bottle of wine? We happen to ask him to popularize the history for us. Xia Binger blinked stealthily, and Qin Ichuan understood in an instant. This was asking the other party to help make an endorsement so that the current crookedness in the live broadcast room could be reversed. He quickly agreed and asked Yin Xinjiang to turn the video call on. After a ringtone, Yin Xinjiang's face appeared in front of the viewers of Good Man Test. He smiled slightly, but instead of immediately greeting them, he held up his cell phone and walked out of the lounge into the middle of the auction house's lobby. In an instant all the viewers were stunned. The opulent auction house, the graceful and solemn hall, the ancient sculptures and murals, and the rigorous and formal auction table. Even people who were completely ignorant could read a message at a glance. This place, thieves were rich, and it was only then that Yin Xinjiang greeted with an unhurried smile. Hello, everyone, I am Yin Xinjiang, the manager of the Magic City Starry Rising Auction House. Chapter 24024 1951 Rice Beer. The audience in the live broadcast room saw the interior of the auction house and murmured, look at this interior, there's a bit of something. It's so luxurious. Is the auction house so rich? I was under the impression that an auction house was just a bunch of folding stools holding up a license plate. I searched the Star Rue auction house. Actually one of the largest auction houses in Magic City. Very rich. It's one of the biggest auction houses in Mordor. And it's very rich. It's auctioned Li Jian's pillar inscription scroll for $368 billion. I feel like I should be shocked, but after seeing the wife's stuff, I feel like hundreds of millions of dollars are common. It can't be helped. The threshold is high. There are no waves inside. Yin Xinjiang took his cell phone and circled around the auction house. There was no one in the opulent hall. He found a well-lit place and began to conduct his science. He began by repeating the narrative he had just given and continued. As stated, Hunching Winery only produced Lie Spear from 1941 to the first half of 1953, because by the second half of 1953, the three distilleries were merged and unified into Spearmint. What was produced within these 11 years became Hunching Lie Spear, a rare and superior product. While he was narrating, the netizens also looked up information about the Magic City Starry Auction House. They really have this person on their website. It's the real manager. I also searched. 35 years old, worth $10 million. He's a multi-millionaire, a diamond in the rough. I'm envious. He's so rich, he can't be fake, right? But he's only a multi-millionaire, and he can only buy 3 bottles for $3 million. If he's telling the truth, he'll be able to raise money as soon as the news is out. So the truth Big Cousin overturned? Wang Li in her own live room frowned tightly. Violent uneasiness led her like a needle. She looked at the opulent and dignified auction house hall. How could she not convince herself, this person is a fake? If she still insisted that this place was a set and this person was an actor, the fans would definitely think she was a retard. The person is no more an actor than the person who set up all the sites in a short period of time. And, if the show hired an actor to deceive the audience, it wouldn't just be a simple matter of the content flopping. Even the entire program group would be on the industry blacklist. It was impossible to think about it in any way. But Wang Li could never sit back and wait for death. She clenched her back teeth and racked her brain to think about what other opportunities there were for flopping. She suddenly had a flash of insight and yelled, "There's no evidence. He's lying to you guys. Everyone check just now. The lie spear from the 50s has long been drank up. Where else would something from that early exist? He's lying to you all. There's no way to find out about the 50s. So where did he learn what the wine looked like at that time? He's purely making things up. I can make up 60 sets of such words a minute. Don't believe me? Let him produce evidence if he can." By this time, most people had already believed Yin Xinjiang's words. After all, he was in a high-end auction house and a young talent with a multi-million-dollar fortune at the age of 30. What these types of people said inherently carried credibility. However, there were still some people who questioned, "Brother, why can't we find out what a lie spear from the 50s looks like? You're making this up. There's no such thing. 80 years ago why not? 80 years old people or less. Who can know? 80 years ago wine looks like?" Cameras weren't even popular in those days, and there were even fewer photos of historical figures. So who would take a picture of a bottle of wine? Even if we got a picture of the wine, how could you tell what color it was in black and white? Dark red? That's funny. Yun Chenjiang, however, was not flustered as he smiled faintly at the camera. "I see that many people are questioning why they can't find out information about the lie spear from the 1950s. It's simple, because the surviving lie spear wine." He stretched out a palm. "There are only a handful. As of now, a total of 6 bottles of lie spear from the 1950s have been found in the Dragon Kingdom. 3 bottles from 1950, 1 from 1951, and 2 from 1952. Now I'll put the photos on the live feed." He sent several photos to the live stream through a video call. Only a few miserable pictures appeared on the screen. It was 6 wine bottles, and the logo was already wobbly and ugly like a pile of broken newspapers stuck on top of the bottles. The bottles were covered in dirt and grime, and it looked like they had been mostly cleaned, but there were still some stubborn stains that were hard to remove. The cap of the bottle was also rusty and covered with rust. Yin Xinjiang said, "Everyone, this is all the 50s lie spears that have been found on the market so far. Because of the long time, 70 to 80 years ago, the preservation is not perfect, but everyone is able to see that above the bottle. It is indeed a deep green with a dark red color, and these are the traces produced by smothering during the firing of the glaze." The audience made a slight comparison and immediately realized that the photo was extremely similar to the wine bottle at the live broadcast. It's just that the wine bottle on the photo is old and broken, while the wine at Ning Shuelua's house is polished and natural, and very well preserved. That's right, the quality on the photo is so poor that it's completely inferior to the wine at Mrs. S house. Yes, it's practically identical. Both have a dark green base with a dark red dragon pattern on top. There's a big difference between this and the diagram on Taobao. Only the photo corresponds to the appearance of Mrs. S wine. Wow! Witness the miracle. Is it really an 80-year-old wine? It's not quite accurate. It should be 70 years old. It's only 80-year-old sake if it was produced in 1941. That's expensive too. Yin Xinjiang smiled faintly. It makes sense that people can't find out any relevant information. There are only 6 bottles of 50s lie spear in the entire Dragon Kingdom, and the samples are too small, resulting in a lack of awareness. He said meaningfully, "It's normal that people don't recognize it and feel that there's a fraud in the middle. However, there are some people who take this opportunity to spread rumors and make things up. As the manager of the Magic City Starry Auction House, I have decided to cooperate with the program and provide my firm's legal services to carry out a reputation lawsuit on behalf of this owner. The internet is not a place outside the law. One must be careful with their words." Wang Li in the other live room suddenly drew fire and was dumbfounded. "What's going on? I'm just rubbing off on the traffic. Why are you suing me? You're a psychopath." "Right, why do you want to do such damaging things?" She panicked in her heart, and quickly shouted, "Just a few photos. Who are you bluffing? If you're capable, bring out the real thing. I'll go down a few promotional pictures right now, and pee them in whatever color you want. I don't believe your bull asterisk 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 asterisk." As she spoke, she felt that her excuses were reasonable. The opposite side was also just a few pictures, so who dared to say that they were at fault? Besides, even if there were only 6 bottles in the whole country as he said, then it must also be in the hands of those collectors. Who would be willing to take a bottle as evidence and sue themselves? Wang Li was just about to reveal a smug smile when he saw the camera show Yin Xinjiang walking to a corner. In front of him was a huge glass cabinet. The soft spotlights with the spotless glass walls and the soft crimson velvet lining made it look so solemn and dignified. Yin Xinjiang said to the camera, "Everyone, this bottle is one of the treasures of the town purchased by our bank 13 years ago. The 1951 lie spear." Under the lights, the dark green bottle with a red dragon pattern gleamed and sparkled. Chapter 25025 sealed until 3099. Yin Xinjiang continued. 6 bottles of lie spear from the 1950s were auctioned off 13 years ago. The price of each bottle was $3 million. One of the bottles was included in our bank's collection. Right here. He spread out his palms and solemnly introduced it. The audience sighed, it's still the real thing. A wine from 70 years ago. I wonder what it tastes like. It's expired, right? In front of it is the cutie bar, white wine where the expiration date of the argument. However, it is true that there are different brewing techniques, and some will volatilize the alcohol, and the flavor will be weakened. In Xinjiang saw the pop-up and explained with a smile. It's true that lower quality white wine has the best flavor period, but Spear wine, led by Lai Spear, uses a special sand return process. The ratio of grain to liquor is 5:1. The quartz is made at the Dragon Boat Festival, and the sand is laid down at the Chungyang Festival. 9 steams, 8 suns, 7 out, and the wine is brewed only once a year. The wine produced in this way is not volatile. The older it gets, the more pure it is, and the more it ages, the more fragrant it is. He looked at the wine in the exquisite glass cabinet and shook his head somewhat regretfully. But even so, this bottle of 1951 wine in my bank's collection, which has never been opened, only has half of its liquid left. From this, we can see how rare and hard to come by this MS. Ning's family's wine, which is almost undamaged and has a clean and perfect appearance, is truly a top-notch collection. The pop-ups marveled. Is this the strength of the Madam's family? It's too strong. Wait, 36.5 bottles of 50s Lai Spear. A bottle of $3 million. $100 million. Money is really not money. Casually another 100 million thrown on the ground. Look at the heartache worth $1 billion. It hurts to look at. $100 million worth of wine, just so casually thrown in the corner. People also use $100 million of paint to paint. What is this, Mrs. and us in addition to look the same, is already 2 species. The live broadcast room was in constant awe and praise, overflowing with an overflow of praise. On the other hand, in front of the facts, both the black powder and Wang Li have nothing to say. A 70-year-old wine was already in your face. Can you still say it's fake? Wang Li has 6 gods at this time. She is just a small reporter, part-time anchor, but the face value has no face value. Technology is also general, has not been up. It is not easy to catch a big flow. Just want to step on the peak of life. Even someone jumped out. He said that he is in the rhythm, but also want to sue. What should we do? To add insult to injury. At this time, Xia Binger also said to the camera, the main focus of our program is to be relaxed and enjoyable, so that everyone can have a happy viewing experience. Everyone can speak freely and make their statements from different directions. The program team very much welcomes your criticisms and suggestions. However, if anyone makes up rumors and spreads rumors, and recklessly publishes inappropriate remarks, the program team will also report to the platform and ban them. If necessary, the program group will reserve the right to sue. But even if she said this, there were still people provoking in the pop-up screen. Why don't I believe it? You can still come along the net and beat me up? Originally it is the program group's problem. Plausible and plausible. A moment to change a price. This is not just fooling people? Just because you're lucky. You can do whatever you want. You've just picked up paint. And now white wine. What else can you pick up next? Family of liars. I think you're all faking. Just as the shady audience was still trying to expand their presence, a message popped up on their window coincidentally. Your account has been banned until January 1st, 3099 due to inappropriate remarks and malicious attacks. They still wanted to complain, but the website had already kicked their accounts offline. How can they complain when they are not allowed to log in? Some people had multiple accounts and rushed to log into other accounts, but only logged in for not even half a minute. And before they could post negative messages, a new prompt popped up on the screen. Your IP has been frozen and you are prohibited from logging in until January 1st, 3099. The program's PR finally produced results, and the writer-director convinced the website's executive department. Such a high-traffic reality TV program was maliciously defamed and attacked by these people. It is time to take action to rectify the situation. When the price of the item was ambiguous before, the website couldn't say anything, but now there is evidence in hand. The super management immediately shot, while still in the brainless blind spraying people all as a robot ban. It is also considered to give them the punishment they deserve. A chain of internet cafes. The boss happened to come to patrol today, opened a computer, watching the girls dance with great interest. Suddenly, the live broadcast flashed in front of him, and a prompt jumped out. Your IP has been frozen. Prohibited from logging in until January 1st, 3099. The boss was instantly confused. Holy, what's going on? But as the owner of a chain of internet cafes, he naturally had some connections. After making a few calls, he figured out what was going on. He put down the phone, walked to the front desk without a ripple, and said without showing any emotion, open up the monitoring software, check the IP. Who went on the live streaming platform just now? Record it all for me. The owner of the internet cafe dialed another phone number, and a short while later, several law enforcement officers walked up to the door. He was instantly fierce. It's these people A3, B14, C18, C19. These people made malicious remarks, causing all the IPs of my internet cafe to be blocked and not allowed to log into the live streaming platform anymore. I'm going to sue them. A few punks with dyed yellow and green hair had their accounts blocked, and their mouths were still cursing, very unconvinced, but they didn't take it seriously and turned off the live stream, continuing to play the game. But when they saw the mighty man in the black uniform walking towards them, followed by the internet cafe owner with a fierce face, they instantly became pale, and the two stocks warred. It's over. It's all over. The internet cafe boss gritted his teeth. Pollute my IP and can't log onto the live broadcast platform. You guys can either lose money or squat for me until you die. Wang Li was also scared at this time. She watched the number of people in her live room getting smaller and smaller. A banning message appeared in the comment list, and the words catering to herself and denigrating this hostess disappeared. It's over. All my fans are gone. It's all over. I worked so hard to accumulate. How can you take it all away? TMD. You're targeting me, aren't you? Huang Li's eyes were red, her eyes full of anger. Her fists were clenched red. Her teeth were about to be clenched. Jealous? Jealous? No, I must find a way to make you stink, Huang Li muttered. But by now, she didn't have no idea what to say. Can only mute in front of the camera? Make empty remarks. Everyone don't believe him. Believe me, they are just faking. Her words have not yet fallen. The live broadcast room jumped out a few pop-ups, also forced lie. Full of lies. Look at your ugly face. It's disgusting. People's wife did not do anything. It is you in this show, but also said that people drink fake wine. Your heart can be killed. Disgusting. Wang Li's eyes were red and she just wanted to fight back, but in the next instant, her eyes were round, her mouth was open, and her eyes were filled with horror. Hello anchor, I'm Magic City Star Rue Auction House. Our bank has commissioned a lawyer to write a lawyer's letter, and has been reported to the police, waiting to be dealt with. Your live broadcast. Our bank has all recorded screen. All your remarks will be used as evidence in court. Our bank will communicate with the program group of Good Man Test and jointly litigate against you. Please keep in touch and wait for your lawyer as well as the relevant departments to contact you. Magic City Starry Auction House. Wang Li's face was pale and her body was trembling from fear. I just said it casually. How can you guys take it seriously? And since you guys are rich and powerful, can't you not go against us peons? What kind of sins have you committed that you would come to mess with a tender woman like me? She was still about to say a few words of retention when she saw the message that the user had exited the live room. The other party didn't even want to negotiate with herself. It just came to make a notice and warning. Wang Li's hands were in a frenzy, and she couldn't be bothered to close the live camera. Hastily broadcasting the number, "Hey, husband, I'm done." Wang Li howled with a sobbing voice, tearing her heart out. They're going to sue me. Help! Hubby, they're suing me. Help me think of something. She has completely forgotten at this time. She is ready to become famous and immediately abandon the original spouse, to go to the dream of the white boy. Chapter 26:026. All of them? Chen Doya received a call from his wife and was really angry. I gave you a big story to hype up, get famous and make money. Damn, really stupid. How can you make a demon? You stupid woman, how can you make this kind of ghost? You are really ing. Chen Doyu gritted his teeth and cursed. Wang Li cried out, howling, I don't want to this stinking woman. She hired help. She just knows how to seduce men all day long. That In Shinjian must also be her. Chen Doyu sighed long and hard. Alright, stop talking. You turn off the live broadcast. It's embarrassing. I'll go to my uncle. He also knows friends who are auctioneers. Go and put in a good word. This may pass. He also did not wait for his wife to reply. Snapped and hung up the phone. Wang Li took her cell phone and sat dumbfounded in front of the screen. She looked at the unclosed live broadcast room. There were still people sneering at him. See, you still make rumors. This time the defendant. Right? It's a great pleasure. It's great. This kind of person should be sent to jail for 15 days. Wang Li was angry, just to open his mouth to ridicule, but saw the screen black. You are banned from logging in until December 31st, 99.99 due to inappropriate remarks. It's over. All my fans are gone, and so is the money in my account. Wang Li's eyes went black, collapsing straight backward towards the back. After having his colleagues warn the rumor mongers, In Shinjiang continued on camera, carrying on with the science of stale wine. Everyone just saw the photos. The 6 bottles of Lai Spear found so far are all lacking in character. Either the packaging was damaged, or the glaze was saturated with dirt, or more unfortunately, the liquor has been lost to volatilization due to too much time, or improper storage. Of the 6 bottles of Lai Spear, 3 are empty, 1 has only half the liquor left, and the other two are slightly better. Even so, these wines can still fetch $2. 3 million. Before today, I had always thought that this bottle from my bank was already one of the top-aged liquor in the country, but it wasn't until I saw MS. Ning's family's wine that I realized that I was sitting on a well. The audience also commented, "Not bad, those 6 bottles were too miserable in character." So it's really determined that the wine it misses. Ning's house is old wine from the 50s? Why is there another little genius? All the evidence matches up. So what's the question? That's right, those 6 bottles were dug out of the mud. The bottles were not clear enough, and the labels were rotted off. It's like the wife's wine was kept in a safe. It hasn't aged at all for decades. No wonder he offered $3 million. The quality is really very good. Yin Shenjiang's hard work in introducing the wines naturally had a purpose. As the manager of the auction house, he naturally wanted to get these aged wines in his pocket. Whether it was for his own collection or to become an asset of the auction house, it would be an extremely honorable thing to do. He looked at the camera with a smile. Is this MS Lin willing to part with her love? No matter how much liquor is in this bottle in your hands, we will sell it for. Before he could finish his words, he saw several supernova explosions swipe through the screen in succession. Shanda Super Burn Auction House, willing to acquire MS Ning's family's Lai Spear for $3.2 million a bottle. Lin City Shell Auction House, wishes to purchase a bottle of old wine from Madam's family. We can offer up to $3.5 million. Summit Group Zhang Yang sends his regards to MS Ning. I am willing to offer $3.4 million to acquire your family's wine. Several supernova explosions erupted back and forth into the middle of the screen, and to everyone's amazement, none of the bounty takers were the same person. When Yin Shenjiang spoke the words to acquire, different people could no longer hold back and type their thoughts on the public screen. People in various cities and places were anxious as they either watched the program directly or heard others tell of old wines from decades ago. Unable to resist the desire to collect, they rushed to make contact. But there were so many people popping in that no amount of typing could make the meaning clear. So they thought of the simplest way at the same time, playing money. Ordinary gifts would still be mixed in the pop-ups, and only the highest specification supernova explosion could temporarily clear the screen of ordinary pop-ups. However, they still didn't expect that so many people had used supernova explosion at the same time, resulting in a dense crowd of requesting words squeezed right in the middle of the screen. Ordinary viewers were silenced for half a minute, and were excited and shocked. Holy, how many supernova explosions are there? There are at least 10, right? 17. My God. 1.7 million. Just to buy a bottle of wine. I can't believe I spent $1.7 million. I can already get half a bottle of wine, right? Don't you see? They said they'll take half a bottle as a bottle. 1.7 million is just enough to buy empty bottles to display. My God. This is too cool. The viewers were lamenting the fact that the rich people's way of begging was very different from theirs. Yin Shenjiang but was exasperated. Dare I science, in turn, let you guys see the mystery? If not in front of the camera, he would have remorsefully punched himself twice. He sold the science, naturally, is to want to draw closer to MS Ning's relationship. Sending out their legal department to sue the rumor monger was the same. This kind of famous wine, rich people would definitely want to collect it. He wanted to purchase it, so naturally he had to do his best to assist. But this popularization of his own, this was a good thing, and it blew up people from all over the country and all over the city. Before that, only 6 bottles of Hongqing Lai Spear had been found in the whole country. Other auction houses, collectors, cannot say no eyesight, but may not have seen the entity of Hongqing Lai Spear. A moment and a half will not be able to distinguish the authenticity. Very normal. But by themselves, with the endorsement of the Magic City's up-and-coming auction house, where they still do not understand the mystery behind it. Yin Shenjiang hurriedly said, MS Ning, our bank is willing to acquire all the Hongqing Lai Spears you have on hand for $4 million a bottle. Seeing as we are already connected, if you want to purchase and sell, you must give us priority. On the scene, Detective Qin Yichuan also went along with helping his friend out, as he said to Lin Xuelua, MS Ning, do you want to make a bid for the wines you have on hand? If you want to sell, this friend of mine will definitely give the highest price. Don't worry. Ning Xuelua was startled. You guys want to buy wine? All of it? Yin Shenjiang froze. What do you mean you want all of it? He suddenly thought of the previous pop-up, and seemed to see that it said the family had a total of over 30 bottles of Lai Spear, but he didn't take it seriously. Ordinary viewers might not be able to tell the difference and would mistake ordinary wine for old wine. Yin Shenjiang offered to acquire all the wines just to make a prediction, in case her family really had 2 or 3 bottles. Saying it himself in advance also made the subsequent articulation not too abrupt. Ning Xuelua heard Yin Shenjiang's words, and she pointed to the 2 large boxes on the ground. Inside is together. You all want to buy it? Chapter 27027 Don't want to give bonus, right? In Shinjong was a bit confused, daring to realize that the two large boxes on the ground, all 36 bottles were Hengxing Lai Spear. My god, this is really worth $100 million. In the camera, Ning Xuelua naturally picked up a bottle of wine in the carton and removed the outer carton in 3 tries. Lu Fui was too late to react, let alone stop it. Only after he saw Ning Xuelua's action did he say with fear in hindsight, "Ms. Ning, is it really good for you to unpack this? Many wines are not that valuable once they are unpacked." Ning Xuelua said naturally, "It's okay, these little boxes are made by my husband." She had a happy face. He said that the labels inside were too old, and he was afraid that I would get my hands dirty before he packed them one by one. He's so good to me. Lu Fui opened his mouth and didn't say anything for a while. Good guy, dare to say that this new packaging is their own get-up? In the middle of let everyone doubt so long unresolved case, even by this unintentional sentence to dissolve. He himself also looked at the old cardboard box, only to say that these wines are 20 years ago old wine, and that rumor monger Wang Li also because she saw that the small package was new, only to bite that they were lying. Dare I say that this you and I fight, all meaningless, not as fast as a sentence of explanation from Ning Xuelua, but yes, they never asked Ning Xuelua's opinion from the beginning to the end. Each of them held different ideas and launched a round of wine tasting in rhetoric. However, whether it was Lu Fui or Wang Li, they were both wrong. These wines were neither old wines from 20 years ago, nor new wines that had just been produced. Instead, they were 70 to 80 years old, 400 bottles worth of Hengxing Lai Spear. When Ning Xuelua put the wine on the table amidst a flurry of astonished pop-ups, everyone was convinced. It was still a green-glazed wine bottle with a dark red majestic dragon pattern surrounding it. This newly taken-out bottle of wine had its label intact, and one could see 2 large Lai Spears written on it. The trademark was ancient, and although slightly yellowed, it was very well preserved. The handwriting was clear, the pattern was intact, and the color was a bit faded, but it was still very distinguishable. Everyone was shocked. This bottle of wine you say is newly produced. I won't believe it even if I die. With this old technology, I would have gone in and eaten a big pot of rice long ago. Early to take out this bottle. That can still have what controversy? Only an old object of a certain age can have such a sense of vicissitude. This is all Hengxing Lai Spear. A bottle of 3 million. No, it's risen to 4 million. So that's 148 million here. My god, the numbers are too scary. Lu Fui opened his mouth and asked the words for everyone. Ms. Ning, are you sure you're selling these wines? In the midst of everyone's eager anticipation, Ning Xuelua shook her head. Oh, no, I'm sorry, this is the wine my husband brought back. It has to be approved by him. Lu Fui hit the snake and then asked, then do you agree? Ning Xuelua was puzzled. What am I doing selling my husband's wine? We have enough money. She smiled gently, her gaze full of happiness. He earns 20,000 a month. I'm more than 10,000 a month, adding up to a small 40,000. What do I do with selling wine? Lu Fui, In Chunjung, audience. For a moment, everyone fell into silence. Good guy, 1 second you were talking about a big business of a few $100 million, and the second you turn your head you start talking about earning a few tens of thousands of dollars a month. Lu Fui scratched his head. That, Ms. Ning, did you just hear what Managerine said? He's willing to ask for $4 million for a bottle. Ning Xuelua immediately shook her head. It's not like I'm $400 short. What do I need to come for? Lu Fui coughed awkwardly. It's 4 million. The 36.5 bottles you have here can be sold for a total of $150 million. Ning Xuelua was shocked. What? I thought he was speaking in a Mordor accent, the same as we pronounce million and fast here. She shook her head repeatedly. No, you must be mistaken. It can't be that valuable. My husband bought it at the door of the liquor wholesale. It's all ordinary wine. Lu Fui, In Chunjung, audience, Mrs. Really is natural enough. Dead not believe that her family has money. Good guy, the paint just now was bought from the stationery store in front of the neighborhood, and the wine now is bought from the wholesale liquor store in front of the neighborhood. Which neighborhood do you live in? I have a friend who is getting married and would like to buy some liquor. Just go and knock on the door of the wife's house. A bottle of 4 million is not expensive. As both the guests and In Xinjiang were dumbfounded, Xia Binger hurriedly relieved herself. There's no need to be anxious. These are all topics outside the program. If we really want to consult with Ms. Ning, we can get a small interview at the end. For now, it's better to get this round of privates and adjudicate down. Everyone nodded their heads in succession. The impact of this round was simply too great, too much of a fall. Everyone's chests poofed with mixed emotions. Xia Binger looked at Lu Fui, then at In Xinjiang, then we'll follow the pricing given by Managerine. A bottle of $4 million, a total of 150 $000 million. The faces of the crowd changed. Another $100 million of private money. This was higher than an average listed company's profit for a year. And it was actually just 2 cases of wine laid out on the floor. But compared to the previous $400 million of pigment, they were already psychologically prepared this time. Wasn't it just $150 million in personal money? What else was impossible in this amazing family? It was just that Ning Xuelua frowned slightly. This is too much. Right. How come it's all booked up to over 100 million? She wanted to say whether the program group didn't want to give a bonus and deliberately set an impossible amount. However, Ning Xuelua was thin-skinned and was too embarrassed to open her mouth. Xia Binger could only reveal a smile that didn't lose its propriety. He. The audience also burst out laughing at this point. Madam is so adorable. She must not be able to figure out how she can get so much money when she just wants to make extra money. It's reasonable to say how over 100 million can't be private money. So I rule that Mrs. wins and is able to get the 50,000 prize money from the show. Obviously my income is only $3,000, but now I don't feel anything for 10,000 words anymore. Xia Binger looked at Yin Xinjiang with a smile. Thank you, Manager Yin, for giving us the science. Your needs. The program team will ask Mrs. Ning's opinion at the end. Then let's move on to the next round. Hanging up first. Yin Xinjiang waved his hand in a very graceful manner. Although he didn't fail to buy the wine, he looked unperturbed. The audience praised that it was worthy of being a Diamond King. It was all about poise. But the phone just hung up. Yin Xinjiang immediately looked anxious and quickly dialed another number. Master, 50's Lai Mao has appeared. A total of 37 bottles. Look at it. I'm trying to find a way to acquire it, but the other party seems to have no intention. Acquisition requires 150,000 million. I don't have that much authority at hand. You quickly help take a look. Chapter 28028. Same as that bottle of wine. Chen Duoyu was very dissatisfied with the crap that his wife had gotten herself into, but there was no way around it. He still had to help her clean up the mess. At this moment, he was talking on the phone. Hey, uncle. Now there is one thing that I want to trouble you. Alas, very sorry, but things have come to this point. The only one who can help is you. You just saved both of us. Uncle listened to his account and was also furious. You guys really damn well go and mess with whoever is bad. Mess with these tycoons. They don't even need to do it themselves. The people who have interests related to them will also crush you like ants in order to claim credit. Chen Duoyu laughed bitterly. We didn't expect it either. Who knew that they were really that rich? That they would actually take 70 to 80 years old wine to drink. This is also used for treasuring no matter where you put it. Right. How could anyone really drink decades old wine? Uncle grunted. Forget it, just wait. The Starry Rue auction house in Magic City, right? I have a friend who happens to be old friends with their shareholders. I'll go and ask for a favor, and this matter will be settled. You remember, if it wasn't for your mom's face, I wouldn't help you with this kind of. Chen Duoyu hurriedly nodded his head. Yes, thank you uncle. He respectfully hung up the phone, the humble expression on his face instantly becoming grim. Asterisk. Dog's eyes look down on people. Doing your own family a favor and still chirping here. Really useless. Jing Xuejian has semi-retired, going to the park every day to walk and play chess. With other old men who are also in their 60s and 70s, they listen to music and talk about their sons and daughters. Everyone thinks that Jing Xuejian is an ordinary retired old man. Temperament is quite good. People do things also generous. But no one knew that he was the shareholder of the largest auction house in Magic City, worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and had a lot of people working for him. Auction house relationship is intricate. As long as the assets of the Magic City reached a certain amount, the value of entering a certain level, once there is a deep share cross, interest transactions, will inevitably be through either explicit or implicit means, mutual exchange of resources and handles, and Jing Xuejian holds Starry Rising auction house in his hands, doing different tricks for different people. Because of this, no matter where Jing Xuejian went, the bosses of these companies would respectfully address him as Master Jing. At this moment, this billionaire old man was sitting in front of an ordinary stone table, playing a game with another old man. Hey, eat your car. The old man's face was ruthless as he pressed down to put Jing Xuejian's pieces. Jing Xuejian but not panic, just waiting for you to play this move. Cannon hit your cab. General. The old man was dumbfounded. When did you take this step? I did not see. Jing Xuejian laughed. For you to see. I can still win? The old man chagrined and pushed the chess piece. No more. There's nothing left to chance. Old Jing, I'm really convinced. Jing Xuejian just wanted to reply, when he heard the phone ringing. Hey, Xiaoyin. As Jing Xuejian listened, his brows suddenly furrowed. 150,000, 000, 000, 000, that much? How is 37 bottles of possible? I remember a total of only 3 bottles. Right. I know it's 6 bottles. 3 bottles with wine. Did you look at it wrong? Sure, it's from back in the day? Antiques from 70 years ago. Even if the inside is empty, the value is not low. You give me a good look. A few old men next to him muttered. Jing, old man, what is he talking about? What hundreds of millions of dollars? Pretend to call it. Old Jing can have so much money. I don't believe it. Same as that grandson of mine, saying all day long that he spent millions in this game and hundreds of millions in that game. When I go over and take a look, hey, a dollar can be exchanged for tens of millions. Ha 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 ha. A few old men looked at Jing Shuijian's serious face, and the more they looked at him, the funnier they felt. Everyone walks in this park every day. Who doesn't know the bottom line? Jing Shuijian spoke, suddenly frowned. Video? I want that. Oldly, call your son over. Help me put something. Another old man heard Jing Shuijian called for help, and did not think much, called his son who accompanied him next to him over. Go, give your Uncle Lin help. A middle-aged man in his 30s came over, took out his cell phone, communicated with Yin Chen Zhong on the other end of the phone, and received over a recorded video. He opened the video and all the old men on the side came over to see the fun. The middle-aged man took a look. Yo, this program my wife also loves to watch. Checking private money. Jing Shuijian heard on muttering, check private money, how to find out antiques? This kid, in the end there is no spectrum? Only to hear the screen host said, then we will follow the pricing given by manager Ian. A bottle of 4 million yuan. A total of 150,000,000 yuan. Jing Shuijian heard his disciple's name and couldn't help but look twice more, but with no physical object on the screen. He frowned, still not daring to make a judgment. The old man beside him also muttered, what's so valuable? A bottle of 4 million. It's a lie. It's just cheating you old nobodies to raise money. Listen to him say so is wine. What wine? A bottle of 4 million. This drink a mouthful shall not tens of thousands of dollars. Oh, the flavor must be more fragrant than erguotu. An old man asked, Lao Jing, you won't believe this, right? Who just called you? Is it tricking you into buying wine? Jing Shuijian frowned and shook his head. Don't quite believe it. Listening to old Li's son say so. This is a program to check private money. How could it be possible to find out Hongxing Lai spear? But the disciple swore again. Could he have looked away? One teaches the best disciple. It is impossible to even distinguish this, right? The old man on the side nodded his head. Yes. Now the cheaters are too rampant, and do not make up a real point. I buy a bottle of wine online for only 40 bucks, and the flavor is fine. Right. What baby millions? I sold this sweet. May also be so much. Jing Shuijian listened to some embarrassment. Yin Shinjiang himself can just scold, but listening to this group of old men also scolding his own disciple, always not too comfortable, but he couldn't refute it himself, and he didn't believe that he could see any old objects in this kind of program that young people love to watch, but the video had already been played, and he could only continue to look down. Amidst the jeers of a group of old men, the camera was once again given to the 2 bottles of wine on the table. Jing Shuijian eeped. It's kinda similar. He scrutinized the bottles, the wine body, wine label, wine cap. The more he frowned, the tighter his brows became. Did this kid really see it right? It's really like the Hongxing Lai spear. Whether it was the green glaze of the bottle, the dragon pattern on it, and the typography font from decades ago, it was the same as the bottle in the auction house. Chapter 29029, $30 million bottle. Toasting wine. The old men on the side heard Jing Shuijian muttering, and immediately scoffed even louder. Hey, you old Jing, you're usually a trickster. Why do you still believe in this nonsense today? Your son is also really fooling old people with this. A sweet for a bottle of wine. Ooh, nowadays the crooks are really bold enough. Jing Shuijian, however, did not say a word. His eyebrows were locked, his eyes staring at the screen in death. Young man, you play back. Repeat this section. Let me take a good look. He looked at the bottle of wine and suddenly noticed that there was a hint of something not quite right. No, this is not right. Jing Shuijian saw the cap of the bottle of wine, and it was not the same as the sample in the auction house. Although that bottle of wine was auctioned more than 10 years ago, a long time had passed, but as the treasurer of the town bank, he had played with it up and down for a long time. All the details were familiar, and he remembered clearly what each place looked like. He keenly realized that the cap of this bottle of wine was not the same as the one in the auction house. The wine in the auction house was clay sealed, while this bottle in the video was clay sealed. This is because the wine in the auction house was found to be of slightly inferior quality, so his own disciple here didn't look closely and thought it was the same likeness. But in Jing Shuijian's eyes, this is a world of difference, which can determine the authenticity of the licensed fake. No, this is not a 50s Hongxing Lai spear. Jing Shuijian muttered. The old man on the side laughed. Hey, you still really believe in this stuff. It's just to fool stupid old men like you. Old Jing it's not easy for you to get a retirement paycheck. Don't fall for it. Ignore your son. Loser. Jing Shueishan's lips trembled, not listening in the slightest to what the people on the sidelines were saying. His eyes were huge. The corners of his eyes were twitching from excitement. When the old men beside him thought that he was going to have a stroke and fall to the ground, Jing Shueishan suddenly roared. Not 1950s Hung Lai spear, but 1935's toast. The old men on the side were dumbfounded. What the hell? Old Jing, you're crazy, right? What's with the 3 to 5 year old stuff? Hey, look at my gray hair. 3 to 5 years, I wasn't even born yet. Jing Shueishan tremblingly touched out his cell phone, wanting to dial the phone, but how could he not press it? He muttered under his breath. Buy it for me, buy it all for me. The old men were going crazy. How come this old Jing won't listen to advice? Old Jing, how much is your retirement pay? Don't fool around. I've been playing chess with you for a few months, but I haven't heard that you're good at it. If you want to drink, just buy a few $100s. Go to this TV shopping. Is not waiting to be cheated? How much money can you have? Didn't you hear her say $4 million a bottle? Even if it's a fundraiser, 400 people, one person has to be $10,000, can top my salary for several months. Jing Shueishan, however, did not listen to their words, frantically patting the shoulders of the middle-aged man. You, young man, hurry to play this TV for me. I want to talk to her. The middle-aged man saw that he was in a state of madness, and could only obediently open the live broadcast platform and enter the good man test. In the program, the female host was making polite remarks and communicating with the guests, preparing to enter the next segment. Jing Shueishan frantically shouted, talk to her, I want to buy wine, buy all of it. The middle-aged man had no choice but to perfunctorily send out a few pop-ups before spreading his hands. I'm sorry, Uncle Lin, you see, there are too many people in the live broadcast room, and no one can even see what you're saying. Jing Shueishan froze. He didn't know much about current technology, but he had been on TV for years, so he could naturally figure out the way inside. He waved his hand. Hit the money, put my words out. The middle-aged man glanced at his father next to him, and the other party was continuously winking, telling him to ignore it. However, Jing Shueishan was now in a state of madness, and the middle-aged man could only take a compromise solution. He deliberately clicked on the list of gifts, and then pointed at the first and largest one and said, Uncle Lin can't do it. You see that only this gift can let others see your words, but it's too expensive. Jing Shueishan immediately said, give me the card number. The middle-aged man bared his teeth, but still gave it honestly. He thought to himself, Uncle Lin must be too old and dim-eyed to see what's actually written on it. I don't know how expensive the gift is. Forget it, let him spin it, and later on say that he can't afford it with less money. The big deal is to return it to him later when it's quiet. But only a ding-dong sound was heard. Your balance is in the account, $1 million. Jing Shueishan hurriedly and anxiously said, hurry and call me, tell her I want to buy wine. The old men on the side were demented. What? This transferred $1 million? Where did old Jing get so much money? $1 million? Just to say a word? Did I hear you wrong? It's actually $100. How could they not understand how this old man wearing a shirt washed until it was faded could come up with 1 million yuan at once, and just to say a word? The middle-aged man was also in a daze. He swallowed his saliva and wanted to persuade Jing Shueishan again, but when the latter glared at her with a stern look, he immediately changed his words. What do you want to say, Uncle Lin? Jing Shueishan coughed and opened his mouth. Chen Duoyu leaned very comfortably on the back of the chair, still watching the good man test. Anyway, the matter had already been thrown to his uncle, and for the sake of his own mother, how could he help himself through the difficult times? Since he can make the other party not sue himself, there is nothing to be afraid of. It's just that Wang Li, that, is really too stupid. Such a good hype opportunity, she unexpectedly didn't cherish it. Alas, Chen Duoyu sighed and continued to watch the program with great interest. He was not only doing it for entertainment, but also wanted to find some more useful clues from it. ******** Dare to mess with our family. Humph, when I find some more evidence, I will definitely get you killed. Chen Duoyu thought viciously. He naturally wouldn't give up, temporarily stopping just to strike better. This family was so rich, moving hundreds of millions of things, there must be dirty dark dealings behind the scenes. As long as he finds evidence. Humph, don't look at me as just a small boss of a liquor store, but I can also bring down you rich people. I also have to spit a few times and step on it hard. On the screen, Xia Binger revealed a sweet smile. Let's move on to the third session. Let's let our great detective, Mr. Qin Ichuan, say what he's found out, right? Qin Ichuan had a modest look on his face. With the two seniors' pearls in front of me, what I've found is just some additions. It's not worth mentioning. MS. Ning, can we enter the study and shoot? Before Ning Xuelua had a chance to speak, the dense pop-ups on the screen were suddenly cleared instantly. 10 huge clusters of supernova explosions erupted, leaving a sentence on the screen. Please, Ms. Ning, I'm willing to acquire the 1935 toasted wine at a price of $30 million a bottle. Chapter 30:30. I'm sorry, I lost my eyes. I ask for Ms. Ning's favor. I'm willing to buy the 1935 toast for $30 million a bottle. Chen Duoyu was in a state of confusion and shock just like the viewers in front of the screen. Isn't this round of search over? How come there's another troublemaker? But can the troublemaker afford to offer $30,000,000 a bottle? Even if 30 million is fake, what does it mean that he swiped 10 supernova explosions? In the camera, Qin Ichuan's words were stiffly interrupted. He was standing at just the right angle to be able to see the pop-ups and the 10 dazzling supernovas exploding from above. Qin Ichuan gulped. He was a bit at a loss for words, looking at Xia Binger, his eyes seeking to help unravel the situation. Xia Binger told him to continue to say some polite words first, while she herself hurriedly began to check the specifics with her assistant. After some operations, the assistant said, "This is an ordinary user. Look at him now, he is only level 35. It must have started brushing from below level 10. Xia Binger understood the levels of the live broadcast platform. Users who didn't charge money could at most go up to level 7 or 8, and brushing 1 million would be exactly enough to rise from level 1 to level 30. So this person was an ordinary user who never charged money. But how could an ordinary user swipe 1 million at once? Could it be that the big guy was pretending to be a pig in a poke? Usually using a small number to look at beautiful women, not charging money to figure out the quiet? But if you don't charge money to buy gifts, you can also buy a VIP. This small number is clean. Nothing. Looks like an ordinary white whoring party. The assistant scratched her head. Could it be a system loophole? Xia Binger was also out of ideas, but the other party had swiped $1 million. Whether it was a loophole or not, how could she say a word herself? She walked to the camera and smiled to face all the viewers. Thank you for this friend's support, but our Ms. Ning has decided not to sell her own collection of wine. If you are interested, you can communicate with the program team by private message, backstage, and we will arrange a small interview session at the end. As for 30,000,000, Xia Binger didn't believe a word of it. The manager of Magic City's largest auction house had already set the price, so how could there be a mistake? She was more and more convinced that this was a big boss, swiping 2 million for fun. She was just about to end this topic with a smile on her face and continue handing over the main stage to Qin Ichuan when she was about to do so. Another 10 supernova explosions appeared right in the middle of the screen. I swear on my honor that these wines are not the Hongxinglai spears of the 50s, but the toast of 1935. I am willing to purchase all of them for $30,000 a bottle, so please ask the host to pass it on. If you do not wish to purchase it, I would also like to make friends with the owner of the wine. Xia Binger's smile froze on her face. She was just about to say that a higher price was impossible, but how could she turn around and frantically punch herself in the face? 10 supernovas exploded and another $1 million was thrown out. The pop-up screen was also confused at this time. What? Seriously? Just now a 1 million, now another 1 million, bounty 2 million, just to pass a sentence. The rich man's way of begging is so plain and simple. There's no need to bend the rules. Just take the money and paste the face. Love it, love it. With this 2 million, you give the TV station to advertise you every night. Doesn't it smell good? What the hell is a toast? Didn't that manager say it's a 50s Hongxinglai spear? What's this new concept? It's so weird. They are talking about it. They don't know why. How can they change one thing after another? Just now they said it is the wine of the 50s, and now they are popping up a new concept. Some of them speculated whether this was a deliberate attempt to raise the price so that others would not compete with them and then take all the wines in one go. He scares off the other competitors, so won't he be able to buy them all himself? There is only one buyer. He doesn't even want to sell to him. It's crazy. Then he should at least use $30 million and buy a bottle to prove himself, right? Otherwise, who would believe him? Yeah, I said 4 million, so I can buy 7 or 8 bottles. Wow, 7 bottles at a premium, and 30 bottles at a low price. That's not a bad deal. I'm impressed. Awesome. Business thinking is bull. Xia Binger forced herself to come back from the shock. She asked slightly nervously, "This audience, I think you are mistaken. After expert appraisal, this bottle of wine is the Hongxinglai spear from the 50s, with a unit price of around 4 million yuan per bottle. You must have read it wrong." As expected, after saying this, the other party fell into a long silence. Xia Binger breathed a sigh of relief, although she hadn't seen the crazy move of paying a premium of $2.6 million for a bottle of wine. However, the other party did not continue to approach, and her spirit relaxed a bit. What's going on today? All the big bosses keep jumping out and offering higher prices than one another. They were just auditing their private money, but they didn't expect to get into such a big mess. But Xiaobinger also felt fortunate that Yin Xinjiang had helped to keep an eye on the price of this batch of wine. Otherwise, whether it was high or low, it would have been a bit difficult for their program team to resist. The mad pursuit of these big bosses was truly terrifying. Who knew what kind of high price the next person would offer when they jumped out? Xiaobinger turned to Qin Yichuan. I have to thank your friend later. Thanks to his help in determining the price. Qin Yichuan nodded. He was just about to speak when he heard his cell phone ring in his pocket. He was a bit embarrassed. A cell phone ringing during a program. This was a studio accident. He made sure that he had set it on silent. It was impossible to call in if it wasn't a special number. And he had already warned his wife and children long ago that they should never make a phone call while recording a program. Unless, Qin Yichuan suddenly thought of another possibility, and that was that he had dialed out, and his cell phone had whitelisted the number for a short period of time, allowing it to call in freely. And there is only one person that one has recently called. Qin Yichuan's face changed and he hurriedly took out his cell phone. Sure enough, the screen showed 3 big words. Yin Xinjiang. Something must have happened. Qin Yichuan hurriedly picked up the phone. Hello, this is Qin Yichuan. Yin Xinjiang's tone on the other end of the phone was very low. Even Qin Yichuan could hear that he must have gotten a bad scolding to show such low spirits. Yin Xinjiang sighed. Detective Qin. I'm sorry. Qin Yichuan was confused for a moment. I still have to thank you for helping me with my eyes. Why would I be sorry? Yin Xinjiang's voice was low. Please put me on speakerphone. I have something to say to the program team as well as the audience. Qin Yichuan did as he was told. Yin Xinjiang was ashamed to speak, but had to. Viewers, I'm sorry. I was the one who looked away just now. MS. Ning's wine was not the Hanxinglai spear from the 50s. Although it looks similar, there is actually a fundamental difference. Chen Doyu, who was watching the program, jumped up from his seat with a carp. I told you. I knew it. He laughed triumphantly. Theirs is fake wine. How can they take collector-grade wine and make it for everyday drinking? Liars. All liars. Chapter 31031. Don't try to hide. Chen Duoyu is happy. It is this auction house to threaten himself. To send a lawyer's letter even after thousands of kilometers. Isn't this a waste of money? Moreover, this person said that he would sue his wife. But only a short time later, he hit his own face. Admitted in person that it wasn't an old wine from the 50s. That's delightful. It must be that this family was making fake wine. And the imitation was so real that even the fiery eyes of these auction houses failed to detect it. Chen Duoyu even imagined with excitement, if this family was greedy for money and really sold these fake wines, that was a fraud of hundreds of millions of dollars. Enough to be shot many times. This is a program that millions of people are watching, and if it is not punished severely, I am afraid that it will be difficult to even out the name. Chen Duoyu stomped his feet with joy, and was already thinking about how to go to his wife later to get it. This is not his own shot. The other party directly people no longer. He was still in the happy imagination. Suddenly the phone rang. Chen Duoyu picked up the phone and said happily, Hey, uncle. Thanks for your help. I've already seen the results. Uncle's tone was calm. Listening to your tone, you are mentally prepared? Chen Duoyu nodded. That's not true. Thanks to your help. Uncle. Emma. As soon as you stepped in, this matter was resolved. I really can't thank you enough. Uncle said. That's fine. Call the police yourself. Ha? Chen Duoyu froze. Need to call the police ourselves? This family is not in the same city as us. Can we manage? Uncle said. It's fine. You turn yourself in first. Go in and probably save a life. Chen Duoyu? He was dumbfounded. Uncle, what nonsense are you talking about? The person on the other end of the phone said. My friend has already communicated with Elder Jing. You're awesome this time. Messing with an object that even the top tycoons wouldn't dare to mess with. Hurry up and turn yourself in. Make yourself a longer charge. You're in there and still have a good chance of surviving. Chen Duoyu had been completely dumbfounded. What nonsense was his uncle talking about? What surrender? What living? What Elder Jing? What top tycoon? What in the world are these things? It could make uncle say such words. In a daze, Chen Duoyu turned his head to see the screen that was still broadcasting the program. At this moment, Qin Yichuan's cell phone, which was placed on the table, emitted Yin Xinjiang's voice. I was the one who looked away just now. These aren't the Hanxinglai spears from the 50s, but the Zhujia wine from 1935. A total of 2 bottles of Zhujia wine were found. The only one with wine was auctioned off 11 years ago at a price of $1.8 million. Yin Xinjiang's tone was resolute, and he spoke words that contradicted his previous words. Just now, in the live broadcast, the one who swiped the gift was my teacher, the honorary president of the Dragon Country Auction Association, Jing Shuaisian. He valued this batch of wine at 30,000 yuan per bottle. Chen Duoyu, who was holding his cell phone, was in a state of confusion. He said it wasn't 50's Hengxing Lai spear. Didn't he mean that this family made fake wine? What that supernova explosion said just now was true. Own been cheated? On the other end of the phone came his uncle's voice. People who can afford to drink $30 million a bottle of wine are not something you can imagine. If they drop a single hair, they can run you and me all over. They don't need to do it themselves. People who want to flatter them will take the initiative to get us killed, just to gain a tiny bit of attention from such big shots. Don't try to escape. It's useless. Don't look at the calm now. These big powers still need some time to buffer. As soon as they find out, you're dead. Now that there are sky nets everywhere, you can either even cut off your entire face, hide in the deep forests, go incognito, and still have a chance of survival. Either hurry up and turn yourselves in, stay inside for a few years until this matter is faded into oblivion, and maybe you can still live. With a snap, Uncle hung up the phone. Chen Duoyu's cell phone fell to the ground, and he fell to his knees with it, his lips trembling, no more courage to live in his eyes. What kind of existence have I messed with? What kind of stupid thing did I do in the end? Chen Duoyu didn't even have the motivation to slap himself. His face was ashen, and his heart sank to the abyss. Ding dong. A Weibo message popped up on his cell phone screen. Wang Li, hubby, is it done? Will that stinky woman still sue us? Chen Duoyu suddenly laughed hideously as he returned a message with a numb face. It's done. Come back. After the message was sent, he began to search the internet for Painless. After Yin Shinjiang finished his speech, the scene and the audience fell into a long silence. A bottle of $30 million. What that pop-up said just now is true. How can someone who can afford to swipe a $2 million gift tell a lie on this? I've always thought that a bottle of wine, $10,000 or $20,000 is the limit. I even bragged to my friends earlier that there was a $4 million wine in the world. But now, what kind of status is it to be able to afford a $10 million bottle of wine? Yin Shinjiang burst into bitter laughter on the other end of the phone. Just now his teacher Jing Shuezhen called over and scolded himself over and over again. To think that you could make such a mistake. Not only did you look away, but you also looked so outrageous. Go out and don't say that I taught you. But as soon as he turned his head, his master praised him vigorously again. Good boy. I'll forgive you for the sake of finding such a treasure. Yin Shinjiang muttered in his heart. Someone who could afford to drink $4 million a bottle of wine was definitely a top-tier tycoon. No matter if they were placed in Dragon Kingdom or the world. But when he turned his head, he had actually misread the situation. His prediction and his teacher's skeleton were nearly 10 times worse. $30 million for a bottle of wine. This was no longer something that the rich could consume. Without enough status, position, and power, how could one possibly be able to collect and drink this level of agarwood? Even his own teacher, an existence that was so important in Magic City that every big entrepreneur had to respectfully shout out Jing Lao. After scolding himself, he also gave 1,000 instructions. If the other party is happy, he or she is willing to pay a high price for it. The last time the 1935 toast appeared, it fetched $8 million. Even with inflation over the years, the teacher was willing to offer up to $30 million. Nearly doubling the difference in price could be enough to prove the teacher's interest in this matter. If the other party is not willing to sell, you must not chase after the question. To be able to drink this kind of wine has not been limited to the amount of wealth, but also a status symbol. This kind of person, whether it is the business world or collection, or deeper forces, are important, can be in charge of the existence of a party life and death. These people are hidden in the city. If they meet with them, they may also greet you warmly, together to discuss the surrounding prices, the market situation. But once touched their scales, these people will turn into a human shura. There are 1,000 ways to let you die. There are also 10,000 ways to make your life worse than death. Therefore, Yin Shinjiang was cautious and his words were full of respect. Previously judged as a 50's Hengxing Lai spear, he could still recount the history of the wine in an equal tone. But now, he just wanted to be humble and help put this trouble to rest. Also at this moment, similar comments were swiped centrally in the pop-ups. So this toasting wine, what exactly is it? How come it's sold so expensive? Chapter 32032 Gold? What brother? What's this wine? Why does it cost so much? Even in a big city, it's enough to buy a villa. I thought a bottle of wine could buy a suite, but I was wrong. A bottle of wine can buy a top-class mansion. Yin Shinjiang saw the pop-ups and pursed his lips. He had already seen the change in online public opinion and knew that there must be someone behind the scenes who hated the rich or intended to stir up conflict and turmoil and deliberately make things worse. He himself had already sent the auction house's legal department earlier to warn the rumor mongers. Theoretically, this was already enough. However, his heart instantly lifted again when he heard his master's statement. For this kind of top-tier figure, it was not necessary to slap himself to death without having to slap an ant to death to make it difficult. He was also afraid that if he mishandled the situation because of himself, and caused to be held in hatred by this family, that would be the end of it. Im Shinjong hurriedly replied in his best tone, "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm really sorry, I was the one who looked away just now. Although the wine here says Lai Spear and looks very similar to the Hongqing Lai Spear from the 50s, it is completely different. As we said before, in 1929, Yang City businessman Zhou Hongbing opened the Hongchang liquor store in the village of Spear Terrace and named the wine he produced Hongchang Spear Terrace. In 1941, Yang Gui Lai Yong took over the brewery and renamed it Hongqing Brewery, from which Hongchang Spear Terrace was renamed Lai Spear. So Lai Spear, in the strictest sense of the word, would be the wine produced by Hongqing Distillery after 1941. He wanted to make this clear so as not to get this family into trouble. If the other party was slightly offended and landed their dissatisfaction on their head, that would also be like Tarzan pressing down on his head. It would simply be the end of the world. The pop-up screen feels odd, if according to what he said, 1935 wine is not even Lai Spear. Yes, the quality of the wine that was not brewed by Lai's family would be better than the later ones? I wonder if the founder of Lai Mao just took over the land for the brewery. Which side is better? The wine produced before 1941 or the wine produced after Ho 1941? Im Shinjong's side was also looking at the pop-ups. He smiled slightly and said into his cell phone, "Everyone's question is very correct. If I hadn't gone through the examination and study, I would have had the same doubts as everyone else. In fact, before Lai Yong took over the distillery, Lai Spear wine already existed on the market. What relationship he had with Zhou Hongbing in between is difficult to verify due to the long history. But what can be known is that Lai Spear liquor actually existed on the market before 1941. Back in 1935, a great victorious division passed through the town of Spear Terrace, where they drank the local Spear wine and praised it as a toast. Everyone, please look. I will now send a set of photos to the program." Soon under the operation of the staff, several photos were posted on the live broadcasting room. In the picture, an antique-colored bottle with the logo on the outside reading Lai Spear in 2 large characters. The same green glaze color bottle, with the dark red dragon pattern, was not different from the previous photos of the 50s wine bottle. However, careful viewers noticed the difference. The lids in this set of photos used clay seals instead of the tin grommets of the 1950s. Im Shinjong continued, "Please see, this bottle was auctioned 11 years ago, courtesy of Lai Mingho, a direct descendant of the Lai family. Bottle height 16.5 centimeters, diameter 7.8 centimeters, the bottle is intact, glaze color old natural, separated from the bottle can be smelled fragrance, sauce aroma is strong. Now the bottle of wine volatile left about 400 grams. Collectors Association of Antiques and Miscellaneous Appraisal Committee issued an appraisal assessment report shows that the bottle of wine identified as the production of 1935, and the history of the blessing of the wine situation matches. But the header trademark on the bottle, it does say the word Lai Spear. In this regard, the appraisal committee has 2 guesses. One is that before the opening of the Hongqing distillery, the former Hangchan liquor house had already begun to use Lai Spear as its trademark. The second is that these old wines were dished out to the founder, Lai Yong, along with the distillery after 1941, and he relabeled his own trademark on these. Due to the long history, the details are hard to verify, and these liquors from M.S. Ning's house were identified by my teacher as being identical to the 1935 Zhujie liquor, and the Zhujie wine fetched a high price of $18 million at that time, and was pocketed by the famous entrepreneur Tang Mingji. After all these years, my teacher's revaluation of this Zhujie wine is 30 million yuan a bottle. As his words fell, a gift frenzy and a 6666666 erupted in the live broadcast room. Fire eyes, can you even spot this? Who is his teacher? What is the basis for a glance at the live broadcast and dare to price? Brother, his teacher Jing Shuezhen, one of the top appraisers in the Dragon Kingdom. If he can't tell, there's no one in the world who can accurately appraise it. I can't believe it. It's just a bottle of wine. Does it cost that much? 11 years ago it was auctioned at 18 million a bottle. With inflation over the years, doubling it would be normal. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room erupted, overwhelming the screen. 499. 999% of people. No one has really seen this much money. Although the news often broadcasts, where the revenue is how many trillions, where the expenditure is how many billions, and on what projects millions and tens of millions have been invested. But the real implementation of each person, the deposit can come up with more than 100,000 or 200,000, has been the best of the best. Earlier Heard said 4 million a bottle of wine. They can still have a realistic sense of this figure. After all, in a slightly larger city, a house also needs this price. A family, pulling out the savings of both parents, and then working hard for 20 or 30 years, can barely afford to provide for it. But when the number goes up to 10 million, it's not a quantum leap that ordinary people can touch. A lifetime cannot touch the threshold of 10 million. Cannot touch, but also cannot have a personal experience of it. numbers become numbers again, and it's hard to comprehend what one can do with that kind of money. When it comes to so much money, the mind naturally thinks about sports cars, yachts, villas, and private jets. But which models are worth how much? Which manufacturers are luxury goods? And which cars are worth collecting? And it is difficult to have a real impression of it. Cannot really think about how to spend so much money reasonably. I'm weak in the knees. You guys wait a while. I'll do the math. 37 bottle times 30 million. 1. 11 billion 10 million. Holy, really? I didn't feel anything when I heard him say those numbers. Once I multiplied it out, it was surprisingly that much. Wait, the paints in front of us only add up to 400 million? The wine here costs 1 billion. I'm impressed. I'm really impressed. More than $1 billion piled up on the ground like this. Is it something a human being can do? In money terms, can 500 square feet fit? It will fit. 100 million is 0. 155 asterisk 0. 077 asterisk 0. 01 asterisk 10,000 is equal to 1. 1935 cubic meters. 1 billion is only 13 cubic meters. Just pile up. 666,666. You've got a big hand to count. After all the fuss in the middle, have you forgotten? Mrs. Take these wine, is used to stir fry, soak medicinal wine and massage. Massage. It's like pouring gold on your body. If you calculate a bottle of wine at 500 grams, a drop of wine is 66,000 times the equivalent of gold. Gold. What brother? Crawl aside. Chapter 33 2,500 tons of gold, piled up in one corner. The audience went into a frenzy. 1 billion. Even if it is stored in the bank is good. Take it to the financial management is also okay. Or to buy a house. Used to open a company. Does not smell good? They only see this 1 billion like clutter, casually piled up in the corner. Just like the home did not drink all the beer, casually find a cool corner to avoid the light put. No different. If these wines were converted into cash of the same value, they could be piled up to 13 cubic meters. You know, an ordinary dump truck. The volume is that big. Imagine, a big truck to the door. The cargo bucket is full of, neatly stuffed with red tickets. This scene, how shocking, if converted into equal value of gold, can be exchanged for 5 tons. Cast it into a statue, or a gold wall. Ordinary cart may not be able to pull. The hot searches on Twitter are constantly self-ordering. And the previous message hasn't stayed long enough to be squeezed out by the next one. $30 million a bottle of wine. Who in the world is this woman? This woman even put this kind of thing into her husband's dishes. With the use of the whole body will be feverish. A move of the wife to make the husband dry mouth on the techniques of medicinal wine massage. A mouthful of $300,000. This kind of liquid. Do you dare to try it? Shocked. 1935 old wine reappeared. Soon. The popularity of the live broadcast of the Good Man test surpassed 100 million, and the actual number of viewers was already on 2 million. The massive influx of traffic made the choreographer and program team both happy and at a loss for words. After this battle, the reality show, which was originally only a hit, had broken the subdimensional wall and attracted viewers from different fields. In the future, it would definitely make it onto the honor roll of television programs and become something that every television producer must understand and learn from. The staff was trembling with excitement backstage, everyone's hands gripping the table tightly, their eyes staring straight at the various data on the screen. Director, the number of viewers has broken 2 million, and the total number of hits is over 10 million. Director, the Capital Television station has invited you to create a variety show of the same type, with an unlimited budget, to be aired during prime time. Director, Chingching Film Academy invites you to open an open class in hopes that you can inscribe your name in your alma mater's Hall of Fame. As the staff picked up each phone call and reported each piece of news, the smile on the director's face blossomed like a chrysanthemum. He was just an ordinary network program writer-director. How could he get the attention of these big shots? This time, he had really gotten lucky and had fallen for this family of great Buddhas. He clenched his fists and secretly said in his heart, "We can't be complacent. We have to be practical and do a good job with the program. We can't discredit our guests. Be practical. Don't forget to dig a well when you eat water. Be sure to ask for their consent before making the next move. If we encounter network violence again, we must strike hard and not let our guests get into trouble." The director quickly organized a PR team and contacted the person in charge of Weibo to take down all the hot searches that were rubbing and baiting. The director of Weibo agreed very painfully. One is that the director took out real money to the account. The hot search is supposed to be the wind vane of purchasing power. Secondly, the director took a look. Good guy. 30 million bottles of wine. Just like this in the corner. He took his heels to think. Also know that this family is by no means simple. Even if he didn't know who the man of the house really was, he would never dare to ignore it. If the other party didn't like this kind of baiting speech and blamed it, losing one's job was still small, but if the industry blocked him later, it would really be over. After purging a round of inappropriate remarks, the pop-ups in the live room also became normal. Ordinary people speaking will have a normal amplitude. Even if they express surprise and jealousy, they will not deliberately go to the rhythm. As long as there were no water armies and bots, the overall wind direction would look normal. At the program's recording site, a circle of guest hosts and staff gradually came back to their senses after a long period of shock. Lu Fui, who was originally still standing by the dining table, wearing gloves to show the audience the wine bottle, was now hiding far away. A hint of panic came out of this old detective's eyes, and he recalled with palpitations, "Good Lord, $30,000 a bottle. Selling this entire program team may not be able to afford it." When he was fiddling with those wines, he thought it was just a few 100,000 affordable wines. Only now did he realize that so many people had looked away. No one had expected that the toasted wine, which was only found in 2 bottles in the whole country, would appear in an ordinary program. Once it appeared, it was 36.5 bottles, worth $1 billion. Lu Fui hid far away, not daring to approach at all, in case he exhaled too much water and damaged those labels. He couldn't afford to pay for it even if he smashed the pot. Yin Xinjiang's phone call hadn't hung up yet, and Xia Binger, adhering to the tradition of a good host, asked Ning Xuelua on his behalf, "Ms. Ning, these wines are now valued at 30,000,000 yuan. Do you want to sell them?" Ning Xuelua was startled. "What? $30 million? I've never seen anything this expensive before." She snapped her fingers. "Wouldn't stir-frying vegetables, making medicinal wine, and giving my husband massages in Guasha cost?" She counted for half a day and didn't come up with a result, but this petulant and annoyed demeanor instead made the viewers in front of the screen laugh. "Mrs. Really cute. This time, you won't still say that you bought it from the liquor store in front of the neighborhood, right? I'd like to go to a neighborhood like this. It must be full of gold." "What's gold? A drop of wine is 60,000 times more expensive than gold. If I had a bottle of wine like this, I wouldn't want gold. It's more expensive than diamonds. I remember when my wife bought a diamond ring, the size of a fingertip, and it cost $100,000 or so. Diamonds are all lies, capitalists' bluffs. If you want to buy diamonds, why not buy jade? There are many kinds of jade, and the color is good. Doesn't it smell good?" Ning Xuelua couldn't calculate. She beamed and crossed her arms. "Humph, when my husband comes back, I must find him and ask him clearly. Surprisingly, he hides his personal money behind my back, and buys such expensive wine. One sip doesn't cost thousands of dollars. He also has to use these wines to massage, scrape and soak in medicinal wine. It's too wasteful." Xia Binger next to her laughed. "Ms. Ning, then these wines." Ning Xuelua shook her head. "No, you can't sell them indiscriminately. This is what my husband brought back. I have to ask him about it." Xia Binger didn't dare to ask after him. She said to the cell phone that was still sitting on the desktop, "Manager Ian, at the end of the day we will arrange a small interview dialogue session. If you still want to acquire these wines, please put it to the end as well." How could Yin Xinjiang dare to disobey? He spoke in a hurry. "Yes, thank you, please." He could have leveled his eyes, or condescendingly conversed with this host. But right now, the delicate girl standing behind this host looked harmless, but was actually a terrifying big shot in a high position. Yin Xinjiang respectfully put down the phone, sighed in relief, and hurriedly dialed Master Jing Shueishan's number. Chapter 34034 Crazy. Another 10 million jade stones. The phone beeped twice, and Master's voice came from the other end. "I'm waiting for my flight, so hurry up and book your ticket." "Book a ticket?" Yin Xinjiang froze. "Book tickets for what?" Jing Shueishan hated the iron. "Hurry up and go with me to Wasteland City. That family is in Wasteland City, right? Book a ticket. We go over now." Yin Xinjiang puzzled. "Master, I've already talked to the program team and will arrange a conversation session at the end. If you want to buy wine, we can wait until the end." "Stupid," Jing Shueishan cursed. "You're trying to talk to someone about acquisitions through a cell phone. How could you think of something so degrading?" Yin Xinjiang was a bit aggravated. He was also a figure that could be ranked in the Magic City. Although his assets amounted to $10 million, it was nothing in the eyes of a bunch of big bosses. In his actual management of the largest auction house in Magic City, the connections and relationships in his hands were definitely not to be underestimated. His tone has been humble to the extreme, and there is absolutely no place for any offense or offense. The first step is to confirm the intention over the air, and if you have any ideas, you can meet again, and there is no problem. Jing Shueishan sighed heavily. You are still too young. After I thought about it, I still feel that it's not right, and the Zhujia wine hasn't been out for 11 years. Their family can get dozens of bottles at a time, and every bottle is perfectly preserved and unbroken. Even the liquor doesn't see much evaporation. The power behind them is by no means as simple as the top tycoons you and I think of. For us to rashly beg for it like this, that little girl is simple-minded and doesn't know what kind of energy she possesses. Once the real talker finds out about our purchase request, there will definitely be a reaction. If they think it's not worth mentioning, it's fine to laugh it off. If it is thought to be offensive, Jing Shuezhen didn't say anything further, but Yin Shenjiang already understood the seriousness of the matter. Yes, Ms. Ning was good-tempered, naturally dull, had no frame, and was very good at talking, but it didn't mean that the person behind her had such a good personality. That person had isolated all the dangers around Ms. Ning, just letting her live in a safe and calm, seemingly ordinary environment. There must have been some arrangement. If he himself, by chance, said that he had broken this arrangement, in case the other party blamed, Yin Shenjiang didn't dare to think any further as he hurriedly said to Jing Shuezhen, "Yes, master, I'll immediately book a flight and set off right away, just to head to Desolate City with you. Take the blame from that person." At the scene of the program, Xia Binger finally regained control of the situation. Let's continue the program. Just now we talked about letting Mr. Qin Yichuan lead us for the third round of auditing private money. She looked at Qin Yichuan. "So, how much private money did we find this round?" Qin Yichuan smiled slightly and continued what he had said earlier. "Ms. Ning, can we go into the study to take a look?" Ning Shuelui nodded. "No problem. There's not much in my husband's study. He just occasionally writes and reads in there." Having received permission, the show's crowd all entered the study. As the camera turned, the audience also saw the interior of the study. Several large bookshelves surrounded the study, and each floor was stacked with books, with glass doors on the outside to prevent dust from entering. A wide desk was placed in the center, and several sheets of rice paper were closed and covered on one side, pressed with a paperweight. At first glance, an ordinary people's study is not much different. At most, the arrangement of objects was more delicate, and no matter which direction one viewed it from, it would look pleasing to the eye and neatly organized. The viewers all curiously sent out pop-ups. "Is this the wife's study? It looks very ordinary. I thought that in the study of a rich family, the bookshelves were all gold and the books were all jade. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to get the money to pay for it, but I'm sure you're going to be able to get the money to pay for it. The books you read aren't written with pen and paper." A little disappointed. What good things can be searched in this study? Xia Binger also looked at Qin Yichuan at this time. "Great detective. What treasure have you found this time? Just don't keep it a secret." Qin Yichuan heatedly smiled and let the camera follow him to the desk. He pointed at the paperweight on the desk and spoke. "This round, the things I found out are a bit ordinary, so don't be offended if they don't meet everyone's eyes. According to my observation, this paperweight is made of Hatian jade. Its appearance is smooth, no flaws are visible. It's a piece of top-quality jade. Although the price of jade is not like gold, which has a strict definition, it is also valued in the market based on its origin for ease of understanding. Currently, Hatian jade is priced between 500 yuan and 10,000 yuan for a single gram, depending on the quality." The audience was in an uproar. There is nothing cheaper than gold in this world, is there? $10,000 a gram. It's 22 times that of gold. My God. Before watching this program, I only knew that the jade market was very pitiful. I didn't expect it to be so pitiful. Big brother, you said the pit is the kind that tourist buses bring to the city. Do you think the wife will run to the remote place to buy jade? Xia Binger finished listening to Qin Yichuan's narration and hurriedly asked, "Great detective, what about your valuation?" Qin Yichuan waved his hand, and the staff who had been prepared immediately brought up an electronic scale. He carefully picked up the paperweight and placed it on the scale, showing its weight, 123 kilograms. Qin Yichuan glanced at the electronic scale and was just about to speak, but then hesitated a little. At the very beginning of the search, he had seen this paperweight. At that time, just think it is a good piece of jade. The psychological expectation in a few $100s per gram. The whole piece of jade is also a few $1,000s, tens of thousands. But after experiencing the cultural relics, pigments and antique wine, he felt that it would be an abnormal thing if the things in this house were not expensive. Qin Yichuan then said, "Then let's do the calculation based on 10,000 yuan a gram. 1123 grams is 1,123 million yuan. The people present were going crazy. How can you casually take out something that is tens of millions of dollars again? Can't you just use something cheaper?" Qin Yichuan had just put the paperweight on the electronic scale, and his movements were careful enough, but not too exaggerated. But when he tried to put the paperweight down from the electronic scale again, his entire body was hunched over, with his back bent, his knees hanging down, his armpits clamped together, and his hands guarding the paperweight. He fought to lift it off the electronic scale with very slow movements. Only when the paperweight was placed back on the desktop did he suddenly let out a sigh of relief, his forehead covered in sweat. Now, he finally understood what kind of experience Chen Xiaoxiao and Lu Fui had. That only when he personally held a mansion in his hands would he feel the immense pressure of it. This one paperweight. It was another $10 million. No matter who it was, the pressure was mountainous. Chapter 35:035 Just worthless mountain material. The audience in the live broadcast room is also in an uproar at this time. 1 kilogram. Another 10 million or so. Terrifying as the Sven scum. This family can casually pick up the treasure. There is no one who wants to go together to explore? Nuts, right? Doesn't the wife smell good? What's the point of having a paperweight? Why isn't she panicking this time? Why is she smiling so happily? Yeah, let's see what she'll say this time. She bought it from the pottery store in front of the neighborhood again? The audience in the live broadcast room discussed heatedly. After Qin Ichuan put the paperweight back on the table, he looked at the camera. Just now is only the amount I estimated based on the general market price. If this paperweight is carved by a famous artist, the price will also be higher. After all, crafts, works of art and raw materials, the price difference is huge. That's why I suggest adding another $3 to $5 million on top of the previous amount. Xia Binger nodded. It makes sense. Buying jade products, a large part of it depends on the carving as well as the symbolism it contains. It's impossible to go by the weight of the raw materials alone. The pop-up screen was stunned. Good lord. The handcraft fee is $5 million. Not only the handmade fee, you also have to look at the shape of the carving, imagery to determine. It's just a square stone. What's so handmade about it? This is not the same. The master will bring out the skin and features of the jade, to cover up the flaws. The inner doorway is very large. Qin Ichuan waited for the netizens to discuss for a while before he spoke. Moderator, then we are pricing this round. Xia Binger nodded and said to Ning Xuelua, MS, Ning, for this round of private money, we'll price it at 1,623,000 yuan. Oh, do you have any objections? Ning Xuelua finally couldn't hold herself back as she held her stomach and laughed up to the sky. Ha 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 ha, you guys got it wrong. The personnel present were all confused. What mistake? Ning Xuelua laughed for a while before stopping. This stone, my husband and I picked it up ourselves when we traveled to the Gobi beach. The paperweight is also carved by my husband himself, not a famous master at all. He also got a lot of stones in the studio, something to take a few out of the carving to play. You all fell for it. These stones were picked up by us. They are not worth anything. The people present were confused. Xia Binger for a while before she came back to her senses, looked at Qin Ichuan. That, Qin detective, is it that you have lost your eyes? Qin Ichuan scratched his head. He carefully scrutinized the paperweight. Puzzled, it won't be I also bought Hetian jade. Looked very close. Xia Binger said, that is MS. Ning Luck, really picked up a piece of Hetian jade on the Gobi beach. Qin Ichuan was speechless for a while, but there was no good words in his head. Hetian jade, which is so easy to be able to pick up, really so simple. This thing immediately becomes cheap. Is not everyone on the street can get a piece, but Qin Ichuan also has no reasonable explanation. Ning Xuelua has no need to lie in this kind of thing. If she said she picked it up, then she must have picked it up. Could it really be that she was so lucky that she could pick up millions of dollars at random? The audience was just envious a moment ago, but now, the sour taste of jealousy was already able to escape the screen. Good guy. More than 10 million things can be picked up casually. The front buddy said the pottery and plastic store bought it. The pattern is still small. People's luck is so full of treasures. Where is the Gobi beach? Is it too late to go now? Xia Bingru was helpless for a while. How come this kind of good luck doesn't happen to her? She paused and continued. MS, Ning, you said that this piece of material was picked up, but after all, the value of Hetian jade is still very high. With such an exquisite jade surface, let's remove the engraving costs and still calculate it at 11.23 million. MS, Ning's eyes widened, and she waved her hands in confusion. No, you guys got it wrong. My husband said that these are all mountain material. Not worth much, just a couple $100. Mountain material? Xia Binger narrowed her eyes, not understanding the meaning of this word, but next to her, Qin Ichuan immediately comprehended it, and it dawned on him, oh, I remember. Hetian jade mountain material is also considered Hetian jade, but the price is very low, only $100 to $500 per gram. Xia Binger nodded and said approvingly, worthy of being a great detective, you know just how much. Chen Xiaoxiao, an executive at the side, also interjected, people don't play with jade and may not know much about Hetian jade, so I'll also give you a little science. As an executive of a Fortune 500 company, she has also cooperated with numerous brands, among which there is no shortage of huge jewelry suppliers. In the art world, she dabbles more broadly. Although not necessarily proficient, she was still able to understand the general situation. Chen Xiaoxiao said, Hetian jade is generally categorized into 3 types, which are mountain material, Shanli Ushui material, and seed material. Mountain material is mostly raw or from mine outcrops, or palm faces, without weathered surface epidermis, or very thin weathered layer of jade barren material. It is of lower value. Mountain running water material refers to jade ore that has been weathered and crumbled from the primary jade ore and carried upstream and downstream in rivers by floodwaters. Shanli Ushui is characterized by slightly rounded corners of the jade, known in geology as subangular, closer to the primary ore, and a smoother surface. It is of medium value. The highest grade is seed material, which is pebble-shaped jade formed naturally in a river with seed skin on the outside. After a long period of natural weathering and stripping into pieces of varying sizes, it crumbles down the hillside and then flows into the river through rainfall. When the river dries up in the fall, the jade pieces are collected in the riverbed. If this paperweight is really just mountain material, then the price is indeed not high. When Ning Xuelua heard them finish, she slapped her thighs. Oops, you guys don't believe me even if I told you. I'll go move the other materials over. After saying that, she went out of the study. Xia Binger came over to Chen Xiaoxiao and Qin Ichuan. Both of you, what do you think of this piece of paperweight? In the end, what kind of material is it? Qin Ichuan was a bit hesitant. I don't think Ning would lie. She said it was picked up on the Gobi beach, so it's most likely mountain or mountain stream material. The price is not high. But, he hesitated for a moment before continuing, but I don't think that her family would use something cheap. Chen Xiaoxiao hurriedly nodded her head in agreement. She unconsciously touched her arm and shivered. By the way, do you guys feel it's gotten cooler? Xia Binger looked left and right. Today's weather was not bad, not too cold and not too hot. Their group was also dressed appropriately and decently, so they shouldn't feel cold. But Xia Binger also shivered, as if she was in a deep palace cellar. There was a chilly coolness floating around her. Xia Binger nodded. It's still true. It's a bit cold. Qin Ichuan, Lu Fui and the staff looked at each other for a few moments, and also nodded their heads. Yes, strange. It was fine just now. How come Ning went out for a while and became so cold? She turned off the air conditioner? No, the air conditioner wasn't turned on at all today. Also at this moment, Ning Xuelua showed her head by the study door. Yeah, it's too heavy. I can't move it. Come and help someone. Chapter 36, 036 with lines. It's not worth anything. The program group of people which dared to let Ning Xuelua lift heavy things. Xia Binger waved her hand. Go, let's go to the scene to see. A grand group of people rushed towards the studio. As soon as they entered it, the personnel who hadn't searched for the studio just now immediately let out an exclamation of surprise. Wow, so spacious. This is a wide studio that looks to be 50 or 60 square feet. The floor was not inlaid with tiles, and was primed with cement. There are all kinds of tools hanging on the shelves along the wall: drills, grinding wheels, planers, electric pushes, angle rulers, chainsaws, wrenches, buckets, drivers. Large cutting tables and machine tools are organized and scrubbed very clean. The list goes on, and a circle of wooden cabinets around them held a wide variety of crafts. The side of the studio against the outside is a circle of floor-to-ceiling glass, just as the bright sunlight pours into it. Warm, very comfortable. A group of staff members froze as they all pondered the question. Is this still a residence? The studio looked like a small workshop or factory, out of place with the flavor of a high-rise residential area. These people were dumbfounded to be able to circle such a large piece of land in their homes as a craft workshop. With 50 or 60 square feet, it was already quite a small home, so it really wasn't something that ordinary people could afford to play with. But then they thought on second thought. The home had 520 square feet. It's not unusual to use these tens of square feet for a workshop. After the initial hustle and bustle, the staff set up their lenses and started filming where Ning Xuelua instructed them to. The two males, Qin Ichuan and Lu Fui, moved a huge box from under a table under Ning Xuelua's command. Qin Ichuan struggled a bit. His face was slightly swollen red. This box is so heavy, at least 100 pounds. Lu Fui hemmed and hawed. You young people sit in the office all day. Your physical strength is not good. After the box was moved out, he crossed his waist and looked up and down. Well, it is estimated at 100 pounds to 120 pounds. Qin Ichuan zephyr tongue. So heavy, even if its mountain material is worth a lot of money. Everyone stretched their heads, looking at this square box. Do not know what treasure hidden. Even the audience is hungry and extremely curious. Open it up and see. Calculated at 100 pounds, 50 kilograms, that's 50,000 grams. If you calculate at $200 a gram, it's still $10 million. Sounds small. Dude, you're getting ahead of yourself. There's no such thing as a good thing. Everything is top-notch. These stones add up to $10 million. Isn't that enough? It's true that the paperweight is worth $10 million, and then you look at all the stones that add up to that figure. It's true that there's a gap, but when you think about it, is 10 million less? Have you guys ever seen anyone who buys 100 pounds of something that can cost $10 million? Don't say 100 pounds. I've never even seen 10 million. Audience members have expressed their approval of this opinion. Indeed, who is that capable of really being able to afford such an expensive thing? Ordinary citizens buy a few tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands of jewelry, already considered very extravagant. Even for rich businessmen and celebrities, spending $1 or $2 million would already top it off. It is rare to hear of anyone who is really willing to spend tens of millions of dollars to buy jade products. Perhaps there would be some news, media, and marketing numbers that would be eye-catching, saying that how many billions of dollars had been sold somewhere, anywhere. But these instances were extremely rare, and they all happened in the top auction houses, and might not happen once in more than a decade. On the spot, each one regained his concentration. He opened the square alley in the eager gaze of all the staff. The box was opened and everyone first let out a gasp. Wow, so many. But then, some people sighed regretfully. Alas, it seems that mess. Ning did not lie. There were large and small, very many pieces of raw jade lying in the box, but the vast majority of them, with whitish and turbid surfaces, looked gray and mixed with a lot of impurities. Everyone had a number in their hearts. It seemed that Ning Xuelua hadn't lied. It was indeed worthless ordinary material. Ning Xuelua inserted her waist and said smugly, "See, I told you all. These stones, they were all picked up by my husband and I at the stall next door. He's just here to casually carve some knickknacks, and he's the one who got many of the ornaments at home." The guests and the host glanced at each other, and although they saw the tangible evidence, there was still a thought lingering in their minds. Would such a family really use cheap material to play with? Would a family that could afford to drink $30 million of wine and use $100 million of pigment really use a few $100s of low-grade material to carve something? But with the facts in front of them, they could only nod their heads in acknowledgement. Xia Binger thought for a moment and said to her assistant, "Bring the appraisal flashlight." Soon, the assistant handed over a 2-finger-thick apparatus. The appraisal flashlight was a professional apparatus that was somewhat like a solid gel, cylindrical in shape with a contracted tip that could emit a strong light. This strong light range is not far, but has a certain degree of penetrability, can penetrate the skin of many raw stones, the inner color, grain revealed. At the same time, the flashlight can also release ultraviolet light, which can observe the fluorescent substances of special ores. Xia Binger handed the appraisal flashlight to Lu Fui, and only this old criminal investigator was more professional at the scene, with a steadier hand, and was good at appraising items. It is not that the program group does not invite identification experts. If it is just an ordinary family, these guests will be enough to turn the bottom of the sky. 500 company executives, what high-end occasions have not entered? Private detectives, the best at finding clues, can easily find the place where the money is hidden. The old detective was also able to judge from the male host's perspective whether they were lying and whether secrets existed. So the program group did not deliberately arrange identification experts. For ordinary citizens, these 3 people have been absolutely enough. But no one expected that within this ordinary family, they had successively found out rare treasures, items that even the first-class appraisers of the Dragon Kingdom were unable to distinguish. It wasn't that the program group was underprepared, but even if a professional appraiser was brought in, he might not be able to distinguish between the good and bad of these things. Xia Binger exited the camera and quietly dialed the director's phone. "Hey, director, I think it's better to hire an off-site assistant to appraise the price of these jades for us." Without saying a word, the director immediately agreed. "I'll go make contact now, and connect you in a moment when I get in touch." While the director was contacting people, the program still had to continue, so Lu Fui took the appraisal flashlight, pulled out a piece of stone that looked flat, and placed the luminous end against it. As the camera drew closer, everyone saw the strong light shining through the skin and inside the stone. A detailed pattern emerged within the stone material, like clouds drifting away, drawing the form of waves strand by strand. Chen Xiaoxiao saw it and immediately frowned. Hatian jade is about being warm and moist throughout, free of impurities, and evenly spread out in every place. This piece of stone is full of texture. It seems worthless. Chapter 37037 Holy. It can actually accumulate up to $16 million. Chen smiled. People can understand it as marble. It's also covered in patterns, but it's not worth much. Hatian jade is meant to be warm and moist like fat, pure and bright. She shook her head. This kind with veins is of bad quality. When the crowd heard Chen Xiaoxiao's words, they were first shocked, followed by a wave of loss. Could it be that this round of searching really couldn't find anything good? But on second thought, the current situation was very logical. No matter how rich a person was, and no matter how good the things in their home were, it was impossible for each and every one of them to be the very best. Especially with this kind of craftsmanship, the loss of materials was very great. For example, if you like woodworking, you can't possibly use all wanwali or sandalwood, right? Usually practicing, carving some knickknacks, using cheap edges, very suitable. It is not possible to use expensive raw materials every time. In case of a miss, it would be a real pity and a waste. Chin each one, who was on the side, also spoke up. The finest of the Hatian jade is the sheep fat grade, with a white and moist jade color, dense and pure texture, strong sense of oil and grease, and no jade manifestation but very few impurities. Sheepskin white jade is white, moist, fine and soft, with refined light within, delicate and flawless, moist and crystalline as fat, very expensive. However, the stones here are covered with patterns inside, so it seems that it's really as MS. Ning said, they're all unscreened mountain materials with little actual value. Not only the scene, the audience of the live broadcast was also slightly disappointed at this point. It's actually cheap. I didn't expect it. It seems that Mrs. Family, not everything is superb. $100 or $200. I can also afford to spend. Finally buy a Mrs. Same model. Although it's cheap, 1 or 200 grams, but there are more than 100 pounds. My God, 10 million. Didn't you do the math just now? It's better to see how the program team valued it. Also at this time, the program team got a larger electronic scale. 2 staff members wearing white gloves, carefully weighed, and recorded a piece of stone material. Although this ordinary mountain material is not as scary as the previous $10,000 a gram, but a stone weighs more than 10 pounds, is also worth very much money. The staff did not dare to slow down, like holding a small baby, carefully weighing. During the weighing process, Lu Fui is also checking the internal condition of the stone piece by piece. This piece has lines. It's not worth much. This piece too. Well, this piece is a bit better. It's flatter inside, but if it's picked up from the same batch, it's probably also mountain material or Shanli Ushui material. This piece is also very flat. This one has a pattern. MS. Ning, these raw materials are quite varied. They have everything. Ning Shuelua smiled. Yeah, last time I went to Gobi Beach with my husband and rented a pickup truck. He mysteriously pulled me to the remote place. I thought he wanted to do something. Alas, it turned out to be just picking up a lot of stones. Lu Fui nodded and picked up the last few large stones at the bottom of the box again. He just wanted to verify it, and suddenly eeped. What is this? The crowd came over to look and realized that it was a few pieces of transparent crystal-like material. These transparent materials have many colors. Light purple, light blue, light green, lime green, leaning against each other, piled up at the bottom of the box. When the light shone, it was very beautiful. Ning Shuelua took a look and laughed. Ha! It's glass. Glass? The crowd was puzzled. How can there be glass? Ning Shuelua nodded. Yeah, it was also picked up at the next stall. My husband said that when other people made glass crafts, there was no place to throw the remnants, so they were thrown together at Gobi Beach. At that time he didn't want it. I said it was quite pretty, polluting the environment here. Why don't we just bring it back together? It dawned on the crowd, since it was glass, it was even less valuable. When the staff finished weighing everything, they looked up at Xia Binger. Are these glasses counted as well? Xia Binger thought about it and nodded. Calculate them together. There must be errors in things. It's good to unify them as a whole to calculate the value. The staff nodded and quickly calculated the result. A total of 64.78 kilograms, converting the city pound to 129.56 pounds. Lu Fui reveals a smile. See, my estimate is quite accurate. Xia Binger said, that's 64.780 grams, plus 1,123 grams of paperweight in the study, totaling 65.903 grams. She paused, calculated according to 250 yuan per gram. What does everyone think? The crowd had no objections. If these were just mountain material or ordinary stones, they wouldn't even be worth this much. But seeing as this was Ning Shuelua's house, it wasn't surprising that her family had any valuables. Pricing it at $250 per gram was already very respectful of the price owner. Xia Binger continued. Then our valuation for this round is 16,475,750 yuan. The crowd scared. My God, another $16 million. Even though the individual price is cheap, there are about 100 pounds here. Adding up the numbers becomes terrifying. Still underestimating MS. Ning, even if you take the cheap stones, it adds up to astronomical figures. How many years do I have to earn to? Alas, forget it, I can't earn 10 million in this life. Netizens are also very amazed. Money seems like waste paper. All over the place. My house also has a pile of stones. Go back to test to see if it is worth 1.6 million. Don't think about it. The stone in Mrs. S house is jade. The stone in your house is really a stone. Don't fool the young and the poor. Then don't fool the middle-aged poor. Don't fool the old-aged poor. Ha 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 ha, laugh to death. Or old brother can talk. Heard the price from 10,000 down to 200. I also thought finally something cheap. Did not expect but also can come to a cumulative. The crowd has no objection in this round. Even Ning Shuelua also held her hand, slightly frowned. Good you guy, tell me these stones. I did not expect to add up so expensive. She clenched her fists, her face slightly annoyed. Humph, when you come back, let's see how I'll clean you up. Xia Binger smiled. There are no objections in this round, so our pricing is set at 1.6 million. So, does our auditing guest have any other findings? Chen Xiaoxiao raised her hand. I just dash. Before she could finish her sentence, Xia Binger suddenly blushed oddly and touched her pocket. Her cell phone suddenly vibrated. Xia Binger revealed an embarrassed look, exited the camera, and picked up the phone. The director's voice came out. I found an expert. He's contacting you now. Xia Binger looked distressed. Director, there is no problem with this round. We have already set the final value with the participating guests. The director pondered a little and replied, well, it's fine. The person has been contacted. He's waiting. You cut the camera back, make it clear to the audience, and let the expert take another look. Xia Binger thought about it, communicated a couple more sentences, and agreed. She returned to the camera and said to all the viewers, ladies and gentlemen, it just so happens that our program's appraisal expert is ready. Let's let him help palm his eyes now and see if the pricing of the items just now is correct. The audience didn't have any objections. They also wanted to see how the appraisal expert would determine the items. Please welcome, Teacher Nyo from Heaven and Earth Treasure Appraisal, to answer our questions. Chapter 38038 High Ice Grade Jadeite. There was a moment of surprise in the pop-up screen, followed by a wave of joy. Mr. Nyo also came to participate in the program? I said he didn't start broadcasting today, so it's because he's having an affair with this program. Ha, a little interesting, Mr. Nyo's mantra, you, this thing criminal very can copy, at least worth a big 4 years it, laughing dead. I also love to see Heaven and Earth to identify the treasure. Once in the catacombs to identify the treasure. The sheriff's department directly to a network arrested. Live squatting number. Soon. The video call connected. Xia Binger put the screen in front of the camera. Hello, Mr. Nyo. Mr. Nyo's face is thin, wearing a pair of glasses and a pigtail. His appearance is not good. However, those who understood that he was actually a senior antique expert, very good at identifying items. He faced the camera and gave a bright smile. Hello everyone, I'm Xia Nyo from Heaven and Earth Treasure Appraisal. I'm happy to discuss with you all. Xia Binger said, Mr. Nyo, you are too modest. We have many questions to ask you. Hey, why did you guys put the stuff away? She then realized that because she didn't have time to explain just now, the staff had already taken those raw stones back into the box and pushed them back. Xia Binger hurriedly commanded, come on, everyone, do us another favor and take the things out. We still need to ask Mr. Nyo to help identify them. While the staff was carrying it, she didn't waste any time and introduced the specifics to Mr. Nyo. Mr. Nyo, it's like this. The first thing we did was to find a paperweight that our guest thought was Hatin jade, giving an estimate at 10,000 yuan a gram, totaling 123,000. Teacher Nyo stroked his chin, pondering, well, there's a bit of an error, but it's just an estimate. It's not a no-go. Where is the stuff? Xia Binger smiled faintly, looking like she had succeeded in her scheme. Ha ha, according to the master, that's actually not a sheep's fat grade Hatin jade, but a mountain material picked up on the Gobi beach. Teacher Nyo raised an eyebrow and did not move. Well, if it's mountain material, the price is a bit worse. It's hard to find seeds in the Gobi beach if it's not near a river, but there are also good grades in the mountain material. You need to observe to decide. Xia Binger replied, that's right, that's why we gave an estimate at $250 per gram. In addition, Ms. Ning's family has a very large amount of raw stone material, and after we weighed it, we found that there were 78 kilograms in total. Mr. Nyo was slightly surprised. Good lord, so much, that's over $10 million. Xia Binger nodded. That's right, more than 16 million. Teacher Nyo came to be interested. He had been an appraiser for many years. How many expensive jewels and jades had he not seen? Running a jade market at random. Transactions of thousands of hundreds of millions of dollars abounded. He received a commission from a friend today to help link a program. Mr. Nyo originally thought it was just an ordinary errand and didn't hold much expectation, especially when he saw that the name of the program was checking private money. What kind of good stuff could be found? General people use as private money things, are easy to circulate, good out of hard currency. It is normal to hide some gold, platinum and so on, but that is simply not necessary to identify. Nothing more than a glance at the authenticity, and then wait on the end of the matter, but just connected to the program. I heard the other side said so much information. Just the raw stone alone was worth more than $16 million, which made Mr. Nyo very interested. In his heart, he naturally did not believe that all the stones had jade in them. After all, these people were laymen, judging all of them by one or two raw stones that had jade. This kind of rookie mistake was normal, but no matter what, it was still necessary to take a look first. Teacher Nyo opened his mouth and asked, "Where's the stone? Let me see the color inside." Xia Binger laughed and urged the staff to quickly bring the item over. Just now, our guest has already helped look at the stone twice. It carries lines inside, it's not very pure, and the color is not translucent. Teacher Nyo let out an "oh." Well, Hatian jade is about meticulous roundness. If the image of the skin color with it is good, it can still sell for a price. But overall Hatian jade with skin color requires the craftsmanship of the carver, which will also increase the cost. He said it euphemistically and was also giving some face to this owner. In case the quality was really bad, they could still brag about it and make it less embarrassing for them. But the audience could be very blunt, ha ha ha. And leather color, where there are so many good leather colors. I also grew up watching Tian Jin Bao. Skin color is usually only seed material. The mountain material is a stone wrapped in jade. Where is the skin color? What does he mean by skin color? The seeds of Hatian jade, soaked in water for years and years, will be gradually moisturized by external objects. Here headset is very much. What live skin, dead skin, dry skin, oil skin, is not specialized in this line, will certainly be bypassed. But just remember one thing, red skin and white meat is the most expensive on the line. Ha, you say so? Just now that side of the paperweight seems to be also red skin and white meat. That's true. Did anyone record the screen just now? I don't even remember watching. Time is too short. Playback has not been automatically generated. A moment to ask the host to look back at it. The paperweight is a mountainous material. The paperweight is mountain material. How can it have red skin and white flesh? Only seed material can generate skin color. So what's going on here? The audience was talking a lot, but because there were too many pop-ups, the scene didn't notice anything different. Also at this time, the staff took out the raw stones in the box one by one. It was placed in front of the camera. Mr. Nyo glanced at it. Is there a light on the scene? Looking at the wool, there is a skin shell that is not convenient to observe. He shook his head, feeling more and more in his heart that he would not see any good goods this time. Although there are some special traces on the top of the raw stone, but no one dares to be sure without seeing the inside. This family does not seem to engage in this line of experts. Casually pick up the raw materials, and how likely to have the real thing. But he is inconvenient to explicitly say, "Come up to tear down," always not too polite. Xia Binger heard his words, and quickly asked Lu Fui to bring up the identification flashlight. Yes, Mr. Nyo, we spotlight for you to see. Lu Fui had already operated it once, following the example of the gourd, and put the strong end of the flashlight against the round stone. Soon, the strong light penetrated the stone shell, revealing the interior. Under the strong light, the inside of the stone was flooded with a cloud-like luster, filling every corner of the light through. The viewers at the scene and in the live broadcast room could see it clearly, and they shook their heads slightly. It's a pity that the Hatian jade with its veins won't be worth anything by any stretch of the imagination. Xia Binger asked into the camera, "Mr. Nyo, do you think our valuation is correct? Is a Hatian jade with such a texture worth money or not?" She finished asking the question but got no answer. Xia Binger repeated, "Mr. Nyo, what is your opinion?" She asked the question a second time, but there was still no answer. With doubt, Xia Binger looked at the tablet held by the assistant at the side. On the screen, Teacher Nyo's eyes were wide open, his mouth open to the maximum, and even his glasses slid down, but he was ignorant, staring at the screen with incomparable astonishment and shock. He let out a trembling voice and spoke incredulously. "You guys, you call this Hatian jade? This Nima is a high ice type jadeite. Chapter 39 039 100, 000 per gram, high ice seed jadeite." With Mr. Nyo's roar, the crowd, who were still showing confident faces just a moment ago, froze their faces. What did he say? Jadeite? Not Hatian jade? Some were puzzled, some were disbelieving, some were confused, and the most was shocked. Dare they toss it around for so long? They were wrong from the start. Teacher Nyo roared in the camera. "That one who? Don't move your hand. Lighten it carefully. Let me see clearly. Good. Change the angle and relight again. No. Change another angle. My God. It's white fog. It's a bull ***** texture. You guys have misidentified it." The crowd at the scene looked at each other in disbelief. Why was this appraisal expert so angry? Chen Xiaoxiao murmured from the sidelines. Jadeite? This is emerald? How much is it worth? She looked at such a large box of stones and fell into a daze. The price of jadeite was not lower than that of Hatian jade. The viewers first froze, and then a new round of pop-ups erupted. Another cartwheel. Ha, why did I say again? Wait, this isn't Hatian jade? It's jade? Holy, something so obvious. So many people are looking away? A box of emerald. Oh my god, how much is this worth? The show's flopping again. But why am I not surprised? In Mrs. S house, how unusual it is to have something so unusual happen. This program is refreshing my perception every time. The corners of Xia Binger's mouth twitched, forcibly pulling herself back from the shock and embarrassment. How is it that every valuation is inaccurate? Wasn't this mountain material? How did it become jade again? Was it because Mr. Niu was looking through the lens and couldn't see clearly? Xia Binger pondered for a moment, and for the sake of the program, she still opened her mouth. Teacher Niu, when you say that this is jade, what is the basis? Teacher Niu's eyes widened as he stood up at his workstation, his hands propped up on the table, staring intently at the screen. When he heard Xia Binger's inquiry, he waved his hand very impatiently. Don't argue, watch, don't bother me. He commanded Lu Fui to check a few more stones before he suddenly came back to his senses and apologized with some embarrassment. Sorry, looking away, I'll explain it. Xia Binger laughed, generously said, Teacher Niu, it's normal to be happy to see the hunt. We don't know much about jade. We still have to rely more on you to help answer questions and solve puzzles. Teacher Niu nodded, fondly glanced at the raw stone on the screen, before doing back to the workstation, began to answer the question. Everyone's entry point from the beginning is wrong. These stones are not Hatian jade, but, I see jadeite. Everyone see this layer of white fog? He pointed to the screen, just as Lu Fui irradiated on a stone. The strong light irradiation, revealing a cloudy, ethereal color. Mr. Niu continued, this layer of cloudy mist has not yet penetrated deep into the interior of the original stone. It is just the interlayer between the skin and the jadeite. Fog refers to the existence of the outer layer of weathered crust and the inner jadeite between, a layer of foggy opaque material. In fact, is a kind of jadeite mineral's degeneration metamorphosis effect results. Due to the decrease in temperature and increase in pressure, the primary mineral stibnite undergoes demetamorphism, forming new secondary minerals wrapped around the exterior of the stibnite rock, creating a pattern of stibnite rock in the center, a layer of secondary minerals on the outside, and a weathered crust on the outermost layer. Fog comes in thick and thin layers, and in colors such as white, yellow, black and red fog. One of the fogs with color is due to high iron content, which in turn causes the emerald to darken. Mr. Niu paused, so it can be summarized as follows. The appearance of fog, basically certain that the original stone in the head of the emerald, and with the appearance of white fog, it can be determined that the color of this piece of jade is very good. Based on my experience, I deduce that there is not just ordinary jadeite in this stone, but high ice-grade jadeite. Xia Binger gulped. Although she also loved wearing jewelry, she didn't know much about the specific market. She was just about to ask a question when a scream came from the side. Chen Xiaoxiao excitedly clenched her fists, her body slightly bent, and screamed out of character like no one else was watching. High ice seed. It's not just ice seed. Or is it a high ice seed? Xia Binger heard her guest so excited and thought to herself that this thing is definitely not simple. She asked cautiously, can Mr. Niu give us a popularization? What kind of concept is the high ice variety of jadeite? How much is it worth? Teacher Niu had already returned to his senses at this moment. He nodded. No problem. Let me give everyone a brief introduction. Jadeite is a stony polycrystalline aggregate formed under geological action that reaches the grade of jade, and is mainly composed of steatite or hard jade and sodium calcium pyroxene. The grade of jade is called seed water, and the grade of seed water can be categorized from high to low as glass seed, high ice, jelly seed, ice seed, glutinous ice, hibiscus seed, glutinous seed and bean seed. In the vast majority of the emerald buying market, what is sold is the glutinous and bean seeds. These types of jadeite generally have a hazy, indistinguishable and cottony internal structure, but the good thing is that the price is affordable and everyone can buy them. This one I just watched. Xia Binger immediately reminded. These stones belong to MS Ning's family. Teacher Niu nodded. I just looked at a few pieces of wool from this MS Ning, and they are all rare ice-grade jadeite. Ice-type jadeite is produced in very small quantities and is almost impossible to see in everyday life. Its fleshy characteristics, transparency, and appearance are close to that of ice, and it is a translucent jadeite. I see jadeite flesh translucent with a sense of ice, giving a person the feeling of ice and jade. 3 points of warmth, 7 points of cold, the appearance of ice like water, refreshing and soothing, ice to the heart. but also through a hint of hazy subtle beauty. It is one of the highest grade of jadeite seed water, the raw stone from Ms. Ning's house, no matter from the pine flowers on the skin shell, the python on the weathered shell, and the mist in the middle, all prove without exception that it is a high ice variety. He exclaimed, "It's exactly as written in a textbook. All the elements, all complete. I've never seen such neat evidence. Even counterfeiting can't exhibit everything so clearly." To be Ox teacher finished, Xiaobinger only carefully asked, "Then, Ox teacher can give these raw materials estimate a price? How much should it be worth? High ice type jadeite?" All the audience also waited with bated breath. Yes, jadeite and Hutyan jade have different values. Will it be higher or lower? Just now, the promised 10,000 grams of Hutyan jade, high-grade jadeite. The price shouldn't be low either. I guess 30,000 grams. I remember that jadeite can't be counted by grams. It needs to be counted as a finished product. That also need to have a convenient dose of numbers, not by grams. That is, merchants in order to cheat money, not willing to disclose the bottom price just. It makes sense. Let's see what Mr. Nyo has to say. Teacher Nyo pursed his lips, staring at the stone in the screen, looking at it for a long time before he opened his mouth. If it's really an ice seed, the minimum price is $100,000 per gram. Chapter 40:040 $10 billion. $10 billion for a box of stones. 100,000. The guests at the scene were so shocked that they couldn't speak. All of them were dizzy and didn't know what kind of look to use to express their feelings. Xiaobinger covered her mouth. 100,000? Chen Xiaoxiao murmured. $100,000 a gram? I know it's expensive, but how can it be so expensive? Qin Yichuan's hands were sweating. He tucked his hands into his pockets, felt it was inappropriate, and placed them on both sides of his body again. But how could he feel like sitting on pins and needles, with nowhere to put them? Lu Fui looked at his hands. His gloves were dusty from fumbling with the leather shells. He pondered in his heart, would this dust be valuable as well? The audience in the live broadcast room was also confused. 100,000, just estimated 30,000 brother. Your eyesight is still small. Who would have thought? This thing is so expensive. It's crazy. Is the jade market this bullish? 100,000 grams? Is this something a human can afford? What kind of stupidity would I have to do to buy 100,000 grams of something? I use more than a gram of salt for a meal. If I replace it with jade, I'd need $1 million for a meal. Good lord, you're a weird category. So if I take a sip of water, I don't drink away millions. Both the guests and the audience were discussing hot and heavy. Who could have expected the sudden peaks and valleys that pushed a few $100s a gram to hundreds of times the high price? Several guests are confused. Not mountain material? How did it become emerald? Xiaobinger wiggled her fingers and calculated. 64.78 kilograms. 64.780 g. 100,000 yuan a gram. 64.78 billion. Everyone was stunned. Are you crazy or am I crazy? 6.5 billion. Lu Fui's face became pale, even if he was over half 100 years old. In his 50s, he had never seen any big storms, but knowing that what he had just touched was worth $6.5 billion, he still couldn't help his hands from trembling. He muttered, I wonder if selling our county would be worth that much. No more valuable mansions, famous cars, and luxury goods could reach this figure, and a magnitude like several $billion could already sway the prosperity and flourishing of a region. But the screen, Mr. Nyo is sad. In fact, jadeite is not quite should be priced by gram, because each batch of jadeite is unique, according to its shape, seed water, color, as well as the master's carving, all will form different finished products. The price is not the same, but for the sake of convenience, I'll use the unit quality to make the conversion. He paused. Ice seed outer layer on the surface of the luster is very good, translucent to transparent, bright like water to give a person the feeling of ice and jade. Knocking the jade body sound is metal brittle sound. Jade body shape view like ice crystal. Uniformity and consistency of grain size. Crystal grains can be recognized by the naked eye. Hard jade pure and unadulterated. Fine and moist texture. Ice type is very rare, and high ice type is few and far between, because Ms. Ning's family's raw stone also includes a skin shell. My valuation is on the low side, and I'll only give it up to 100,000. Xiaobinger suddenly shouted. Wait! Her face showed surprise and her tone trembled. 100,000, or on the low side? Teacher Nyo nodded bashfully. Yes, because it includes the skin shell, so I only dared to give 100,000. It's not cut open, and there will be an error when looking at it from the outside. If I can see the exact seed water with my own eyes, I estimate the price at between 100,000 and 300,000 per gram. Guests present? Good lord, Where would you say 2 sentences and raise the price once again? $300,000 per gram. What kind of family can afford this? 10 grams can buy a suite. 100 grams can buy a top sports car. 1 kilogram is afraid that many city construction projects are only worth this price. But 1 kilogram, that is, the weight of a bag of salt. Every meal to eat salt, just so big a little something, can top down an industrial park. Even if someone's heart is clear, emerald is a luxury. Will also be the scene of this statement, shocked speechless. It's not just a matter of luxury anymore. Many top tycoons wouldn't dare to own such a large amount of precious raw stones, right? The pop-up screen boiled over. The one who just said that the wife's family finally has affordable items stands out. It's time to show your purchasing power. Blanche, is it that hard to buy the same item from Mrs. House? Mr. Nyo is still conservative. According to his 100, 000 to 300, 000 theory, take the middle value of 150, 000 it. Here is something worth 9.7 billion. A piece of? Drifted across the screen. Everyone knew that the stuff here was expensive, but hearing 10 billion still made everyone surprised once again. Holy, little 10 billion. I feel like this stuff only comes up when talking about a company's stock price, or a certain country's financial revenue. Who can tell me what 10 billion can buy? I doubt an entire property in a big city would sell for less than 10 billion, right? Not only less than 10 billion, 10 billion can buy a whole luxury property. Hey, don't be so hasty. It's not all rocks in the box. Didn't I just say there were a few pieces of glass? It can't be counted. The people at the scene were already speechless. They looked at that ordinary wooden box, which actually contained close to $10 billion worth of valuables. No matter who it was impossible to imagine just how much money there was. The huge number had already surpassed their insights, and on a normal day, if they said a few million, a few tens of millions, or even 100 million, they would still have some fuzzy senses. But 10 billion, this number had already surpassed the limits of their imagination, not knowing how high it could be piled up or what it could buy. After a while, Xia Binger reluctantly looked at Ning Xuelua. She revealed an awkward but not rude smile. Ms. Ning, your family's things can be really surprising. Ning Xuelua grimaced bitterly. It can't be. All of these things were picked up by my husband and I. How could they be jadeite? Xia Binger then remembered Ning Xuelua's statement. She quickly asked the cow teacher, these raw stones, is Ms. Ning and her husband, in the Gobi Beach casually picked up. How can it be emeraldite? Mr. Nyo was also surprised. Gobi Beach? Jadeite? How can it be? Jadeite is mostly produced in the south of Myanmar, and the Gobi Beach can't be hit. Xia Binger spread her hands. Yes, what is this about? Teacher Nyo pondered for a while, no thoughts in his head. He touched his chin and had to say, well, I'll keep this question for now, and ask my peers in a while if there is any pair that understands this phenomenon. Xia Binger carefully asked, is there a possibility that these stones are not jadeite? Mr. Nyo replied categorically, impossible. I've seen it, how could I be wrong? He was confident. At best, it's not all of them, but looking at those pieces just now, they are definitely the best high ice type jadeite. High ice seed refers to the highest transparency of ice seed jadeite, but it doesn't reach glass seed, somewhere in between. If you want to strictly explain, there is no such thing as high ice seed, this type of seed water. It refers to the very best of the ice seed, the best and most expensive ice seed emerald. Xia Binger nodded thoughtfully. She frowned and suddenly thought of something. Teacher Nyo, you said that above the ice seed, there is also a glass seed? Teacher Nyo nodded. That's right, glass seed is the best kind of water in jadeite. Xia Binger's body unnaturally trembled as she mumbled, I remember there are a few pieces of glass underneath this box. Chapter 41041, the most expensive glass seed. 29. 1 billion. Glass? After Xia Binger's words, Mr. Nyo also frowned. Glass seed and glass are not the same. The glass in our daily life is crystal clear and transmits a large amount of light. And the glass seed in jadeite. His words suddenly jammed, because at this moment, the staff had already carefully held out the stuff at the bottom of the box under Xia Binger's signal. It was several pieces of transparent hard objects of different colors, shaped like a huge piece of irregular glass, with a white grayish powder on the outside, not too clean. At first glance, it looked like a defective product thrown out by a glass craft factory. The air suddenly became quiet, and everyone closed their mouths. Along with that, the pop-ups suddenly decreased, with only some automatic pop-ups of rewarded gifts being sent. Everyone held their breath and looked at the screen, not even daring to swallow their saliva. For a moment, the air was tense to the extreme. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Mr. Nyo gulped, and he roared out those 3 words in the crowd's expectant, tense, heart-wrenching, and terrified gazes. Glass, seed, boom. The atmosphere of the scene was instantly ignited. and everyone began to mingle. Sure enough, it's the most expensive glass seed. I knew it. There can't be anything cheap in this house. How much is the glass seed worth? Does anyone have any idea? I don't know. The next level of ice seed are worth 300,000. Glass seed. How also worth a 4 or 500,000 it. The staff held the pieces of glass seed raw materials. The hand has been trembling cannot help themselves, but he still did all he could to put it carefully on the table, until the moment his hand withdrew from the raw materials. The staff member was so weak that he collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. No one laughed at him. Everyone knew that if they were in his position, they might not be able to do it without making a fool of themselves, although they didn't know the value of the glass seed yet. But to make Mr. Nyo roar out his name in such astonishment and fear, the price must not be something they could afford. Xia Binger felt both her eyes a little black and bubbling with gold stars. She covered her chest and kept taking deep breaths for a while before regaining some strength slightly. Xia Binger swallowed a mouthful of saliva to keep her throat from drying out before she asked, "Teacher Nyo, the glass seed jadeite, how much is it worth again?" Teacher Nyo stared dead at the screen, his body not moving at all. Only when the crowd thought he had dropped out did he sit down with a bang and wipe the sweat from his forehead. Ha, it's really glass seed. Different color, violet, red fey. This is Emperor Green. My god, how can she get so many emeralds? All the purest and rarest varieties. The gazes of the audience in the live broadcast room changed. When they first saw these raw materials, they only felt that they were ordinary glass artifacts. But after Mr. Nyo's out-of-character performance, these stones took on a new expression in their eyes. I knew these glasses were not ordinary goods. How could the wife's house keep useless things? I saw it. Look at these raw materials at the bottom of the box. There is still some slight fluorescence. It must be a unique characteristic of emerald. Wow, these emeralds are so beautiful. It's the first time I've seen unprocessed glass seed emeralds. This kind of water. This head. TSK. It's really charming and adorable. Hey, big brothers, don't be like this. Didn't you just say it was ordinary glass? We can only blame Mrs. for being so deceptive. We believe whatever she says. That's right, never trust Mrs. again. I don't believe her when she says things are even cheaper. Live Xia Binger gulped. That, Mr. Nyo, it's better to give everyone a slight introduction to glass seeds. She hesitated for a while and repeated with difficulty, if you can. Also, by the way, give a price estimate for these things. Mr. Nyo took a few deep breaths before speaking seriously. Seriously, I've been to Myanmar many times. I haven't been to what kind of stone-solving occasions, and I've seen dozens of pounds and hundreds of pounds of stones, but I really haven't seen such crystal clear and transparent seed water. I even suspect that the highest specification of Emperor Green and Emerald can't compare to these materials in the box. He paused for several seconds, carefully organizing the information in his head before opening his mouth to introduce. Glass seed is as transparent as glass, with very fine quality and dense crystal and particles, characterized by fluorescence with the naked eye intuitively, i.e., what the connoisseurs refer to as fluorescence. This kind of jadeite texture is pure, delicate, no impurities, cotton lines, knocking on the body of Chui sound crisp, compared to the ice kind of jadeite on a higher level. And everyone look at these materials in the box. The water head is extremely good. Estimate can have 3 points of water. Aside Chin each one whispered to Chen Xiaoxiao asked, he said the head of water. 3 points of water. What does it mean? Chen Xiaoxiao explained, the head of water is said to be transparency. 3 water refers to the light shining on the surface of the emerald, able to penetrate 10 millimeters. The more water, said the higher the transparency, the higher the price. Her expression was a little flustered. So much, so high seed water emerald. I have never heard of it, let alone seen it. Mr. Nyo continued, the production of glass seed is extremely low, basically only the source of the old pit, that is, the earliest output of jadeite pits. The old pit occupies 1% of the total, so everyone should be able to perceive how much it really is. That's why every time glass seed is produced, it's a sensational event. Every time glass seed is bought and sold. No, let's just say auctioned. Glass seed is very difficult to purchase directly because it is extremely rare, and once it appears, it is basically at auction. Every auction of glass seed is 1 million high. And, Mr. Nyo took a look at the emerald at the bottom of the box before continuing. The emerald that reaches the glass seed is already very rare, and having floating CUI is more precious. If there are more floating CUI, or even reach full green full CUI, it is extremely precious, reaching the very best of the jadeite jade. And all the jadeites taken out of this box are all full green. Puff. As soon as Mr. Nyo's words fell, he heard Chen Xiaoxiao sit down on the ground next to him. The crowd turned around with concern, and she hurriedly waved her hands and stood up with an embarrassed look on her face, muttering under her breath, "Holy, all full green, all full green." Mr. Nyo continued. Generally speaking, full green is the literal meaning of the word. The whole piece of jadeite is emerald green, known as emperor green or emerald, is the very best of the very best. There are quite a few different colors here and there, so don't think that they will be cheaper, whether it's violet or red fey. Reaching such a high level of seeding, the price is not below that of emperor green. Here are all super treasures that are rare in the country. Moderator, these raw materials, how much do they weigh roughly? Hearing Mr. Nyo's inquiry, Xia Binger, even though she was extremely shocked, still let the staff report the recorded figures. Teacher Nyo, these glass seed jadeites, the weight we measured is 29.18 kilograms. Teacher Nyo gulped as he slowly spoke. Ice seed jadeite, my valuation is 100,000 to 300,000 yuan per gram. Well, glass-type jadeite is rarely valued by gram, but according to the conversion of previous auction house prices and the weight of the auction items, each gram averages over 500,000 yuan. And the top of the line, ultra-imperial green jadeite in this box, I give it a price in the range of $1 million per gram. 29.18 kilograms, that's $1 billion. Chapter 42042, I'll have to ask you to put it in later. Everyone was shocked. $1 billion. Xia Binger's heart shook wildly. Even if she had been a host for many years, and had interviewed many company bosses, or regional heads, she had never seen such a huge number. 1 billion. This figure could easily change the ecology of a city, and firmly grasp its future direction in its own hands. But such a huge number is just a few stones piled up on the table. Such a huge contrast made Xia Binger, as well as everyone around her, feel incredible. It was simply too heavenly to believe. Chen Xiaoxiao had her mouth open, her pupils dilated. It was only after an interval of more than a minute that she realized, to her surprise, that she had forgotten to breathe, which caused her to violently inhale a few mouthfuls of oxygen. Her face went red and white at once. The shock in her heart was beyond attaching. She had attended many high-end exhibitions, and had seen those auctions of high-end gems such as the Pink Star, Oppenheimer, and Orange. The original name was just Orange, but the highest price, however, was just over $71.2 million, which, when converted into Dragon Kingdom currency, was roughly 400 to 500 million. These most precious gems in the world, even when placed in front of this table of emeralds, would pale in comparison. In front of the absolutely expensive Super Imperial Green, any gemstone became worthless. Qin Ichuan and Lu renegotiated. The two men looked at each other in dismay. Women's stuff, is it so expensive? Emerald men can also bring, but this is also too expensive. Can't figure out, you young people, a few stones, how the price is so high. No, we young people can't figure it out either. As Mr. Nyo's words came out, the entire network was shocked. To hell with it, 10 billion is not enough. Here is only a small half. 1 billion, Imperial Green, Emerald, Violet, Red Fey. There is no big brother to popularize it? What is there to know about this? You just need to know that the appearance of these words is something that you and I can't afford. Good guy. Others buy gems by the carat. Here the emerald is by the kilogram. Too powerful. I simply can't imagine what 300 billion can buy. The heart has no concept at all. Me too. I can't even imagine how to use it. How much to buy a building? How much to buy a manor? How much does it cost to open a company? I have no idea. It's beyond the realm of our ordinary minds. Not only the live broadcast discussion of the hot, even the microblogging is also rapidly being hot. Search for the attack. Handfast marketing number. Big V. Blogger has been flying fast. Cut the video. Sent out. And labeled the lurid title. Tens of billions of dollars of jewelry. In the end, where is it expensive? Husband's treasure in the bottom of the box. Opened by his wife in front of the crowd. He secretly did these things in the studio. His wife found out surprisingly. Random flowers. Give you the size of your finger. It's enough to buy a sweet. Did not watch the program. Netizens see these headlines, have scoffed. Dog down marketing number. Again in the make title party. See how I clicked in to put you hard to spray a meal. Within a few minutes, there were a few more messages in the comment section. Give me an E. 1 billion of emerald. My god. Sell me, can't afford to buy a carat. Blogger awesome. Where to get this program? Who is this family? Hiding tens of billions of things at home. Sleep soundly? I see that the watermark has not been wiped clean here. It seems to be on the air. Is still on the air now? Wait for me to click in and take a look. Thanks for pointing me in the right direction. I'm going to. Marketing numbers and Big V bloggers wanna cry. Their hard-earned traffic has been absorbed by the good man test in an instant. Everyone who had the scene definitely wanted to see it live. Who would come to see his edited version? Especially when the wife of this family was so beautiful. Who wouldn't be happy to look at her twice? when they saw the camera sweep across the tabletop, reflecting the crystal-clear glass seed emerald. Everyone's breath stopped. It was a deep beauty, as if it was as deep as the deep space of the universe, but as transparent and pure as seawater. The seed water was so full that it felt like it was going to overflow. No cotton and no miscellaneous. Bright and clear. The emerald in the deep and rich green color. Green almost to flow, the kind of oil. Emerald colorful. With the light changes. Halo flow. Changing. Giving a person the beauty of the heavy noble. Just one glance. Everyone clearly understand this thing is very expensive now. The staff stood aside with a towel, their hands still unable to stop trembling. If it wasn't for Mr. Nyo and Xiaobinger's strong request to clean the white ash on it, he wouldn't have been willing to touch such a valuable thing even if he had died. The scrubbed jadeite raw stone immediately showed its strong charm. Everyone who looked at it would be deeply impressed by its deep and graceful stature. The staff breathed a sigh of relief. The mission is over. Don't call me again. Xiaobinger on the side, however, smiled and said, "Little brother, in a moment, I still have to trouble you and help put it back in the box." Oh, the staff's face changed in a flash. This most expensive glass seed was pressed on the bottom layer, and other raw stones had to be piled on top of it. This kind of thing, how could he be asked to do it again? The staff wanted to faint and forget about it, but they were afraid of knocking over the emerald. They could not afford to pay for it even if they had been working since the Shangzhou. At the same time, in Sense City, Lin Tianmei Jewelry Headquarters top floor, inside a luxurious office, the door was suddenly slammed open quickly. "Brother, look at this, look!" Xia Ruixiang bounced in excitedly with a tablet computer. Xia Tianin was working on the wide mahogany desk, looking at his brother's initiative and frowning slightly. How old is he? Still a shocker. What is this? Xia Tianin stood up suddenly, looking at the flat panel held up by his brother with a surprised face. What was playing on it was precisely the good man test, and the camera just happened to sweep over a few pieces of glass seed emerald on the table. Its crystal shaving, fluorescent, deep stature was reflected in Xia Tianin's eyes. He looked at the screen and carefully examined it. Which jewelry company shot this? How come they used such an ordinary lens, not even using starlight or lighting? Where would it look good when shot? Material is really good. Alas, I do not know which family got the stone. Looking at it is fascinating, Xia Ruixiang mysteriously said. No, old brother, it's not a jewelry company. It's a reality show, not even a TV station. It's just a section of the live broadcast platform. Xia Tianin frowned. Reality show? Which big collector is it? Several names quickly flashed through his mind, all of which were friends who were hobbyist jade collectors. However, none of these people's faces as well as their collections flashed through his mind, but none of them could be compared to each other. These friends or partners, with any rare treasures, would definitely bring them out to show off, and he himself would be the first to learn about them. But these pieces of jade, he had never seen. The second is, he has seen the stone. How much? With just a cursory glance, he could naturally distinguish that these few stones were definitely the finest of the finest, the sky high of the sky high. Even a few of his own collector friends, not necessarily one person, can afford so much, so expensive emerald. Xia Ruixiang mysteriously said, "No, this is not any collector. This is an ordinary family searched private money." Chapter 43043 Jadeite is radiant. If Xia Tianin hadn't been drinking water, he would have sprayed a mouthful in his brother's face. You're telling me that this is private money? These stones are casually sold for billions. No problem, Xia Ruixiang hemmed and hawed. Brother, you're looking away. Just now the program's expert appraisal. These emeralds are Super Emperor Green superb goods. The valuation given is 29.1 billion. Xia Tianin was first shocked, then nodded his head thoughtfully. Well, not bad. I didn't see it clearly. This kind of water, this head of water, and this color, CUI, as well as foreign colors. Well, it is indeed worth that much. He also did not hide his estimation error. Jade appraiser, sweeping judgment is not so accurate, is also a common thing. After all, just chatting with his brother, not with the customer valuation. There is no need to pay attention to so much. But Xia Tianin at this time has come back to God. You said the private money. What's going on? My secretary told me about it. She watched this program and said that she found good Hatian jade in it and asked me to take a look at it. After I saw the jade, I immediately reported it to you. Xia Tianin glanced at him. Don't mess with your secretary in the future. The impact is bad. Xia Ruixiang smiled playfully. Okay, brother, don't worry. You manage the company at ease. I'll play, but it won't affect the company's operation. Dad won't find out. He told the general background of the program, and the more Xia Tianin listened, the tighter his frown became. Only after a long time did Xia Tianin say, "You're saying that this is just a family that doesn't know anything about jade, picking up tens of billions of dollars worth of jadeite material on the Gobi beach? Or is it a glass seed?" The highest grade of Imperial Green? How he thought about it. He felt odd. These words couldn't be connected to each other. Xia Ruixiang nodded. Yes, it was the mistress of this house who said it herself. And because of that, she misled the program team earlier and estimated a low price. He hesitated for a moment before changing his words. It's not exactly a low price. 1.6 million. Not bad. Xia Tianyin thought for a moment. It's indeed strange. If it was a superb Imperial Green dug up in Burma, I would have heard the wind picking up emerald in Gobi Beach. What kind of game is this? Listening to you. This family is not what go private customers. There is no need to seek far away. Xia Ruixiang hurriedly picked up. Yes, so I wonder if I can. Xia Tianyin glared at him fiercely, and Xia Ruixiang hastily stopped the conversation. The two brothers were silent for a few moments. The air was serene but filled with intense exchanges of ideas. Only after a while did Xia Tianyin speak. Dad won't support us doing this. Xia Ruixiang knew that his big brother had also moved to greed, and hurriedly leaned in. Brother, think about it. Let's press the price down a bit and tell everyone that this thing is actually worthless. It will affect the market and won't be able to sell at such a high price. When the time is right, press it down to around 10 billion and take it down in one fell swoop. At that time, no matter if we carve it and sell it again, or use it as the company's town treasure, it's all promising. Brother, Xia Tianyin was moved by what was said. He understood in his heart that these pieces of glass seed were the best of the best. There was no other company in the world that could have jadeite with such high purity and such sufficient seed in head. If this piece of jadeite was really taken by himself, it would definitely be a sensation all over the world. At that time, not only would Dad think highly of himself, even the company would be revitalized. The price of this jadeite thing will only get higher and higher, even if you shell out that much money at once. As long as you can hold it, the company's shareholders, as well as the buyers and customers, will all have more and more confidence in the company. He himself would surely be able to become the rising lord of Lin Tianmei as well. Xia Tianyin pondered for a moment, and said to his brother, this matter, you do it cleanly, before the others find out. Be quick with your hands and feet. He glanced at the screen. The host on top was still conversing with the appraisal expert. You know what to do. Xia Ruixiang smiled cheekily. Don't worry, big brother. Simply in an instant, the wind direction on the network produced a huge change. Microblogging hot searches on the sky-high price of jadeite hot searches have fallen off, replaced by endless skepticism. Sky-priced emerald, radiation is also sky-priced. Do you dare to use it? The $29.1 billion gem? Thinking too much. Just the book figures. Alert network fraud. Beware of pie in the sky. Rejection of emerald. Excessive production to destroy nature. Don't look at the pricing of glass seed emerald so expensive, but it's really just the paper price. Once these emeralds enter the market, they will destroy the activity and stock of the entire market, and prices will collapse like an avalanche. The production of emerald destroys the environment. Every 1 gram of emerald dug up causes 1 hectare of forest to be destroyed. Glass seed emerald will release fluorescence, commonly known as starting ing, is a kind of radiation, will cause great harm to the human body. Beware of fraud. Some lawbreakers pretending to be anchors and directors, intentionally in front of the camera to ask the actors to help identify, in fact, are fakes. We should beware of being cheated. Do not follow the uproar. For a moment, there are many more articles on the network, covering a very wide range of surfaces, but the spearhead is invariably pointed at the $29.1 billion of glass seed emerald. Netizens watching the live broadcast while brushing microblogging, suddenly found many articles pouring out, suddenly felt strange. Rubbing in the heat? Emerald and radiation. What's going on? These articles seem to say some sense. Really? The original emerald will cause so much harm. Scared me later, do not dare to buy. The book figure $29.1 billion, actually sold out. This is how to say? A time, true and false news gushed out, which used a very large number of jewelry industry terminology. Not proficient in this netizen. Around a confused, but it is also so. Xia Ruixiang can fish in troubled waters, constantly discredit and disparage the live broadcast of the glass seed emerald. Only by relying on this, could it make its heat and price continue to decrease? And he himself could have more than enough to say when he made a strong acquisition afterward. Using such a water army maneuver, it would knock down the price of all the emeralds in the market, and it would also have some impact on the company itself. But these losses were only temporary. As long as the acquisition of this batch of glass seed jadeite was finalized in a short period of time, it will be possible to hire water armies again to bring their reputation back up. Anyway, the netizens only have a 7-minute memory. As long as they spend enough marketing expenses, there will still be stupid people who will continue to buy their products. Xia Ruixiang looked at the hot searches, which had been taken over by his own water army in a short period of time, and smiled smugly. He looked towards the tablet. The treasure appreciation anchor with pigtails was still communicating with the program. He smiled deviously. You're next. Chapter 44:044 Radiation? Favorable but harmless. In a moment, half-truths and half-falsehoods came pouring in. Due to the suddenness of the incident, the spoiler had professional technical support. It is difficult for ordinary netizens to identify the truth. And even if they feel something is wrong, they cannot answer the questions with professional theories and terms. Some experts in science versus feel that there is just too much water mixed in the middle, easily leading people astray. But they had just spoken, and before they could cover the heat, they were blocked by a large number of water army reports. Even if they appealed to unblock the first time, by the time the unblocking was completed, the online public opinion had already reached an overwhelming advantage. Then want to popularize, it is also difficult to grab traffic in the huge wave of sound, and to wait until the dust settles and everyone calms down. It will be too late. The netizens in the live broadcast of the Good Man test were also overwhelmed by the new wave of public opinion. Did everyone see that? Emerald has radiation. Don't ever wear it again. I've seen a lot of aughts learn to wear emerald, and none of them ended up living to be 30 years old. Mr. Nyo's late. Actually come to be a trust. Really money can make the ghost mill. We don't blow the price of the sky. All ing fake. Simply can't sell. Just like the stock. The price is so high. When selling cannot stabilize the price. Resolutely resist jade mining. The Earth's environment is bad enough. 1 gram of jadeite will destroy 1 hectare of forest. Brother, a gram only how much? You unit of measurement written wrong, right? Is not the marketing number copy and paste when? Forget to change the note? For a moment, the live broadcast room was bustling with countless pop-ups coming in and grabbing the right to speak. There were some pop-ups that were very mechanical and mute, only posting the same remarks over and over again, and they were robots at first glance. For these guys who stir up the water, the program team and platform staff of course will not be merciful. Instantly banned, blocked IP3 access. However, there are still some seemingly normal users, using accounts with a low level. Every sentence is different, but also react to other pop-ups. It was difficult for the staff to weigh in on this, although these people's comments were off. Every sentence was devaluing the show's emerald, and there was clearly a bandwagon going on. But you can't keep people from talking, can you? Even if it was a contrary idea, it didn't violate the rules and regulations of the live broadcast platform. For these high-level water armies, the backstage personnel had a headache for a while and didn't have a single way to take him. These people used special logins that could board 100 accounts at once, and one person could manipulate hundreds of people to speak. If they target a user or a pop-up screen, they can directly rely on quantity to crush it, and ordinary people have no chance of winning at all. Seeing that the rhythm in the live broadcast room was becoming more and more chaotic, the editorial director's eyes were filled with worry, but he could only press his chest, praying that it wouldn't turn in a particularly bad direction. Xiaobinger and Teacher Nyo also saw the chaotic pop-ups. All of them were doing the program, so naturally the first thing they could tell was that there must be a water army manipulating the rhythm. The two of them glanced at each other, and soon both of them had something in mind. Teacher Nyo didn't move and said, "Ha ha, I see that a lot of people are saying that I'm a trustee." Indeed, there is no problem with this statement. There was an uproar in the live broadcast room. Is it really a fake? I've long seen this scruffy guy as unfavorable. What makes him an expert in appraisal? Openly admitting to being a trustee. Cartwheeling, 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 cartwheeling. Seeing the passionate speeches in the pop-up screen, Mr. Nyo, however, smiled faintly. The Good Man test is so hot. I'm fortunate to be able to participate in it, and it's a great honor to be an ordinary guest to hold up this show. At the same time, in addition to our hosts and audit guests in front of the camera, we also have to thank all the people behind the scenes. These unseen staff, because of their cooperation and support, they can hold up this program and give everyone a quality viewing experience. Thank them. The staff at the scene broke out into smiles, and the cameraman appropriately turned the camera to give these people a chance to show their faces. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room also wrenched back some of the atmosphere. I knew it was a stunt play. How can you be a trustee like this? It's a reality show. It's normal to have different guests, right? As long as the content is not fake on the line. Although Mr. Nyo also sells things, but they are real. Explain the price. Not so much as to take the garbage to fill up the good goods. Xiaobinger also opened her mouth at the right time. Teacher Nyo. Now the netizens have a lot of doubts. People don't know much about the information of Higher Jade. Can you also help answer the doubts? If it was an ordinary program, the program group would be happy to let the public opinion fester and things get a little bigger, preferably out of the loop. After all, whether it was a good name or a bad name, it was still fame. Some of the small celebrities and netizens who cooperated were also happy to actively stir into a topical event. Many artists, would you say they are stupid? Not necessarily. Why would they intentionally tarnish their reputation by doing something that goes against the general ethos and moral sensibilities of society? As long as one is famous, everyone knows this person. After a while, things are reversed, and the bad reputation is washed away into a good reputation. But the popularity of the person is really left behind. This trick was tried and true, so there were many people who were willing to use this method of going off the beaten path to gain fame. Although Xia Binger hosted a network program, she also knew something about the industry. If it was an ordinary guest, perhaps the program team could do the same, first letting the program catch fire before making a rumor. But nowadays, the identity and status of this family participating in the program is a fan, and everything in their home is in the tens of millions of hundreds of millions of dollars. Xia Binger is now walking on thin ice, and doesn't dare to take this family's reputation as her own dowry. She saw that the wind is now going in the wrong direction, and deliberately took this matter out to say broken. Instead of letting public opinion fester, it would be better to come clean and let the truth come out. Teacher Nyo smiled faintly. Why not? I see everyone's doubts, so now I will answer them one by one. Half-truths and half-false information on the internet. Ordinary people are difficult to distinguish. But Mr. Nyo, what a man. He has been in the appraisal industry for decades, so he doesn't even have to think about it. He can argue these questions to nothing. Mr. Nyo leisurely said, I saw someone say that jadeite produces radiation, which has an effect on the human body. That statement can't be said to be wrong, but it's not right either. Everyone who has studied physics and chemistry should know that all substances emit natural radiation. Even the human body itself constantly releases infrared radiation outward because of its body temperature. But the dose of this radiation is really too small. Even if the source is constantly released for thousands of years, can't match a millisecond of sunlight exposure. Jade, on the other hand, has even less external radiation, already infinitely close to zero. However, due to the fact that the ore usually contains elements such as selenium, tin, zinc, cobalt, chromium, nickel, lithium, potassium, sodium, titanium, etc., it can also produce a special photoelectric effect and form a special electromagnetic field, resonate with the human body's own biomagnetic field, thus enhancing the human body's metabolism and improving the body's various physiological functions. So, saying that emerald has radiation, this sentence from science itself is not wrong, but to say that it is harmful to the human body, that is the opposite. Where jade for a long time itself contains a variety of trace elements, can let people inhale through the skin, so as to balance the body's various functions, to achieve the effective healthcare to get rid of diseases. Harmless, but favorable. Chapter 45:045 Gold Rush in the Gobi Desert. But, Mr. Nyo added, trace elements in jade make up a minority after all, and it's unscientific to try to rely on jade to ensure good health. It's still recommended to have regular medical checkups, subject to medical advice. The live broadcast room immediately brushed up gifts, worthy of being Mr. Nyo. Indeed, Mr. Nyo is right. From ancient times to the present day, there are people to raise jade, jade to raise people. If wearing jade is harmful, how else would ancient people esteem it? I think Mr. Nyo's point is that jadeite and jade are, after all, things outside the body that cause limited effects on the human body. Good. Want to rely on the stone to ensure the health of the body itself is idealism. Xia Binger looked at the pop-up screen and was relieved. An expert was an expert. Just a few words and the wrong information was corrected. She gave a thumbs up. Worthy of being Mr. Nyo, enlightening us. Then what does Teacher Nyo think about the statement about glass seed jadeite having a price without a market? Mr. Nyo's chest narrated. People may think that the purchase and sale of jade is the same as stocks. The value is high, but no matter how you sell it, it's impossible to sell off all the stocks at the highest price. That's because the stock market is a dynamic market. If you sell in large quantities, you will cause others to panic, causing everyone to sell together, bringing the price down. Such a concern is normal, but when placed in the jade market, it will be a little different depending on the location. Mr. Nyo said mysteriously, that's because jade has a unique property. The audience was immediately pulled up in curiosity. What property? There's a lot to talk about here. Speak up, don't sell the story. Mr. Nyo raised a finger. Jade has a unique property, and that is collection. No matter how long the jade is kept, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years or 10,000 years, the nature is extremely stable and will not change dramatically. This also means that as long as you buy the jade, you will be able to own it indefinitely. Stocks will constantly produce changes with the market, but jade won't. And according to the market in recent decades, the price of jade has been increasing every year, and its collector's value has also been increasing. So what people say about having a price without a market, this is basically impossible. Mr. Nyo gestured. For example, If I have 30 kilograms of jadeite, I can carve it, sell it, auction it, and change hands in batches. Even if in one auction, it's impossible to sell all of them, and there are abortions. It won't affect the complete value. With such a top-quality glass seed jadeite, no collector would be willing to let it get lost out there. As long as it appears, it's bound to be a bloodbath of bidding. All of the world's top collectors, or jewelry companies, would fight to take it even if they were in debt. Everyone knows that this batch of jadeite, once successfully carved, will inevitably become the ultimate jewelry that will go down in history, even if they are in debt. As long as such jewelry is still sitting in the vault, all of the valuation organizations will think that your company still has an extraordinary value. The audience heard Mr. Nyo's explanation and instantly understood the reason. So that's how it is. Sell it uniformly. No one can buy it. But as long as it is divided into batches, one person can just buy some. It makes sense. Many fairy tales have a country destroyed because of a gemstone. It seems that this batch of emerald is the prototype of the story. Oh my god, the stuff from Mrs. S house. It's too powerful. Where did you get it? Didn't I tell you? I picked it up on the Gobi beach. Are you all interested in picking up emeralds together? I'll sign up. At the same time, the airline's tickets to the northwestern cities were all sold out within 10 minutes. Airline employees looked at each other in dismay. What's going on? What's going on in the northwest? Why are all the flights booked out? Could it be that Godzilla appeared on the southeast coast and everyone is heading inland? No, only a few cities in the desert and Gobi are fully booked. No, forget I said that. Other cities are also out of tickets. My god. The transportation system shows that train tickets for these places have also been snatched up. Everyone is rushing to the desert Gobi. Such a huge flow of people. What's going on? The feedback from the staff immediately drew the attention of the higher-ups, and the airlines as well as think tank organizations and think tanks poured out and quickly held an emergency meeting. Such a large-scale unified operation. Thousands of flights sold out instantly. What the hell was going on? Is there going to be a war? Monsters appearing in coastal cities? Inland cities want to hand out money? The Spring Festival has been brought forward? The airline owners and employees were baffled. After half a day of searching, they couldn't find any relevant information. No one would have thought that this was a treasure hunt frenzy carried out because of a program. Even if the employees were alerted, the management would just take the information as a joke. On Weibo, there was also a gold rush. Hurry up and go on a treasure hunt. Picking up emeralds on the Gobi beach. A man and a woman ran to the end of the desert and did this kind of thing. Terrifying as it is, you'd never think of playing in the Gobi, the emerald journey. To the western city air tickets are hard to find. In the end, what caused the movement of population? Xia Binger couldn't see the airline's ticketing information, only to see that after Mr. Nyo's explanation, the pop-up screen cleared up a lot. She was filled with relief, lamenting that she deserved to be an expert, stabilizing everyone's emotions in a few words. At the same time, Xia Binger and the guests at the scene were also greatly shocked. Originally, when they heard that the glass seed jadeite could be sold for $29.1 billion, there was still some disbelief in their hearts, although not explicitly, but netizens have a similar idea. So expensive, it is impossible to sell it. Even the super rich, it is not possible to use a few percent of his fortune, buy a few stones, right? No matter how they thought about it, they all thought it was a fantasy. But as Mr. Nyo explained, they also quickly woke up. Their brains were so far gone that they even forgot to take them apart and sell them. Mr. Nyo also said at this time at the right time. Everyone may think that 1 gram 1 million is very expensive, but it is not. We carve a bracelet, usually at 40 grams to 80 grams. Auction houses casually shoot a 5 million to 20 million. Not a problem. If you don't believe me, you can check the relevant auction information at will. A jadeite jewelry was auctioned in Hong Kong City some time ago, selling at 8 million yuan. And if the super imperial green from the program is used, or the jadeite of a different color, at 1 million grams, the auction is 40 million to 80 million. Very reasonable. Pop-up screen, goddamn reasonable. 8 million to 40 million. The difference is 5 times. The new usage of reasonable. 666,666. Versailles new heights. Ahem. Come to think of it, the magnitude of this is already very close. The difference in price is not surprising. Indeed. But Mrs. S family's emerald is too much. Mrs. in the end is doing what? This family background is really too rich. Chapter 46046 Teacher Nyo was blocked. The audience was discussing heatedly, and Xia Binger also said at the right time, Teacher Nyo, then how do you explain the last one? The question about environmental destruction? Teacher Nyo put on an exaggerated look. No way. This kind of question needs to be answered too? He spread his hands. The same question is also asked. Why build buildings? Can't you give the money to children in mountainous areas to go to school? Why invest in scientific research? Can't the money be given to people in disaster areas who don't have enough to eat? Why subsidize foreign countries? Obviously we still have many poor people. Mr. Nyo has a look of hatred. It's very simple. Because things in the world are not either one or the other. Our country is so big and diverse that it's not simply one-dimensional. Give $100 to a person in the mountains and it might last for 2 weeks. For a month. But put that money into scientific research, and maybe we can develop a cheaper, more efficient product. And then it will be possible to use $10 and feed the same person. In the same way, building a new type of gigantic metropolis can also draw in resources from all over the world, so that they can be reintegrated and dominated for the benefit of more people. Invest in foreign countries, and foreign countries will return the favor with our scarce resources. It's a circular process. Mr. Nyo pointed to his desk. A piece of ordinary jade. Jade is a very traditional industry, not just the very end of the play, collect, or appraisal, sell industry. There are also thousands of quarrymen, miners, sifting, transportation, and self-employed people all over the world who rely on these things for their livelihood. People have a need for aesthetics, art, and collecting, and as long as an industry isn't morbid, it's feasible to use it to enrich people's spiritual needs. A large number of pop-ups sprang up in the live broadcast room, worthy of being a cow teacher. Big brother, you can also drive an ox cart. That's a good point. If you think about having enough to eat all day long, you have to outlaw all industries. That's putting the cart before the horse. Indeed, according to that kind of argument, we all go to farming. No one should be a code farmer. No one should join the army. The whole world can farm together. Yes, if there were no other industries progressing in tandem with each other, and no pesticides or fertilizers, half of the world's population would be starving to death. Teacher Nyo smiled and continued. Besides, everyone just said that mining 1 gram of jade requires destroying 1 hectare of forest, which is too much. Jade mining requires flushing and washing, which is more water intensive. But people aren't that stupid to take drinking grade water and waste it. The water used in mining is basically ordinary water from rivers and lakes, and since it's mostly mud and sand that's flushed out, it only needs to sit for a half a day to be restored to purity. As long as jade pits and mines are legal, the environment is not a big problem. Mr. Nyo mysteriously said. And there is a very important factor. The audience was instantly anxious. Again, what is there to say? Quickly say, cannot guess. All day long, selling secrets. Damn it, Cam, give me back my gift. Look at the pop-up screen and angry and anxious. Mr. Nyo laughed. There is the most important point, if only to say that in Ning's family emerald, the vast majority of jadeite produced from Myanmar, destroying the environment. About what we dragon country. The audience first froze, then laughed. Ha 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 ha, laughed me to death. Yeah, it's not like it's destroying our country's environment, so what does it matter? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. As long as it has nothing to do with us, what's the point of destroying it? These small countries in the south have all been made anti-dragon by eagle sauce, so it's good that they're destroying it. Yes, it's best if they have more problems and can only rely on us. Teacher Neo looked at the pop-up screen and looked at Xiaobinger across the sky, sighing in relief. Finally, this public opinion problem was diffused. These damn water armies. I don't know where they came out from, thanks to him being present. Otherwise I don't know what would have become of it. Teacher Nyo thought about it and opened his mouth. Since this is the case, I will tell you about the calendar of jadeite open production. He suddenly paused in his words. On his own screen, several large words were suddenly displayed. Your account has been forced offline due to inappropriate remarks. Mr. Nyo immediately became enraged. What the hell? Even I dare to report? He immediately took out his cell phone to call with the live broadcast platform superintendent. As a big anchor, Teacher Nyo naturally had a bit of authority. But before he could dial the number, Old Yuan walked out of the office and knocked on the wall. Xiao Nyo, wait a moment. Teacher Nyo turned around in confusion. Old Yuan, what's going on? My number was blocked. Pissed off. Actually reported me. Old Yuan was his superior and sighed slightly. Don't complain, it will be unblocked by itself in a couple days. Mr. Nyo first froze, then narrowed his eyes. What do you know? Old Yuan threw him a cigarette. Some people have put pressure on me. This matter, you don't care too much. Mr. Nyo thought of the box of top-grade emeralds and then understood. He sighed. These people are not afraid to eat. Lao Yuan, however, hemmed and hawed. It's none of our business. Our company is a treasure connoisseur cum goods carrier. Don't cause trouble. Mr. Nyo looked at the blocked information and could only nod. Okay, don't cause trouble. He lit up a cigarette and suddenly remembered something. Right, Lao Yuan. Lao Yuan, huh? Mr. Nyo pondered for a while and asked, do you know, in the Gobi Beach, Picked up the emerald this thing? Old Yuan laughed so hard that he couldn't even exhale his smoke ring. Ha, Gobi Beach? Emerald? You did not wake up, right, Mr. Nyo can only follow the giggle. Yes, in the Gobi Beach, how can you pick up emerald? Old Yuan laughed for a while, before finally stopping. It is not impossible. It just so happens that an airplane transporting emerald stones crashed and fell in the desert Gobi. Ha 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 ha, laughed me to death. Mr. Nyo followed and laughed for a while, thinking that the possibility was zero. That Ms. Ning didn't look like someone who could hide secrets. If she had seen the wreckage of the airplane, she would have already spilled the beans. He thought about it for a while longer. Without a clue, Old Yuan patted him on the shoulder. Come on, don't think so much, just do what you need to do. Mr. Nyo nodded. Old Yuan went back to the office, picked up his cell phone, dialed the phone out. Soon, the call was connected. Hey, do me a favor, my company's people messed with Lin Tianmei. Help mediate, say a good word. It's not much of a big deal. It's what he said in the live broadcast. I didn't look at it either. Anyway, it is to mess with Lin Tianmei. They let someone block my company's number. You and this line stomping on the earthquake. Help me a favor and so what? I cannot mix. You look down on old classmates? Ha ha, I know you don't forget your roots. Thank you. By the way, there is another thing. Incidentally, you know what's going on the Gobi Beach to pick up emerald? 047 garbage program? All gimmicks. Xia Ruixiang sat in the luxury car, looking at the report of his subordinates on the screen, complacent. Things are quite effective. The water army laid very in place. Has taken the normal information channels are full. Now either do not know the matter of sky-high emerald, or must be led by their own noses. Although that appraisal anchor caused him some trouble, but Xia Ruixiang still through the relationship, forcibly seized his account. Let him stop first to avoid interfering with his own plans. Now, no matter the microblogging, live broadcasting platforms, Shake Rain, Fast Dog, Pomelo Skin, and other big websites, all of them had already inducted his people. Even some smaller forums were now filled with his information. Sky-high emerald? But a joke. Do you still buy expensive and useless jewelry? There is no need. Teach you to buy affordable jewelry. Jadeite year by year fall in price. Has been reduced to the cheapest jade. Xia Ruixiang steadily sat in a fishing boat, watching the online discussion of jadeite getting louder and louder, but also more and more to reduce this thing to a cheap product. He did this for the sole purpose of causing panic. Everyone is afraid to buy jadeite. The price plummeted. Then the family will certainly also be affected. Seeing the heavenly priced things reduced to dirt, the strongest-hearted people will also be affected. Xia Ruixiang did not dare to ask for the luxury of being able to pick up those top-grade emeralds back at the ground price. According to the valuation of 1 billion, can be taken with 10 to 15 billion, already is a big profit. According to the quality of the emerald, but can be used as a family heirloom, passed on forever. Even according to the auction price to go back, will become the company's pillar? All the other jewelry plus, but also less than the value of the emerald. Xia Ruixiang took a sip of wine and breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the stock market. His own company, and the entire jade industry is slightly down. This is the inevitable price. These rumors will likewise hurt the company's stock price. But Xia Ruixiang had confidence. He had the company as his backing. So what did his family have? They will certainly be afraid to be unable to help themselves, crying father and mother to sell the emerald earlier than oneself. They only need to wait patiently again, waiting for the online sound waves and public opinion to reach a certain level. A strike. Under the thunderbolt. This lucky ordinary people. Take some money. Hurry to run away. Xia Ruixiang took another sip of wine. He leaned comfortably on the luxury car airline seat, reaching out to mull over his female companion's body in an unfaithful manner. Well, if it is not this program, let this family attract attention. Otherwise one could really use some small means to vaporize them. How wonderful it is to obtain tens of billions of super emeralds without spending a penny. Xia Ruixiang sighed. Forget it, if it wasn't for this program, I wouldn't have known that such a high specification emerald existed in the world. Even the once-in-a-millennium grade jadeite doesn't have such a high purity. What traitorous luck. This can also be picked up. The female companion beside him raised her head and came close to Xia Ruixiang's neck, spitting warm breath. Emerald? Brother Xiang, your family is not selling emerald? Still need to buy? Xia Ruixiang was itchy by her exhaled breath. He lowered his head and pressed his female companion with a bad smile. He, to buy for you little burnt goods. Yeah, don't in the car well. The driver is watching. What are you afraid of? Isn't it more exciting to be watched by others? He. Xia Ruixiang's tactics did produce results. The good man test live room that had just gotten better didn't take a while to change again. Xia Binger was a little surprised. She watched Mr. Nyo speak halfway through his speech, and the whole thing was cut off from the signal. The anchor has been banned. The window closes in 12 seconds. Xia Binger looked at the countdown, momentarily not knowing what to say. Banning? Banning Mr. Nyo? What mistake did Mr. Nyo make? Why was he suddenly blocked? The audience took a look and were instantly happy. They still didn't understand what was happening and played with the stunt like crazy. I don't know. It's an effect of the program. The person who was talking is gone, eating hot pot and singing songs. The live room was suddenly blocked. Miss Mr. Nyo's 30th second. What did he do? How people suddenly no longer. 6666666666666666666. And soon, with the premeditated operation, the wind direction of the live room instantly changed. Some inexplicable advanced users suddenly flooded in and began to say similar words. They targeted different points, but the direction was consistent. This Mr. Nyo is full of black history. No wonder he was blocked. It's the 21st century. Still blowing the emerald. Isn't this a restoration? Wrong speech should be rectified. Deserved. Emerald is not worth anything. And $30 billion? Little cute. I don't believe it. It must be a business conspiracy. This stuff pollutes the environment and is time-consuming. It should be outlawed. If I were you, I wouldn't buy a $100 jade. Rubbish program. Just know how to make these gimmicks. Not interesting. Let's go. The show's motives are impure, and they intentionally bring out useless things to blow up. These people have been talking in circles, some against Mr. Nyo, some against the program team, but in the final analysis, they all kept repeating, jadeite is worthless. The audience, who had been watching all along, immediately wanted to retort, but after they entered a long string of characters, they suddenly realized that they suddenly had to enter a verification code to speak. The reason was to prevent the water army from brushing the screen. Some people entered the verification code, but when they wanted to send a second one, they even needed the verification code. Entering the code will greatly reduce the efficiency. In the quarrel, the other side said 10 words. You are still pondering in the end is O or 0. L or how can you spell 1 or O when the other person has said 10 words? More people lost interest in the discussion when they saw that they had to enter a CAPTCHA code. Just watching a program. Lazy to bother that thing. Trouble. They are also not any jadeite stakeholders. Before watching the program is not much research and interest in these jadeite. Instead of going through that trouble to argue, it would be better to get high on a few melons. Thus, the water armies easily gained the victory and easily gained the right to speak in the live broadcast. They speak from different dimensions, constantly repeating the words jadeite is cheap, worthless, guiding the wind direction of the live broadcast. Older viewers watched with righteous indignation, but the sudden CAPTCHA attack disrupted them. They are not professional users, and do not have specialized tools and software to rely on, relying only on 2 pairs of hands. How can they compete with this group of water army? And as soon as the new viewers came in and saw the water armies speaking, they immediately started eating melon with excitement. In the outer station, they had seen a lot of information about the sky-high emerald price. How could they know that as soon as they came in, they found that there were already people tearing into each other and criticizing the show's team for nothing. There were people quarreling and tearing up, which was much more interesting than watching the program alone. As for right and wrong, they don't have a pre-emotional padding. Where would they care who was right and who was wrong? What the netizens had were just emotions, and reason was just a minority. Xia Binger watched for just a short while, and the atmosphere of the live broadcast room was forcibly reversed. She knew that this was the water army at work, but she was just a host, so what could she do to fight it? Anxious like an ant on a hot pan, Xia Binger hurriedly asked the guests to help with some cartwheels, and quickly withdrew herself from the camera, dialing the phone to the choreographer. Chapter 48048, the end of the live broadcast. Director, what can we do about this? Xia Binger was anxious. If we let them fool around like this again, our program will definitely be affected. The choreographer and director were also helpless. You stabilize first. I'll think of something. Xia Binger was anxious. I won't look for you if I can stabilize it. The situation is so chaotic right now. In case in the end, the topic is too involved, then it will be. The director sighed. I know, but when it comes down to it, this is the only way. He hung up the phone and let out a long, sad sigh. The timing of the appearance of these water armies was strange, and at first, it was thought that they were targeting the program, which of their peers had come out to cause trouble, but after confronting them for a while, it was discovered that something was wrong. This group of water army was more like rushing towards the participating guests, and the attack on the program group was more like a mistake. The director didn't dare to make a judgment, but could only dig as deep as possible into the identity of the other party, looking for clues from the clues. He also made phone calls to a few water army studios that he knew. Some of them seemed to know the inside story and just said meaningfully, I know this fire is aimed at you and didn't take it, but you shouldn't ask too many questions. The other party is not an ordinary person. The director did not know that this is not general. To what extent? If it was aimed at himself, his peers were vandalizing, then he may have to carry it to the end. How can he not give in? But if it was against this family involved, the director's heart was flooded with mutterings. This family's daily necessities were several $100 million at hand, and for one meal, they could drink tens of millions of dollars of wine. If he recognized their counterparts' power, in the director's opinion, it was a fight between gods and goddesses, and it was impossible for him to participate in it at all. With a few $100 million at hand, what is he taking in others' head iron? But no matter if it was against himself or against this family, the director felt that it was a bit strange. Having already sent the water army to take direct action, why hadn't anyone contacted himself? Wouldn't it be more convenient to put pressure on himself? Just as he was thinking, the director's cell phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was the content manager of the live broadcast platform. Good guys, I don't look for trouble from you guys, and you even personally sent it to my door. The director angrily picked up the phone. Hello, what exactly is your platform trying to do? To this extent, why don't you care? The manager's tone was full of helplessness. Brother, don't be angry first, listen to me finish my words. The director heard more angry. Not angry? Not angry, you guys come up with some practical action. How much traffic did I help you bring? Millions of people watched, and now, forcing my program into this situation. It's not like you haven't seen how rich this family really is. In case you piss them off, you guys won't be able to eat your words. The manager said helplessly. Big brother, don't get angry first, listen to me. Director bang bang slapped the table. I also want to not get angry, but does it work? Not only are you guys not acting, but you're also pushing the envelope. I said how do you guys control the reviews? Just now I also tried. CAPTCHA? Ha! Still engaging in such despicable tactics. Manager, dude. Director, must give a statement. Otherwise I'll take the program. Manager, your program is going to be stopped. The director suddenly froze. He was about to make an impassioned, hot-blooded statement. This was the art of negotiation. Constantly emphasizing your difficulties in giving certain threats, the other party's attitude would then soften, thus achieving the result he wanted. But before the director's threats had even left his mouth, the other party had surprisingly already put the most serious situation on the table. He was like the child who claimed that he would run away from home if he didn't give him pocket money, and then he turned his head and realized that his family had gone bankrupt and owed a huge debt. That little threat becomes useless. The director took about 10 seconds to respond. Stop the program? The manager apologized slightly. Director, it's not that I don't help you, it's a decision from the top. Alas, I can't do anything about it. I'm not like you. I'm a part-time worker, only responsible for passing the word. You also don't blame the brother. I am also very sorry. The director sat on the chair expressionlessly, took out a cigarette and stuffed it into his mouth. Only the hand holding the lighter shook several times, but did not aim at the cigarette. He inhaled deeply before exhaling heavily. When was it? The manager replied. Just now. There was a small meeting at the top. The director leaned back in his chair, keeping his face as unruffled as possible. Why? The manager spread his hands. But to think that the voice call, the other side cannot see then also side. I do not know the specific inside story, but certainly the upper management is under pressure. There may be an exchange of benefits, or they may have gotten wind of it. You hurry back to wrap up. The live broadcast will end here. The technical department is making preparations over there, and as soon as your program ends, they will delete all the replays. Not only our platform, all the recorded screens on the internet will be asked to be taken down. The director let out a bitter laugh. Making that much of a fuss? The manager hummed. I don't have the authority to see what's really going on either. But brother, you shouldn't worry. The higher-ups have also given instructions. For your next program, the platform will compensate, help out fully, and give enough traffic. The director caught a certain word. Next program? What's going on? Not the next episode? The manager smiled bitterly. What the higher-ups mean is that for a short period of time, this program of yours should not be filmed again. It's best to make everyone forget about it. The director took the cigarette and didn't take another puff for a long time, until the ash fell onto the top of his shoes. He also ignored it. Only after a long time, he pressed the butt of the cigarette into the ashtray. You guys are really rushing to the end. He still didn't understand which place had violated the taboo and would cause such a big reaction. What the content manager said about not filming for the time being was actually taking this program, refrigerating and icing the whole thing, and never releasing it again. If there was to be a next episode, it would be decades later, suddenly coming with a wave of nostalgic classics. But that too has nothing to do with itself. The IP of this program belonged to the platform, and if they wanted to recycle it, one simply had no ability to resist. The flesh on the director's cheeks trembled slightly as he tried his best to restrain his emotions, not letting the employees around him see the difference. just one step away, just one step away, just one step to the top. This program of his own was still relatively interesting, attracting wave after wave of young viewers. But the next program, could it still achieve such an effect? The director was extremely unwilling in his heart, but at this point in time, he was not capable of wrenching with the program. He hung up the manager's phone and called back to Xiaobinger. Xiaobinger's tone was cheerful. Hey, director, is there any progress? The water army issue should be resolved, right? The director pondered for a moment. You get ready for a closing statement. The live broadcast will end here. Xiaobinger was confused. Live broadcast? End? Wasn't it broadcasted properly? You see that the number of viewers is rising, and the discussion is very passionate. How come it's over? The director's tone was filled with exhaustion. Don't ask so many questions. Do as I say. Chapter 49049 Tomb of the Mausoleum King. The Unknown Explorer. Old Yuan sat in the president's office of TND Forensics, slowly sipping his tea. Although he was screwed by Lin Tianmei today, he was not flustered. Lin Tianmei was a jewelry company that was quite large and ranked in the country and even the world, with tens of billions of dollars in assets. It also had a famous town treasure, which was now in full swing. Their own heaven and earth to identify the treasure, and its comparison is simply a candle flame, and the sun and the moon to compete is not a level at all. The other side, as long as a city branch, will be enough to crush themselves into powder. Simply do not bring turnover. But the old Yuan is not very worried. Not just a few words of Mr. Nyo said wrong. Stand on the wrong team. What's the big deal? Although his company is not large, but also in the industry for decades, those jewelry industry titans, they also know a lot. Big people also know their own number of people. After all, do appraisal. Where can mix a familiar face? Those big men do not see how much they will help themselves, but will also give a few thin face. Old Yuan was threatened by Lin Tianmei, although not to be afraid, but there is no need to be tough. If everyone was still within the rules of the game, they wouldn't fool around. As long as they didn't tear their faces off, they didn't have to worry and be afraid. The other party told Mr. Nyo to settle down for a few days. Just do it. What a big deal. Lao Yuan sipped his tea. His mind suddenly thought of what Mr. Nyo said just now, picking up emeralds in the Gobi beach. Ha, a little interesting. The more Lao Yuan thought about it, the more funny he felt. Northern deserts and the Gobi indeed produce quite a lot of good jade, but jadeite, it was very rare. The two can basically be said that the wind cattle and horses are not related. Is not a world of things, like fishing out camels in the sea, as ridiculous. In the old Yuan think can take this as a counterexample, used in the next treasure appreciation as a paragraph. The cell phone rang. He looked at it, and it was the old man Zhu that he had asked for just now, threatened by Lin Tianmei, but face still had to be given. Lin Tianmei's old boss delegated authority to his son. Young people do things more adventurous. Etiquette will be lacking. But old Yuan is also a human savant and knows how to deal with young people. At times like this one should be angry, but one should not fight back with resentment. The more this time, the more you have to put on a good attitude. So Lao Yuan asked Zhu Lao, the famous jewelry industry big shot, to help say a few words in the middle. This gave Lin Tianmei steps and also showed his chest. The other party is young and vigorous, but after all, behind it is a huge company. Taking this matter as an opportunity, maybe we can deepen our cooperation in the future. Thinking so, Lao Yuan connected the phone. Hey, Lao Zhu, help me say good love? What favor? Zhu Lao was surprised. Old Yuan was confused. Didn't I ask you to put in a good word for Lin Tianmei? It's only been a few minutes and you've forgotten? Zhu Lao's tone was anxious. Not to mention these trivial matters. Do you still remember the tomb of the Mausoleum King? Old Yuan froze and forgot to drink the tea he had picked up. The tomb of the Lingshou King? I know. A few years ago there was a big fuss. Why mention this? Zhu Lao had a tone of hatred. The tomb of the Lingshou King, where is it located? Old Yuan said. Why are you testing me? Ansuan City. That place is quite remote. The state also sent a professional archaeological team, with the line of duty, blocked for half a year. Zhu Lao asked again. Do you still remember how the tomb of King Ling was discovered? Old Yuan recalled for a moment. Well, it was a mysterious explorer who went deep into the ancient legend of the tomb of the Mausoleum King by himself, solved 99% of the internal organs, and handed over the location of the tomb, all the offerings, to the state. He lamented. That mysterious explorer is truly a model for our generation. He coveted nothing and handed over the entire tomb intact. It made our research on the ancient orchid house a big step forward, and the countless ancient books and implements produced inside all show the brilliant civilization of that era, adding another colorful piece to our history. Zhu Lao questioned. So, have you remembered yet? Old Yuan was puzzled. What? Remember what? Old Zhu, what are you trying to say? Old Zhu tapped the table on the other end of the phone. Where is the tomb of King Ling? What did the National Archaeology team do at that time? Do you still remember? Old Yuan did not understand what the other side gourd selling drugs, Lingshuo Wang Tomb. In Anxuan City? Zhu Lao let out a sigh. Where is Anxuan City? Lao Yuan, near the initial basin of the Yellow River. Wait, in the Gobi. Zhu Lao slapped his thigh. Hey, finally not stupid. Old Yuan now can't care about the other party scolding himself. He opened his mouth wide and suddenly froze. Old Zhu, the Gobi, the tomb of the Mausoleum King. You don't want to say. Wait, I remember. At that time, the archaeological team gifted a stone. Old Zhu's tone also became excited. That's right, 1,000 years ago, a stone. Old Yuan thought about it, and he muttered. At that time, that mysterious explorer did not covet the treasure in the tomb of the Mausoleum King at all, but just waved his hand in a dashing manner, and said, what I want is just the wisdom that was left behind 1,000 years ago. At that time, the archaeological team was very excited, and wanted to confer honors on him, wanted to gift him wealth, but he did not take a penny. To this day, those medals are still hanging in the tomb of King Ling's museum, honoring the hero whose name is unknown. He let the 1,000-year-old monument come out, but he himself did not take away a single cloud. That was also when the archaeological team found some stones in the tomb of King Ling. Yes, these stones had not been carved into jade or utensils. They were just stored in the treasure vault of the tomb of the Mausoleum King. The archaeological team made a decision. They determined that these were just stones, not cultural relics. Since they are stones, then they should be cleaned up and swept out of the tomb to make way for the artifacts. Old Yuan pinched his thigh, forcing himself to wake up. So, those 1,000 years ago, the most precious jade and jadeite raw materials in the entire Western region. No, or the entire Chinese cultural circle. The rare treasures that even the king of the mausoleum did not bother to carve, were swept away like this, as garbage, piled up on the Gobi beach, only for that explorer who left in style to pick it up one day. Old Yuan's lips trembled. I always thought that this was just a segment in the archaeological circle. I never thought that it was true. Zhu Lao's tone was chiseled. Not bad, this matter is true. Moreover, before you knew about this matter, a gag order had been issued, and everyone was not allowed to spread it out. These gifts were presented to that nameless explorer who served the country and the people without seeking fame and fortune as payment for his noble character. And Elder Zhu recalled the past, and when he spoke again, his tone unexpectedly became a bit shaky. The archaeological team, naturally, wouldn't let unrelated people pick up these garbage, and sent people to keep an eye on that piece of wasteland. But there is no impermeable wall in the world. There are still forces that heard this news, and secretly sent mercenaries, wanting to take these garbage for themselves. And so, Chapter 50-050. Who was the person he was afraid of? The tomb of King Ling. That was the hottest topic in archaeological circles some years ago. An unknown adventurer explored the entire tomb in its entirety. He disarmed 99% of the internal organs in their entirety. Trigger devices, hidden compartments and bowstrings from 1,000 years ago were removed intact and put aside as they were. All the ancient objects and treasures, ancient books and implements inside the tomb, he did not take them in the slightest. After exploring the circle in its entirety, the unnamed adventurer naturally departed, notifying the official party for the blockade and expedition. It was as if he was exploring just for the sake of entertainment and knowledge, and all the artifacts within were not in his sight. Mind you, it was the tomb of a Lulan king, a superb tomb belonging to the ancient Lulan culture. King Ling's unified all the surrounding western tribes and established a glorious frontier kingdom 1,500 years ago, and he mirrored the cultural circle of the Dragon Kingdom, trading with each other and exchanging bonhomie, passing down an extremely rich historical heritage to both sides. After the collapse of King Lulan, he was buried in a tomb, but later, due to the disappearance of the entire Lulan culture, the location of this tomb was also lost in the sand, until it was unearthed again by unknown explorers and reappeared in the world. This was the lord of a dynasty that had unified the western region and ruled for 100 years, and the size of the tomb was unprecedentedly large. The king of the tomb adored the culture of the Dragon Kingdom, and likewise placed thousands of precious artifacts in the tomb according to the largest level at the time. Bronze and gold vessels piled up like mountains, and ancient books, scrolls, and drawings filled several huge burial chambers. Thousands of years of whale lamps were rekindled when they encountered air, and mercury was sealed in ceramic vessels that rose and fell like a tidal wave for 1,000 years with the temperature. None of the archaeologists who entered were shocked by this 1,000-year-old miracle. And what is even more shocking is that this world's unrivaled huge mausoleum, that explorer has not taken a penny, not the slightest bit of greed. He also did not want any exchange of benefits, just a very secretive call, and then disappeared into the world. All the heads of the lineage and archaeological teams were shocked by this. What a noble man he was. Even if he took a small pottery inkstone with his hand, he could sell it for $10 million. But the explorer didn't do that. The archaeological team confirmed after a long exploration that everything was well preserved and nothing was stolen. Even that adventurer controlled the amount of air entry when he entered. And all the scrolls were not damaged due to changes in air and humidity. The experts speculated that he might have entered carrying an oxygen tank. And very few material exchanges were produced at the site. But the few footprints reacted to the fact that the man's weight was normal, unlike carrying heavy objects. This became a mystery in archaeological circles, how this powerful, elegant, noble, all-around adventurer actually entered and how he explored for days and nights in a tomb that had been closed for thousands of years. In the end, the archaeological team was unable to find this man, and after discussion, decided to give this unsung hero a small box of stones in the central treasure trove of the king. Can be placed in the tomb of the king of the tomb of things? How can it be ordinary stone? The discerning eye can see at a glance that these are the most precious, the rarest, even the king himself could not afford to consume. Carve the top emerald. The gigantic dynasty of 1,000 years ago had only accumulated so many pieces in 100 years of trading exchanges. Its preciousness could be imagined. At that time, the discussion was extremely heated, with many people opposing it, believing that the value of these rare treasures had surpassed all the collections of many local museums, and that they absolutely could not be used as a favor gift. But these words were quickly suppressed by the people in charge, who only said, without the help of this hero, the tomb of the Mausoleum King would have had to wait another 500 or 1,000 years before it would have been revealed. And, who said we were going to give it away with artifacts? These are just a few ordinary stones without carvings. Isn't it normal to clean them out to facilitate the expedition? And so, the stones were delivered under close escort to a remote location several hundred kilometers away, and a message was sent through the adventurers' contact information. A few hidden sentries were also placed to prevent them from being stolen. The archaeological team wasn't prepared to force the adventurers' true colors to show. The person who made such a great contribution, he didn't want to show his face. No one dared to force it. Not long after the things were placed, there were indeed greedy people who came to steal them. There is no impermeable wall under the sky. The archaeological team and the relevant person in charge were not surprised. If someone other than the adventurers appeared, the archaeological team was prepared to intercept and stop them. But, during the night, the secret sentries were unaware, and it was only early the next morning that they were shocked to find a number of corpses. To know, these dark sentries are also good at what they do. Someone did it not far away and they were unaware of it. These corpses included green bandits, mercenaries, and well-known thieves. No one knows how they died. In the darkness, as if there is an invisible man-eating devil, as long as close, greedy for these emeralds, will be taken away from life. The professionals have been investigating for a long time, but they haven't found the slightest clue. These people were all killed in one blow, with no signs of fighting at all. The archaeological team and the officials had thought that things would die down. There had already been a lesson learned from the past. It wasn't so bad that someone would still be foolish, right? As long as the nameless adventurer appeared, take away the emerald, things will be over. But these emeralds are of great value. There are still people who dare to take risks, want to challenge the authority of the Dragon State. Tian Yuan Xian, a famous underground organization at home and abroad. It was established 70 years ago in the Dragon Kingdom, and then because of the war, it was transferred to Western Europe to develop the map. By the time the Tomb of the Tomb King appeared in the world, the Hans had already mastered the world's top dozens of huge consortiums, countless enterprises under their command, gang members on the hundreds of thousands of members, assets of more than 100 billion euros. Such a behemoth put out the word that it wanted to test these emeralds. It sends mercenaries and the world-renowned thief Oblivion with the intention of robbing them openly and secretly. In particular, the great thief, Oblivion, once stole Queen Mary's 1914 pearl tier crown from the Great Boing Boing Museum and replaced it with a plastic item. It wasn't discovered until the annual maintenance. How strong the combination was. The official and the archaeological team were like enemies, but the other party simply does not follow the formal way to enter. There is no actual human evidence, physical evidence, there is no good law against it. Everyone is very nervous, and even wanted to transfer the emerald into the safest vault. But this proposal was quickly rejected, because everyone was not confident about the transfer and storage, either. Oblivion was able to steal the pearl tier crown in the Great Calling Museum, which was covered in cameras, gravity detectors, and infrared rays. It couldn't be easier to take something from a convoy or a vault. But just a few days after everyone was jittery and tossing and turning, at the Anson City police station, Oblivion chopped off the entire thumb of his right hand in front of everyone. He turned himself in and threw himself into prison, and swore that he would never strike again as the price for his offense. All the officers were confused. What in the world scared forgetful Chuan like this? Who was the person he offended? Exactly? Chapter 51051, The Collapse of Tian Yuan Xian. Financial Tsunami. But no matter how the interrogation was conducted, Forgetful River did not utter a word. He only revealed a look of relief. I shouldn't have intruded into this matter. I just broke my finger. I'm not allowed to be free. It's worth it to live. This world-famous bandit, surprisingly, stayed honestly in a prefecture-level city prison like this, with no signs of escaping at all. After being shocked, everyone realized that he seemed to have been confined, but in reality, he had preserved his own life. He preferred to give up everything, but just to calm someone's anger. The person behind this, in the end, is in what kind of high position, only to let good at hiding cover up the big thief, scared to break the finger to surrender. And the horror didn't end there. Tian Yuanxian had also sent an entire army of mercenaries to forcibly seize the emerald. Ansuan City was in the remote desert Gobi, where the environment was complex. The forces were intricate, and it was a favorite spot for smugglers and stowaways to pass through. Officials have been rectifying the situation for years, but they still don't dare to say that they can fully control all the routes. While everyone was speculating on what kind of posture the mercenaries would take to sneak into the country, a heavy news suddenly came from Gouzhou. Tian Yuanxian was disbanded. This news triggered a hurricane-like effect as the world's top dozens of consortiums suddenly dissolved, causing a horrifying financial tsunami. Countless businesses were affected, whether it was the upstream raw materials, or downstream processing and manufacturing, or even the service and securities industries. All of them were hit by an extremely terrifying impact. Hundreds of thousands of people were directly affected, while those indirectly affected amounted to millions. The entire Gull continent was thus in disarray, and most people did nothing but suffer an extremely tragic ripple effect due to the crashing down of the huge giant. This financial tsunami swept across the globe, not only Gull Island and Rice Island, even the farthest continent of Austria. The export of resources was also greatly affected. All the mining and smelting industries were devastated for a year, and only slowly recovered afterward. And the Dragon country faced this financial tsunami, also put the heart into the throat. All the financial elites stayed up all night to prepare for the horrific impact. However, this tsunami seemed to hit a huge mountain that could not be seen. By the time the impact reached the Dragon Kingdom, there were only a few tiny ripples that were insufficient. In the financial market, it was as if there were millions of unseen hands that were meticulously and accurately manipulating the changes in the entire market. The mining industry was affected, and the smelting and processing industries all over the country suddenly increased their orders, helping the upstream industries to tide over their difficulties. When the education industry was hit and its capital chain was interrupted, suddenly the floodgates were opened by local banks offering quick loans. It was as if these countless industries were being manipulated in a unified manner, and their seemingly chaotic and disorganized actions directly dissolved the horrific financial tsunami in an instant. However, after subsequent investigations, experts were surprised to find that these thousands of businesses, institutions, and organizations were not connected in any way. They clearly did not have any financial or interpersonal connections, but at the same time, they made similar operations to withstand the impact and break up the financial crisis into harmless thin waves. All those investigating felt a chill down their backs. And if these thousands of organizations were not connected, how were they able to make the same steps? But if they were connected, but why couldn't they find out? This was no small number. It was businesses and organizations scattered all over the country, in bits and pieces. The smallest of them is just a small workshop with one lathe. The largest is a huge conglomerate with 100,000 employees. What kind of power is it that can knead them together into a unified whole? The investigators could not find out and did not dare to go further. It was as if behind them was a unified consciousness, a unified hand that firmly controlled everything in the world. The investigator couldn't imagine just how powerful this hand was. I'm afraid that with just a slight tremor, the whole world would tremble for it. And soon enough, the matter of Tian Yuanxian came to a head. The investigators received a photo from Tian Yuanxian, which showed that the master of Tian Yuanxian, Huo Winshan, as well as his 4 sons, were all dead. They were sitting in the middle of Tian Yuanxian's most important ancestral hall, kneeling in front of their ancestors, and shared a bottle of poisonous wine. On the faces of these 5 people, only deep remorse and regret remained, but at the same time, there was also a hint of relief at being forgiven. The investigators couldn't understand why they had cut themselves off, and what kind of power it was that could deter a huge organization that ranked high all over the world. The 13 grandchildren of sect master Huo Wenshan, as well as the 7 elders of Tian Yuanxian, none of them wanted to inherit the throne of Tian Yuanxian. They jointly signed an agreement and statement to give up all of Tian Yuanxian's shares, properties, and assets, and netted out. As a matter of fact, these high-powered individuals, in the end, didn't even drive away from the cars of Tian Yuanxian's groups and enterprises, and left the company's headquarters as if they were fleeing with their steps. The giant enterprises worth hundreds of billions of gold coins were avoided as if they were abandoned. Everyone was shocked. What kind of threat were they under that they wouldn't even dare to take away this 100 billion gold coins worth of assets? In particular, these people didn't dare to play small tricks at all. They didn't dare to encroach on even a single share. They just skimmed themselves as fast as they could for fear of being tainted with something unclean. In this way, this huge consortium in the Dragon Country outside set off a huge wave. After the disappearance, never move again. The Dragon Kingdom, on the other hand, had gained a lot of benefits because of the turbulence in the world's financial industry and its own stability. During the majority of the world's wobble, it got a lot of orders, which in turn fed back on itself. In the end, in a flurry of clamor, this turbulent event came to an end. At the end of the day, there was no one left to think about what it was that had led to the destruction of Tianyuanshan. Already, few people remembered the several pieces of jadeite placed on the Gobi beach, and the mercenaries that wanted to seize the jade. Even less people were willing to search for their bodies in the jungle cliffs of the surrounding countries. Even Elder Zhu and Old Yuan had long forgotten about this incident. No one would have connected the cleared-out stones from the tomb of the Mausoleum King with the collapse of Tianyuanshan. But now, in Mr. Niu's inquiry, Old Yuan's message, and Zhu Lao's recollection, they realized with horror. Tianyuanshan, could it really be because of the tomb emerald of the Mausoleum King, and its demise? Sect Master Ho Wenshan just up a hint of greed, wanting to rely on the ancient emerald of 1,000 years ago to show Tianyuanshan means, so that their own reputation to the next level. Surprisingly, he made a medieval scene, let himself, and the development of 70 years of Tianyuanshan, fell into hell together. Pick up top-grade jadeite on the Gobi beach? As soon as Old Yuan and Zhu Lao pondered, they connected the whole thing. Apart from the tomb of the Mausoleum King, where else could a top-grade jadeite be produced that would be rare to see in 1,000 years? And the people and organizations that wanted to steal the jadeite have all been wiped out. It could have been the nameless adventurer who moved, or it could have been the subordinates behind the adventurer. After all, after the collapse of the Tianyuanshan, it set off waves making thousands of family organizations around the world act collectively. That nameless adventurer might be powerful, but the forces behind him were definitely not to be underestimated either. If it wasn't for this outburst today, they would have never thought that the emerald on the Gobi beach, which had long been forgotten, had already been taken. These two old men were horrified to think that no matter who it was that finally took the emerald, the adventurer or the person behind him was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. Chapter 52052. This is not that simple. Recalling these details, Old Yuan muttered, "What kind of existence have we encountered this time? In all of these tangled clues, none of them demonstrated the other party's shocking power." Old Yuan picked up the already cooled teacup and shivered several times without being able to get it into his mouth. He snapped and slapped the precious white jade teacup hard on the coffee table. "Old Zhu Lao, you tell me, this matter, how many percent true, how many percent false?" Old Yuan held the last trace of non-confirmation. This matter of getting emerald on the Gobi beach was too absurd. The sky was the limit. On the off chance that it is true what Mr. Cao said, they did pick up the leak and happened to get. No, this kind of talk. Old Yuan's grandson couldn't possibly believe it. Picking up a few broken pieces of jade and earning a few tens of millions of dollars, one could still say that it was pie in the sky and good luck, but the value of tens of billions of millennium jadeite is garbage to pick up home. That can really no one believe. This is not a coincidence. Moreover, that place has the official, the line of duty, the archaeological team of tightly guarded. How can someone be able to break in? Now it seems that there is only one possibility. The first time when some bandits tried to steal and plunder those emeralds, they perished without the dark sentries realizing it. When the great bandit Forgetfulness entered the Dragon Kingdom, and no senior scout was able to catch a glimpse of the trail, he had already received a message conveyed somewhere and chose to throw himself into the net. There were also Tianyuanshan's mercenaries, who were buried in the vast mountains and jungles before they were able to launch their operations, without the possibility of revealing themselves again. Old Yuan could not help but be frightened. He knew that behind the waves, there must be an extremely likely shadowy force, hiding and protecting this batch of Millennium Emeralds. If Mr. Niu linked to this family, simple and dignified to move this batch of jadeite home, then, the owner of this family is either that nameless explorer, a super expert who was able to sneak into the tomb of the Mausoleum King alone and disarm thousands of hidden traps. Either that or he is the mastermind behind this mysterious, powerful force. Old Yuan couldn't guess the relationship between the two. It was possible that they were the same force, or that they were mirroring each other's foils, but no matter what the possibility, they are all their own unattainable existence. Old Yuan was terrified and scared in his heart. If Lin Tianmei has tens of billions of dollars in assets, he can't match it, but he won't be overly groveling and fall into the role of a traitor and a licking dog. If there was a fault in the middle, there were many ways to defuse it. The two were still people in the same world despite the huge gap in assets. But this unknown mysterious force was in existence that could easily break a person's life and death. If old Yuan inadvertently angered them, he wouldn't even be able to find an opening to plead for mercy. The other party would just hum a breath, and he or she would be blown to the ground. Not even the dregs could be found. Encountering such an invisible, huge, and terrifying force, no matter how much he thought about it, old Yuan was unable to find a perfect way to crack it. Hearing old Yuan's inquiry, Zhu Lao sighed. Alas, I know what you want to ask. Surely guess, could it be a coincidence? Before calling you, I specifically contacted my previous comrades, who were also responsible for the mining and inspection of the exterior of the tomb of the Mausoleum King. They said, Zhu Lao said word for word, about a year ago, the 1,000-year-old emerald on the Gobi beach had disappeared. The hidden sentries, totaling 17 in number, disappeared for half a month before being found in a sanatorium in an inland city, honestly waiting to be discovered. No one knows who knocked them out and took them away, or who removed the emerald. The higher-ups were relieved to learn the news, and the incident was classified as confidential. Although the rank is not high, the people involved are not allowed to voluntarily disclose it. This is why none of us know about this matter. After hearing this, old Yuan had mixed feelings in his heart and was incomparably shocked. Not knowing what to say, he muttered, sure enough, it's them. We are involved. In case those people are offended. What to do? Zhu Lao looked at him in fear and mentioned, think carefully, have you made any mistakes in your middle? Old Yuan snapped his head up. Right. He hurriedly ran out the door and grabbed Teacher Niu into his room, carefully unlocking the door to make sure no one could hear the internal conversation. Teacher Niu was at a loss. His account was banned and he was preparing to touch the fish. How was he suddenly caught in by his boss? Could it be that he had messed with some big shot, and this matter had become a big deal? As he was a little panicked, old Yuan slapped the table. You, tell me everything, in detail, all about the previous connection. Teacher Niu was even more panicked, and due to the pressure from his boss, he could only tell everything that happened before. One by one, bamboo tube by bamboo tube. After he finished his narration, he said in dissatisfaction, Boss, there's no problem with what we did in this matter. There's someone behind that group of sailors. They're the ones who made it bad. You surely know who the other party is, and the loss caused by our account being blocked. We must find them to get it back. Old Yuan immediately revealed a look of relief after hearing this. He vigorously patted Mr. Niu's shoulder. Good. You've done well. Good lad. Teacher Niu was dumbfounded. What's going on? After listening to Mr. Niu's story, old Yuan was instantly happy. It was too fortunate that his own staff didn't badmouth the other side in the connection, being truthful and saying what they had to say. In many places, Mr. Niu also strongly praised and commended their taste, and the preciousness of the things. Nothing was wrong. His own side just talked about the matter, and did not say anything bad with emotional overtones. This was a great fortune amongst misfortunes. Meeting such a terrifying, mysterious big shot and being able to make no mistakes was already a great achievement. Old Yuan sighed in relief. Good, great, I can sleep peacefully. He patted his chest. This old life of mine, I was almost about to scare off half of it. Mr. Niu was confused, and saw old Yuan smiling and giving him a thumbs up. Turn around and double your bonus this month. Hey, today can be really happy. The huge gap between the dead and alive made old Yuan happy to the extreme, but he was not happy for long. Zhu Lao on the other end of the phone suddenly spoke. Lao Yuan, you should not be too happy too fast. Lao Yuan, huh? Zhu Lao thought carefully and spoke slowly. You forgot that being took the Millennium Emerald away in a low-profile manner, and definitely did not want this matter to come to light and draw attention. And under you, not only did you publicize this matter in front of everyone, letting everyone know the value of the tomb of the Mausoleum King's emerald, but also, he paused, it also attracted unsuspecting people. You said before, let me put in a good word for Lin Tianmei, right? Lin Tianmei, humph, Xiaji has eyes without pearls, making such stupid things. You also, lead the trouble to that person's head. This matter, not so simple ever. Chapter 53053. Hey, you'll see it soon. Old Yuan's heart, which had just been put down, lifted up again all of a sudden. His heart was frightened, and after careful consideration, it was indeed so. If it wasn't for his own people being meddlesome and going to that program, then he wouldn't have been in this mess at all. It was because Mr. Niu had been nosy and said the actual value of the tomb of the Mausoleum King's emerald, which allowed Lin Tianmei to know about it, and thus to use strong-arm tactics to acquire it. If Lin Tianmei caused the other party to be unhappy, as long as a little bit of investigation, it will be able to be investigated to their own head. This black pot will be sure to take the blame. Old Yuan panicked, not bothering to maintain his elder demeanor. He punched Teacher Niu's shoulder. Ugh, you're such a loser. Why did you cause so much trouble? We're dead. We're all finished. Teacher Nyo was dumbfounded. Ha? Will my bonus still be doubled? Old Yuan pointed at him with trembling fingers. You don't even want this month's salary. And the bonus? You're still getting a bonus at the end of your life. Mr. Nyo could not understand how the boss a moment in attitude, a moment of ecstasy, a moment of pathos. In the end, what happened? Let him become this way. Is he in the middle of interfering with those big people fighting? Leading to the company was also implicated? Old Yuan cried out in fear. Old Zhu, what should I do? What to do? On the other end of the phone, Old Zhu was also in thought. Yes, what can be done? The other party's identity was mysterious, and although he himself had some say in the jewelry and appraisal industry, it was not worth mentioning for such a big player. Just like the chairman of the 500, will not go to understand the pancake fruit stall downstairs, who sells better performance. People who were no longer in the same world. There was absolutely no possibility of reciprocal dialogue. Zhu Lao pondered for a moment and said, Old Yuan, you apologize first. Regardless of the other party's attitude, this matter starts with you. You must apologize. Old Yuan nodded blankly and muttered, Yes, apologize. Be clear with that, Lord. Zhu Lao hummed. On your side, look after yourself. I'll go and speak to Lin Tianmei for you. Old Yuan heard this and became furious. With them? It's this group of people who messed up. If they weren't greedy, where would they have triggered what followed? The way I see it, let them die on their own. He thought of the destruction of Tian Yuan Xian, which must have something to do with this lord. If it wasn't for Lin Tianmei's people fooling around and making a big deal out of it, perhaps this matter would have passed off peacefully. But now with the water army trolling and things expanding out of the circle, it had become difficult to handle. Lin Tianmei had messed with such a big shot, and it was only right to be punished. Zhu Lao snorted coldly. Do you think that if Lin Tianmei admits her mistake, she will be at peace? Old Yuan blinked. What? Zhu Lao said indifferently. You would think that Tian Yuan Xian sect master Huo Wunshan didn't admit his mistake to that person before he drank the poison wine? Old Yuan hesitated. This, Zhu Lao said, the fact that they admitted their mistake at least proves that your hearts aren't bad and that you haven't done anything wrong. If they can protect you first, they will protect you first. Old Yuan instantly understood. If Lin Tianmei admitted their mistake, it would prove that their side hadn't done anything bad, because they had banned their own account and blocked their own speech. If they were wrong, then their own behavior was right. Old Yuan immediately admired Elder Zhu to the extreme. Turning the logic of the matter around in just a few words, he said from the bottom of his heart, Old Zhu, you saved my life, a great favor. From now on, you are my blood brother, and my old Yuan family will be dominated by the Zhu family for generations. Zhu Lao laughed. Alright, don't be fleshy. After so many years of friendship, a little help is a little help. He sighed. It's just that big people have complicated minds, and I'm not sure how effective this move can be. Old Yuan nodded. Do your best and rest in peace. Since this matter started with us, it's normal to bear the cost. If that lord still blames, I, Old Yuan, will admit it. Xia Ruixian walked into Lin Tianmei's headquarters in high spirits, and the receptionist and welcome guests wearing high crosses immediately stood up and bowed. Good day, Mr. Xia. Xia Ruixian smiled in the spring breeze, waved his hand and called his assistant. Later, they all make a red packet. Master, I'm happy today. Welcome to see Xia Ruixian, quite high interest. Also dare to joke. Small Xia general manager. Today why so happy ACA? Xia Ruixian's face suddenly cooled down. His face was shady. Looked straight at the welcome guest. Who do you call small Xia total? The welcome guest was dumbfounded. Ah, Xia Ruixian hooked his finger. Open her up. Remember to settle all the wages. Don't leave out. The assistant immediately answered. Made a wink. The security next to him immediately stepped forward and forcefully sent that welcome guest away. The assistant sighed in his heart. This girl can't stay here anymore. Not how much an employee's salary can be. Xia Ruixian will not care about so fine. He specifically said do not miss, is to let himself to the sister to prepare some black material. She was fired by the snake Lin Tianmei, coupled with if not, do not know the truth of the black material. What accompanying alcohol. What hooking up with the boss. What misbehavior. It was impossible for her to stay in this city, or even this province. Despite her outstanding looks, it was unlikely that anyone would be willing to offend the second son of Lin Tianmei and receive her as an employee. All of this, just because she said the wrong thing. Although Xia Ruixian apparently did not fight for the company's power. Anyone who dared to call out Little Mr. Xia would still be offended by him. Little Mr. Xia? Who's Mr. Xia? Old Xia always who? I've done a lot for the company myself, so why should I be the little one? The assistant looked at that welcome guest was taken away. Crying pear blossom with rain, very pitiful, cannot help but shake his head. If she is a little smarter, find a good time. climb into Xia Ruixiang's car, open the Xia Ruixiang Hotel's permanent private room. Maybe there is still salvation. But, assistant thought of those girls who were played a few times, and then discarded and abandoned as if they were abandoned. The heart is also not a taste. The other welcome guests and receptionists saw someone being racked away, and could not help but have two warring strands. They did not dare to speak. Xia Ruixiang, however, suddenly converged his gloomy look and revealed a pompous smile. Hey, don't you want to know why Master is happy? He couldn't help but be happy as he thought about how well things were going. The entire internet was now filled with his own voice, and he had now grasped the absolute initiative of public opinion. Things were on track, and after that, all that was needed was for himself to send a team of experts to parachute into Desolate City and give that ignorant girl who participated in the program a good punch. As long as the coercion, tell her to hide high-grade jadeite is a felony, listing a series of related regulations, and then give a not too high not too low price. Let her taste some sweet. Hey, things can be done. This is a rare jadeite raw material, can be carved out of the jewelry is also absolutely world-class. With the treasure of the town hall, Lin Tianmei will also surely be in their own hands in the revitalization. Xia Ruixiang thought in his mind that after the matter was over, his father praised himself and was going to transfer the company's inheritance to the picture. He couldn't help but feel smug in his heart. You guys will be able to see it later. Chapter 54054 Breaking Both Hands. Xia Ruixiang knocked on the vice president's office with great vigor, ready to meet Xie Tianin's astonished gaze. Older brother, I'm back. Having accomplished a huge task at such a small cost, no matter how you think about it, you are proud of yourself. Xia Ruixiang pushed open the door, but eeped in surprise. Not here? Where did you go during these working hours? He turned his head and ordered, go ask and see where Xie Tianin has gone. The assistant promised and hurriedly went out, also incidentally turning on the air conditioner in the vice president's office and closing the door. Xia Ruixiang sat on his butt in the wide and soft boss chair, put his feet on the desk and groaned comfortably. Alas, sitting anywhere is the same. The only thing is sitting in the boss's position. It just feels more comfortable. No wonder this Xie Tianin, how he refuses to relax. A hint of gloom flashed in his eyes, and he quickly put his playboy expression back over his face. Humph, after this time, I'll see how you can still compete with me. Xia Ruixiang hit it well. He had always presented himself as a playboy, the second son who couldn't be helped. Everyone thought that he would only corrupt his family's wealth and didn't have the ability to control the company. But no one knew that underneath this pompous shell would be a chest of vipers and tigers. He wants to defeat his opponent in one game at a moment when he is unaware of it. A fierce blow, must hit the key points, will not let the other side have room to turn the tide. Xia Ruixiang thought that he still needed to wait for some years, but he didn't expect that the opportunity would send itself up. In order to maintain the image of a womanizer, he has visited many women. It was this unassuming little clerk who had prepared such a big surprise for herself. Following the program she was watching, Xia Ruixiang found the entry point in an instant. On the surface, he and his brother Xie Tianin had a discussion to see how they could maximize the interests of the family. In reality, he had placed many small means in the operation. Now that the situation was great, as long as the forced purchase was finalized, the backhand could be detonated immediately. At that time, Xie Tianin who gave the order will take the blame, and he will become the legendary president who brought the top jadeite to the family. Just thinking about it, Xia Ruixiang felt that the more he sat in the boss chair underneath him, the more he felt. One day, he himself would be able to officially sit in this chair. A greedy fire lit up in Xia Ruixiang's eyes. Knock knock knock. While he was soundly conceptualizing a bright future, suddenly the door was knocked. Xia Ruixiang naturally leaned back in his boss chair and pretended to say in a deep voice, "Come in." The assistant pushed open the door. "Mr. Xia, it's old Mr. Xia," calling the vice president over for questioning. Xia Ruixiang nodded. Oh, he thought for a moment. He came to show off and secondly to continue to let Xie Tianin take the blame. After all, this time, in order to suppress the price and forcefully acquire it, he had incidentally pulled down the price of the entire jadeite and jade market. Although it will be operated to recover in the future, it may still anger the peers. Xia Ruixiang this action to do more covert. In addition to a few real parties, no one knows is Lin Tianmei in the hands, but peers can't find out doesn't mean it's not on their mind. Let Xie Tianin issue a few solid orders. By the time the dust settles, he or she is the hero who got the rare treasure. And Xie Tianin, humph, he's just a villain who acts oddly and doesn't take everyone's interests into account. As for the family that owns the emerald, Xia Ruixiang pressed not to care. After all, history will only record the winners, and everyone will only remember the experts who succeeded in picking up the leaks and made a big profit. Who will remember which old farmer, in which wasteland dug out the antiques? Since Xie Tianin was not around, there was no need for Xia Ruixiang to stay at the company. He prepared to get up. Alright, let the driver drive. Let's go. Xia Ruixiang was ready to continue to mobilize the water army and make things bigger. By the way, contact a few famous appraisal experts, post a few more articles on the network, a few more videos, and continue to depress the price of the emerald. Only a great deal of noise can give the other side psychological pressure. Acquisition is the most important step, but also the last step. Only when these preliminaries are done can it be completed. But at this time, the assistant's face was a bit odd. Mr. Xia, just now the president's assistant told me that the old Mr. Xia asked you to wait for him at the company, and that he had something important to confide in you. Xia Ruixiang froze. Dad? He's coming? Come for what? His eyes rolled. Then he figured out the reason. It must be his own brother, who had told his father about their actions. This Xia Tianyin, he's afraid of this little thing. He shouldn't have taken over the company. What a waste. Not useful at all. The slightest thing has to be told to Dad. Xia Ruixiang cursed, but didn't feel too nervous. There was absolutely nothing wrong with them. It was just that the means used in the middle were not so honorable. Old Xia is always a traditional person, always loved to hang on the mouth of benevolence, righteousness and morality that's set. Xia Ruixiang million despise this outdated code of conduct, but there is no need in old Xia always hard, later to make things clear. After all, in front of tens of billions of super top grade emerald, even old general manager Xia has to weigh the value and interests involved. Xia Ruixiang nodded to his assistant. Alright, I'll wait for them here. He leaned back in his boss chair, comfortably resting his feet on his brother's desk. It won't take long anyway. The acquisition will be as short as a few weeks and as long as a few months. I'm going to pawn you off within these 2 years. Xia Ruixiang patted the remaining chair. This place will belong to me someday. No. His gaze passed through the wall and looked toward the president's office that hadn't been opened for a long time. The place I'm going to is there. Xia Ruixiang chest burning with the flame of desire. The vice president's office alone has not reached the end of him. Only in the president's office not far away is the goal of his lifelong pursuit, is also the end of his life. He did all this, all the efforts, all the padding, all in order to walk into that room. The entire Lin Tianmei, too, would eventually become his possession. He would hold tens of billions of dollars worth of top-grade jadeite and become the sole head of the company. Xia Ruixiang didn't have to wait long before he heard noisy voices coming from the corridor outside the door. Old Mr. Xia, Mr. Xia is already waiting in the office. I'll pass on for you, came the voice of an assistant. Immediately afterward, it was Xieji's voice that contained anger. No need. I see, my son. Do you still need to be informed? The assistant of course did not dare to block the boss's boss, and coyly backed away, only to hear a bang. The vice president's office door was kicked open. Xieji rushed in with a face full of anger. Bunny, look what you did. Xia Ruixiang was a little nervous, but still wore a smile and opened his hand. Dad, don't be angry. I'll explain it to you clearly. He knew that his father thought traditionally and didn't like his own methods, but he wasn't worried either. In front of the interests that could affect the family, Xia Jie would definitely back down. It was just that what made Xia Ruixiang dissatisfied was that this fellow Xia Tianyin had snitched. Otherwise, when the dust settles and then tell Xia Ji, he will not be able to say anything else. Xia Ruixiang prepared his words, ready to properly convince his father. Dad, listen to me, we just need to. His words suddenly jammed. A complex look of disbelief, confusion, panic, and fear reflected on his face. His older brother Xia Tianyin walked in, dragging two arms that had been beaten to the point of fracture and twisted out of shape. Chapter 55055, The Year of Good Fortune. Xia Ruixiang's face was terrified. How could he not expect his elder brother to have both his arms broken? Xia Tianyin's face was in pain at this moment. He followed behind Xia Ji. His arms were twisted and deformed, but he didn't dare to make a sound. Xia Ruixiang was able to see that his elder brother's expensive suit was still stained with mottled blood. At this moment, his arms were twisted and the sleeves that should be flat had become dented and pitted. It could be seen how much pain Xia Tianyin was suffering at this moment. Xia Ruixiang's face was filled with disbelief. Dad, brother, what happened to him? Who beat him up like this? At this time, Xia Ji's assistant also walked in, respectfully handing a mahogany baguette to Xia Ji's hand. Xia Ji's face was full of anger, coldly snorted. Who hit him? I hit it. Besides me, who else dares to hit your brother? Xia Ruixiang was completely confused about the current situation. He panicked. Dad, why did you beat your brother like this? What mistake did he make? Xia Ji didn't answer directly, but instead, he put his baguette in a pestle and droned. Kneel down. Xia Ruixiang? He racked his brain but couldn't figure out what exactly his father meant by this. He himself hadn't done anything wrong, so how did he make him so angry? Xia Ruixiang opened his hands, trying hard to calm his father down. Dad, what's wrong with you? You talk to me. Xia Ji snorted coldly. Speak? you still need me to say, don't you understand yourself? Xia Ruixiang shook his head repeatedly. Dad, don't be angry. Don't be angry and break your body. In the future, the family still rely on you to support the scene. Xia Ji's eyes turned red, glaring at him fiercely. Support the scene? In the future, even the home is gone, but also to support a fart scene. Xia Ruixiang dumbfounded. Home is gone? What kind of story is this? I, Lin Tianmei, have tens of billions of dollars in assets. Even if I spend $1 million a day, I would have to spend it for 243 years. How is it possible that the home is all gone? Xia Ji raised his stick and chopped his head to Xia Ruixiang's head. You loser! I smashed you this. I'll smash you to death, you uneducated. Xia Ruixiang like a rat scurrying in the room, trying to avoid his father's stick. He cried and howled. Dad, you can beat me to death. At least let me die with an understanding. What's going on? Tell me. Xia Ji was old, and this flailing made him gasp for breath. He leaned on his stick and cursed under his breath. You loser! Who have you messed with and still don't know? Xia Ruixiang with a puzzled face tried to Mr. Wang of Lindu Industry? I slept with his daughter. He came to the door? Xia Ji gasped for air and suddenly his breath stuttered. You dog. Surprisingly, there is a hide. Xia Ruixiang saw that he said the wrong thing, and hurriedly arrived. DCA's Mr. Chien. I cooperated with him, but the investment failed, and it wasn't my problem. Xia Ji was silent, rubbing the stick, pondering whether to change it into a machete, or Mr. Mo from Lusheng Health. His son was beaten and hospitalized. It's not like the news will get out, right? Xia Ji said to his assistant, go get me a machete. No, get the green dragon crescent blade. I'm going to cut this son of a... Xia Ruixiang was chased all over the house. Dad, don't! He looked to Xia Tianyin for help, trying to find out from his brother what had been committed to make his father so angry. Xia Tianyin's forehead was covered in cold sweat from the pain. Gritting his teeth, it was your ghost idea, the emerald you wanted to acquire, pulling our family down to hell. Xia Ruixiang was dumbfounded. How can this be? Impossible. I've investigated that family. They don't have any background. They're just ordinary TV guests. He seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, Dad, are you saying that someone has also seen the emerald and wants to grab it with us? Humph. Everyone plays dirty. I'm not afraid. Big deal. We'll have a match. Xia Ji was shivering with anger. He took advantage of Xia Ruixiang's inattention and knocked him to the ground with a stick. I beat you this to death. I beat you this to death. By now you still don't know how to repent, and you still want to rob with others. We are now robbing time. Robbing for life. The three of us are afraid that our lives cannot be saved. The family can survive, one is one. Xia Ruixiang's entire body froze, not caring about the pain, and shouted, Dad, what are you talking about? Ouch. You don't really hit. My leg. My leg. Xia Ji beat the hell out of Xia Ruixiang. He held a mahogany baguette. No mercy at all. To break both of his son's legs. I'll beat you to death. You have no eyesight. Your brother manages the company but can't control it. I'll break his hands. You run outside all day and cause this heavenly collapse. I'll break your dog's legs. Only hearing a few clicks, Xia Ruixiang broke both of his legs. He could no longer escape and could only take his father's lesson on the ground. Bang bang bang. Xia Ji's hands showed no mercy. The stick smashed solidly on his own son's body. It's useless to show mercy now. This master three of his own. I'm afraid he won't be able to get through this winter. You don't know what you have messed with. Such a big disaster. The whole family will be buried with you. When Xia Ruixiang was beaten to the point of not being human, Xia Ji also panted and sat on the side, and told the original story of the matter. Zhu Lao also did not hide anything. He told Xia Ji everything he knew, one by one. These two people did not have any personal relationships in their day-to-day life. They just knew each other existed. There was no talk of favoritism or framing. Xia Ji thought he would fall into despair, or madness, but after listening to Zhu Lao's words, instead, his heart was calm. There is only one thought in his mind: this family can't be saved, and the remaining one is one that can survive. Suffered from this calamity, has been accumulated and difficult to return, can only take a step to see a step. Xia Ruixiang listened to his father's account, covered in wounds, paralyzed, full of snot and tears, said, Dad, how can you listen to him? In case he lied to us? I don't believe there is such a person, being able to easily break someone's life and death. Now it's a legalized society. How can anyone? Xia Ji sneered. Yes, but what about accidents? Which insurance company dares to guarantee that you will never have an accident? Xia Ruixiang's words choked in his mouth, no longer able to speak. Only after a long time did he speak again. Dad, don't think so extreme. We didn't do anything. We just hired some water army. We didn't really acquire her stuff. And she can't get evidence. We didn't do anything. What can she do? Xia Ji gasped. You really think the whole world is as stupid as you are? You make a big fuss about this. You think really no one knows. As soon as the stock price dropped, all the peers are secretly investigating, they just haven't made it public yet. Xiaoji was halfway through his sentence when the phone in his cell phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and immediately connected. Hey, Zhu Lao, you have to help us with this matter. I beg you. In the future Lin Tianmei, Xia family is your eagle dog. Wings, what you say? I absolutely saddle up. I only ask that you can help beg for mercy and help our Xia family dodge a bullet. At least, the younger generation can survive a few as a few. Elder Zhu's voice was a bit embarrassed. Xiaji, I'm just helping to pass on a message that someone is looking for you. He thought for a moment and added, this person's identity is not something I can reveal, but I suggest that you follow this person's words, to the benefit of your Xia family. Before Xiaji could understand, he heard another old man's voice from the other end of the phone. It's getting cold, Xia family, and it's time to signify a good year. Chapter 56056, What will you do with me? As soon as the words were finished, the other party hung up the phone. Xiaji's legs went limp and he sat on the ground. On the side, Xia Tianyin endured the severe pain of his hands being broken and came over to his father's side. Dad, what does he mean? Feng Nian? What do you mean? Xia Ruixiang, whose legs were broken, also said with difficulty, there's help. He must be saying let us have a good year. We'll be fine. But Xiaji's face was desperate to the extreme. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't look like he was fine. The old man covered his face and held his head as he wept mournfully. It's over. It's all over. The Xia family, Lin Tianmei. It's all over. Both brothers revealed unbelievable expressions. Dad, why? Didn't they say omen fortune? What does this mean? After Xiaji had a twitch, his tone instead calmed down. Zhao Fengyan. Ha, only, Rue Shui, can Zhao Fengyan. The two brothers revealed a puzzled look. But, Dad, what does this have to do with us? Xiaji smiled bitterly and shook his head. Heavy snow can freeze the pests to death, and when they die, the coming year can be a good year. As soon as his words came out, the scene fell silent. The term snowy year referred to the heavy snow cover that froze the pests and weeds in the ground to death. It was only when seeds were sown the following year that the impact would be minimized and a good harvest would be achieved. Now, everyone present understood, this is to make an example of the chicken. Do not kill the pests. Xia family, not to mention the good year. I am afraid that the next year are gone. Everyone looked at each other, eyes full of fear and doubt. Only, this pest, refers to them a few people or, the entire Xia family? Xia Ruixiang immediately fell to his knees as he dragged his broken legs and howled in pain. Dad, I was wrong. I shouldn't have coveted the emerald. I shouldn't have resorted to such despicable means. Where did I know? Where did I know that it was 1,000 years of emerald from the tomb of the Mausoleum King? I really knew. How would I still do such a stupid thing? He only now realized. How to investigate cannot find useful information. Not this family is not no background. Rather, it is their background, relying on their own ability alone. Press to see any clues. To be able to become involved with the 1,000-year Mausoleum King's tomb, and to be the mastermind behind the destruction of Tian Yuan Xian was highly likely. This strength, this courage, this wrist, this aura, not their own jewelry company's second son can be compared. Xia Ruixiang how also did not expect, can be openly broadcast on the live broadcast platform program? That nerdy hostess behind, actually as a cannot see the whole appearance of the Kuan Pang. He himself was bouncing around on it like a clownfish, and thought that the other party had no way of noticing it, and even wanted to tear a piece of meat from its body. However, how could he have known that the 10 million mile wide Kuan Pang didn't need his own hands at all? The rest of the races that survived on the food spilled from the Kuan Pang's mouth alone would take the initiative and easily devour this clownfish. They were not a species of the world. Although they looked similar, they were already separated by heaven and earth, and were completely incapable of getting involved. Xiaji also didn't know who the old man on the other end of Zhu Lao's phone was, but the other party had put out words that must require him to make a statement. He did not know how the family would become after he left, but by this point, there was no room for bargaining. Now looking at the wind and waves, the scene is only two sons who have been crippled moaning and mourning. But in essence, run! Xia Ruixiang shouted. Dad! Let's run! Run abroad! I know there are still a few treasures in the vault. Let's take them away. To foreign countries, how much can be sold? At least can live. He was hysterical. Like a maniac. To this form, there is no need to think about who sits in the president's position. That once brilliant throne, but now seems like a death cage. Who sits, who dies, now has been pushed to a dead end. Rather than being easily slaughtered, it is better to fight a fish death net. Xia Ruixiang yelled. If you guys don't run, I'll run. Run, at least you can still live. Humph, you guys will wait here to die. Xia Tianyin was also a little moved. How could he not figure out? He was a good Lynchiamni vice president. How in just a short while, his hands were broken and he became a person waiting for death. Discover the treasure is the younger brother. Do things is also his. Offend people is also his. And now, how to take the blame is their own. Xia Tianyin was full of discontent. He was only agreeing with his brother's behavior. How could he also be involved in it? He also said to Xia Ji, "Dad, this son of a is right. Let's run. At least we can still put up a fight. We're just waiting to die here too." Xia Ji looked at his two sons who had become enemies of each other. One had his hand broken and the other had his leg broken. He let out a bitter smile. "Run? How to run?" Xia Ruixiang hurriedly said. "I'll ask my assistant to buy a ticket now. We'll take the small country next to us and change planes once we're out of the country. To the rice continent is fine. To the gold continent is fine. Let's go abroad." Before he finished his words, Xia Ji's cell phone rang. Xia Ji glanced at it, a little surprised, but not surprised to connect. "Hello." A middle-aged male voice came out from the other end of the phone. "Old Xie, are you still in Xianqing City?" Xia Ji, "Aha." Middle-aged male voice, "You, don't go to the airport, the station, and don't take any highway out of the city. I've gotten word that someone will make a move if you leave." Xia Ji, "Ugh, aha." Middle-aged male voice, "This is the only thing I can help with." Xia Ji, Tiger Slope, "Forget it, I know." Middle-aged male voice, "After that, I'll look after the Xia family, if there's anyone left." After the phone hung up, the caller placed the phone on the table and left his hands, indicating that he would not make a move. A document sat on the table with the words Tiger Slope Mine, July 24, 1987 written on it. Several photographs were inserted into it. A man in a workman's uniform covered in blood and flesh, while the boulder that had overwhelmed him stood to the side. The caller, Xia Tu, is present and seems to be discussing something. A man stood across the desk and let out a laugh. "With your tip, I don't think he'll do anything stupid. Will he?" The caller let out a hum. "He won't be so stupid." "This document, how did you get it?" More than 30 years ago, an extremely bad accident occurred at the Tiger Slope mine, and the person in command at that time was none other than this person. Xia Ji helped to solve the matter, and at the same time, he also grasped his handle. From then on, over these decades, they had interacted with each other, colluded with each other, helped each other, and clamped down on each other. They were both friends and enemies with handles. He thought that Xia Ji would use the threat of the Tiger Slope incident to help save his family at the last minute, but things are already over. This mysterious guest brought all the information of that year. Threatening again would not work. Xia Ji was also smart. Simply gave up this handle and accepted the reality by default. The person on the other side hemmed and hawed. "It's out of your hands." The caller asked, "Xia Ji, will you kill him?" The person on the other side revealed a wry smile. "Kill? It's a society with the rule of law now. How can you kill?" Her fingertips pointed at the tabletop, drawing a circle, then a sharp line, chopping it into two. "If he's not stupid, he should be able to settle this on his own." The caller was silent for a moment, then asked, "What about me? What are you going to do with me when you guys find out about Tiger Slope?" The person on the other side laughed softly. "Remains to be seen. Let's see if you still play a role." Caller, "What happens if it doesn't work?" She smiled kindly. "What? Call the police." "Of course." Chapter 57, 057 even MS. Ning must not be able to do anything, right? Xia Ruixiang and Xia Tianyin hurriedly asked, "Dad, what should we do? Run or not?" "Yeah, hurry up before anyone does anything. If we delay any longer, it'll be too late. You go collect things. Bring as much money as the company has, and the vault, go open it. Take away all of the sky green, mystic blue, and Rui. The company is all given to those blood-sucking antiques. What's the point of us taking some jewelry?" Xia Ji hangs up the phone. Here's the two sons around him raving like mosquitoes. Suddenly furious, roared, "Shut up! All give me shut up!" The Xia family's twin sons both looked at their father. "Dad, if you don't leave, it'll be too late." Xia Ji copied the mahogany long stick and gave his two sons a blow each, sending them running with their heads in their hands. "Run? Where else can you run to now? I'll see you run. After causing this kind of trouble, you're still running." When both sons were beaten more out of breath than in, Xia Ji only panted, leaning on his stick. "It's too late. As long as you run towards the airport, you will never get off the plane. We can't go anywhere." They didn't make a move because they wanted to see what we would do. Xia Ruixiang's leg was broken. He couldn't dodge the stick at all just now. His face was full of bruises and swelling. He said in pain, "Dad, what should we do then?" Xia Tianyin also said, "Yes, Dad, since we can't get away, why don't we just fight them?" Xia Ji slammed another stick over. "Fight? What are you going to fight with? Do you know who the other side is? Do you know where the sword comes from? The others don't put up a fight just to see what you would do. If you fight, where's your wife? Where's the son? What about your nieces and nephews? Still let them live. The leaner himself called, admonishing himself not to make a mess. This was already the greatest despair. The other party must have received a threat. Otherwise, it was impossible to disregard the Tiger Slope mass casualty incident and break with himself at such a time. If one is willing, one can really fight with him, and pass on the Tiger Slope matter before death, and die together. But what is the use of this? One more companion on the road to the Yellow Springs? What positive effect can it play? Say to the end or did not say. The other side and his confrontation. Cooperation for most of his life. Decades of friendship. Has also enemy and friend. Water and milk blend. No distinction. He is dead. Might as well let him live for a while longer. In case someone in the family can survive. It is not so bad that the bloodline will be cut off. But Xiaji does not know. At this time their own backer has also faced the most critical edge. Difficult to protect themselves. Xia Ruixiang heard his father's words. There is not much feeling. But Xia Tianyin had already gotten married and had a child. And the child's sight was only a tiny bit old. His face was pale and his lips shivered. Dad, then what should we do now? Xiaji sighed. Apologize. Both sons froze. Apologize? Dad, will that help? Xiaji leaned against the corner and lit a cigarette for himself. By this time, his hands were rather not shaking. It's not too late to apologize and mend your ways. What you guys did before, do the same in reverse. Say the wrong thing, make up for it with your dog's mouth. What you did wrong, wash it away with your blood. Don't think about exploiting the loopholes. That lord may not be able to see these small actions of yours, but there are things people help keep an eye on. Xia Tianyin and Xia Ruixiang nodded their heads. Yes, Dad, we will do as we are told. Xiaji turned his head and said to his assistant, call the legal affairs, finance, and the major shareholders to hold a temporary board meeting. Announce the news of company's dissolution to the public. Before the assistant had time to react, Xia Tianyin and Xia Ruixiang both froze. Dad, don't call me Dad. Xiaji gritted his teeth. Send a message to the shareholders that I, Xiaji, am sorry for them. If they want to live the rest of their lives well, they'd better not take advantage of the situation. All the savings in the house, give it to them as compensation. Also, book me a plane ticket. No, 3. Only then did the assistant speak. Mr. Xia, didn't you say you can't go to the airport? Xiaji's eyes condensed. Open the vault. I'm going to take all the collections and go to the deserted city. Log on, and apologize. Wasteland City, famous capital homes. Inside an ordinary high-rise residence. Long guns and short cannons, a whole bunch of cameras. Hit the light to raise the surrounding temperature a lot. But the atmosphere is very dull. Xia Binger spoke in front of the camera, but the smile on her face was far-fetched. Thank you all for your long-time support, and the good man test will continue to bring you laughter. But Xiao Binger has to remind all viewers that whether or not they find private money, they must also focus on family harmony. After all, a husband hiding secret money is actually a sign of respect for his wife. If the family is not harmonious, there is no need to save private money. Both sides will certainly not let each other in charge of family finances. Husbands turn in their salaries before they hide their private money for socializing. In addition, the wife being in charge of the family funds is also for the greater good, adding to the family's bottom line with emergency callable money. This is something that is good for both sides, so be sure to get along and never get into a disagreement. Xia Binger said polite words and showed a fake smile. How could she not understand why the program would suddenly ask to stop broadcasting? Hundreds of millions of popularity and millions of online viewers had broken the number of viewers for many events. How could a program in such good shape be stopped just like that? The director didn't say anything specific, but just asked to end the live broadcast, which made it very difficult for Xia Binger. At the same time, the pop-ups also found out the end. And in the bewildering amount of pop-ups that disliked the bad quality of the emerald, that it was a fake luxury item, and that it wasn't worth buying, a few sentences were interspersed. Why does it feel like the host is not in the right state? Is it going to end? I haven't had the pleasure of watching it yet. Continue to find private money. Do not stop. But Xia Binger was unable to control the situation, and could only fake smile to Ning Shuelua beside her. Thank you for Ms. Ning's support. Our program on this. Ning Shuelua just had a dumbfounded look on her face. She still hadn't recovered from the state of affairs just now. How come all of a sudden they said that her pigments were several $100 million, and then they said that her wine was tens of millions of dollars a bottle, and now it came to say that her family stone was an emerald that was rare to find in the whole world? She was in a head full of trance. What was going on? If she hadn't watched the good man test and recognized the host and a bunch of guests, she was afraid that she would have thought that they were all big fools, coaxing themselves to be happy and then trying to sell their products. Before Ning Shuelua could react, she suddenly saw Xia Binger start to say her closing remarks. She said dully, it's ending? Xia Binger also had a look of reluctance. Ms. Ning, I'm sorry, the show has encountered force majeure. She also didn't know what situation she had encountered that had the power to forcefully suspend this network-wide hit program. The other party had already given enough face, not forcibly cutting off the network and giving herself a bit of time for closing remarks. Xia Binger sighed. She was just a small host. How could she fight against these behemoths? She looked at Ning Xuelua by her side. The other party still had a dumbfounded look on her face, not understanding the scene at all. Xia Binger sighed again. Alas, although Ms. Ning's family is quite rich, I guess there's nothing she can do when she encounters such an uncontestable opponent. Chapter 58058 25,000 Supernova Explosions. Not only Xia Binger, the guests who attended also felt sorry. They had, more or less, heard the conversation between Xia Binger and the director. Everyone was smart and good at spotting all sorts of clues. Otherwise they wouldn't have participated in the program of auditing private money. Qin Huan approached Lu Fui. Old Lu, did you encounter any problems? Lu Fui shrugged his shoulders. How do I know? I'm just an old man in the county. How do I know so many insiders? Qin Huan smiled. Too modest. Old Lu, you this means. This eyes, wherever you are respected. Lu Fui sighed. If I had good eyes, I wouldn't have seen the price of that wine as tens of thousands of times worse. Once he said this, Qin Huan and Chen Xiaoxiao did not look too good. The two of them didn't estimate the price correctly either. Who would have thought that within this small 520 pings, there would be so many, such terrifying items appearing? Chen Xiaoxiao heard them exchanging words and took the initiative to come up. Alas, it's normal for something to go wrong. You guys see, the previous statement about paints and wine, although it drew attention, it didn't reach this level. The art industry, the water is very deep. Galleries, auctions, those paintings, often several hundred million. Jade is also a principle. We look at is a stone, but those professional people's eyes are already carved. Look, placed on the auction red cloth liner. Look. Qin Huan thoughtfully. Someone covets? Chen Xiaoxiao nodded. It is very likely. Moreover, the other party level is estimated to be not low. All three of them sighed. There was nothing they could do to defuse the situation when something like this happened. The three guests were all considered elites, and their status in society was not low. Their reputation was not bad, but after all, there was no reliance behind them, and they were simply unable to clash with the truly great powers. Even the director can't do anything about it, and there's nothing we can do about it, so we can only look on and accept our fate. It was only a pity that with such a good subject, the mistress, Ning Xuelua, was both beautiful and gentle, and everyone liked it very much. Forget it, Lu Fui said. If it can't be aired, it can't be aired. We can't control it. Chen Xiaoxiao nodded her head as well. Right, Ms. Ning has a good personality and is pretty. After the program ends, in case there are people who slander or create rumors, we must step in promptly. Qin Huan recognized. That's right. The netizens were also very anxious when they saw Xia Binger speaking her concluding statement. Such a good program, such gimmicky content, such a beautiful hostess. How could it be coming to an end? Although the host didn't explicitly state it, the words carried the meaning of the end. What's going on? We've only found a few things. Are we going to stop? Don't. My wife just woke me up. I just saw the interest. How come it's gone? Can't stop at all. Don't stop. Terrier brat aside. Is what happened? Suddenly the water army increased. And then the end? I've encountered a black force, right? So hateful? Who dares to take action against the program? Let Ms. Ning cut a few grams of stone to buy the water army. It can beat the out of these people. It's not working either. With the captcha stuck, the pop-ups can't be sent fast at all. Do not want to end so quickly. Alas. Xia Binger looked at Ning Xuelua, who was still not finished, and could only say the words, "Gentlemen, I'm sorry, our good man test ends here." Before she could finish her sentence, she saw the world in front of her suddenly light up. Everyone present was taken aback, scrambling to find what was suddenly emitting the blinding light. It was the screen held by the assistant. The guests revealed shocked looks. This is. The netizens were also so subdued by the sudden appearance that they forgot to send pop-ups for a moment to participate. And when they tried to send pop-ups, they realized that there was a 30-second global ban that prevented them from speaking. The reason for this is that a super gorgeous supernova explosion appeared in the screen. The most expensive of live streaming platforms, a gift of 100,000 a pop, can make a global ban for 30 seconds. And just a supernova explosion. The effect was just cooler. People had seen several rounds of swiping gifts and would be amazed, but not surprised. And this time, everyone was shocked by it, dumbfounded. Their minds went blank, and they couldn't even organize fluent language. A non-VIP user named Misty Blue had gifted Supernova Explosion. The number of supernova explosions he sent was 25,000. 25,000 supernova explosions. 100,000. This is a reward of 2.5 billion. Countless supernova explosion animations, brilliantly superimposed together, dried up the screen brightness of all the viewers to the maximum. The vast majority of people's brain activity all stopped. How could they not figure out what kind of person it was to be able to offer 2.5 billion to the live broadcast at once? Even the headquarters of the live broadcast platform, the general manager and the chairman were shocked. The general manager stormed into the president's office. "Boss, someone transferred 2.5 billion to us." The chairman was confused. Who? The board of directors didn't sign any strange agreements, did they? All large amount acquisitions have to go through my hands. How could this happen? The general manager couldn't even speak properly, trying his best to restrain himself from falling to the ground with weak legs. He clenched his teeth before speaking. "No, it's not an acquisition. It's a bounty from someone. A reward of $2.5 billion. The chairman immediately stood up and bumped his boss chair as well. What? A one-time reward of $2.5 billion? On the other hand, a certain temporary studio in Wasteland City. The director had just received a phone call, and before he could speak, he was shocked by the gorgeous animation in front of him. The assistant murmured, asterisk 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 25,000 supernovas. Us? Are we witnessing a miracle? The editor turned back incredulously. Director, did you turn into a billionaire for a second? The special effects artist was also confused. Director, you made 2.5 billion. Supernova is a large amount gift. The platform doesn't take a handling fee. At once, everyone in the studio applauded wildly. Director, congratulations, becoming a billionaire in your 30s. Wealth freedom. Everyone was overjoyed and overflowing with happiness. The big part of the earnings from the live studio went to the boss. How could their employees have a bite of soup? The boss and the investors behind him made $2.5 billion. How can they themselves send a generous bonus? Gorgeous. When everyone was happy and cheering, the director let out a roar. All shut up. Everyone froze. You look at me and I look at you, looking at each other in disbelief, not knowing how the director suddenly lost his temper. Isn't making $2.5 billion a good thing? The director held onto his chair, trying to calm his breath. Only after a long time did he slowly open his mouth. After the live broadcast is over, all of you will be given bonuses, 5 times your monthly salary at the bottom, and then additional additions according to each person's duties. Awesome! Director mighty! Brilliant! The people in the studio immediately cheered and boiled over, but the director waved his hand and told everyone to stop. Director, but, to be safe, everyone should not think about this money or discuss it because, he paused, this money, we dare not touch it, nor can we touch it. All of today's income from the live broadcast room goes to our guest, Ms. Ning. Chapter 59059. What's he hiding? Besides the 25,000 supernova explosions, everyone was shocked by something else. They looked at the text attached to the gift and were all in shock. What the hell is this? A letter of repentance? A declaration of sinning against oneself? A declaration of self-surrender? It was as if time had stood still, and only in the center of the screen was the statement still displayed line by line. Ms. Ning, hello, I am Lin Tianmei, Chairman Xie Ji, and Vice Chairman Xie Tianin, Executive Manager Xie Ruixiang. The inappropriate remarks about Jade on the internet. It is us. Various sites, platforms of the Water Army. Also we hired. The crime is very serious. The list is endless. I do not discipline properly. The behavior of this failure to notice. The primary responsibility. In response, I will withdraw all of my mercenaries and try my best to erase all relevant information to make up for any public damage. As an apology, I will dissolve Lin Tianmei Jewelry, and sternly guarantee that I will not do any more evil, and will not spread any more inappropriate comments. As compensation, for a time, the entire jewelry circle had an earthquake. The world's top few, the domestic premier Lin Tianmei, suddenly announced the dissolution of the company. Right, not a takeover, not a sale, not a dismantling, not a merger, rather, dissolution. Everyone is in shock. Lin Tianmei operating a good end. The performance of these years up good. Steady forward. How to say dissolution on dissolution? This is not a downstairs breakfast store. The boss said not to do it. The roll-up door a pull. The landlord's phone screened, patting the ass away. This is a listed company. There are hundreds of branches across the country. I do not know how many thousands of employees. This fall, triggered by the impact, is not generally huge. If mishandled, resulting in social problems, all executives will suffer. At once, the same circle of companies of all sizes, like sharks that have smelled the smell of blood, ready to swarm and snatch the carcass of this giant. While you're sick, take your life. Although I don't know what's going on, rushing up and taking a bite is the way to go. Even in a certain city, Taking advantage of the other party's chaos and plopping down the store at a low price could make a huge amount of money. But just after a few large jewelry companies made some inquiries, they actually turned their spears and started to deal with the sub-companies that didn't look at them. Strange things happened. Lin Tianmei internal top management is extremely stable. In the put all the things fast cash, pay all the employees, and the compensation for dismissal. The same type of company also did not fall on its sword, and even took the initiative to buy out Lin Tianmei's property and inventory at a flat rate, and received Lin Tianmei's ordinary employees at a flat rate, allowing everything to happen in a stable and smooth manner. These listed companies could not be docile sheep. Each one was a ferocious tiger. But at this time when the whale fell and everything was born, they seemed to have probed what was going on, and instead of cannibalizing their own kind, they didn't let the impact spread. It seemed that everyone was just letting the presence of Lin Tianmei disappear, carrying out orders that came from nowhere without a word. For the average employee, it was just a change of job and a few more months of compensation. Strange things happen like this. After a violent earthquake, only the tallest building in the scene collapsed into a pile of debris, yet not even a small flower on the street was affected. It was as if there was a hunter in the underworld, holding up a blackened muzzle and pointing it at a few tigers that didn't dare to make a move. Once a tiger tried to mess around, it would follow in the footsteps of that sick tiger and whimper with a single shot. But everyone knew that while the ordinary employees were properly resettled, Lin Tianmei itself was gone for good. It settled its employees' wages, paid its bills, cleared its loans, and continued to keep its surplus in the bank and the vault. The finances were gone, but none of the shareholders of Lin Tianmei wanted to covet a single penny. When some people left the headquarters building, they turned all their pockets outward, intentionally filming the reporters who arrived, proving that they didn't even take a pen with them. Bizarrely, the Lin Tianmei building, which was profitable year after year and had countless treasured jewels stored in its headquarters, was suddenly left vacant just like that. No one dared to hit the slightest idea on it, and even the thieves sensed that something was wrong and didn't dare to set foot in the neighborhood. According to some street sneaks, once they enter the Lin Tianmei headquarters range, they always feel cold behind them, as if there is something staring at them. At this time, in the live broadcast of the Good Man test, the netizens looked at the supernova explosion message that suddenly appeared, and it was a mess. It was hard to wait until after the 30-second ban. The live broadcast room exploded like a pot, erupting into a terrifyingly huge amount of pop-ups. Lin Tianmei? It turns out that the water army just now is Lin Tianmei looking for? Oh, I also bought their necklace. The means is really disgusting. I do not know if I can still return. Brother, don't think about it, can't you see? Lin Tianmei has been disbanded. Who are you looking for to return? It's a big deal. What's going on here? Can't you see that the compensation is over after the disbandment? Brother, this is the country's top jewelry company. Dissolution is not a small matter. And, didn't people just rewarded too? 5 billion? Now I see the billion, but I'm not surprised at all. A company can come up with 5 billion, 66,666. Hello everyone, I am related to the financial industry. A little disclosure, Lin Tianmei did not use the funds. The money is the old boss Xie family's private wealth. Really fake. That is not the family all at once to take all the money? In cash, it's definitely bare, and you even have to borrow. The most valuable thing here should be stocks, but now it's a scrap of paper. What happened? Lin Tianmei disbanded? What happened? Lin Tianmei disbanded? What happened in the middle of the insider? I guess this is not all insider. They will certainly communicate privately. Netizens guessed well. This article is the Xie family of 3 sent on the plane. The stewardess looked at these 3, one with a broken arm, one with a broken leg, but no treatment or bandaging at all, and they looked bloody. But seeing as they had chartered the entire airliner, they couldn't say anything. The 3 members of the Xie family took all of the company's top-notch jewelry and were making all-out efforts to rush to Wasteland City. They didn't seek to be able to be forgiven, and the other party's mysterious, exalted status made them afraid that they wouldn't even meet. But right now, what was needed was exactly the attitude. Home is gone, the company is gone, now they are alone. Can save one is one. The 3 of them are afraid that there is not much hope. Can only hope. Keep a few more juniors. On the scene, the assistants, guests, and hosts were stunned. What is this? The one who messed up turned out to be Lin Tianmei? That super huge jewelry company? But, this is only to find out the real culprit behind the scene. And then suddenly the big ending. The boss is gone? Suddenly someone jumped out to admit fault. And then suddenly, cut himself? If this is a movie, I am afraid that the director with the most bizarre brain circuits can only make it, right? The people on the scene got the least information, and what they saw was nothing more than that. Come out a group of water army. And then the program was suppressed to stop broadcasting. But just as they were making preparations to go off the air and saying their closing remarks, suddenly 25 supernova explosion rewards came. And then someone admitted their fault and said that it was their own doing. Their brains are spinning and their senses are a mess. But no matter what, the bizarre phenomenon before indicated that something must have gone wrong. They just didn't know it. Xia Bing muttered. Then is our program still over? Ning Xuelua stood on the side and also saw the special effects of the supernova explosion. But she was the least knowledgeable about live broadcasts in the entire room, and had no idea what it meant. And the back came out with a dense pile of words that were too far away for her to bother looking at carefully. Ning Xuelua heard Xia Binger's words and thought she was asking herself, and immediately clenched her fists and replied, "Humph, of course not. I still want to see what goodies he's hiding behind my back." Chapter 60:60 doesn't mean they won't make a move. After Zhu Lao finished his phone call with Xie, he hoofed it to a small tea house. The tea house was built on a tourist street, with tourists coming in and out. Its appearance and decoration were also ordinary, and it was impossible to see any specialties. Sell things are also normal tourist attraction prices, on the expensive side, but not too expensive to the point of unpleasant. Zhu Lao ran up to the second floor and stood in front of a small, ancient door. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Even at this age, he still gets nervous to the point of twitching in his stomach when confronted with such a figure. Zhu Lao prepared himself mentally and took a deep breath, revealing a proper smile before pushing open the door. In the door sat an old man with white hair, hale and hearty, wearing a dark red tang suit. He closed his eyes and listened to the opera on the radio, drinking to himself. Even Zhu Lao, a big shot in the jewelry industry, could not have imagined it at all. No one could have imagined that a big shot who could make the entire province tremble when he stomped his foot would actually like to drink tea in an ordinary tea house. When the old man in tang suit heard the sound of the door opening, he didn't open his eyes and still nodded his head slowly following the rhythm of the opera. "Little Zhu, right? Sit." Zhu Lao arched his hand towards him. "I've heard a lot about your name. It's really a great honor to be able to meet you today." He moved the stool and sat down somewhat nervously. At this age, Zhu Lao naturally knew what could and could not be done. Some small bosses love to engage in rituals and etiquette, making sure to show off their status, but at a certain level, the higher the status, the more approachable. Zhu Lao to this old man in a tang suit land, not with gifts, not fake politeness. Say sit down. What to say? Sincerity is the first. This handful of years old, what fancy have not seen, but most like to return to the basics. Tang suit old man to Zhu Lao made a cup of tea, that side of the matter. Figure it out? Zhu Lao was flattered, and hurriedly pointed his finger at the tea table in return. Yes, Lin Tianmei has already announced its dissolution. There are a few families poking around with me, and I've already warned them. Right now the leader, Zhou Lifetime, Xiao Fengxian, and Six Goodnesses, are all receiving Lin Tianmei personnel to keep events from faltering. The tang-suited old man nodded slightly. Not bad. This Xie family should be killed, but the employees are innocent. To get rid of the chief evil is, Zhu Lao said with some hesitation, carefully making a neck-wiping motion. Xie family, really want to be that? The old man in the tang suit froze, then laughed. Ha, how can it be? What virtue and ability do I have? In today's society still dare to do this kind of thing? Zhu Lao sighed in relief. As soon as he thought that so many people from the Xie family were about to be gotten rid of in front of him, he felt diaphragmatic in his heart. Now, it seemed that the other party was also just using some means to clear out their family's wealth as an indemnity for offending that figure. Zhu Lao wiped his sweat. As long as no one died, then everything would be fine. The old man in the tang suit, however, said quietly, just because I don't do it, doesn't mean they don't do it. Zhu Lao was just about to drink his tea when his teacup snapped on the table in fear. His heart trembled. These people, surprisingly, are not even together? Could it be a huge force with different tributaries subdivided within it? Zhu Lao trembled. You're old man. In the end, what kind of god is it? The shock within him was unparalleled. It was unimaginable that just this tang-suited old man in front of him was enough to make the entire province tremble 3 times. Then the other branches, just how powerful would they be? What a huge hidden group it would be. Moreover, one never knew of its existence before today. Zhu Lao was unable to comprehend that there was clearly an elephant in the room, capable of trampling any of the room's personnel to death. Yet no one could even detect it. The old man in the tang suit picked up his teacup and took a leisurely sip. Me? I'm just a minor character. How could Zhu Lao believe it? His mind was confused, and he involuntarily asked after him. The them you mentioned. And, that him, who exactly is he? The old man in the tang suit looked at him faintly. Unauthorized. Zhu Lao's body softened, wanting to kneel down, but he flopped and sat on the ground. I. The old man in the tang suit kindly laughed. Alright, don't be vain. Sit. When Zhu Lao sat down with a sweaty head, he continued. Actually I have not seen. Never seen? Zhu Lao was dumbfounded. Haven't seen him, and you're still doing things for him? The tang-suited old man's eyes were full of memories. He is a great man. The power is so great and the wisdom is so high that it is not something you and I can imagine. The greatest blessing of my life is to be able to work under his command in this ancient age. Although we have never met, his wisdom can still be convincing. I've never convinced a few people in my life, one being my class president at the time, and the other being him. I'm just a nobody under him. The end of the line. Even so, I'm satisfied. Elder Zhu's face was incredulous. A figure like him who had extensive power and was calling the shots, but he was also just a pawn under that person? How powerful could that one's methods be? The old man in the tang suit collected his memories. That's just it. He washed his hands in gold and no longer asked about personnel. I'm just a nobody. I shouldn't be disturbed. Zhu Lao swallowed his saliva. The shock in his heart is beyond words. Then you said they. Those people, and who are they? I heard the news that the powerful people related to the Xie family were just about to make a move when they were stopped. I don't know the specifics, but it must have involved their fundamentals before they were forced to not dare to make a move. The old man in the tang suit slowly said, "Ha, you think I would know? His minions, unrelated to each other, are spread across all industries. It's only normal to realize that it's surprisingly attributed to him as well when being conditioned to act together. Maybe there are traces of him from you upwards." The tang-suited old man paused. His forces are spread across all industries. There are infiltrators, so what's so rare? Don't even have to think about it. Those people must have been caught in the act. No, I've never dealt with those people though, nor do I know them. But surely they had unearthed the handle a long time ago, only that they had been sealed and failed to use it. Under the sky, there's nothing he doesn't know, only if he doesn't want to use it. There's no secret he can't grasp. Zhu Lao's heart trembled as he listened, not knowing what to say. Lin Tianmei had stirred up trouble, and before that one could do anything, he had executed a cleanup led by the tangrest old man, and a certain mysterious infiltration organization. And a character like the old man in a tang suit was only a pawn of that person. Just the last micro-forces under that person's command were enough to make the world's top-ranked huge corporations instantly dissolve? Elder Zhu didn't dare to imagine that a single strand of hair could cause such an effect. But what if it was that person himself? Wouldn't he be able to wipe out even a large country? He shook his head and hurriedly hypnotized himself. How could it be? It must be the old man in the tang suit being modest. But Zhu Lao's inner voice kept coming out that there was no need for the other party to lie. The other party's movements and demeanor all plainly bared that even being able to be a pawn under that person would be an extremely honorable thing to do. Zhu Lao couldn't figure it out, nor could he appreciate it. How could an existence that could call the shots in a party's province be willing to be someone else's unappreciated henchman? But he also did not dare to say anything. The old man in Tang may not be anything in that person's eyes, but he himself, in the eyes of the old man in a Tang suit, is also nothing. 061 program. Don't stop. Zhu Lao collected his thoughts and changed the topic. What do you think about this program? Should we stop the program? The old man in the tang suit turned down the volume of the radio and pressed the tablet computer that had been placed on the table long ago, and the sound of the live broadcast came out once again. Well, the impact is bad. Stop it. Zhu Lao was not surprised, took out his cell phone and dialed out. While still curious, is this really the wife of that big shot? The old man in the tang suit glanced at him and shook his head. I don't know. Years ago, he stopped caring about world affairs and went incognito. No one knows where the seclusion is. But since he was able to take the Mausoleum King's emerald from under the Heavenly Grey Guards, if it wasn't the Heavenly Grey Guards themselves, it could only be him. Elder Zhu heard a term, Skyesh Guard? At this moment, it so happened that the phone dialed. Hey, there's a private money program on your platform. Stop it. Who am I? Check the number yourself. Stop the program immediately. After he finished the call, he hurriedly asked for instructions. The program will be cut off immediately. The Heavenly Grey Guard you mentioned is. The old man in the tang suit raised his eyebrows. Don't know? Well, that's normal. Empyrean would know, right? Zhu Lao shook his head blankly. Tang-suited old man, inquiring World Academy? The Spectral Light Pavilion? Divine Dream Machine? It should always be known, right? Zhu Lao was bewildered. What's that? The old man in the tang suit sighed. Hidden Greenhouse. Guandu Association. Winged Tiger Pavilion. Zhu Lao's eyes lit up. Winged Tiger Pavilion. I know. The old man in the tang suit held his forehead. It's all down to the lowest level. It's normal that you don't know. If even you know about the Heavenly Grey Guard, there's no need for it to exist. Zhu Lao was again at a loss. The Winged Tiger Pavilion that he knew was a mutual aid organization organized by many social elites, great tycoons, as well as squires and dignitaries from all over the countryside. The organizational structure was loose, and everyone mostly exchanged ideas. It was a friendship meeting without constraints. But once the members have reached a unified opinion, to focus on one thing, the Winged Tiger Pavilion will send out the power of terror. those who have money, those who have power, those who have prestige, and those who have the power of action. When these people join forces, they could be said to be invincible and unrivaled. So the Winged Tiger Pavilion as a loose dating club, but can bloom a terrible power. Can join it, are by no means easy generation. Zhu Lao as a jewelry industry big take, is only in the predecessor of the promotion, only barely rely on favors into it. Sort of backdoor, still far from reaching the standard of the Winged Tiger Pavilion. But even so, he also from a jewelry industry veteran, a leap to become a word of the big take, and such a powerful organization, in the mouth of the old man in the tang suit, is just a lowest level? Zhu Lao 1,000 words in the heart, but not a word cannot say. He had worked hard all his life, and had thought that he had come to the front of the world and was able to be among the forefront, but his own worldview was shattered in a tea break. With his inherent concepts shattered, Zhu Lao couldn't help but ask, so, then, you're old man, what level is it? The old man in the tang suit froze and laughed. Me? I'm nothing. He tilted his head, his eyes full of admiration. How many forces he has under his command, simply like the stars in the sky, incomparable, impossible to count. I'm just a peddler. How can I be in his eyes? It's my honor to be able to touch some of his sashes. Zhu Lao, then how did you know? That what heavenly grey guard? The old man in the tang suit smiled. It's just a matter of karma. You know it, but the old man I advise one thing, don't go to check. It's impossible to find out information about them even if you use all your connections. But once you investigate, the first thing you'll know, the mystery and power of the heavenly grey guards is not something you can imagine. My old man is still considered to belong to him with them. They are not so much as to disregard this sentiment. But you, Zhu Lao instantly understood, and quickly nodded, yes, I won't make a fool of myself and won't look into it. Then this time, the ones who took action against the Xie family are also the heavenly grey guards? He also realized that besides this mysterious force in the mouth of the tang-suited old man, what else could make the huge Xie family collapse in an instant? The tang-suited old man laughed even louder. Ha, how is that possible? What I'm saying is, the one who could take away the Lingshou emerald could only be him. Or the heavenly grey guards. What the hell is the Xie family? How could it need the heavenly grey guard to do it? Perhaps, it was the Winged Tiger Pavilion or someone on the internet, who unintentionally saw the matter and moved. Elder Zhu stuttered. A certain person? The tang-suited old man poured tea for both parties. What else? He wants to live in seclusion. Who can stop him? With his ability, who can find out? Even if the heavenly grey guards are powerful, it's impossible to find out information about him. This matter, it's just like you and me. There's someone else somewhere, who unintentionally saw this program. It was only now that Zhu Lao finally cleared his mind and drifted off to understand the whole picture of the matter. That being had been unquestioning for many years, but because of his wife's unintentionality, he was exposed in front of the camera. His official ministry, however, either hadn't realized it yet, or didn't want to bother, and didn't take the initiative to contact it, until Lin Tianmei's Xie family made a death, jumped out of the head, the old man in a tang suit, as well as a certain existence, only to take action to punish. But it is these two bottom roll. Just a few words, let tens of billions of assets Lin Tianmei, instant collapse, and just rely on the aftermath, so that similar companies do not dare to greed, do not dare to swallow this fallen body. Zhu Lao has long heard of the Ling Wangjie produced several bloodshed, and from a deeper level of understanding, only to better understand the depth of the horrible, he had already regretted a little. His own age, living a peaceful life, why should he go to understand the truth behind the world? The more he understood, the more horrible he felt. The usual warm and harmonious life was as if countless hidden eyeballs had grown, watching him from all dark corners. Zhu Lao gulped. No matter what, the program ended. This matter should end here. As for how the primeval Xie family should be dealt with, it wasn't something he should be concerned about. He lowered his eyebrows and said, the program will stop immediately. If there is nothing else, I will retire. The old man in the tang suit nodded slightly. Well, go. You've done a good job on this matter. Go back and talk to the president of the Winged Tiger Pavilion and come to my place. Zhu Lao's heart rejoiced. This was to promote himself, calling the president of the Winged Tiger Pavilion here. Surely he wanted the other party to bring himself up. With a name elevation in this kind of 10 billion club, even if one did nothing, one could passively gain countless benefits, but he still had to be calm on the surface. Thank you, Lord. The old man in the tang suit turned his face and looked at the flat panel placed on the table. Right in the center of the screen, the host was talking to the hostess. He couldn't help but scrutinize Ning Xueluo's face, muttering in his heart, this is his lady? He didn't dare to save a photo of Ning Xueluo's image, so he could only look at it twice more and carve the look into his heart. However, the old man in the tang suit estimated that this glance was the last time he would see that person's wife in his life. With his position, the probability of meeting him in person, or his wife, was so low as to be negligible. It was good for the program to end and give him a clean slate. The old man in the tang suit did not dare to take this as a favor. This is just the end of the micro men. On behalf of the Lord, to do a part of the heart is just. But just at this time, the two people in the screen opened their mouths. Host, so is our program still over? Mistress Ning Shuelua clenched her fists with an unfulfilled look. Humph. Of course not. I still want to see what goodies he's hiding behind my back. Click. Zhu Lao carefully exited the room, closing the door carefully behind him. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the ancient wooden door was kicked open. The tang-suited old man's face was like a maniac. Quickly make a phone call. Keep the program on the air. His face was full of anxiety, and he hissed loudly with complete disregard for his image. Madam won't let it go off the air. Hurry up and make contact. The program, don't stop. 062. The program continues. At the program site, the host while surrounding guests heard Ning Shuelua's words, but they were also a bit sorry. Alas, who wanted the program to end? The program, The Good Man Test, was very creative, had a huge amount of airplay, and brought good benefits. On the one hand, everyone felt that they had made something of themselves. Going forward, even if they leave the show and say to the public that they are the team of Good Man Test, they can easily and quickly find good jobs. On the other hand, good airplay brings more advertisements and peripheral traffic, and their salaries, nearly, will be higher. So either way, no one wants the show to end abruptly. Those who were in this business knew very well that sometimes they would step on landmines, and going off the air for one episode was still considered a good ending. But the host, Xia Binger, hadn't been looking too good after receiving the call. All the staff and guests were speculating whether something was going to happen to the whole program. Along with it, they all secretly prayed in their hearts that it must not have too much of an impact and not drag everyone down. Otherwise, if the program team broke up, they would go from being the production staff of the excellent program Good Man Test to the staff of that banned program. Ning Shuelua didn't know all this. She was very interested in touching the stone on the table. Is it really jade? It feels completely different from the mall. The corner of the eye of the staff next to her was twitching. This is nearly $30 billion of jadeite. You just move it around like this, not afraid of breaking it. The dust on it is enough for a down payment. I'm afraid. Ning Shuelua fiddled with a piece of raw material. The mall emerald color is quite nice. There are stripes, and here is completely different. You see, completely transparent, is glass. Shinichuan coughed dryly and smiled awkwardly. Ms. Ning, this kind of jadeite is called glass seed, the highest type. If heaven and earth treasure experts can recognize the wrong glass in glass seed, he will not be able to mix in this business. Besides, if it was glass, where would it have caused the subsequent series of events? This was clearly a correct and unmistakable treasure, and every little piece was worth thousands of dollars. Ning Shuelua clasped her hands in front of her chest. It can't be? What's the difference between that and glass? She said suspiciously. It can't be that you guys made up a word to trick me, right? It's just a few tens of thousands of dollars in prize money. I don't want it. You guys can't bluff me with a fake one. When the audience saw this scene, they burst out laughing, and the serious intense atmosphere just now was swept away. Mrs. K is playing steadily. It's so funny. She is afraid that she doesn't know that a company went out of business because of these pieces of glass. Mrs. Miyagi, is this a company? It's called a publicly traded conglomerate. What happened to Lin Tianmei? After the statement, why isn't there anything more to say? It's not that fast. It's such a huge company. It takes time to dissolve. Let the bullets fly for a while. Mrs. My family has no money. Don't lie to me. Laughing to death. Until now still thinking about the bonus. I remember it was 50. 000? Ha 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 ha. Don't want 30 billion. Want 50. 000. Ha ha ha. The surrounding people revealed a complicated look. Alas, it's useless to mention the emerald now. The program is about to end. What's the point of having something more precious? Everyone was happy before, talking together and arguing about the value. But once you walk out and close the door, you will no longer have anything to do with this beautiful lady. It is a pity that the rare items found before, even the last photo to take a souvenir, the opportunity to open a small talk will also be lost. Lu Fui and Chen Xiaoxiao stood at the end of the room, lamenting. Chen Xiaoxiao, alas, there was a second round, and I was prepared for it, and looked up a lot of information during the break, but it's a pity. Lu Fui nodded. That's not it. Just now in the study I wanted to say. Alas, it's just, the end is the end. Chen smiled. Well, we're small characters. The impact is rather small. Behind Ms. Ning, there must be very many interests involved. For her sake, it's good to end it. Lu Fui sighed. Regrettable. The atmosphere of the scene was in a doldrums. Everyone was all reluctant to let go, but there was nothing they could do. They could only prepare for the end. Someone even started to pack up his tool bag, ready to put away the light stands and lightning boards. but he was slapped on the back of his head by his senior. "Master, why are you hitting me? We are doing a quality program. Stick to the last second. Until the end. You can't show your cracks." "Ah, yes, sorry, master." Xia Bing'er fixed her mind, stepped forward, and regretfully said, "Ms. Ning, I'm very sorry. The show can only be temporary due to encountering force majeure." She paused and gulped. The word end, how can not say? If put in the past, she would have said the end amidst a chorus of laughter, or the ghostly cries of the host who had found out his private money. But today, can only be interrupted halfway. Although the Lin Tianmei who bought the water army has apologized and rewarded a sky-high price of 2.5 billion, the maliciously swiped pop-ups had disappeared, and it was estimated that those water army studios had also been dealt with and could no longer move. However, the director was slow to send a message, still maintaining the instruction to end. Xia Bing'er couldn't help but guess that behind Lin Tianmei, this $10 billion company, there were bigger, deeper, darker, and more terrifying forces present. Perhaps, Lin Tianmei had gotten greedy and coveted this batch of sky-high emerald. They have some operation. Not only they did not get the treasure, but also let their own family was more terrible forces to stare at. This terrifying force does not move, but when it does, it is a thunderous force that instantly crushed this $10 billion company, forcing them to suspend their water army, make amends and apologize, and protect themselves. Xia Bing'er felt a chill at her back just thinking about this. An existence that could cause a $10 billion company to instantly collapse could only be a bigger, stronger force. If this force had its eyes on the program group, it would truly be a giant whale crushing ants. A single glance could make them evaporate. And Lin Tianmei used means to force the program off the air, and it still hasn't changed by now. This showed that this force might be hostile to Lin Tianmei, but shared the pursuit of common interests. An enemy of an enemy was not necessarily a friend. They probably all wanted to obtain the jadeite from Ms. Ning's family, so they had to make the show stop in a hurry so they could take the next step. Xia Bing'er shivered and looked at Ning Xuelua with pained eyes. She didn't dare to imagine what kind of tactics the other party would use. Was it lure? Or coercion? What kind of means would these huge forces use against such a delicate and soft young girl? But the director was powerless, and Xia Bing'er had no way to resist. She looked at the scenery, but she was just a hitman with a microphone. How could she resist such a force? Xia Bing'er 10,000 pains, can only hope that afterward, good words to advise Ning Xuelua, early to find some relations, these emerald dredge out it, otherwise, it will be too late to get into trouble. Thinking of this, Xia Bing'er fixed her mind, continued to speak, I am very sorry, due to encounter force majeure, can only, end here. 10,000 thoughts flew away with this sentence. A stone stuck in the heart rolled down, just do not know whether it is good or bad. Xia Bing'er put down the microphone, just ready to take a long sigh of relief, but suddenly saw that behind the camera, someone was constantly waving. She looked up suspiciously, but saw her assistant waving frantically, pointing at the screen that was showing the pop-ups. Up above, an ultra-bright supernova explosion bloomed with an accompanying message of only 4 words. Program continues. Chapter 63063 Help me. The crowd at the scene was confused for a moment. What was the meaning of this gift? The accompanying 4 words, program continues, what did it mean again? And who was the person who made the reward? A level 1 number that reached full level with 100 direct supernova explosions, but the ID was still a randomized garbled code from the registration. It shows that he never played live before. Just a small number registered casually. What kind of person is he that says he can continue? Xia Bing'er was still skeptical, but at this time, the assistant was still waving his hand frantically, and he was holding a cell phone with a few words written on it in the largest font size. The director said the program continues. The director says the program will continue. Xia Bing'er was confused, and so were the guests. The lighting technician, photographer, and focuser were also confused, and one of them asked, the director said that? The assistant nodded frantically. The director is still on the phone and could only send a message notification telling us that the program continues. No need to stop. He gulped, his body trembling from excitement. And, the program will no longer be stopped because of external forces. And stop, up there, someone bailed. At this time, desolate city, a certain temporary studio. The director had a fawning face, holding his cell phone. Yes, don't worry. I'll make sure that the program will be effective and definitely not messed up. Yes, we will definitely grasp the scale. Don't worry, the content will be healthy and upward. Never mess around. Absolutely respect Ms. Ning's opinion and will not disobey. It took a while for the director to put down his cell phone and clap his hands joyfully. Done. Everyone continue to work. The program will not stop broadcasting. The scene immediately erupted into a loud cheer. Long live the director. Bravo. I'm all ready to leave work. And you guys are telling me to keep working? Ouch. Don't hit me. Just kidding. Who doesn't want to continue broadcasting? The director clapped his hands, signaling everyone to be quiet. The live broadcast platform and broadcast distributor have passed down the word that the program will continue. But keep it healthy and positive. Everyone keep an eye on me. Give the bonuses as we just said. Extra $500 for snacks for one additional person. There was another round of cheers. At this time, someone raised his hand. Then the scene will continue to be audited? The director nodded and looked at the screen. Just now, he couldn't easily contact the person he was talking to, so he hurriedly sent a message to the on-site assistant. It seemed that he had conveyed it well, and the host over there had already begun to resume his work. Everyone conferred on which places to watch next. And, behind the person who gave him the fairy tale, there was also a reward of 100 supernova explosions. Another 10 million out of hand. The director didn't understand what the meaning of this gift was. Just a notice to keep the show going? An apology for almost ending the broadcast? Or a warning? To let himself shoot properly and not make a mess? The director didn't quite understand, but was still relieved that after a series of twists and turns, things were at least on track. It was so close to falling into the abyss and not being able to survive. He flipped through the work record book, looking at what he had just replied to on the spot, planning how the later direction should be arranged. Before he could look twice, the phone rang. Hello, who is it? A heartbreaking voice came from the other end of the phone. It's me, Xiao Bai, the big director. Quickly save me, help me. The director froze and then reacted to who the voice was. Xiao Bai, Bai Chao, the owner of a network studio in Lai City. It's called a network studio, but it's actually a water army leader. He has more than 30 people under his command, spread across all known network platforms. As long as in order, these 30 people can be transformed into millions. One person mastered tens of thousands, more than 100,000 accounts, easily butchering the version, confuse the audience. The director has also met with him a few times because of his work. However, because of the psychological cleanliness, I feel that the wine is not afraid of the deep alley, so I did not go to ask the water army. He took the phone and said in a deep voice, the one who messed with my program this time. Is it you? The other party's words were stuck for a while. Of course not. The director's eyes went cold. No? He remembered clearly that when he was being screened by the water army in the live broadcast room, several of his friends who were also doing public opinion, called to tell himself. This thing was bigger and weirder. It wasn't their doing, but they didn't dare to reveal too much. This didn't include this Bai Chao, who hadn't contacted himself from start to finish. Even when the director sent out a group inquiry at his wit's end, he didn't reply. This matter must have something to do with him. Where did Bai Chao dare to hide? Crying out, big director, I'm wrong. I was wrong. I did it. You collect your divine powers. Please, spare my life. I have a family. The director heard the sound of a slamming door coming from the phone and sneered. Humph. I have an old man and a young man too. Why didn't you think of these things when you were messing with my program? Bai Chao cried out. Brother, no. Father, save me. I'm really wrong. All of us in the studio were arrested. I dodged a bullet at home remotely. They're coming. Save me. The director heard that the sound of slamming doors on the phone was getting louder and louder. Someone was yelling words and even started banging on the door. Bai Chao's voice was full of fear. I was wrong. You save me. Afterward, I'll work for you as a cow and horse. I'll die for you. All my savings are filial piety to you. I was wrong. The depression in the director's heart finally dissipated at this time. He slowly lit himself a cigarette, set it on the ashtray, and faintly said, I'm sorry, I don't have this ability either. Boom dash. The director heard the sound of the door being slammed open, followed by Bai Chao's hysterical howling. I'm Ed. Get out. Don't move me. I'll see who dares to move. Come any closer and I'll jump. You asshole director. I'm $% and I'm dead. You don't want to be good either. This was followed by the sound of disorganized and noisy footsteps, and a muffled sound of skin colliding with flesh and heavy objects crashing to the ground. The director held the phone and heard a conversation coming from there. The target has been captured. Yes, bring it back to base. Bank card? Directly freezing assets is not on the line. Evidence? Yes, I understand. The director listened to these voices, relieved and alarmed. Bai Chao had opened a water army studio for many years, and his assets amounted to several $1 million. These riches, however, could not play any protection, and were easily taken captive just like this. He didn't know what kind of people the other party was, but since they were able to take away the head of the water army who was the most skilled in public opinion warfare, they must not be afraid of explicit or implicit influence. Even more so, they might have an even more powerful public opinion machine than the water army, capable of dissipating the effects caused by these people. Only hearing a click, Bai Chao's cell phone was picked up. and a voice came from the other end. Pass the word on behalf, do a good job with the program. The director was shocked in his heart and subconsciously said, yes. The other side added, the 84 cyber criminals have already served their time this time, so there's no need to worry about it. The other party finished coldly and hung up the phone decisively, without a single word of superfluous nonsense. The director held the cell phone. His mood for a long time could not help himself. This time is really a turnaround. Originally thought it was hopeless, but suddenly allowed to continue broadcasting. Moreover, the meaning of the higher-ups was that if there were no special circumstances, they were not allowed to interrupt the program on their own? The director was baffled, but the opposite side of heavenly might was unfathomable, and he didn't have any deeper sources that could be used as corroboration. But no matter what, the matter had finally come to an end, and one only needed to continue filming. But when the director was ready to put in his work, his cell phone rang again. Chapter 64-064-39, $86 billion. Mingdu Homeland. The people present were all smiling, and the atmosphere of the scene was back to lively and harmonious. Everyone was happy that the program was finally able to continue, no longer affected by off-site factors. And among them, the most nervous of all was a certain staff member wearing white gloves. He was cold and sweaty, his body involuntarily trembling, but was immediately held by his own arm. Breathing heavily, trying to calm down, he glanced to the side, where the host, Xia Binger, was smiling at the camera. Ladies and gentlemen, ha, I'm sure I scared you. How could the program be over? It's actually our staff that needs to take a moment's rest. It's also been broadcasting for quite a long time, so everyone needs to drink some water and use the restroom. Let's take a 10-minute break, and then the program will continue. The cameraman also closed the lens cap at the right time, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaobinger did a good job of finding an excuse to make the closing remarks in front seem less abrupt. It was also normal to do a summary during the intermission. It was true that things had peaked and turned just now, making everyone's spirits extremely tense. One moment it was going off the air, and the next moment it was going to continue, making their little hearts jump and jump. Very thrilling and exciting. After closing the lens cap, the cameraman and others should drink water, eat something to replenish their strength, or move their hands and feet to stretch their muscles. But no one dares to go to borrow this bathroom, for fear of going in and sitting on some antique toilet, scuffing a piece of skin that cannot be compensated. And that staff, at this time even more nervous, he constantly wiped cold sweat, pleading, gentlemen, let's change someone else, please. Old Detective Lu Fui came over and patted him on the shoulder, smiled and said, young people, those who can do more work, I'm this old bones, will be the Emerald Fallbad. We all have to suffer. The staff looked at the table emerald, could not help but swallow saliva. His heart regretted. Why should I be chosen? Put this emerald back in the box. He was also the one who weighed it in the beginning, and at that time, he was also gentle and careful in his movements. But the mental pressure wasn't that great yet. Mistress Ning Shuelua said that it was mountain material and not worth much, but he still used all his energy and carefully placed it before anything went wrong. And now, everyone knew that this thing was top-grade jadeite, worth tens of billions of dollars. When the show was over and he took this glove to auction, he was afraid that the dust on it could be worth tens of thousands of dollars. He found it very hard to top, holding something that was worth tens of billions of dollars. The psychological pressure could be really great to no limit, but he didn't dare to faint, in case he fell down and knocked the emerald off. Then it can be. This young staff did not dare to think about it again, and could only pray that his hands would not shake. Soon, the break time passed, and everyone stood in front of the camera in high spirits. A few guests exchanged words. Who's next? I found something good too. Hey, I don't know exactly, but it'll be fun. Let's do it in order. Get the value right and be convinced. Ning Shuelua was also a bit nervous. She looked at the stones on the table and glanced in the direction of the living room. Her own family, really rich, but her own monthly income of more than 10,000. Her husband's monthly income of 20,000. Where can they get these things? What they said, was it true or not? Ning Shuelua not too willing to believe. The original their own home hiding so many treasures. Always feel that the program team opened the whole joke. After all, where to take a bottle of wine? It is worth tens of millions of dollars. Take a piece of stone, on hundreds of millions of dollars. This was too unbelievable. Ning Shuelua bit her lip adorably and still decided to let the program continue, regardless of whether they were lying to themselves or not. With all these guests around, they must see what else their husbands were hiding. I've been working hard every day drawing pictures to pay off the mortgage, so I can't do it for nothing. Ning Shuelua said to the camera, Humph, I must find out what else he's hiding. If he really lied to me, he must be made to kneel on a scrub board. The audience burst out laughing as they saw the end of the intermission commercial, just in time to see Ning Shuelua's exasperated speech. Worthy of being a wife, unwaveringly believing in her own husband, making a $10 billion tycoon kneel on a rubbing board. This boldness is also exceptional. I want to see my husband kneeling. I want to see it. Want to see +2. Want to see plus 10,086. You think too much. Just win the overview. This home is not at all rubbing boards. Mrs. This is to say cruel words. Don't nag. Quickly see what we're looking for next. After the heckling, Xia Binger stood in front of the camera. First of all, we have to make a summary of the third round, and estimate a total price for what Detective Chin found. Everyone immediately gathered their minds and began to listen attentively. This round was thrilling. Just how much money could be found out? Xia Binger took the staff's manuscript paper and read out. Ahem. The jadeite in the box totaled 64.78 kilograms, totaling 64.780 grams. Among them, 35.600 grams of high IC jadeite. According to Heaven and Earth Treasure Appraisal Cow Teacher Valuation, the price of a single gram in 100,000-300,000 yuan. Its total price is. Everyone gulped as they heard her speak. $10.6 billion. Hiss dash. Even though everyone had watched the process in its entirety, when they heard the speaking statement, they still sucked in a breath of cool air, raising the global temperature quite a bit. The live broadcast audience frantically swiped their gifts, all wanting to involve themselves in the event of discovering a $10 billion jade. Group photo. $10 billion of jade. Me. God. I think it was valued at 9.7 billion, right? And that was based on 64.78 kilograms. Why is it suddenly so much more? Dude, that time it was based on 150,000. This time it's based on $300,000. After seeing that top quality glass seed, do you think the jade of Mrs. S family needs to take the middle number? Ha ha ha. Old brother is right. Just take the highest if there is a highest. Xia Binger let the pop-up screen go wild for a while before continuing. The remaining 29.18 kilograms of top-grade glass-seeded jadeite. According to 1 million yuan per gram, the total price is $29.18 billion. Everyone's body shape was a burst. Even if this number had already been heard once, they still felt shocked beyond words. Just being in the same space as this jewelry made it hard to breathe, and the two strands warred, especially the staff to put the emerald back to the box, now face white to the infinite. A move do not dare to move. The audience also boiled up again. Too handsome. 29.1 billion. Without the captcha, it's so much smoother to send pop-ups. What exactly does the wife's husband do? Why is he so strong? You can try to check. Maybe Lin Tianmei is to find out special information. Only. Wow. Don't scare people. It's scary. The male owner of this house must be a strange person. Otherwise it is impossible to hide so many treasures. $30 million of wine massage. Tens of billions of emerald carving anywhere. Crazy. Really crazy. Envious. One day let me spend $1 million. Have to spend 110 years. True lifetime cannot spend all the property. Xia Binger's forehead was also sweating slightly even after she finished reading the respective estimates. The shock brought to her by the top-notch jewelry was simply too great. Even if she was a woman, she couldn't even think of wearing these treasures on her body. Just being close, the scent made her shy away. After slowing down for a while, Xia Binger read out the final amount. The third round of private money has a total value of 39,860,000. Chapter 65,065. Why are you guys shaking? After reading out the script, the crowd on the field acted. Everyone subconsciously moved away from those pieces of jade. Even the lighting technician and photographer hurriedly switched their equipment, fearing that the bright light would deteriorate them. Only the poor staff member was left to put the things back into the box with a bitter face. The host turned to the camera at this point and said, "We've already had 3 rounds, but the guests still have discoveries to make, so we'll continue in order, starting with MS. Chen Xiaoxiao. For the first round of the second round of the first round of auditing, MS. Chen Xiaoxiao. What goodies have you found?" If it was an ordinary house, the 3 guests would have searched each round and would have already dug up everything they could find. After all, how many treasures could an ordinary family hide? Nothing more than a few common locations to hide some cash, or cigarettes and alcohol that can be quickly liquidated. The guests of honor can get a general idea with a quick glance. But in this household, these rare treasures and rare antiques were found. It was obviously shocking enough, but it was as if it was just a hurried glimpse in the grand view garden that had stirred up a tiny little splash. These treasures added up could already shock everyone's teeth off. However, everyone had a strange feeling that what they had discovered was still just scratching the surface, and was not representative of their true situation. Chen Xiaoxiao responded, "Well, just now when I entered the study, I discovered some little secrets. MS. Ning, may we enter the study? Ning Shuelua nodded her head obediently. Of course we can. Didn't we already go in just now? The assistant arranged for the manpower, allowing the lighting technician and the auxiliary photographer to go ahead and enter the study, shooting some shots of the environment for post-production editing material. Of course, they didn't dare to film the contents of the bookcases and bookshelves. At most, they hurriedly swept through. The program team has always paid more attention to details and not to invade the privacy of the head of the household. Plus, after the first 3 rounds of auditing, these people didn't have a bottom in their hearts. In case they found something important and spread it, they would be in deep. Chen Xiaoxiao and the others said a few more words in front of the camera, consuming a few more minutes, guessing that those people were ready, before they slowly lisped into the study with the main cameraman. Xia Binger curiously said, Xiao, what treasure have you found this time? Ning Shuelua was also curious as to what her husband would be hiding. This study room was not often visited by herself, but every 1 to 2 weeks, there would be a major cleaning. One could know exactly what was in this room. What else could they search for that would surprise them? Chen smiled and looked at Ning Shuelua. MS. Ning, I remember you said that you participated in the show because you wanted to get the prize money to buy a car for your husband, right? Ning Shuelua instantly remembered and nodded her head repeatedly. Right. We don't have a car, and my husband has to take public transportation every time he goes to work. It's weirdly hard. She was a little embarrassed, but still said with a red face, that, our family searched something out. Isn't it that we can't get the bonus? The audience immediately burst out laughing, by this time, still thinking about the $50,000 bonus. Ha. Do not change your mind. Keep in mind, user, Snowpuff Street was banned for 33 days, 66,666. Never talk nonsense. Mrs. Really cute. From the beginning to the end to keep in mind the bonus. Give it to her. She's so pathetic. The pop-ups came overwhelmingly, and the staff present couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha. I forgot there was a unit of 10,000. From 40 billion to 50,000. The span is a bit big. Ha. Achoo. You kid. Why are you guys shivering? The assistant looked at the lighting technician and the 2 staff members who were shivering all over, and their faces were slightly white. The staff also looked at themselves oddly and shook their heads. I don't know. We're getting the lights here and we just feel so cold. The assistant touched his body. The weather was quite nice. If he sat for a long time, it would be a little cold. But they had been walking around and fiddling with the lights. The heat was obvious. How could they be cold? The assistant was concerned. Are you guys sick? The staff laughed. If you're going to be sick, you won't be uniformly sick, but it's much more comfortable when you guys come in and there's more people. The assistant saw that their faces were slightly white, but were gradually turning better, and didn't think much more about it. He felt the temperature again. It was quite cool, but not to the point of being chilly. Weird. The assistant muttered and didn't think any more about it. It might just be that they were weak. Xia Binger smiled at this time and said to Ning Shuelua, MS. Ning, there's no need to worry. Your family's objects have opened our eyes. By the end of the program, we will definitely communicate with the director and give you a bonus. Although she couldn't see the backstage data, with her work experience, she knew how much revenue this audit of her private home could bring to the program team. Disregarding the countless supernova explosions in the live broadcast room, just the advertisements, and the subsequent traffic, could sustain the program group. Compared to that, a few tens of thousands of dollars in prize money was really a sprinkle, not worth mentioning at all. The only thing she was worried about was that Ning Shuelua was naive and simple, not clear about how scary her family's wealth was. After the program team gave her the bonus, would the male owner of this household have other ideas? After all, would it feel insulting to give a $10 billion household a bonus of a few tens of thousands of dollars? Xia Binger had no way to think about it. There was no case that could inspire. What would be the consequences of giving a 10 billionaire a bonus of tens of thousands of dollars? Or, let the director go and rush a banner? Xia Binger still felt weird and could only hope that the backstage personnel would come up with a reasonable plan by the end of the program. Ning Shuelua didn't know Xia Binger's flowery thoughts, and she immediately smiled brightly. Good. He's always wanted to buy a small pickup truck, so it's convenient to put fishing gear when fishing. With this bonus, plus the proceeds from my painting, minus the mortgage, well, I'll be able to make a down payment in a couple of months. The staff and the audience are a burst of speechless. You girl put just now the emerald, that sesame big a little to sell, are enough to buy less rows. Also small pickup trucks, but also save money, but also the mortgage. The word mortgage sounds, how to feel so against the grain. I'm so engrossed in the world of the rich and famous, I don't want to think about the mortgage. Do you know that while you are struggling with your mortgage, the top tycoons are also worrying about this problem? Does the bank know that its customers who pay off their mortgages have tens of billions of dollars in assets at home? Laughing. Where's the man in this family going? Fishing? Today's weather is good. If I wasn't watching this program, I'd like to go for a couple of fishing trips. In a clash of ideas, the atmosphere of the scene returned to normal. Everyone was talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was warm again. Chen Xiaoxiao followed up on her previous words. Ms. Ning, if you want a fishing cart, then you don't need to worry about it. Ning Shuelua, huh? Chen Xiaoxiao said mysteriously. I found out that your husband actually bought a car. Ning Shuelua was surprised. How could that be? The last time our family went trekking, we borrowed his colleague's car. Chen Xiaoxiao revealed a smug smile. She had finally pulled one back in front of this wife. This time the shock was finally not herself, but her. Just as she was about to take out her evidence, something strange appeared in the live broadcast room. Chapter 66066. What's the big deal? The live broadcast flickered, and the screen suddenly cut out a fifth of a small square, revealing a few words on it, connecting. Chen Xiaoxiao froze, not understanding what was happening. At this time, the host, Xia Binger, understood the situation with her assistant and waved her hand, indicating that things were under her control. She smiled and said, just now, Mr. Nyo from Heaven and Earth Treasure Appraisal suddenly interrupted the connection, and he felt overjoyed to say sorry to Ms. Ning and the audience. The people on the scene were stunned. What was there to apologize for? But then, they all figured out the connection. It was because the Heaven and Earth Treasure Appraisal had recognized the top-grade jadeite that the follow-up had led to covetousness and a water army attack. They probably also felt that they had done something wrong and had to take responsibility for it, so they had to come and admit their mistake. Thinking about it this way, these people's attitudes were not bad. Xia Binger said to Ning Shuelua, Ms. Ning, the Heaven and Earth Treasure Appraisal recognized your emerald before. Would you be upset by that? Ning Shuelua wanted to say that she was skeptical about the value of the jadeite and needed to ask her husband about it. However, the other party was only analyzing it from her own perspective, and there was no counterfeiting, exaggeration, or devaluation, so it was reasonable. She shook her head. No, they are quite good. I've been watching the Heaven and Earth Treasure Appraisal's jitterbugs. It's very interesting. Right at this moment, the connection was connected and both Teacher Nyo and Old Yuan's faces appeared on the screen. They happened to hear these words, and instantly the nervous anxiety in their hearts disappeared for the most part. As long as the other party didn't mind and didn't hate it, then they had retrieved most of their lives. Behind Mr. Nyo and Old Yuan stood a group of employees and appraisers of Heaven and Earth Treasure Appraisal, and as soon as they saw that the connection was successful, they all bowed 90 degrees. I'm sorry, we misbehaved and made you disturbed. This time, the audience and the program team were startled. 666. This is a huge gesture. Why are they apologizing? There's no need to make such a big deal about the disconnection just now, right? Was it Lin Tianmei who disconnected earlier? Lin Tianmei is dead, so they're scared to death too. That's right. Mrs. Lin is so cute. It shouldn't have scared them to this extent. It's probably the man behind the wife who did something. Ning Shuelua was also startled, wanting to help but also through the screen, can only hurry to wave his hand. Don't be like this. It's okay, I'm not angry. The members of Heaven and Earth Treasure Appraisal were relieved, and no longer posturing for fear of moral abduction. They hurriedly got up. Old Yuan tugged at the corner of his coat, his back was already wet with cold sweat, and he was inwardly apprehensive. The identity of the male owner of this house is mysterious, and the power is so huge that it is unimaginable. Mr. Nyo's account was blocked for 3 days, and this matter can be big or small. The live streaming platform could also not understand it. Blocked it, just unblock it in a few days. After all, the one who exerted pressure before was Lin Tianmei, a huge enterprise with tens of billions of assets. The other party could easily put the whirlpool of prosecution on the opponent's car by just finding some random reasons, such as violating the right of likeness, the right of fame and fortune, and stealing some of their material. They have a strong legal team. As long as they want to pull the skin, pull a few years, hard to drag you to death. So the live platform is not willing to cause trouble. The other party just asked to ban Mr. Nyo for a few days, then give this face, and the ban has not been long. The platform manager received a mysterious phone call. Soon, the manager found Lao Yuan. On the phone, a million sincere apology, compensation, unblocked Mr. Nyo's account. After hearing the message from Zhu Lao, Lao Yuan had been so anxious that he was tossing and turning and his heart was burning, then heard the live platform manager's account, even more terrified to fidgeting. Those mysterious people, where are they trying to find justice for Mr. Nyo? They are just in the seizure of Lin Tianmei. In passing, the Ox teacher also brought to the center of the incident. The live broadcast platform could be a good guy and apologize to old Yuan, but if Lao Yuan doesn't care and lets things happen, what happens subsequently can be completely out of his control. It was because Mr. Nyo discovered the Lingshire King Emerald that this reclusive big shot was brought back to the public eye. If he is blamed for this, not to mention the little shrimp that is Tiandi Jianbao, I'm afraid that all the people who are implicated with themselves will be implicated in the trial. The moment old Yuan heard about the unblocking, he immediately took all of his employees and together they found the director of Good Man Test and demanded a public apology. He didn't know why the program was still on air, but right now, it was the only way to save himself and all the company's employees. The director listened to Lao Yuan's words with deep understanding. He had almost fallen into the abyss as well, and if those mysterious people hadn't stepped in, his show, and even his future, would have gone up in smoke and ashes. Besides, it wouldn't be a big problem to have them make an apology and give an account to the audience that would take a few minutes. So he started to have someone connect to the scene, have them do a meet and greet, and then continue the show. And now, both sides had finally met each other and were speaking. Hearing that Ning Xuelua didn't care, the people from Heaven and Earth Treasure Appraisal still didn't dare to slack off. Teacher Nyo spoke on behalf of them as per the previous deliberation. MS. Ning, I'm really sorry, because of our negligence, we revealed the situation of your family's items, resulting in unpleasant consequences. For this, on behalf of Heaven and Earth Forensics, I would like to apologize to you. Please forgive me. If they had been prepared and had known that the situation was unusual, they would have explained the situation privately instead of stating it directly on the program. But now it was already too late. Things had already happened, and they could only make amends. Old Yuan pressed his cell phone and 100 supernova explosions appeared in the live broadcast. He heard the director's words that the income from these live broadcasts would all be collected and delivered to Ning Xuelua. So then he was very relieved to play money and directly sent out 10 million. Unlike Lin Tianmei, Heaven and Earth Forensics was just a small company. Sending out $10 million was already the vast majority of old Yuan's belongings. But he was also willing. As long as he could survive the robbery, everything was fine. As for Ning Xuelua, after hearing what the other party said, she was a bit confused for a moment. Forgive? Why do you want to forgive? Teacher Nyo and all the personnel were startled. Could it be that she still refused to let herself go? Ning Xuelua continued. What mistakes did you guys make? Why do you want to apologize? Teacher Nyo's heart skipped a beat, and then he realized. The other party didn't care about these small things at all, and didn't feel that revealing the Lingshou King Emerald was a big deal. It was also true that, with a little thought, her husband might be that legendary explorer, or perhaps a member of a godly power. Either way, it was easy to perhaps anything in the tomb of the Mausoleum King. Even if these emeralds were the most valuable treasures in the tomb of the Mausoleum King, in the eyes of that figure, it might not really be taken seriously. Isn't it just letting people know? What's the big deal? Chapter 67067 Tell it like it is. It was just that they didn't know that Ning Xuelua didn't know the information about Lin Tianmei's closure until now. She was far away from the screen when Xieji sent the 25,000 supernova explosions, and didn't see what the other party was saying at all. She had seen some of the later pop-ups, but because she didn't know the cause and effect, she didn't know that it had anything to do with her, and just took it as the nonsense of the netizens. From the beginning to the end, she didn't know that a huge wave had risen outside. Then there is a more powerful force. Will be this small wave annihilated invisible? However, when the people of Heaven and Earth Treasure Appraisal heard these words, they all sighed with relief. The other party did not take it seriously. That's great. They can finally sleep soundly. The employees of the program at the scene also smiled. Their impression of Heaven and Earth Treasure Appraisal was quite good. Mr. Nyo was initially misled into thinking that what was in the workroom was mountain material, but he also said it in a very euphemistic way, not demeaning it at all. With this character, when things went wrong, everyone was happy to see a happy ending. On the other hand, they were also interested in Ning Xuelua, and it was also at this time that Supernova Explosion's 30-second ban passed before the netizens began to speak. It's okay, another 100 supernova explosions, 10 million, it's so small, not attentive at all, don't be awkward, don't be embarrassed to hack. Heaven and Earth Treasure Appraisal is not much money, 10 million is also to the limit, attitude is fine. Nima. The world's treasure appraisal is not much money. Attitude on the line. Nima, 10 million just to apologize. When I have such a good thing, but don't you guys think, is weird? What mistake did Heaven and Earth Forensics make? Disconnection need to spend so much money? If it's not the wife's sleight of hand, it's her man who's behind it. So evil. Ha. Behind whom? In the atmosphere of heckling, everyone agreed with the behavior of Heaven and Earth's treasure appraisal. Although the audience didn't quite understand what mistake Heaven and Earth connoisseur had made that warranted such a big apology. Something must have happened behind the scenes to scare this group of people like this, and they also said vaguely, just keep pulling towards revealing the emerald situation. The audience also listened to the confusion, but this matter is at least considered to be over. Chen Xiaoxiao walked into the camera. Then we will continue the audit just now. Just now I found something in the bookcase in the study. The cameraman turned the camera and followed Chen Xiaoxiao's walk, sweeping over the bookcase and heading towards the bookcase. The assistant was also ready to cut the connection to the Heaven and Earth treasure appraisal and move on to the next round. Everyone was also ready and began to anticipate what Chen Xiaoxiao would find. Just now, she said that she had found a vehicle? What kind of goodies would it be? A luxury car? A Ferrari? A Rolls-Royce? Or some kind of F1 car? In anticipation, the camera sweeps over the bookcase and prepares to look into the bookcase. Wait! Suddenly, Mr. Nyo suddenly shouted out. Everyone was startled. How come the connection is still intact? In the background, there was indeed already a staff member's finger pressed on the button, and the connection would be broken with a click. Suddenly Teacher Nyo gave a shout and her movement stopped again. The host, Xia Binger, turned her head and said suspiciously, Teacher Nyo, is there anything else you want? After Teacher Nyo shouted this, she instantly regretted it. Behind him, old Yuan sneakily kicked him in the calf. Why the hell are you so nosy? Teacher Nyo gulped, knowing that he had done something bad, but everyone had already cast their eyes over, so he could only speak stiffly. As I recall, the initial connection said that everyone had found some jade. Detective Qin Ichuan nodded. Yes. In the workroom during the connection, Ms. Ning said that she had some mountain material stored at home that needed to be valued. Mr. Nyo said, do you all remember that before looking at those mountain materials, you said that you also found a piece of paperweight? The people at the scene were first stunned. Then it dawned on them. Xia Binger slapped her forehead, somewhat embarrassed. Ha, I forgot. I'm really sorry. That's right, there's another paperweight, right on top of the bookcase. Qin Ichuan nodded. He had found a paperweight at the very beginning and felt that this was his target for this round. During the discussion, Ning Xuelua said that there were still a lot of stones at home, so she took everyone to the workshop to look at those mountain materials. After a series of changes, everyone was intoxicated by the $10 billion jadeite. They all coincidentally forgot about their original goal, a paperweight in the study. The cameraman turned the camera and aimed the image at the bookcase, on top of a few sheets of rice paper, pressed an oily and pure paperweight. It's a palm-sized. The entire paperweight was white and flawless, without a trace of miscellaneous colors. Just by looking at it, one would be attracted by its warm temperament. Xia Binger said to the camera, yes, if it wasn't for Mr. Nyo's fiery eyes, we would have forgotten. I remember that this paperweight has 123 kilograms, right? A total of 1123 grams. According to 1 gram of 10,000 yuan, that's 11.23 million yuan. Let's add 11.23 million yuan to Detective Qin's audit amount here. Qin Ichuan clasped his hands together and waved them in modesty. The audience in the live broadcast room was happy. $10 million. So little. Ha. $39.8 billion. Plus this $10 million. Not a ripple at all. Really bold. Now look at 10 million things. No feeling at all. Right. Not $100 million. It doesn't even enter our eyes. I'll show you how many eyes the Horse King has. Xia Binger looked at the camera. Mr. Nyo, thank you for your eyes. Otherwise we would have made a mistake. Teacher Nyo's old face slightly reddened. Oh, I should. But, Ning Xuelua was instantly curious. But what? Teacher Nyo, you also think there's a problem with this valuation, right? This was carved by my husband himself. I watched it with my own eyes. How could it be worth tens of thousands of dollars? I think the whole paperweight, it's only a few hundred or a few $1,000s marvelous. Teacher Nyo was still about to speak, but when she heard Ning Xuelua say this, she stumbled again. The other party simply didn't think that this thing was worth money. So what should he say? Should he say the truth? Or should he throw his weight around according to the other party's thoughts? He only hesitated for 2 seconds before he received another kick in the calf. Old Yuan stood behind him and coughed twice. Tell it like it is. He was also hesitant, but his position was higher than Mr. Nyo's, so he naturally thought more thoroughly. Now if the price of the paperweight was pushed down, the difference was not that big, and in the end, he would still be guilty of deceiving the king. Might as well answer truthfully. What to say is what? Teacher Nyo coughed twice awkwardly. Does everyone still remember how I said it when I heard Detective Qin recount it? Everyone quickly recalled when Xia Binger said, we found a paperweight, valued at 10,000 yuan a gram, totaling 123,000. Teacher Nyo then replied, well, there's a bit of an error, but it's just an estimate. It's not impossible. And this time, Teacher Nyo gritted his teeth and changed his words. The price of top quality Hutyan jade on the market does start at 10,000 000, but it's not 10,000 per gram, but 2 to 30,000. The material of this paperweight, with my insight, I can give it up to 50,000 yuan a gram. Chapter 68068 Bienlian paper. The crowd at the scene sucked in a breath of cool air. 1 gram 50,000 yuan. Those who were fast hurriedly did the math. 123 grams, 50,000 yuan. 56, 150,000. Hiss. The photographer's hand also trembled slightly. The thing right in the center of the lens was unexpectedly worth so much. Qin Ichuan also shivered a little. Just now he had touched this thing himself. He thought that 10,000 grams, 10 million or so, was already exaggerated enough. When the program is over, he or she will go back and blow a wave of bull with anyone he or she has discovered a 10 million level jade at a glance. But when Mr. Nyo estimated, he realized that the price he gave, or conservative, 10 million and 50 million, gave a completely different feeling. The former only just broke through the million limit, while the latter rounded up to 100 million. The vibration it brought to people was completely different. Ning Xuelua looked at the thing on the table and was dumbfounded. She picked it up and played with it up and down twice. This piece of paperweight, $50 million? She had personally seen her husband in the workroom, taking a fist-sized stone, cutting, carving, and grinding out this paperweight. At that time, she helped him wipe the table and mop the floor. And this piece of carving that was finished and just casually placed on the table was worth $50 million? The netizens looked at Ning Xuelua's demented expression and couldn't help but laugh. Mrs. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This paperweight should be just like this. Mrs. said a long time ago that she saw her husband carve it with her own eyes. It shouldn't be any ancient antique. $50 million. Wow. Something the size of a fist is worth a fortune. Ahem. Let me say something. Don't laugh. Why do I feel that the $50 million this time is not very surprising? Oh, same, I feel the same way. Although the price has gone up 5 times, my heart is at peace. Yes, 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 right to my heart. Before it was all about hundreds of millions. This time at 10 million, not a big deal. The threshold is high, and then the flavor of these things is light. However, after all, it is a 10 million level stuff. I can't earn it in my whole life. Woo 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 woo. Whoa. While the live broadcast room was in tears, host Xia Binger rubbed her face to recover from the shock. She smiled and said to Ning Xuelua, "Look, Ms. Ning, you have a lot of treasures at home." Xia Binger then said to Qin Ichuan angrily, "Detective Qin, you misled our program team. This is a missing figure of more than 40 million. You can be blamed for the wrong statistics." Knowing that the other party was joking and livening up the atmosphere, Qin Ichuan folded his hands. "I'm really sorry. For the next round, I'll definitely come up with my best stance. He. Seeing that there was nothing to follow, Xia Binger said to the camera, "Thank you for Mr. Nyo's guidance, or else we would have undercounted by 50 million. Come on, our staff put that number in." Soon, new figures came out, and the amount Qin Ichuan found was 39,916, 150, 000, 000. Chen Xiaoxiao and Lu Fui on the side were applauding. "Congratulations, Detective Qin. This figure of yours, it's much bigger than ours. The pigments found by Executive Chen totaled 400 million. The wine I found was 1 billion. You're 39, 9 billion. The quantities are different. Congratulations, you must be the winner today. Remember to treat us to a midnight snack at the end." Qin Ichuan rushed to reveal a bitter smile. "Gu, you two take my cancel again. We found the private money. Cough cough, and does not belong to us. Okay, I'll treat you to crawfish tonight. Hundreds of millions, billions, tens of billions. How can this be called private money? It can be called GDP, but after all, it's an audit private money program, so everyone still has to bring the keywords with them." Mr. Nyo exchanged pleasantries with the host, smiled goodbye, and then cut the video link. He had a dislocation and fell hard on top of the chair. His back was soaked with cold sweat, and his clothes could wring out water. Old Yuan waved his hand and told everyone to leave, then stared tightly at Teacher Nyo. "Tell us the truth." Mr. Nyo's face was pale and he smiled weakly. "What are you saying? Confess what?" Old Yuan looked at him suspiciously. "Humph, you can fool them. Can you fool me? That piece of jade I see is not immortal, but it is indeed a modern carving out, not an antique. You said 50,000 yuan a gram. Almost, that's the price. But top quality Hetian jade, the quantity is too rare. There is a price for it." He clasped his hands and looked condescendingly at Teacher Nyo. "But just like that, it's not much more precious before the Lingsho jadeite. You must have discovered more than just this. There must be something else you're hiding from me. it's just a 10 million level of Hatian Jade. In no way would it make you panic. Teacher Nyo smiled bitterly and shook his head. Old Yuan, it's still you. Alas, nothing can be concealed. Originally, they had planned to connect with the program team, say a few words and then finish. However, Mr. Nyo suddenly said wait a minute, interrupting their rhythm, and they had to analyze the paperweight again. But this matter is very strange. 50 million paperweight. Expensive, but not to let Mr. Nyo so surprised. Indeed, if it was in the past, 10 million level of Hatian Jade, said very precious, no matter where you put, are considered rare goods, but after today's events, such treasures became nothing in front of everyone. It can only be said to be very precious, but not so precious as to make Mr. Nyo lose his temper. After all, in front of the King Ling's jadeite, all the jewelry in jade, all paled in comparison. This stone was also only carved by Ning Xuelawa's husband, not some expert craftsman, and the artistic value wasn't anywhere near as high. These things alone wouldn't make Mr. Nyo panic like this. Old Yuan smiled and said, that's, who am I? When I followed the archaeological team to dig the grave, you guys weren't even born yet. That's because you're not old enough. Teacher Nyo complimented. He paused and organized his thoughts for a while before saying his discovery. I saw it. Bianliang paper. Bianliang paper? Are you sure? Old Yuan frowned, a word that was not too common. Teacher Nyo nodded. Well, I was invited by the Kaifeng City Museum to do the event publicity. At that time, what they put up was this Bianliang paper. Old Yuan nodded, signaling him to continue. Teacher Nyo, boss, as you know, Bianliang paper was discovered 10 or so years ago. Archaeologically discovered paper used in the Song dynasty. It was only after the research and development of the Museum and Research Institute that some were reproduced through special means, but because of the complexity of the process, the cost is expensive, almost impossible to circulate, can only be used as various cultural relics research institutions, internal as a research tool, a knife, to several $100,000. But in addition to the new Xian paper produced by the Kaifeng City Research Institute, there is no more Bianliang paper left from the Song dynasty. Xian paper has just been created with fire gas. The older it is, the more aged it is, the more mature it is, the better it is, and the easier it is for the ink color to be infiltrated and changed. And Bianliang paper. Chapter 69:069 Getting back in the game. My family just doesn't have a car. Teacher Nyo paused, his expression a little tangled. Bianliang paper in all categories of rice paper belongs to the top quality, but how to count? It is also only in recent years output. I just took a look at that ink color dip. His face was a little flustered, wanting to say something. Old Yuan eyes like a torch. A word of advice, you are saying that those rice paper may be the Song dynasty relics? Mr. Nyo hurriedly shook his head. I didn't say that. If it's a Song dynasty relic, it's a cultural relic. And, he thought of the hurried glance he had just taken and saw on the bookcase, placed in the corner, an inconspicuous trinket. Old Yuan grunted and laughed. Cultural relic? Artifacts are relative. Lingshou jadeite is not. Ahem. Misspeak. The Lingshou jadeite has been lost over a long period of time, and has nothing to do with the stone in that person's home at all. After he said this, he also realized the possible problems involved. Both men were silent for a moment. Teacher Nyo's palms were sweating. I still have some things that I can't confirm. 2. Me take a leave of absence and go back to check some information before I can confirm it. Old Yuan did not block, go, but keep a low profile. If you find out something, first talk to me, we will make a decision together. Teacher Nyo nodded, somewhat grateful. Old Yuan was helping himself. In case he found out too much bizarre and precious information, he would help him carry it. Thanks. Heaven and Earth Treasure Appraisal hung up the phone now, and the program site returned to normal. Chen Xiaoxiao took over the hosting and said to Ning Xuelawa, MS, Ning, let's pick up where we left off. You said that you don't have transportation at home, right? Ning Xuelawa nodded her head. That's right. I still want to buy my husband a small pickup truck for fishing. Chen Xiaoxiao was confident. Then you are wrong. I have found absolute proof. Ning Xuelawa was dumbfounded. Impossible. If there's a car at home, why would hubby still go and squeeze the subway? He goes fishing on weekends and has to rub his coworker's car. There was a time when his cell phone fell into the water and broke down. Or I took a spare phone over to replace it, and saw it clearly. Chen smiled and said, then, is he cheating? Ahem. He wants to give you a little surprise? She just wanted to say cheating you. Immediately closed her mouth. The other party was something, although she didn't understand the inside story. Lin Tianmei's sudden disintegration was related to Ning Xuelawa's husband. If you accidentally said the wrong thing, you could not protect yourself. Ning Xuelawa looked at her suspiciously. I don't believe it. Chen Xiaoxiao pretended to roll up her sleeves. Then I'll have to show you proof. The viewers in front of the screen were also watching with great interest. What kind of car can be found? Mrs. is so cute. Her husband still has to squeeze the subway. I'm afraid it's a microdrive. This kind of family, to find a car under $100,000 is a disgrace. Are you kidding me, old man? A car under $100,000. Ha 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 ha, laughs me to death. In the midst of everyone's anticipation, Chen Xiaoxiao pulled open the glass door of the bookcase after Ning Xueluo's consent. Immediately after, she pulled out a folder from the corner of 2 books. The cameraman turned the lens and focused on the side of the folder. The crowd raised their eyes to look, only to see that the spine of the book had several large words written on it. Transportation. Ning Xueluo yipped in surprise. Ha, this folder, why haven't I seen it before? Chen Xiaoxiao was instantly filled with triumph. Ha, it seems that in this, there must be your husband's secret. She had just seen this folder in the study, hidden between 2 books, very difficult to detect. If it wasn't for the fact that Chen Xiaoxiao, as a company executive, often had to pay attention to whether or not there was a folder in the financial statements, approval documents, and contracts, and had naturally cultivated fiery eyes, it would have been difficult to discover the concealment. She looked at Ning Xueluo with a look of determination. You always shock us to the point that it is difficult to attach. This time, let us shock you once. But just as Chen Xiaoxiao was getting complacent, she saw Ning Xueluo desperately biting her lips in a difficult manner. She instantly panicked. Ms. Ning, what's wrong with you? Could it be that the other party knew that she had been cheated on by her husband and was in a difficult mood? Or was she afraid that her husband had cheated on her and bought a car without telling her? Just as the crowd was in fear, wondering what stimulus Ning Xueluo had been subjected to, she suddenly puffed and laughed out. Ha 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 ha, laughing my ass off. Ha 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 ha. Chen Xiaoxiao and the crowd were dumbfounded, and the audience didn't know what was happening. What? Mrs. finally believes that her family is rich and is crazy? Tears of joy. Her mind is broken. Nima, can you use words? This can be used to collapse? What's going on? So happy? Only to see Ning Xueluo slapping her thighs and laughing without any manners. Ha ha ha, laughed me to death. Thought it was some kind of secret. There's nothing in our family that I don't know. Ha 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 ha, you guys fell for it. Ning Xueluo laughed for a while, making everyone confused before slowly stopping. Chen Xiaoxiao was confused. Ms. Ning, what do you mean when you say you were fooled? Ning Xueluo pointed to the folder in her arms. Husband's study. I clean it once a week to 2 weeks. His books, documents, all of them are organized by me. How could there be anything that I don't know? Ha ha ha, in this folder, there is no car. Chen Xiaoxiao froze. He had prepared for a long time, ready to take it out and catch everyone by surprise. How could there be no transportation in the transportation folder? She couldn't help but move her hand and opened the folder. Ning Xueluo laughed. My husband printed out the posters of the cars he thought looked good and put them in the folder for his own enjoyment. Chen Xiaoxiao flipped open the folder, and sure enough, what met her eyes was a picture of a luxury sports car. An exquisite photo was pasted on the first page of the folder. Other than that, there was no text description. Chen Xiaoxiao was confused. She quickly flipped back several pages, and there was no purchase contract or statement of ownership in it, not to mention the car keys, or anything that could prove ownership of the vehicle. She was dumbfounded. Her own killer weapon, not yet out of the game. It's gone? Ning Xueluo at this time also fell on the well, so I said, my husband will not lie to me. He definitely does not have a car. All of a sudden, the surrounding people burst into laughter, and a joyful atmosphere filled the room. The live broadcast room was also bursting with joy. Mrs. finally got the game back. My family just doesn't have a car. Ha 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 ha. There's just no car. And there's no car even if you find one. Mrs. Ning's husband is so funny. Putting posters in a box? How old-fashioned is this behavior? Isn't it good to save the original image on the computer? You go to consider the proclivities of the rich. People still put 50 million on the table. Why don't you say it's not good to put it in the safe? Broken defense. Messed with. Can you not say this? Can't imagine. Tens of billions of billionaires. On 20,000 a month shift. Squeeze $10 subway. Ha 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 ha. In that case, I also own the same model of the top tycoon, referring to the subway. Everyone was made to laugh by Ning Xueluo's action. Only Chen Xiaoxiao couldn't stop laughing. Your girl's family is so rich. You really don't have a car? Chapter 70070 Online Consultation. The crowd was amused by Ning Xueluo's words, and she swore with conviction that it was impossible for her family to have a car. After being married for a year, she was too familiar with her husband. Sometimes he forgot to bring meeting materials. It was Ning Xueluo who sent him to the company. Sometimes he didn't take his cell phone when he was fishing, but Ning Xueluo sent him to the fish pond. Sometimes he went to play soccer. Ning Xueluo went to bring water to the team. and stopped by to have a late-night snack with him, who was sweating profusely. After experiencing many things, Ning Xuelua was more than familiar with her husband. If she had a car at home, why would she have to go through all the trouble of taking public transportation or calling a taxi every time? Therefore, this time, Ning Xuelua was very sure there was absolutely no transportation at home, except for a small battery car downstairs. The surrounding people covered their mouths and snickered, partly because they found it amusing to see Chen Xiaoxiao get defeated. Speaking with great confidence, she was unexpectedly slapped in the face in an instant. And on the other hand, it was because they didn't believe Ning Xuelua's statement. How could this family be short of money? The photos in this folder must have something to do with the man of the house. Chen Xiaoxiao was still in shock as she flipped through the folder. The front was indeed all photos of vehicles without any paperwork, saving a few photos and posters. This matter seemed a bit retro, but it wasn't that uncommon. Before the internet was prevalent, many men were avid collectors of Vanity Fair, Auto Expo, Sports Illustrated, Playboy. It's just that as times change, the electronic version is easy to save and spread, and it's a good substitute for the physical collection. That's why Chen Xiaoxiao was puzzled in her brain. What exactly does he mean? Collecting photos and posters? Not actually owning a car? Or does he mean seeing the auditor's guest in trouble? The host, Xia Binger, relieved the situation. Ha ha, don't be in a hurry. Why don't we look at what make and model these cars actually are together? Do a valuation together. And if we can find evidence that these vehicles are owned by Mr. M.S. Ning, then we will add in M.S. Chen's audit amount. If we still can't find it in the end, this round will be counted as M.S. Ning's win, and she'll directly get the show's prize money. What do you think? Ning Xuelua originally wanted to say that there was no need to check her own family's situation. Wasn't she clear about it? But once she heard that she could directly get the money, she was overjoyed and nodded her head. Fine, let's watch it together. Hey, with this 50,000, I can directly buy a car. The audience immediately felt a headache. Sister, why are you still thinking about buying a car? Everyone is changing their views, but only Mrs. S. heart will always be the same. I just want to buy a car. Take a stone and sell it. All the cars in the world can be bought, right? Wait. I seem to have thought of something when the old man in front of me said that. Why does she keep saying that her family doesn't have any money, and how she doesn't dare to move to sell anything? I think there's a ghost in it. I think it's too much. Don't people say to ask their husbands? How can a person make a good decision? Right. It's better to see what kind of car there is. While the audience was talking, the cameraman adjusted the lens and focused on the folder that was on the table. The folder was opened, revealing the first picture of a car. Chen Xiaoxiao, as the discoverer, was then responsible for turning the page. She adjusted the angle of the folder and everyone gathered around, immediately letting out a gasp. Wow, so beautiful. Is this a sports car? Of course it's a sports car. What else could it be? Hey, we don't know anything about cars. We only know that there are sedans and SUVs. Ahem, we can't just say sports car. It should be supercar. Supercar. In the center of the camera is a silver shining supercar, black and white body, like a hidden assassin in the jungle. The biplane doors were like razor blades emitting a cold light, and the rear wing was cocked up as if a black cape, bringing a handsome and heroic look. The crowd carefully praised the car and suddenly fell into silence at the same time. This car looked expensive at first glance, but they didn't know how to blow it all at once. Soon, it was still the host Xia Binger who reacted quickly. She laughed and broke the silence. Do any of you know the model and price of this car? Chen Xiaoxiao had a good idea. This is the Bugawei Tianlong. As an executive of a Fortune 500 company, she mingled with major high-end places from time to time, and was no stranger to luxury car brands. Les Roches, Koenigsegg, Aladdin Martins, Falila, Bugawei Tianlong, Porsche. Every time she appeared in various receptions and exhibitions, there was no shortage of these brands. Older entrepreneurs will tend to Les Rouse, Bentley and other more mature business models. Young entrepreneurs, on the other hand, tend to buy a variety of sports cars, supercars, to show their personality. The characteristic B logo was very bright and colorful, so Chen Xiaoxiao could tell the brand of the car with just one glance. After Chen Xiaoxiao finished speaking, Xia Binger looked at her with a smile. Chen Xiaoxiao also looked at Xia Binger with a smile. 1 second, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Xia Binger, that's it? Chen Xiaoxiao smiled with embarrassment on her face. Ahem, this car is the Bugawei Tianlong. Xia Binger banged on the desktop, hating the iron. Where's the model number? What about the parameters? Price? This is finished? Chen Xiaoxiao can only smile. Hey, I can only recognize the brand. The specific model is not clear, but Bugatti Tianlong will not be less than 10 million a. Hiss. The people present sucked a mouthful of cool air. Again 10 million, but this time, everyone has a psychological padding. but will not lose their temper too much. They had already acquiesced in their hearts that these cars were all owned by Ning Xuelua's husband, and tens of millions of dollars wasn't too much. After all, a bottle of wine also 30 million yuan, a car for a bottle of wine, but also reasonable. But Xia Binger was a little disappointed. If it was just about the brand, it could only be distinguished roughly. Do not know the specific model, there is no way to talk about the price. She could only turn to the surrounding. Gentlemen, does anyone recognize the specific model of this car? The staff have waved their hands. It is not true that everyone likes cars, but it is true that no one knows what the specific model of this car is. Xia Binger looked at Lu Fui and Qin Ichuan again. The two guests. You men, you should all like supercars, right? Can you tell the model of this car? Well, the price is fine. Qin Ichuan and Lu Fui looked at each other in dismay, and smiled bitterly. There are specialties in the arts. This is about our blind spot. We really don't know. The people present didn't know, but that Ning Xuelua was overjoyed. She hugged her stomach and laughed adorably. Ha ha ha, they can't even say the model. Is this round going to pass with 0? Xia Binger, however, smiled faintly. No. Oh, our guest's main job is to be responsible for finding out the private money, and they've done a very good job. If we encounter a situation where we are not sure of the exact value, we have several backup plans. We've already invited off-site experts to give answers. Now we can try another online counseling. Chapter 71071 Can't find what kind of car it is? Ning Xuelua had a reluctant face, but she could only let the program continue. Xia Binger said to the camera, and the many netizens watching, Gentlemen, this round will serve as our interactive session. If anyone recognizes the information of the vehicles that appear in the show, they can send the pictures, text, and relevant URLs to the link in the bottom left corner of the screen. The closest, or earliest submitter, gets a, from our sponsor. This round, everyone come together to find out just how much MS Ning's family's transportation is worth. Ning Xuelua huffed. Humph, I'm not sure it's my family's yet. Xia Binger could only comfort. If we can't find evidence to prove it in the end, we'll give you the prize money. Only then did Ning Xuelua cheer up. At once, the enthusiasm in the live broadcast room was ignited, and everyone was excited to participate in the discussion. Looking super cool. Is there a brother understanding? Blind guess Aladdin Martin. But where you've read a little bit of books. Not a little bit of books did not read. Are there many models of Bugatti Skyrocket? How come no one recognizes them? I saw a picture with KN written on it. What does it mean? I think I know what it is. I'll go submit my answer. Hey, I'm coming for the prize. It didn't take long for the program team to receive a large number of messages in the background. The staff went through layers of screening and quickly sent it to the program site, typing it out on the screen held by the assistant. Xia Binger followed the prompts on the screen and began to read out the answer. Bugatti Tianlong Grand Sport Vesit, with design elements provided by Titanic artist Vesit, converted into Dragon Country currency, worth $25 million. She frowned. Why isn't it quite the same? The guests on the side came up and immediately noticed the difference. The Grand Sport Vesit's body was similar to the body structure in the folder, with an extremely low chassis and a gorgeous streamlined structure, and at a cursory glance, it looked very similar. But the car in the photo was painted in black and white matte, like a hidden assassin, always ready to leap out from the depths, capturing one's heart. The Grand Sport Vesit, on the other hand, was painted in carbon fiber and looked very modern, youthful and energetic. After a moment's deliberation, several people agreed with Xia Binger. Not bad, it's indeed not the same car. Although the structure is similar, the details are very different. Xia Binger nodded and could only apologize. Sorry, what you found is not this one. Let's look at the next one. Bugatti Sky Dragon Sang Blue. Sang Blue means blue blood. Top speed 450 km per hour. 100 km acceleration 2.5 seconds. 8.0 liter W16 cylinder quad turbocharged engine, which has a maximum power of 1,200 horsepower and maximum torque of 1,500 Newton meters, priced at $45.5 million. The car's painted blue and white matte looked somewhat similar to the photo, except that one of the color blocks was slightly different. Xia Binger couldn't help but say, is it the same car? Before the guests could say anything, the live broadcast room exploded first. It's not the same car. This car is a convertible. The people on the scene took a look and then reacted. A convertible, a non-convertible. Very different, just a similar color, but not the same model. Xia Binger could only continue to read down. Grand Sport Vitesse, speed 443 km per hour, 100 km. I won't read it out. Priced at 39.99 million yuan. Unfortunately, still not the one in the photo. Ettore Bugatti, with similar parameters, priced at $25.6 million, limited to 10 units worldwide. Well, This friend, the gap between your photos is also too big. Completely different. Legend Jean Bugatti. Well, 28 million rice dollars, around 14 million Longwa dollars. Neither is. Black Bess. Xia Binger read around, listing the various information sent by the netizens on the air. Sometimes she was able to judge for herself. Other times the guests were able to see where there was a difference. When it came to the times when none of them could see the difference, the viewers were also able to find out that it wasn't the same model and make corrections. Xia Binger recited for a while, saying 15 models, but none of them were able to correspond. Everyone is also a little tired. Looking for a while, millions of viewers cannot guess what model. Not frustrated. Ning Xuelua, however, covered her mouth on the side and snickered. Hey, maybe this is a model, not a real car? Her words suddenly woke up everyone in the arena. Right, a model. The crowd turned their attention back to the photo, which was taken in an enclosed space with just the right rosette of lights overhead. The light was perfectly sprinkled on the body of the car, and the shell gleamed, bringing a sense of elegance and high class. The host and guests couldn't help but fall into thought when they heard Ning Xuelua's words. The size of the photo was relatively small after all. If it was a controlled light and posed through a certain angle, it might really be possible to capture the effect of a normal car with a model. Xia Binger couldn't help but say to the main photographer, camera teacher, what do you think? By relying on the model, can we shoot such an effect? The main photographer scratched his Mediterranean hairstyle and said, well, it's possible. The photos can't be enlarged. It's hard to see the details. If it's really a professional studio shot, it can achieve the effect of a real car. Now, the crowd looked at each other. You looked at me. I looked at you, not knowing what to say. Millions of netizens had searched all kinds of automobile platforms and turned out the old Bugatti Tianlong, but they couldn't find the same model. Could it really be some modeling enthusiast who took a photo of a fake to make it look real? If that's the case, then it's definitely impossible to find a realistic counterpart of the real car. With false information, how could one find the correct answer? At once, the people in the live broadcast room laughed and cursed. Damn it, being misled. Ha ha ha. The program team flipped +1. People are making models. There is no such car in reality. I think of a recent racing game, which joined the national product Wuling. The body of the car is written to repair leaks. Waterproof. Easy to overtake a variety of supercars. Ha ha ha. Indeed. I'm into that game. Seriously. With a little bit of motion blur, the screenshot photos, you can't tell the game from the reality at all. Oh, seriously? So it could be not only a model, but also a vehicle skin from the game? That's true. It's very possible. While laughing and cursing online, in Yun City, Tang Xiaozhu was traversing through his living room. Hey, Xiaozhu, help me get something. Old Tang shouted from his study. Tang Xiaozhu heard the call and went over to check. Old Tang wore his presbyopia glasses and frowned. Help me see what this old fool is talking about. What kind of program to watch? Tang Xiaozhu took a look and laughed. Ha, Dad, your old classmate. I guess it's the grandchildren playing with their cell phones and pushing an advertisement. Old Tang let out an "oh." Then you click on it for me. Tang Xiaozhu said. You shouldn't watch it. An entertainment program that checks what private money is. It's not interesting. Old Tang suddenly lacked interest, but still said. Then you help me watch it. The old undead sent it. It must have a deep meaning. Tang Xiaozhu listened to his dad talk, and in his heart, he laughed at him for being too rigid. Maybe it was just the grandchildren of his classmates. Looking at the live sharing link with a reward or something, the group sent it over again. But he was in a hurry to go to the club, and his father's orders cannot be disobeyed, so he agreed. Okay, I help you look. Old Tang urged. Be sure to look. Tang Xiaozhu nodded repeatedly. Got it. I'll write you a report later. Old Tang knew that his son wouldn't dare disobey and let him go with a smile. Tang Xiaozhu's car was at the club exhibition, so he let the driver drive his dad's car, while he sat in the back row and opened the live broadcasting room according to the name he remembered. He did not have much interest at first. This kind of reality show, only women love to see, but Dad's orders in the body, had to comply, can only pinch the nose down to see, but he has not watched long, suddenly sat up straight. Huh? Chapter 72072 Bugatti Tianlong Bravo. Tang Xiaozhu was just taking a casual look, but suddenly saw a gorgeous body, streamlined body, beautiful wing doors, beautiful black and white paint, like an assassin, swift, dangerous, but full of charm. Tang Xiaozhu also heard the host's words. What kind of car is this? He scrutinized it for a long time and realized that he really didn't recognize it. Although he joined the supercar club, Tang Xiaozhu was after all not a Bugatti Tianlong owner and only recognized a few of the most famous models. He instantly became interested and pressed the call button with the driver. Speed up. Yes, young master. The driver immediately responded, pressing down on the gas. Soon, Tang Xiaozhu arrived at the club in a few minutes. He couldn't care less about the receptionist's greetings and ran inside in a hurry. Hey, Dezhuang, come out to see the car. Where are the people? Where's Dezhuang? Inside? Oh good. Tang Xiuzhu recklessly pushed the door into the tea room and slapped his cell phone in front of a fat man in red. Look at the car. Look at the car. The fat man in red. Dezhuang gave him an odd look and didn't ask too many questions. Looking down at the picture on his cell phone, Tang Xiuzhu logged into the link provided by the live broadcast and downloaded the close-up high-definition big picture. And all the details were clear to see. Dezhuang studied the cell phone for a while. Bagawi Tianlong? What's the point of looking at this? You want to buy it? Tang Xiuzhu hemmed and hawed. I just saw a live broadcast, letting people guess the car. By the way, test you. Can you recognize it? Dezhuang frowned and looked at it for a while. Legend? No, Legend has more design elements. Black Bass? Not right either. This one is deeper. Veyron? Nope, the Veyron is outdated and old-fashioned. He studied for half a day, but couldn't find a corresponding model in his mind. Tang Xiuzhu laughed with joy on the side. Ha! You still dare to call yourself the little prince who knows cars? Show your face. Dezhuang's stubbornness to not give in instantly rose. He slapped the coffee table. Chop. No more drinking. Check the car. The luxury car club naturally does not lack computers. The two of them found a small conference room and began to compare the photos, looking for its model number. Blue Centenaire. No. Jean-Pierre Wemil. Bespoke car. No. Malcolm Campbell. Also a bespoke car. Dead Bamboo. Do you see this one? No? Well, one's silver, one white. Indeed not. L'Or Blanc. Hey, that's the center net color. Rare. We have a few Bugatti Skyrockets in our club. I've never seen this kind of center net. LOL. Too bad it's not. Vitesse SA. Tang Xiuzhu and Dezhuang searched for a long time, but surprisingly none of them could be compared. The supercar club they were in had countless luxury cars. Whenever they attended events together, they would play with and test drive each other's cars. There were several Bugatti Tianlongs as well, but they were only slightly cheaper, not exceeding $20 million. Compared to the real top supercars, it's still quite a few levels behind. Tang Xiuzhu just likes cars, not really proficient, just can't recognize it. Dezhuang was the most car-savvy person in the club. He inquired for half a day, but he couldn't even compare any of them. Weird. Big Strong frowned. There are quite a few Bugatti Tianlons that are privately ordered and only one car is released globally, but they are basically categorized in the Legend and a few models. How come after searching for so long, there isn't a single similar one? Tang Xiuzhu stroked his chin. Could it be a modified car? Stick a car coat on it? Change the interior? Dezhuang smashed his mouth. It's not impossible, but the total architecture of the car body won't change. I've been looking at it, and there's nothing that would correspond. Tang Xiuzhu, that's strange. After thinking about it, he simply took out his cell phone and played the live stream from just now to see if there was a model that someone else had guessed. Dezhuang didn't care about him. Still searching in the huge ocean of data, Tang Xiuzhu looked for a while, and the netizens were the same. No one knew what kind of car it was. The answers they gave were ludicrous. Even the Kai was written out. Tang Xiuzhu thought he wouldn't see any useful information, when he suddenly heard a conversation coming out of the live stream. Could it be a model? There is this possibility. The right lighting is able to shoot a real car effect with a model. He suddenly had a jolt of excitement and hurriedly tapped Dezhuang's shoulder. Hey, what you said just now, is it possible that it's a model studio shot? Tang Xiuzhu had just finished speaking, but he saw Dezhuang looking at him with a face of contempt. Do you, Tang Xiuzhu? Dezhuang slapped the table. His hand pointed towards the outside, and through the glass curtain wall, he was able to see a wall of objects not far away. The top was filled with a variety of famous car models. Koenigsegg, Aladdin Martin, Ferrara, Bugatti Tianlong, Porsche, all kinds of luxury brands, everything. Dezhuang looked at him contemptuously and said nonchalantly, when you buy a top supercar, the manufacturer will include a 100% corresponding model. Even if you reopen the mold and spend a lot of labor, you have to make one out for the customer. Otherwise, if I spend tens of millions of dollars on a supercar and there's no additional service, wouldn't I be wronged? Tang Xiuzhu was a little embarrassed. Oh, a small model. It's also too cost-effective for the manufacturer. Dezhuang snorted. That donkey brand? Chanel? Not all a few pieces of cowhide. A little bit of small gold jewelry? Is it that little material cost that you're buying? What you're buying is the added value of the brand. He suddenly foxed. Hey, you didn't get the model, did you? Tang Xiuzhu slapped the table. Chop, you dog, didn't you know that I bought a used Falila? Still dare to laugh at old me. See if I don't clean you up. The two were extremely close, taking the opportunity to be sarcastic with each other. They quickly scuffled. After they had fought for a while and were panting, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open. Hey, Dezhuang, you're here. Go, help me take a look at my car. The onboard computer seems to be malfunctioning, and the lights are always faulty in the past 2 days. De Zhuang waved his hand. Get lost, I'm not a mechanic. The man immediately smiled. Don't, brother Da Zhang, you're the one who knows the most. Let the vendor come and take a look around, and another 100,000 or so will be gone. De Zhuang was just about to agree, when suddenly the man eeped. Why do you have pictures of this car? He saw the unknown model of the Bugatti Tianlong on the desktop and asked out in surprise. Only then did Tang Xiuzhu remember that this person was the owner of the Bugatti Tianlong, and immediately greeted him. Come, do you recognize it? What model is this? Is it expensive? The man looked at Tang Xiuzhu, and then looked at Da Zhuang, and said suspiciously, how did you guys get the photos of this car? It's a rare commodity. Bugatti Tianlong Bravo, there's only one in the world. And, Chapter 73073, are you stupid? The buyer's box? As soon as the man said that, De Chang instantly reacted. Bravo? You mean that commemorative edition? The man nodded. Yeah, what else? I still have things to do. You'll help look at the car later, haha. When he left, Tang Xiuzhu curiously said, you know this car? Why didn't you recognize it just now? De Zhuang closed the site he had just inquired about, and instead logged into a new website. Crackling with a burst of output, a huge picture appeared on the screen all of a sudden. In the picture, it was the very same Bugatti Tianlong from the live broadcast. Whether it was the outline of the car, the tail, the door, the paint, the interior were all exactly the same. Tang Xiuzhu hurriedly nodded. Yes, it's this one. But how come it's hand-painted? Indeed, on the website was a hand-painted illustration, which should have used colored pencils, but it looked so lifelike that only by putting it very large could one see the subtle smears. De Zhang looked at it for a while before speaking. It's the first time I've seen this car in real life, too. Tang Xiuzhu looked him up and down twice. Funny, right? You've never seen it. How do you know it's this one? Da Zhuang pointed at the screen. See, painting, a picture of a car. Surprisingly a painting. Tang Xiuzhu still didn't get it. So what? De Zhuang patiently explained. Because this car, there is no evidence to prove its existence in the world. There was no exhibition, no sale, and no number whatsoever. It can be said that apart from that one ghostly assembly on the production line, there is no evidence to prove its existence in the world. Tang Xiuzhu raised an eyebrow. It's not that strange, isn't it? The top supercar manufacturers don't often engage in private ordering. There's only one in the world. It's not uncommon for rich people to buy it and collect it, and never run it. De Zhuang nodded. If that's all it is, it's not a rare thing. There are no photos or images of this car that exist in the world. So according to you, it's not bad. But, do you still remember 3 years ago? The news of the Bugatti Tianlong's discontinuation? Tang Xiuzhu nodded. A little bit of impression. It seems to say that it was a process problem, needing to repair the production line, and stopped production for most of the year. At that time, many owners also said that the Bugatti Tianlong would go out of print, causing sales to soar. De Zhuang hummed. Good. That is the external statement. In fact, we researched the car and found out that during that time, the Bugatti Tianlong dismantled an entire production line. Ah, Tang Xiuzhu was a bit surprised. He recalled, I remember, 3 years ago, their production line was only put in not long ago, right, or the world's most advanced. How did it dismantle? Da Zhuang looked around and said mysteriously, there is a speculation in our circle that because of the production of this Bravo, in order to keep it a secret and not disclose any of the vehicle's parameters, the entire production line was dismantled. Tang Xiuzhu was shocked. He only felt unimaginable. Because of a car, dismantle a production line? Isn't this a buyer's box? For the sake of a vehicle's parameters, dismantle the entire production line? What kind of operation is this? It was as if a pharmaceutical company had developed a miracle drug that could cure cancer, and they go so far as to torch the entire lab and empty it of all experimental data in order to keep this drug precious. How can this idea of putting the cart before the horse be true? What kind of person could come up with such an operation? Tang Xiuzhu was dumbfounded. What is the significance of this? Dismantling an entire production line for the sake of a single vehicle? De Zhuang said. No one knows. This car is very mysterious. Except for the code name Bravo on the production line. No one knows how it really is. It's only this one original design that got out unannounced that people know about this thing. He shook his head. Everyone just thought it was an urban legend too. It was just too much. I've never seen this car either, and only listened to it as a story. Tang Xiuzhu still can't believe it. I don't quite believe it. Bugatti Tianlong will do this kind of thing for a small loss? He broke his fingers. I remember the most expensive sports car in the world is also Bugatti Tianlong, right? How much was it? De Zhuang replied. La voiture noire, the car of darkness, converted into Dragon Kingdom currency of 1.2 billion, bought by a player from Ozhou. Right. Tang Xiaozhu nodded repeatedly. A car of 120 million. A production line costs what? 500 million? Dazhuang nodded. An ordinary production line. 500 to 700 million. And a production line for a supercar. 1 billion. I think. Tang Xiaozhu instantly found the center of gravity. Right. This car, even if I super the most expensive 5 times, 600 million Longhua dollars. That's not enough for the production line costs. In the middle of this there are materials, costs, labor, what the waistline is not to say, the engine, transmission, these things are always real prices, right? How much does this car have to sell to be worth the cost? Dazhuang sighed. I didn't believe it before. He pointed at the screen. The evidence is overwhelming. You even brought the photos. Can there be a mistake? Tang Xiaozhu was stunned and also looked at the photos on the screen, and was instantly dumbfounded. The photo he provided was exactly the same as the design that Dazhuang had found out. How could it still be fake? Even if the photo was taken through a model, there had to be a supercar first, then a model. So this car must exist, and if this car exists, it must have something to do with the dismantling of the production line. The dismantling of the production line is actual, checkable news. So no matter which side of the argument, as long as this car exists, this urban legend must be true. Tang Xiaozhu covered his chest and gasped a little. So, this car is priced at 600 million, plus the cost of the production line, 6 billion? Dazhuan also felt some unimaginable, can only perfunctorily said, cough, not necessarily. Maybe the production line has nothing to do with this car. It just so happens that the two things happened around the same time. However, he still felt in his heart that there was a high possibility that the two were related, because this car didn't have any parameters, didn't have any information leaked, only a vague code name, and a hand-drawn design. Rumor had it that in order to cover up all the information about this car, all the tools used to build the car were even erased. The reason for such a thorough behavior was to prevent the information from leaking, in case someone with bad intentions wanted to do something to the owner of the car. But no matter how one thought about it, this matter was still too unbelievable to comprehend. However, Dazhuang studied the car and read a lot of mixed information, and quickly thought of another piece of information. During the majority of the half year that the Bugatti Skyrocket was out of production, global sales skyrocketed by 750%, clearing out almost all of the inventory. If you count the cost of dismantling the production line and purchasing new ones, one way or another, Bugatti Tianlong has made a profit instead. Dazhuang couldn't help but speculate in his mind. Could it be because its move won the joy of Bravo's owner, thus helping to boost its sales? But he only thought so, and quickly put the matter behind him. How can that be? Isn't it good to have that kind of ability to control global sales and do bigger things? Dazhuang laughed, not taking it seriously. Chapter 74074. None of the answers were correct. At the program, the host read out 7 or 8 more answers, none of which were correct. The crowd on the field, and the audience all started to get a little impatient. I guess it's really a model, a photo, and they're also raising a fuss. Yes, it's not interesting. Next game. I've checked all the models of Bugatti Skydragon, and none of them match. It's probably a player's model. It's probably a homemade model or a game mod. A photo. It's no fun to discuss this anymore. Let's go. Let's go. The owner of the field was also a bit dizzy, staring at the photos in the folder all the time. The car was even better looking, but also a bit dizzy. Chen Xiaoxiao crossed her arms with a look of disbelief. Impossible. How could he not find it? Why would he put a car that doesn't exist in this folder? It says transportation here, but why is there no counterpart? Only Ning Xuelua was the happiest on the field. She held her stomach and said happily, "Ha, I knew it. I've seen this folder so many times. It's just ordinary photos. Look, you can't find the corresponding car, right?" Chen Xiaoxiao scratched her head sadly, repeating over and over again, "How could it be? How is it possible?" The old criminal investigator Lu Fui also muttered on the side, "Xiao Qin, do you know what's going on here?" Qin each one spread his hands, not clear. But, forget about it. Lu Fui bumped him with his elbow and laughed. What's the point of covering up? Who are we with who? Qin each one looked around before whispering. One possibility is that this car is a model shot. You heard the photography master said. In the studio, it is possible to shoot the real car effect. The other is. He hesitated for a short while before speaking. The other possibility is that this car is a customized model. Lu Fui nodded in a trance. Customized? Oh, no wonder. I don't know much about customization. He humbly asked for advice. Is that the kind where the whole world just produces one? Just one lone copy, without any same version type? Qin Yichuan hummed. That's right, it can be understood that way. Especially these luxury car brands. If someone spends a lot of money, it is possible to customize it according to a private person's requirements. Just one in the world. Ever heard of that story? The tycoon photographed only 2 of the antique porcelain bowl, buy it and break it. Their own hands is the only copy. The only treasures. The value of the big rise. Lu Fui scratched his head. What are these moths for? Oh, more than a few units to sell money is not good. He is a ready-made grassroots. Really do not understand these rich people's proclivities. Qin Ichuan laughed. Only one car in the world, no matter how to say, are doubly dignified, but such a car is also expensive. Less tens of millions of dollars to start. Hiss. Lu Fui sucked in a breath of cool air. Tens of millions. How expensive. TSK. I remember that what Les Roach's Phantom, also only a few million. Qin Ichuan is surprised. Yo, you still know Les Roach's? Lu Fui laughed and kicked him. Ha, the old man, I just know less, but not stupid. But, the 2 men muttered off camera, but also reached a consensus. Even if it was a customized version, it would definitely be able to find clues. Even if the owner of the car is not willing to disclose the information, then in the official website of the Bugavy Tianlong, will certainly be able to find the corresponding model. After all, these luxury car manufacturers are happy to show off their exquisite results to the outside world, and those rich car buyers, 99% are willing to show their own collection. After all, buying a supercar is all about showing off and displaying. If you want to keep a low profile, there are a large number of alternatives, so the probability that this photo is a model is close to 100%. This round, Chen Xiaoxiao is going to suffer. The host, Xia Binger, read out 2 more answers, but the difference with the photo was already getting bigger and bigger. After all, similar and close sports cars had already been listed pretty much, and now the answers even took out other brands of supercars to make up the numbers. As long as the body stance is low, with a rear wing, black and white, there are users cast to the answer link in the live broadcast, making the program team cry and laugh. Xia Binger C has not been close to the answer for a long time, and then consume time like this is not a thing. This round, it seems to be a rare harvest 0. Ning Shuelua pulled back around. The program group doesn't care about the tens of thousands of dollars. Even if this time they backed up the money and spent a lot of money, as long as they gained popularity and became famous in one battle, they would receive all kinds of shooting plans and invitations in the future. They will go from being the grandchildren who begged and pleaded with all kinds of capitalist dads. They would become the grandparents of all the platforms, and would only help out with the program when they were in a good mood. A few tens of thousands of dollars in bonuses? Not a thing at all. It was just that this round surprisingly reaped 0, which shocked everyone. Everyone had subconsciously assumed from the previous rounds of auditing that there were treasures everywhere in the house. A bottle of wine placed in the living room was worth $30 million. A pair of random paintings, using 100 million a piece of pigment. A paperweight casually pressed on the table is worth $50 million. The stone thrown in the old wooden box in the studio is worth $10 billion. The ground is full of treasures, and the smell of money is everywhere. But a folder with the title Transportation only contained a few photos of models, which surprised everyone. But when we think about it, it was unexpected, but it made sense. The man of this family, and his wife, a sweet recluse here, working a normal shift every month, with a salary of several tens of thousands of dollars. Life is poor, but also very happy. Indeed, not too much need for what car mansion, living a life that ordinary people can live, but also enough. And perhaps he wanted to miss the days of driving around in a car, so he collected some pictures of luxury cars to comfort him. Or perhaps, one of his hobbies is modeling shots. After all, in previous shoots, people have discovered various hobbies such as making medicinal wine, carving, brushes and reading. It seemed normal to have one more mold shot. When Xia Binger thought of this, she had a number in her mind. She simply said to the camera, "Since then, 8,000 viewers have participated in our prize quiz, but none of them answered correctly and guessed the exact model of this car. It seems that this round, our guest Chen is going to get a 0 egg. Congratulations to our MS. Ning, you win this round." Ning Shuelua was overjoyed and clenched her fists. Ha! Even though our family doesn't have a car, with this prize money and the money from my painting, it's enough to buy a real car. Everyone looked at her behavior was really cute, and couldn't help but broadcast another burst of 666,666 in the live room. Xia Binger continued. So, this round of guest Chen's audit amount is $0. As she was speaking, she suddenly saw that her assistant was waving his hand towards her. Xia Binger watched him point at the screen, on which a new answer link was opening. She frowned imperceptibly. What was the point of reading the answer to a question that none of the people could guess correctly? It was simply a waste of time. Xia Binger was about to ignore the assistant and go straight to the next round before observing what the next guest figured out when she suddenly froze. Chapter 75075, The Only Evidence. Xia Binger saw that right in the center of the screen held by her assistant was a picture of this Bugavy Tianlong. Streamlined body, beautiful wing doors, beautiful black and white paint, like an assassin, swift, dangerous, but full of charm. She opened her mouth, and was about to say what she was doing putting the photos up, when she was able to see the originals on the spot. But in the next instant, she was surprised to realize, the car on the screen, the stance, the direction, the lighting, was slightly different from the photos in the folder. Although the entire car was exactly the same, the two photos were presented very differently, and Xia Binger fixed her eyes on it, and was immediately dumbstruck. Her entire person was like a lightning strike, fixed in place. She was some distance away from the screen, and only when she stared did she realize that the photo on the assistant's screen was actually a painting drawn by colored pencils, lifelike and very realistic. She realized in an instant that the photo in the folder was not a model shot. If it was a model of her own making, how could it be in someone else's hands, and an identical painting? Xiaobinger was silent for half a minute before she slowly came back to her senses. She coughed. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems like we have a good show again. One of the viewers has found the model of this car, Bugatti Tianlong. Bravo, is this the only one? On the screen held by the assistant, this answer contained only a picture of the painting, and a sentence. Bugatti Sky Dragon Bravo, limited to one car worldwide, parameters all unknown. At this moment, the guests heard her words and immediately gathered around. Ha, someone found the corresponding model? Great, I'm not a zero egg this round. Why is it a colored pencil drawing? Only one sentence? There's too little information, isn't there? Well, there's no way to tell the real thing from the fake with just a drawing. It's exactly the same. The perspective of the composition has shifted a bit, but the painting is so fine that even the interior can be clearly seen. In an instant, the atmosphere became heated. Although everyone was still a bit skeptical, they had at least found useful clues and weren't left scratching their heads. Only Ning Xuelua unhappily pouted. Humph, it's just a painting. Maybe someone just painted it. Seeing that this prize money in hand was going to be gone again, Ning Xuelua became very irritated, and the audience, having heard her statement, also felt that there was some truth to it. Right, it's just a painting. Why are they all so high? Looking for so long can't find useful clues. Having a painting is good too. Not bad. Who is this brother? How is just a sentence? This is useless. What's the price? It's limited to the whole world. At least $10 million. $10 million is not enough. The Bugatti Sky Dragon sells for $20 to $40 million. That's horrible. She'd rather not have a supercar than the $50,000 prize money. Ha 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 ha. What's the point of having a supercar? Driving it to buy groceries? I'm a woman. If I had to choose, I'd choose the supercar too. Laughing to death, justifying the choice of a supercar. The guests on the scene also felt that it was just a painting, used to judge whether the car exists or not. It is indeed a bit biased. After a while of exchanging words and discussing the situation, Xia Binger turned to the camera and said, "Guide, can you help us connect to this netizen?" After a few minutes of communication, the guide broadcast sent back the message that the opposite party was willing to communicate and showed the relevant supporting documents. The screen of the live broadcast room flashed, and a small black window appeared in the upper left corner, with no image on it, just a telephone logo. The person on the opposite side was not willing to go on camera, but he could communicate by phone. Xia Binger greeted. "Hello, we are the Good Man Test Program team. Thank you for providing the information about this Bugatti Tianlong. After the guide will communicate with you and give a beautiful gift from the sponsor." The person on the other end laughed. "No need, just answering a question. It's not enough." Also at this time, his name hit under the phone logo. Yun City Haozuan Ultra Sports Club Big Strong. The program team has been certified. The live broadcast room was suddenly filled with laughter. No wonder I don't see this gift. People are supercar clubs. I'll take a look at the sponsors. Latex pillows? Healthcare products? They don't need it at all. No wonder I can recognize it. The supercar club sure knows a lot of cars. Xia Binger was also a little embarrassed, but after all, the sponsor gave money. How to get a couple of sentences. She hurriedly changed the topic. "Hello, Mr. De Zhuang. Where did you learn about the model of this car, this painting, and how can you prove that it was not created on the spot?" De Zhuang laughed. "The following statement of mine is half true and half false, so let's just use it as a reference." Xia Binger was puzzled. For reference only? The netizens also felt odd. Half-truths and half-falsehoods. What's this all about? If you want to say it, say it. If you don't want to say it, don't say it. Half-truths and half-falsehoods. What the hell is this? De Zhuang sighed. "It's not that I don't want to tell the truth. It's just that there's a large amount of urban legends in it, and even automobile enthusiasts can't always get to the bottom of it. I'll start with this painting. It's very simple to judge the authenticity. Everyone just needs to go to this website. This website is the world's most authoritative car collection site. You can search for Bugatti Sky Dragon Bravo. Remember to use English or French. The painting was submitted 2 years ago, so this should be fine. It's not a live creation. The staff quickly put the page up on the public screen, and indeed it was. The painting was uploaded 2 years ago. If someone had watched the live broadcast and then quickly hand-painted it, then they wouldn't be able to travel through time and space and go back to 2 years ago to upload the information. Xia Binger nodded. Indeed, it was 2 years ago, yes. But, why is there only one drawing of this car? Where is the original vehicle? And the vehicle's parameters, price, buyer, all kinds of information. How come there is none of it? De Zhuang said, the following information will be more unbelievable. I love to study the car more, but I have not been sure that this information is true or false. But I have collected a relatively complete Bravo information, can supply everyone reference. As for the authenticity, everyone can distinguish for themselves. This is a car that has never been produced, never rolled off the production line, never exhibited, never sold, and never seen by anyone. Its existence, in itself, is a great mystery. All the evidence is only the design draft that everyone has seen. Before today, I too only thought the Bravo was just an April Fool's joke or a blackmailed urban legend of the Bugatti Skyrocket. Until Big Strong's tone became intense, filled with a great deal of incredulity and shock, until I saw the program. This one picture. Chapter 76076, what's the value? Seeing a photo gives you proof? What kind of logic is this? The listeners had a hint of confusion at first, but quickly cleared their minds, because this story was just an urban legend before. No one could confirm it. Even this member of the Supercar Club had no way to prove this history. It wasn't until he saw this photo that he was able to determine that this matter was true. But, what kind of story is this? Everyone revealed a curious expression and perked up their ears to listen. De Zhuang continued, perhaps some sports car enthusiasts have heard of a major work stoppage at the Bugatti Sky Dragon factory 3 years ago. That work stoppage lasted for 7 months and caused a great shock worldwide. Prior to that, Bugatti Skyrocket's production was doing well. Its stock price was doing well. And there was no sudden negative news or difficult lawsuits. The shutdown was unexpected and unanticipated by everyone. The vast majority of internet users do not buy sports cars, so not many of them knew about the news of the supercar factory shutdown. But with a little internet research, they quickly found news from a couple years ago. I found it. 3 years ago, the Bugatti Skyrocket shut down production for 6 months. Everyone thought it was going out of business. At that time, it was thought to be going out of production. And the price jumped at first. Then suddenly a lot of collectors popped up, acquiring all the Bugatti Sky Ranger on the market, and the price went down and then up, and in the end, they made a big profit instead. Right. I also searched. That year, Bugatti Tianlong in the same period of profit 700%. My god, it's a huge profit. Hey, I looked up Bravo, and there were only a couple of very short news items. In January of that year, it said there was a concept Bravo car pending production, but it was shut down in April. It's not possible that this car wasn't produced and that's why it's being bandied about, is it? Possibly, because it wasn't produced. It doesn't exist at all, so I can't find out. But what about the photo? The design can still be said to be hand-drawn, any way you want to draw it. That photo, but the complete car, could it be an empty shell? Forget it, this is too stupid. Empty shell is not necessary. Your body, wheels, interior all done. The other engine, shock absorbers, transmission to the upper installed is. Why bother to add to the snake? The people on the scene listened to the explanation and nodded their heads. They concentrated their opinions and again Xiaobinger inquired. So that Bravo, it wasn't produced? I don't know how long the production cycle of supercars is. Planned in January, stopped in April, maybe it wasn't built, which caused this story to be widely spread. Hearing this, De Zhuang quickly said, No, that's not true. This car must have been produced. Usually when we want to buy a personally customized sports car, the lead time for picking up the car is 3 to 6 months, or even more than half a year. Let me take Porsche as an example. Each of your customizations, such as wheel color, ambient light color, seat covering type, need to be sent to the German country for field assembly and then shipped to the country. And this car guide, I'll send a link. Will you open it for me? Big Strong sent a link, and soon, a table appeared in the middle of the screen. As you can see, this chart is where the name Bravo came from. The Morsum plant in the Tower country? 4 years ago, in November, there were 8 cars to be assembled. In December, there were 9 cars to be assembled. And in January of the following year, there was a quota for only 1 car, then codenamed Bravo, and other than that, no parameters had ever been leaked. Mysteriously, and in February, March, and the first half of April, not a single new car was planned for the production line. Keep in mind that the Bugatti Skyrocket's production plan for the year was 100 units, but the actual number was around 90. There was only one new car planned for the factory in a full 3.5 months. Big Strong paused to let the crowd digest the meaning of some words before continuing. What I said earlier. The reason the general ordering cycle takes 3 to 6 months is because there is a queue to buy a car, and some special materials need to have an order before they can be started. For example, for fully hand-stitched seats, only when a person places a request, the designers and craftsmen will get started and produce the unique effect you want. But for a factory, the assembly of a car takes far less time. For example, a car with an unfinished engine can be assembled with the rest of the parts first, or prioritized for the next car. The complete assembly time for a car is about 80 hours, and 3.5 months is very enough for any car, even if you start melting the base materials from the iron or on site. Big Strong sent another link, sending it on the public screen. It was on April 12th of that year that an unnamed report appeared on the quality control sheet of the Bugatti Skydragon. The report was artificially deleted soon after it appeared, and its contents are no longer available. But from what we can surmise, there have been no new car assemblies scheduled for months. The last one was codenamed Bravo in January, so this report, in all likelihood, is this one car, except that it's been quickly deleted and its contents are unknown to us, and it was on April 14th, after a gap of 2 days, that Bravo Skyrocket announced that the Multium plant was shutting down and would no longer be producing new cars, and was holding off on taking all orders. As the crowd listened to his explanation, they couldn't help but sigh. That's quite a story. Other cars only take 80 hours to produce. This one took 3.5 months. At 90 plus 12 days, that's 2,500 hours. That's a lot of spare time. What a fine job. Makes sense. This car must be very expensive. Xiaobinger was also very emotional, not realizing that a photo had sparked such a big discussion. Hundreds of times more assembly time than other cars. Even with the most basic originals, the labor cost is much more expensive. And the photos show that the car should have the supercar quality. As bad as it is, even, it was much better looking than those supercar profiles that the viewers had found. Ning Xuelua couldn't help but say, then, how much can this car be sold for? She was a little apprehensive. Now that she had really found the information, the other party spoke eloquently, and it looked like they had come prepared. Their own bonus is not about to hit the water. At this thought, she was hesitant. Everyone's attention was attracted. Yes, there is such legendary information, so mysterious. The production process of such twists and turns of the car, in the end how valuable. Everyone wiped their eyes and leapt at the live broadcast, all wondering what kind of answer they would actually get.